NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with more on that. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And we're going to see the threat for storms continuing on this Tuesday. We're waking up to some storms in portions of the south, especially eastern Texas. Some really strong winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, hearing the thunder, seeing the lightning. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in portions of Texas. So we're going to be watching that as we go throughout this Tuesday, zooming in a little closer, those brighter colors showing us where that heavy rain is falling. And that will be a threat, too. So 8 million people at risk today for severe storms, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, also the chance of a few tornadoes. It's all due to this cold front that's going to continue to move off to the east. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling like spring in some spots this morning, especially the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s, above normal for this time of year, despite the cloud cover in place. And it's going to be cool in portions of the Southwest, 70s and 60s. All right, a big temperature contrast across the country. We're feeling like winter in the west and feeling like spring in the east. We'll talk more about it coming up.
All right, see you in a bit, Michelle. Thanks. Now to an incredible rescue caught on camera. Police and an Amazon driver rescued 3 people from a car that was stuck upside down and filling with water in a canal in Florida. A deputy says he was responding to another call when someone alerted him to the crash. 2 of the passengers were taken to the hospital with minor injuries.
This morning, Brittany Griner has one more chance to make her case as she tries to trim her 9-year sentence in a Russian courtroom.
And a new report card on how the nation's schools did in teaching our kids during the 3 years of the pandemic. We're back in 1 minute.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
An alarming report about pandemic relief in our education system. Last year, public schools were given $122 billion in funding from the Biden administration, but according to a Washington Post report, many reported using less than 15% of it. Spending rates varied from state to state, but the report found that school systems where students are furthest behind on subjects like math and reading use the least amount of money. Here's NBC's Rahima Ellis.
More evidence that nearly 3 years of pandemic disruptions had a devastating effect on students. The National Assessment of Educational Progress tested nearly 450,000 4th and 8th graders across the country. The math results were especially alarming. Only 26% of 8th graders were proficient or above in math, down from 34% in 2019. The average 8th grade math score fell in every state except Utah.
The literature has shown us that math was very sensitive to instruction.
In reading, just 33% of 4th graders were proficient or above, down from 35%. In Union, New Jersey, one superintendent is keenly aware of the problem.
Challenges are greater than I've experienced in any year of my 30-year career.
What are they doing about it? In the classroom, teachers focus on small group instruction, closely track individual progress throughout the year, and students spend time relearning social skills that experts say are necessary to improve their academics. In terms of saying just how effective it is, would you say you know already?
It's not too soon to tell that we're making progress. We are seeing some uptick in academic performance, albeit very incremental.
But it's also very important to apply it.
In rebuilding those social skills, fourth grade teacher Cynthia Carhart sees improvement.
You can't expect a child to grow 3 grade levels in 1 year, but as long as they're making growth and they're showing you that they're trying, that's really important.
Rahema Ellis, NBC News, Union, New Jersey.
From Tired Tacky Wench to Belle of the Ball, Taylor Swift's newest music video.
Plus the hefty cost of breaking bread. Why your Thanksgiving spread could leave you in the red.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
What's a girl gonna do? A diamond's gotta shine. Best believe I'm still bejeweled. When I walk in the room, I can still make the whole place shimmer. And when I meet the band, they ask, do you have a man? I can still say I don't remember.
Hog pen outside.
Just as the clock struck midnight, Taylor Swift enchanted fans with a Cinderella-themed music video for her song Bejeweled. Laura Dern and the band Haim star as the Wicked stepmother and stepsisters in the latest music movie from the Grammy winner's 10th studio album. So Swifties are loving it. It's not just when Midnights came out. She's trickling in all kinds of little treats for everybody nonstop.
And all her fans are here for it.
Yeah,
every single dropping.
All she needs to announce now is her tour, because that's all we're talking about in my household, is just waiting for when that announcement comes.
She'll probably own 2023 like Harry Styles did this year. All right, as we count down to Thanksgiving, it looks like some menu staples could gobble your wallet. Holiday favorites are facing some of the largest price hikes, according to the Labor Department's September inflation report. So the cost of uncooked poultry, like turkey, was 17% more expensive this September compared to last year. Meanwhile, potatoes are 17.5% pricier. The cost of dinner rolls rising almost 13%. And that pumpkin pie, as well as other baked goods, is costing 20% more in 2022. All the more reason to be thankful for whatever you are able to put on the table.
All right. How about thankful for the McRib, because it's coming to a muck-end. McDonald's announced that the cult favorite is returning to restaurants for its farewell tour. You can get your order of the saucy sandwich starting Halloween. So McDonald's says it's also rolling out McRib merch, so you can have more than just your McRib memory. You can wear it as well. I don't ever remember ever having a McRib, so maybe now's my time.
In high school, it wasn't bad, but I don't believe it's really the end of the road. I think it's a ploy, like kind of like Elton John's farewell tour.
Right? It always
really,
comes
really
back.
Yeah, exactly. It is tasty, though, if you're hungry for it. All right, coming up, a deep fall chill is in the air for some parts of the country. Michelle's tracking a cold front.
All right, and if you want to warm up with this pumpkin spice latte, be ready to pay up. In addition to everything we just ran down with you, the prices hiking, the added cost for this fall flavor.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Big difference in temperatures today, 40s and 50s in the west. And then ahead of a cold front, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s in spots in the east, well above normal for this time of year. We'll keep it warm tomorrow, too. We'll be right back.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
In today's top stories, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is temporarily blocking a state grand jury subpoena ordering Republican Senator Lindsey Graham to testify in Georgia. The grand jury in Fulton County is investigating possible criminal interference in the 2020 election by former President Trump and his allies. Justice Thomas has also faced scrutiny over cases concerning the election, as his wife, Ginny Thomas, has also questioned the results. The full Supreme Court is expected to consider Graham's appeal.
Today, a court in Russia will consider Brittany Griner's appeal. Griner's lawyer says the WNBA star is, quote, quite pessimistic about the outcome of today's hearing. Back in August, the 32-year-old was sentenced to 9 years in prison for drug possession and smuggling after Russian authorities allegedly caught her with medical cannabis vape cartridges. U.S. officials say Griner is being wrongfully detained. The U.S. has proposed a prisoner swap with Russia, but no deal has been made yet.
Mary J. Blige has teamed up with the First Lady on Monday in the name of cancer prevention and treatment. Blige was on hand with Dr. Jill Biden at the White House as part of the Biden administration's Cancer Moonshot initiative. The event helped the American Cancer Society launch a series of roundtables on breast and cervical cancer. Blige said she lost several family members to cancer and stressed the importance of cancer screening, especially among black women.
Chaos erupted in a Kentucky courtroom that led to a brawl between a murder suspect and the victim's family. The fight, caught on camera here, sent both the suspect, Paul Wade, and the victim's family members flying through the judge's chambers. Authorities used pepper spray before arresting 4 people on disorderly conduct charges. The judge's office has yet to decide if the family will be able to attend future hearings.
Now let's get to some Monday Night Football, and for some, a shocking development at quarterback for the Patriots. Bailey Zappi replaced Mac Jones under center for New England, leading the Pats on a pair of first-half touchdown drives. But ultimately, the night would belong to Justin Fields. The Bears quarterback wheeled and dealed, rushing for a touchdown and throwing for another. Surprisingly, Chicago on the road led wire to wire, and they took home the lopsided win in Foxborough, 33-14.
Okay, if you thought your pumpkin spice latte costs more this year, you're not out of your gourd. A study by Magnify Money found what it called the pumpkin spice tax. On average, pumpkin spice products cost about 14% more than its normal, less fall-flavored counterpart. From beer to coffee to pancakes, researchers looked at over 60 products to gather the data. So like everything else, prices going up, you got to pay for the pumpkin spice too.
Yes, the pumpkin tax, and I think people will pay it, right? They're looking forward to it because it's the holidays from here on out.
And the little luxuries of life these days.
Right.
Have a great one. A dirty bomb double bluff. Russia's latest accusations have the West worried. Our Cal Perry's on the ground in Ukraine, where their infrastructure is being hammered.
A teacher and 16-year-old student were gunned down in a St. Louis high school. Police say a former student stormed the building with a long gun before being taken down by law enforcement.
In Florida, the candidates for governor squared off with questions about a White House run in 2024 front and center. Plus, new election polling from our colleagues at Telemundo on the pulse of the Hispanic voter.
A new push to identify dangerous blind spots in popular pickups and SUVs. Our Vicky Nguyen's investigation finds that cameras in the front of these vehicles would save lives.
And we're live in London with another changing of the guard as the UK installs their third prime minister in just a few weeks' time.
We know Halloween is still a week away, but we've already got a beat on how inflation will impact your Thanksgiving dinner table. The pocketbook pain ahead. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. We begin this morning as students, families, and faculty at a St. Louis high school are still reeling after a gunman broke into the school and opened fire on Monday. 2 people were killed. Jean Kuzka, a health teacher at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School, and a 16-year-old girl. 7 others were taken to the hospital with gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Students rushed to escape by any means necessary, some even leaping from the roof.
When the intruder broke into her room, then the intruder said, "Get ready to die."
According to authorities, police ran toward the gunfire, striking the suspect in a gunfight. 19-year-old Orlando Harris, a recent graduate, was taken into custody and later pronounced dead. A motive has not yet been identified.
As winter closes in on Ukraine, Russia keeps targeting the country's energy system. Water grids have also been knocked out by the bombardments. Ukrainian officials say missile and drone attacks against critical infrastructure are a deliberate strategy by the Kremlin. Here's Cal Perry with the latest.
8 months into this war, and Ukraine continues to make gains on the battlefield, while Putin exacts a heavy price on the home front. A wave of strikes across Ukrainian cities has put both electricity and water grids on the brink of collapse. The power went out for more than 1 million people all at once, and for many, it remains off. While in the southern city of Mykolaiv, people queue for water, and in the east, a hospital works in darkness. Meanwhile, Russia continues to hold major infrastructure points hostage. And more threats of a dirty bomb. This time, Russia saying Ukraine will do the unthinkable. These so-called dirty bombs are easier to deploy. The delivery system could be in the form of a backpack, not a rocket. The United States, for years, feared terror groups like ISIS would use these crude devices. The Ukrainian foreign minister calling the claims, quote, absurd and dangerous, saying, quote, Russians often accuse others of what they plan themselves. U.S. officials have said they're watching closely, but have no indication either country is preparing a dirty bomb. There is growing concern here over Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is here in Ukraine, but under Russian occupation. Officials telling us the staff inside is being tortured, working under impossible conditions. The concern is not just for a possible disaster, but that Russia could decide to divert power away from Ukraine into Russia, that the lights could go off here and just not come back on.
All right, Cal, thank you.
The midterm elections are only 14 days away, but in Florida last night, the candidates for governor were focused on the 2024 race for president. Democratic challenger Charlie Crist asked Ron DeSantis if he will continue to serve a full 4-year term as governor, or will he be focused on a run for the White House? DeSantis refused to give a direct answer, saying his only focus right now is defeating Crist. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, were there any other big moments that might sway voters in the Sunshine State?
Good morning, Francis. Well, these candidates were trading insults and one-liners in front of a very enthusiastic crowd. 2 big topics that they discussed last night were the economy and immigration.
I'm not the governor who attacked Walt Disney World because they deigned to express their point of view. I'm not the governor who attacked the cruise industry because they just wanted to make sure that their customers weren't sick before they got on the boat. That's you. You're the most anti-business governor I've ever seen.
That's time, Congressman. Governor?
Yeah, except for all the businesses that are moving down here. We need to secure the border. I agree with all of that. But it doesn't mean that you use Florida taxpayers' dollars to charter 2 jets, go to Texas, lie to people to get them onto planes, fly them up to the northern part of our country, and one of them's a 1-year-old baby.
It's only when they go to D.C., New York, or, of course, Martha's Vineyard, then all of a sudden this is, you know why? Because we have elites in this country that want to impose policies on you, but they don't want to have to suffer the same consequences that you may have to in your community.
A new poll from the Telemundo and Alex News shows DeSantis leading Chris 51% to 44% among Hispanic voters in Florida. And a recent poll from Florida Atlantic University says DeSantis with a comfortable lead among all likely Florida voters. Now tonight, the focus turns to the Pennsylvania Senate race and the only debate between Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Mehmet Oz. Fetterman, who is recovering from a stroke, will use closed captioning. His campaign says the recovery process is going remarkably well, but there are lingering auditory issues. The Fetterman campaign is also lowering expectations for tonight, saying that this format also favors Dr. Oz because of his experience on television. Francis?
These consequential races, and then you got what's happening in Georgia and the Senate race there. A handful of those that we are watching closely. Bree, thank you.
Yeah, the stakes are at an all-time high, and Democratic strongholds are at risk with the Latino community. A Washington Post Ipsos poll found that while Democrats have a 27-point advantage with voters who identify as Hispanic, that number is actually down from 40 points in 2018. According to the Pew Research Center, Latinos are projected to account for over 14% of all eligible voters next month. That is 34.5 million voters. But when we talk about Latino voters, it's not just one big group. It's a mixed bag. You've got 57% of voters with Cuban ancestry who favor Republicans, while 56% of Puerto Rican descent side with the Democrats. 66% of voters with Mexican heritage also going blue. Among the states with the largest Hispanic and Latino populations, New Mexico, California, Texas, and Arizona. What is uniting them, and perhaps all Americans, the economy and inflation remain the top issue.
The Justice Department has announced charges against 13 suspected Chinese spies in 3 different cases. At a press conference, Attorney General Merrick Garland accused Beijing of trying to undermine rule of law in the United States. One of the cases charged 7 Chinese citizens with trying to forcibly bring a U.S.-based dissident back to China. The second alleges that 4 people tried to recruit spies in America. And the third charges 2 men with trying to obstruct the DOJ probe into Chinese telecom giant Huawei. Only 2 of those charged have been arrested. The others remain at large.
An Amazon delivery driver was found dead after a suspected animal attack in Missouri. Police in Excelsior Springs arrived to the scene after being notified of an unattended vehicle that was parked in front of a home for several hours. They found the victim lying unconscious and were confronted by 2, quote, aggressive dogs who were later euthanized. The Ray County Sheriff's Office has not released a cause of death, but say the unidentified driver's injuries are consistent with an animal mauling. Amazon told NBC News they are assisting law enforcement with the investigation.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is temporarily blocking a state grand jury subpoena ordering Republican Senator Lindsey Graham to testify in Georgia. The grand jury in Fulton County is investigating possible criminal interference in the 2020 election by former President Trump and his allies. Justice Thomas has also faced scrutiny over cases concerning the election, as his wife Ginny Thomas has also questioned the results. The full Supreme Court is expected to consider Graham's appeal.
Now to Monday Night Football, and for some, a pretty shocking development at quarterback. Bailey Zappi replaced Mac Jones under center for the Patriots, leading New England on a pair of first-half touchdown drives. But the night in New England belonged to Justin Fields. The Bears quarterback wheeled and dealed, rushing for a touchdown and throwing for another. Chicago led wire to wire in this one. They take home the lopsided win, 33-14. That's the most points the Bears have scored in a game in the last 2 seasons.
Now we've got some stunning shots of an early season snowfall. Thick snow covered the countryside across mountains and trees near the Idaho-Montana state line over the weekend. Much of Montana saw several inches of snow and icy conditions Sunday in the muddy. It's beautiful, but I don't know if people are ready for that quite yet.
I don't know, but that is picturesque. So from the snow in the west to wicked winds in Texas and a cold front mixed in with rain in the midsection of the country, all sorts of things going on. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, she's been busy. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we are busy today. We have very active weather. It's all due to a powerful cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. On the backside, we have that snow falling, so it's cold enough for snow. And then ahead of this front, we're looking at heavy rain. We're looking at the chance for severe storms and also really warm temperatures. Radar showing us this morning that we have some rain falling this morning, even some strong storms. You see some lightning, some darker colors indicating some heavy downpours. And that's going to be the theme as we head throughout this Tuesday. We're going to keep this cold front moving off to the east. That's going to keep that severe weather threat in the forecast today. So 8 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour could see a tornado or two. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures feeling like spring in portions of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. It will be cloudy for most of us, but still temperatures in the 70s and upper 60s. And it's cool in the south, temperatures in the 60s in Oklahoma City, 50s in New Mexico. All right, big temperature divide across the area, across the country. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, check in with you in a bit. In just a few hours, Britain will usher in their third prime minister in just a short time. But will their teetering economy find any stability?
And a new study on whether we are long overdue in adding front view cameras to large SUVs and pickup trucks. The eye-opening study on eliminating major and dangerous blind spots. That's next.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, a new warning for drivers. As cars and trucks get bigger, so does the blind spot in front of the driver. Vicki Nguyen has our exclusive on new efforts to address the deadly danger.
4-year-old Hudson Foshi was full of life.
Give sister a kiss.
But in 2019, this vivacious little boy's life was cut short when his mom, Jackie, let him out of their Yukon Denali XL to pick up the mail in their driveway, like they did every day.
And that day, he got in front of the car?
I don't know. All I know is when I got out of my car and I started screaming for him, he didn't answer. And the last place I wanted to look was under the car. I'm like, no, there's no way.
SUVs and trucks make up 7 of every 10 vehicles sold last year. As they grow in popularity and size, so has the number of deadly so-called front-over crashes. New data reveals front-over deaths more than doubled from 251 in 2008 to 526 in 2020. Many of the victims just 4 years old or younger. The incidents often occurring in a driveway, garage, or parking lot. Consumer Reports engineer Jennifer Stockberger has studied this danger.
If those are your eyes in the driver's seat, you can only see in a straight line. So you've got to come over this hood, and it leaves this whole area in front of the bumper.
With parents' permission, we lined up kids in front of the best-selling car in the country, the Ford F-150. 1, 2, 3. I couldn't see any of them over the hood until finally,
The 11th child sitting down, I can see the top of her head, her little white bow.
we had similar results with the Toyota Tundra, the Cadillac Escalade, and the Jeep Wagoneer.
There's a very simple solution.
Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal announced the Stop Frontovers Act.
You would mandate some kind of device, sensor, or camera in the front of all cars?
All cars. Because the more cars have them, the less expensive it will be. Safety should not be a matter of affordability. Safety ought to be standard.
Some cars, like the Wagoneer and Escalade, already come standard with technology like sensors and cameras the makers say may be able to prevent frontovers. Stockberger shows us how front-facing cameras eliminate the blind zone.
That is child number 1, and I can see him clearly.
Clearly, as opposed to, I can't see any of their heads out the front view.
An automotive industry group says safety is a top priority of the auto industry. Vehicles continue to get even more safe as automakers across the board test, develop, and integrate new safety technologies that can help save lives and prevent injuries. Jackie believes those kinds of technologies should be standard and would have saved her son's life.
I just would love to see not another parent have to go through what our family and so many others are going through.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, New York.
A whole other level of urgency when you see those kids in front of that car.
Chilling.
All right, House of the Dragon sets the streaming world on fire. There's soaring numbers for the Game of Thrones spinoff.
And the UK gets its third new prime minister in just months. How the change could send ripples through the world's economy.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's News by the Numbers, Apple announced a pair of price hikes to their popular streaming services. Apple TV Plus is increasing 40% to just under $7 a month, and an individual subscription to Apple Music will run $10.99 a month, up from $9.99.
HBO says the season 1 finale to House of the Dragon drew in 9.3 million viewers on Sunday. That's the platform's biggest season finale audience since the Game of Thrones series finale back in 2019.
And lottery fever is heating up yet again. No winners claimed the massive prize in last night's Powerball drawing. The estimated jackpot for tomorrow's draw now stands at $680 million.
All right, let's go now to London, where today they will welcome their third prime minister in just 7 weeks' time. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak will be moving to 10 Downing Street, but he warns the nation is facing many profound economic challenges ahead. Here with more on the impact is CNBC's Karen Cho. Morning, Karen.
Philip, Francis, good morning to you. Plenty of numbers here and the perfect fodder for future pub quizzes. The third Prime Minister for the UK this year, the fifth in just over 6 years. The only first here is that this is the first non-white Prime Minister for Britain. But what we've had so far, Rishi Sunak gave a brief speech to the nation yesterday after a Tory party coronation. This is he beat his main opponent, Penny Mordaunt, who withdrew from the leadership race. The new Prime Minister, incoming Prime Minister, replaces the UK's shortest-serving Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who resigned last week after just 44 days in the role. There are formalities declared this morning. Rishi Sunak will head to Buckingham Palace to meet with King Charles III to be officially appointed Prime Minister before taking the keys to number 10. Daunting days ahead, though, as he tackles an energy crisis, record-high inflation, and, of course, declining economic growth prospects. This, as we've seen, market instability around the UK. But Halloween budget, that is coming next week. But the first order of business is to provide and appoint a cabinet. That is what we're watching today. Back to you, Francis and Philip.
All right, a lot of firsts, but the question is, will he last? All right, Karen, thank you so much.
Michelle is tracking another October snowstorm. That's next.
And get ready for an unwelcome guest this Thanksgiving. Inflation eats into the holiday budget.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Big difference in temperatures today, 40s and 50s in the west. That's cold enough to set the stage for some snow. And then we're warm in the east. Temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, into the 70s. Some spots near 80 degrees. 75 today in Buffalo. That is 20 degrees above normal. 77 in Cincinnati. And we will keep it warm tomorrow as well. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Our top stories are next, including a daring water rescue caught on camera in a Florida canal.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It just breaks my heart that you don't have a partner for the spotlight dance. Such a pity a bottle of rum can't waltz.
Fans are remembering beloved comedian Leslie Jordan this morning. Reps for the actor confirmed that he died in a crash after suffering an apparent medical episode in Hollywood. The Tennessee native was best known for his scene-stealing roles on Will and Grace and in American Horror Story. But in recent years, it was his posts on social media during the pandemic that brought comfort and laughs to millions. I know this Daddy Watch Me Twirl video is recreated daily at my place. Leslie Jordan was 67 years old.
He was one of my all-time favorites. All right, now to an incredible rescue caught on camera. Police and an Amazon driver rescued 3 people from a car struck upside down and filling with water in a canal in Florida. A deputy said that he was responding to another call when someone alerted him to the crash. 2 of the passengers were taken to the hospital with minor injuries.
All right, you can counter sky-high inflation by inflating your 401k starting next year. The IRS is boosting the amount of pre-tax money you can contribute to your retirement in 2023. The agency upped the amount by $2,000 up to $22,500. The maximum contribution amount was also raised from $61,000 to $66,000. The changes are part of the cost of living adjustments made to fight inflation, which also included the biggest hike to Social Security in 40 years.
Now to a consumer alert. Unilever is recalling 19 dry shampoo products nationwide due to potentially elevated levels of benzene. That's a known carcinogen. The products being recalled were made before October 2021, and they include the popular brands Dove, Nexus, Suave, Tresemme, and TG, which makes Rockaholic and Bedhead. For more information, you can go to the FDA's website under recalls, market withdrawals, and safety alerts. Unilever said it has not received any reports of adverse reactions.
Well, as we count down to Thanksgiving, it looks like some menu staples could gobble your wallet this year. Holiday favorites are facing some of the largest price hikes. According to the Labor Department's September inflation report, the cost of uncooked poultry, like turkey, was 17% more expensive this September compared to last year. Meanwhile, potatoes are 17.5% pricier. The cost of dinner rolls almost 13% more. And that pumpkin pie, as well as other baked goods, is costing 20% more in 2022.
All right, on your marks, get set, gourd. Belgium racers grabbed their paddles and hopped onto the pumpkins there to try and squash the competition at the annual Pumpkin Regatta. The event returned after COVID put it on hold for 2 years. Teams carved through the water, racing for gold and for a whole lot of laughs. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Tuesday. Be safe. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, getting out the vote. 2 weeks away from Election Day, and early voting is already underway in several states. From key state races to ones that could shake up Congress, candidates are getting their final debates in. As polls narrow, we're tracking the latest numbers and the messages candidates are sending to voters in these final 2 weeks. Deadly school shooting, this time in St. Louis. Police say a former student killed a teacher and another student and injured several others. The shooting sending students running and some jumping off a roof to escape. What we're learning this morning about the investigation and what police say likely saved many lives. Fighting for freedom, WNBA star Brittany Griner back in a Russian courtroom. A Russian appeals court hearing her appeal of her 9-year prison sentence. We'll have the latest this morning on the efforts to bring her home. Plus, fake it till you make it. More research shows the physical act of smiling does a lot more for your mental health, even if you don't feel very happy. Why experts say it can make a difference in your well-being. And we're smiling for real this morning because we're back together.
This is genuine. We're not faking it.
We've had these bizarro schedules all over the place, but we're finally here.
Good to be here together.
And hopefully for a while.
I think for a while.
Yeah, I know. Back to the usual. We still do this together. We begin, though, this morning with record-breaking turnout for early voting just 2 weeks ahead of the midterm elections.
More than 8 million people have already cast their ballots nationally, with several states surpassing early numbers seen during the 2020 presidential election. In key states like Georgia, voter turnout saw a 159% increase compared to early voting in the last midterm election 4 years ago. And for those who have not yet cast their ballots, well, perhaps they'll be swayed by debates taking place in key states like the one last night in Florida, which saw some heated exchanges. We have full coverage this morning. Jack Brewster is in battleground Wisconsin, where early voting begins today. We're going to talk to him in a minute, but first, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray to break down several high-stake debates. Mark, good morning to you. So let's start in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis faced off against former governor and Democratic nominee Charlie Crist. It is their only debate. So what were some of the takeaways from the debate? And do you see this one moving the needle for any undecided voters?
Yeah, Joe, this was a very combative debate, as we've seen across the country in all the debates between Democrats and Republicans this general election season. We saw them clash on issues like abortion, on President Biden's policies. But maybe the biggest kind of clash or moment ended up coming when Charlie Crist, the Democratic nominee for governor, ended up asking incumbent Republican Governor Ron DeSantis if he would serve out his full term as governor if reelected, kind of almost hinting that maybe DeSantis might run for president. So that was a big moment. And take a listen to at the entire reaction.
You're running for governor. Why don't you look in the eyes of the people of the state of Florida and say to them, if you're reelected, you will serve a full 4-year term as governor? Yes or no? Yes or no, Ron?
Well, listen, I know that Charlie's interested in talking about 2024 and Joe Biden, but I just want to make things very, very clear. The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
DeSantis's refusal to answer that question really did stand out. But whether or not it actually moves the needle, I'm not necessarily sure in a state like Florida, which has been trending the Republicans' direction over the past decade, Joe.
Okay, we've got a huge debate tonight. That's between Dr. Mehmet Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. The two are in this competitive race for Senate in Pennsylvania, which could really determine control of the entire Senate. So lay it out for us. What is at stake tonight for each candidate?
Joe, this might be the most consequential debate of the entire debate season we've seen so far this general election. John Fetterman, the Democratic nominee, has a lead, but it's small, and it's actually been smaller than what we've seen over past months. And of course, this is the debate that he's had after his stroke. And as our own Dasha Burns ended up revealing, you're going to end up seeing Fetterman end up using a kind of transcription service to be able to process the dialogue that he's had troubles with auditory processing. So that is going to be interesting to watch that for the health issue. It's going to be interesting on Oz to be able to dodge a lot of the questions about being a carpetbagger and his own ties to the state of Pennsylvania. Really big, high stakes in, Joe, maybe the most consequential state of all on what would end up determining Senate control.
We've also got debates tonight in two high-profile governor races that maybe weren't getting that much attention until now. One's in Michigan, one's in New York. Both incumbents are Democrats. So we've got Gretchen Whitmer and Kathy Hochul. Both are holding on now to shrinking leads. So walk us through what's happening in these states and what both those incumbents need to do tonight to try to hold the lead.
Yeah, first in Michigan, Michigan's always going to be a close race in our polarized politics. Whitmer, the Democratic governor, has been ahead, which has been notable that we've seen from other Democrats across the country. She's received a whole bunch of breaks, including her nominee. There were some other Republicans who were unable to get on the ballot, and Whitmer has been able to kind of get breaks in what has been a very challenging political environment for Democrats overall. In New York State, do remember that Hochul did not end up winning a first full term. She ended up becoming governor after Andrew Cuomo ended up resigning from office. And sometimes that makes things a little bit challenging. It is worth noting that the polls have kind of been all over the place in New York State. Some have shown Kathy Hochul with a lead in the high single digits. Others have shown a smaller lead. And so, again, I think what ends up happening at both debates will be important, but maybe not as important as what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight.
And finally, Mark, early voting has started in Louisiana. So tell us what's on the ballot for voters there.
So, Joe, in Louisiana, it's a different kind of, they end up having a jungle primary in their November elections. That is that all political parties end up running, and if no one ends up getting more than 50% of the vote, you go to the general election. And so early voting is beginning, but it's beginning for this primary process. And if you don't have one candidate who gets more than 50% of the vote, then we end up having a general election runoff weeks later.
A jungle primary. That feels like all politics right now. All right, Mark Murray, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster in Wisconsin, where early voting gets underway today. Hey, Shaq, good to see you. So we're 2 weeks out from Election Day, as we've been talking about. As we just heard, a lot of people choosing to vote early. Tell us, in the state you're in Wisconsin, what are some of the key issues getting voters out?
Yeah, millions across the country already deciding to vote early. Here in the state of Wisconsin, where voters have only been able to vote by mail up to this point, you've seen about 230,000 people already cast the ballot, but we're expecting that number to grow significantly with the start of early in-person voting throughout the state of Wisconsin. And when you ask voters what they care about, what are the issues most important to them, you hear a lot of the same issues you hear across the country. In polling, inflation tops as the #1 issue for voters here in Wisconsin, inflation, and you combine that with the economy. But right behind it, you have education. You also have public safety, gun violence, and then you have abortion. And, you know, one thing that we're also seeing is that although abortion might not be one of the top issues for most voters here, it is one of the top issues for Democratic voters, and it is potentially one of the more animating issues in this election. So that's something that candidates are definitely aware of. You'd notice it when you watch the television ads in this state. But now that it's time for people to vote, we'll see what are the issues that actually drive more people to the polls.
Shaq, you've got a big Senate race you're watching there. Republican Senator Ron Johnson facing Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. Now, Wisconsin's one of those states, obviously there are many, but that could be crucial in determining the balance of the Senate. What have their messages been in those campaigns?
Yeah, and you know, with this Senate race, this is one of those races that Democrats see as their key pickup opportunity. Ron Johnson is not a popular senator in the state of Wisconsin. You see some of the polling right now. He is ahead and has been leading in the polls for the past couple of months, undoing the lead that you saw his opponent, the Democratic challenger, Mandela Barnes, have at the start of this general election. What you hear the two sides talking about are really a lot of the national issues again. You're hearing Ron Johnson attack Mandela Barnes on the issue of inflation, on the issue of crime, suggesting that Mandela Barnes is weak on that issue or that he supports defunding the police. Barnes denies that. What you hear from the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes is attacks at Ron Johnson, saying that that Barnes will be a fighter for working class Americans, that he wants to push a middle class tax cut, and he says that Senator Ron Johnson is out of touch with the everyday Wisconsin voter. So you're hearing a lot of those attacks flying, and you know the stakes are high because in a 50-50 Senate, every race matters, and this is certainly the case here in Wisconsin.
Shaq, before I let you go, let's talk governor. Also, according to the latest CNN poll, Democratic Governor Tony Evers and his Republican challenger Tim Michels are essentially tied. I mean, look at this, 50-48. What's at stake here?
Yeah, this is one of the closest governor's races in the country. The average of polling just about a week ago, it was actually tied dead on down to the 10th of a decimal point. But what is at stake in this election is not just it does not just have implications for Wisconsin voters, but there are also plenty of national implications here. We're talking about voting rules and certification of elections. Wisconsin is a crucial battleground state when we look ahead to 2024. The Republican legislature in this state that almost has a veto-proof majority, they haven't been able to pass some of the voting restrictions and limitations that have, or they haven't been able to pass into law some of the restrictions and limitations that have been passed through the legislature. Part of the reason for that, the Democratic governor vetoing many of those pieces of legislation. The governor, the Republican gubernatorial candidate in this state says he is willing to sign many of those pieces of legislation early on in the campaign. He's someone who didn't answer directly when asked if he would certify the election. He now says that he would certify the election because he would change voting laws. But voting laws is one of those things that you can see come up and be a direct result of who wins that race for governor here in the state of Wisconsin.
All right, Shaq Brewster, lots to watch for there. Thank you so much.
A hearing is underway this morning in Russia. The defense team for WNBA star Brittany Griner is appealing her 9-year prison sentence. The two-time Olympic gold medalist was convicted back in August after Russian authorities found vaping canisters containing cannabis oil in her luggage. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Matt Bodner. Matt, good morning to you. So take us through this morning's appeal and hearing, and what exactly is Griner's defense team arguing?
Joe, good morning. Well, the hearing started about an hour ago. We are not seeing Griner physically appear in court today, but she is appearing by video link. So it's pretty similar to some of the past hearings that we've seen. Today, media cameras are allowed into the room. We're seeing a feed from the proceedings as they go on. And one thing that's really clear from what we're seeing is that Griner herself looks sad. She looks exhausted. This is clearly taking a toll on her. So today we're looking at the appeal. Her team is really honing in on what they're calling an excessively harsh sentence. They're pointing to the fact that Russian citizens who have been charged with similar crimes don't receive a full 9 years all the time. They're pointing out irregularities in the investigation, and so they're really hoping to see some kind of reduced sentence. We've also heard them ask that the judge actually throw the sentence out altogether and issue a new one. And at this stage in the hearing today, they're kind of going back and forth with the prosecution, trying to work out some numbers on what a more appropriate sentence may be. But everything's very much up in the air on this hearing at the moment, and Griner's defense teams themselves have cautioned that there's really not much reason to be optimistic for a miracle, and they even said that Griner herself is not holding out too much hope for that.
I mean, so Matt, so I understand we're not really expecting a decision on this appeal until the end of the day. What are the possible outcomes here, and then what happens after that?
Sure. Well, obviously one of the possible outcomes is that the court accepts this appeal and we see some kind of reduced sentence or a different sentence issued. They could, of course, also just reject this appeal outright and carry on the charges, the sentence, as they've already been issued. But again, we're just going to have to wait for the end of the day to see how this goes.
And Matt, this is all happening as Washington and Moscow continue to discuss a possible prisoner swap involving Griner, something we've been discussing for a while. What's the latest with that?
Sure. Well, we're hearing about this kind of all the time from various parties on both sides. Let's actually take a listen to the latest from the State Department spokesman, Ned Price.
There have been active discussions, including in recent days, but our imperative is to see Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner returned home. We are not going to do anything, to say anything publicly that could impair that ability. These conversations, we know from past experience, including in the case of Trevor Reed, are best conducted privately in the appropriate channels.
So obviously these things are very much contingent on the general state of U.S.-Russian relations. And, I don't need to say it, they're not very good at the moment. But as Ned Price pointed out, there is still hope because we saw Trevor Reed get traded by the Russians while the war in Ukraine is still going on. So you never know what might happen.
All right, Matt Bodner, we know you'll be watching this throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Now back here at home, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is temporarily blocking Senator Lindsey Graham from having to testify in Georgia's election interference probe.
The decision by Thomas, who handles emergency requests from Georgia, freezes the litigation while the justices weigh Graham's plea to quash the subpoena.
And if we're talking Supreme Court, of course, that means we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here on set with us. Danny, always great to have you with us. So walk us through this ruling by Justice Thomas and then tell us, what does this mean for the investigation?
There's nothing to walk through. This is one of those very short opinion orders that the court issues. And the reason is that this is really a luck of the draw. Lindsey Graham this case happens to come up in Georgia. The Supreme Court justices get the country divided into different judicial circuits. This is the 11th Circuit, and it happens to be Justice Thomas's. Good for Lindsey Graham. In another circuit, he might get another justice who is more liberal or left-leaning or Democratic. So in this case, Justice Thomas issued a short order. So we look to the 11th Circuit decision for some guidance. And really the argument that Graham made is that the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, which protects senators from being held to answer in any other place for a speech that they might give in Congress, he's saying that that clause of the Constitution protects him from having to come and give testimony or speak to anyone in this Georgia investigation. It's a bit of an extension. He was hardly on the floor of the Senate debating anything. He was making a phone call. But the courts have held that it could theoretically extend to that. So this is something that needs to get resolved. But oh, what a difference that Justice Thomas has effectively halted that while this wends its way through the courts.
So let's talk about what happens next and when is it that the whole court could try and weigh in here?
That really depends on Supreme Court scheduling, but the effect right now is that because Lindsey Graham drew Justice Thomas, the case is paused in that Graham can't be compelled to testify. Once it gets before the full court, folks might predict, well, this is a right-leaning court. They may be inclined to side with Lindsey Graham. But, as it exists, if the 11th Circuit, if they decline to ultimately hear it at all, if the 11th Circuit decision somehow stands, then Graham needs to appear and answer questions about the non-investigatory conduct, whatever the heck that was, and however you divide that from what he called about. I don't know how you parse out what was investigatory and what was just wanting to know things for his own Republican agenda.
Danny, part of the reason that this is sort of making headlines, having us have this conversation, is because of the fact that Justice Thomas has faced these calls in the past to recuse himself from anything that has to do with the 2020 election. And that's in part because his wife, Ginny, has publicly questioned the validity of the election, testified before the House January 6th committee. Is there any sort of precedent for a Supreme Court justice who, as you said, I like the way you put it, luck of the draw, just happens to be presiding over this particular area, but then also has this connection to a case like this? I mean, have we ever seen something like this before?
Not only is there precedent, there's federal law. The problem with this federal law that requires federal judges to recuse themselves, including the Supreme Court, is once you get to the Supreme Court, who are you going to appeal to? That's the end of the line. So if Justice Thomas says, you know what, I've looked at this recusal issue as a Supreme Court justice about me, myself, and I've concluded that I'm handling it just fine. What do? You don't really have any recourse. It may be a flaw in the system or a feature of the system. I don't know. You'd have to talk to the framers. But the point is that this is not, good luck, right. The point is that this is really an unappealable, it's almost a right without a remedy. You know, there is this rule about recusal, but if a Supreme Court justice says, nah, I'm not doing it, what do?
And ultimately, Thomas doesn't have the final say here because the whole court will weigh in, I guess, right? So,
yes, on this issue, yes, the whole court will weigh in. This is just a temporary measure. Eventually, the whole court will weigh in.
Got it. All right, Danny Sabalos, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the deadly mass shooting at a high school in St. Louis. Police say the 19-year-old gunman killed at least 2 people before he was shot and killed by officers. Several people were hurt in the chaos. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has new details.
I have never seen anything like this.
A local news helicopter captured the fear and chaos in St. Louis as high school students leapt from a rooftop to escape a young shooter with a long gun.
I was trying to run and I couldn't run. Me and him made eye contact, and I'm glad I made it out because his gun got jammed.
It happened at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School on the 3rd floor. Parents racing to school.
She's like, Mom, hurry up. They're shooting. She doesn't know she didn't know how many people it was. So I just left work and I just ran here to get her.
After the shooter quickly killed 2, authorities say police ran towards the gunfire and struck the suspect, Orlando Harris, who attended the school last year and died as officers returned fire.
The officers arrived quickly, made entry with no hesitation, went directly to the sound of gunfire, which is the expectation not only of the department but of the community as well.
7 injured were taken to hospitals suffering from gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Among the dead, a beloved teacher, Jean Kuska, and a teenage girl. Survivors recounting the gunman's chilling words.
When the intruder broke into her room, then the intruder said, "Get ready to die."
Police not yet releasing a motive for the mass shooting, which happened just after 9 a.m. and was broadcast over the school's PA system.
We all thought it's a drill at first, like, okay, it's just a surprise drill, okay, we're all good. No, it's a real thing. She said over the comm, yes, this is real, there's an intruder. Please be careful. And all hell just kind of breaks loose.
Quick response from police comes in stark contrast to the massacre in Uvalde, where officers were blamed for systemic failures, including their slow response to engage the shooter. Parents in St. Louis grateful.
I'm glad that they went in because I was going to go in too with them.
We're still learning new details about the suspected gunman. Police say Orlando Harris may have been suffering from mental health problems. A big question remains motive. Survivors say that shooter was dressed all in black, and the police chief points out the school doors were locked, which likely slowed down the gunman. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
And now let's get to your morning news now. Weather and winter has arrived early for much of the country.
To their dismay, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, feeling like winter in the west. We have snow in the forecast in the Cascades, in the Rockies, but we have a cold front in the middle of the nation. So ahead of this cold front, we're really warm in the east. We're feeling like spring with temperatures into the 70s. We are also tracking some showers, some storms. You can see this long cold front stretching from the Great Lakes all the way down to the south. And along that cold front, we're looking at heavy rain. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. And at the tail end of this cold front is where we're seeing some thunderstorms. And we do expect the chance for severe weather as we go throughout this afternoon and evening hours. So even seeing some thunderstorms early this morning in portions of Oklahoma and also Louisiana, and also some really heavy rainfall. So here's a setup: that strong, powerful cold front moving to the east. It's bringing rain from Louisiana to Wisconsin, also bringing that severe risk to portions of the central Gulf Coast. And then it's going to move off to the east and to the north as we go throughout tomorrow. It's going to weaken, but still bring some rain to the Great Lakes. And then we have a secondary low pressure that's going to bring some heavy rain to portions of Maine, especially where you see those brighter colors once again. Here's a severe threat: 8 million people at risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a tornado or two, also some hail. So Memphis, Tupelo, Jackson, Montgomery, you are likely to see some strong storms, if not severe storms, later on this afternoon. But here is that dividing line, cold, cold air to the west. Temperatures in the 40s, the 50s. It's cold enough for some snow. And then ahead of that front, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s, 77 degrees today in Cincinnati. That's 14 degrees above normal. It's 20 degrees above normal in Buffalo, 75, 77 in Atlanta. And we'll keep it warm tomorrow. Temperatures into the 70s, the 60s. 69 degrees tomorrow in New York City, 9 degrees above normal for this time of year, 71 in Burlington, and 73 in Baltimore. So some of us a little luckier if we like warm weather, guys. We're looking at temperatures really warm in the east for the next 2 days.
We'll take it.
Oh.
Oh, you're not. I'm sorry. We're about to have an argument.
Yeah. Only fitting since we haven't been together in a while. No, I'm just ready for the October crisp, as Michelle has called it.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
I know, but it's like
It'll be
fall
here.
time. Yeah.
And then the winter chill.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, a new era begins in the UK.
Britain sees its third prime minister in 7 weeks, with Rishi Sunak taking the helm. The history he's making at Downing Street and how his leadership could impact global economic concerns. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this morning. Britain is ushering in its third prime minister in just 7 weeks. Earlier today, Rishi Sunak was invited to form a government following a meeting with King Charles at Buckingham Palace. He becomes the UK's first leader of colour and first Hindu prime minister. In his first address as PM, Sunak acknowledged the challenges ahead and the problems faced by his predecessor.
Some mistakes were made, not born of ill will or bad intentions. Quite the opposite, in fact. but mistakes nonetheless. And I have been elected as leader of my party and your Prime Minister, in part, to fix them. And that work begins immediately. I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This will mean difficult decisions to come.
NBC News contributor and Sky News anchor Wilfred Frost joins us now from London. Wilfred, thanks for being with us on this big news there for you. So Sunak's rise to Prime Minister, it's a pretty big milestone for British politics. Tell us what else we heard in that speech earlier. What were some of the biggest takeaways?
Yeah, massive milestone, as you mentioned, the first Hindu, the first British Asian Prime Minister, also the youngest Prime Minister for 200 years, aged just 42. Three things stood out for me from that speech, Savannah. The first is it was sober. I don't think he smiled once. He didn't pose for a photo with his wife and two daughters afterwards. And I think that reflects the tough economic environment, but also the fact, of course, he didn't win an election to get this role. He was sort of anointed, so there's nothing so much to celebrate. I think also the way he mentioned tough choices to come. You played that soundbite with the outlook for the economy front and centre. And thirdly, I think it was well constructed and well delivered. He seemed prime ministerial.
As we mentioned, and of course, as you're experiencing there, Sunak is the third prime minister in just 7 weeks. And as you also just mentioned, an unelected one at that. Do you believe he's capable of not only uniting his party, but the whole country, which didn't get a chance to vote for him?
I think both will be tough tasks. The most important in the short term, though, is uniting his party, because without that, he won't have the time in office to try and unite the country, as, of course, his predecessor, Liz Truss, found out. And two lessons to take from her of what not to do when trying to unite the party. The first is to appoint a broad cabinet that brings in all wings of the party. Liz Truss famously did not do that. And also to take your time, go step by step and make sure you bring the party with you. Don't try and fix everything at once. As for trying to unite the country, I mean, the polls say it all. The Conservatives massively behind. And even if he solves this political instability that's played into those polls, to try and solve the economic crisis will be very tricky indeed. And of course, if a recession is looming, very hard to change your position in those polls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably going to be the largest challenge he faces right away, and markets had reacted very poorly to his predecessor's economic policies. Particularly given Sunak's experience, is there much hope he can put things right and restore some stability when it comes to the economy?
Hope rather than confidence immediately, though it's important to note that confidence has in fact already returned to the markets, and that's fairly embarrassing for Liz Truss, of course. It was just news that she would be departing that helped bring a little bit of market stability back to the fold here. As for the underlying economy, there are no easy fixes. We're at the end of a long cycle, which has been supported by excess government spending, which we know we can't return to, given the lessons from the Truss government. We've got 10% inflation, and we're a net energy importer, unlike the United States. I think his task is to hold on to power for long enough to give it a chance that the economy can bottom and be slightly on the up again, albeit from a low base, to give him any chance of winning a general election in due course.
All right, Wilfred Frost, thank you so much for joining us on this news today.
Russia is doubling down on accusations that Ukraine is preparing to use a so-called dirty bomb on the battlefield. The West has previously and strongly denounced the allegations. Moscow says it will bring the issue to the UN Security Council today. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us from Kyiv with the latest. So, Matt, Russia seems adamant about this claim. Now we're hearing the UN's nuclear watchdog is sending out inspectors over the next few days to investigate, but there is a lot of skepticism from the West, to put it mildly. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of skepticism, a lot of outrage. It looks as though when we heard from President Zelensky just a couple of days ago, he was saying that if Moscow is saying that there's going to be this dirty bomb by Ukraine, then that's evidence that it's Moscow that is planning some sort of dirty bomb. And for those of us who are here in Ukraine, that's a very, very troubling notion, because that would be the notion behind a dirty bomb is it's a conventional weapon that would be spreading radioactive material around a specific area. So that would almost certainly involve civilian casualties. Now, you mentioned the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency. They said they're going to be visiting at least 2 nuclear facilities here in Ukraine in the next couple of days. That is at the invitation of the government here in Kyiv to try to demonstrate maximum transparency. Moscow's accusation came with no evidence at all. It was simply an accusation that was evidence-free. And now we're seeing some evidence that the Russians are digging into, and this was from satellite imagery, digging into nuclear waste disposal sites around the nuclear plant in Zaporizhia. So that has raised even more suspicion in the government here in Kyiv and observers throughout the world that Russia could be planning something involving nuclear materials here in Ukraine. Joe?
Matt, we're also keeping an eye on the situation in Kherson, where civilians, they're still evacuating ahead of this expected Ukrainian counteroffensive. What's the latest there, and do we know what kind of defense Russian forces are planning to put up?
Yeah, we just heard from the head of the Ukrainian intelligence that even though we're seeing a lot of evacuations from Kherson, he says he believes that that's either a feint, sort of a diversionary tactic, or that it's actually just bringing civilians out of the city before the Russians anticipate a massive battle for Kherson. Kherson is a strategically important city. It is one of the first major urban areas that the Russians were able to take in the opening days of the invasion back in February. It's also a provincial capital of a province, an oblast, that the Russians have since annexed. So it's unclear exactly what's going on in Kherson. I've been speaking with some people who are there. They said that an eerie silence has descended over the city as the Russian soldiers have largely left. They've been replaced by recent conscripts from Russia, and it looks as though both sides are gearing up for a major, blistering battle for that town.
And Matt, you are there in Kyiv. Germany's president's supposed to be there today to meet with President Zelensky. What kind of support is Germany pledging right now?
Well, Olaf Scholz is here in town, and he's talking about a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. He's already looking ahead to rebuilding the country. The Marshall Plan, of course, was what the U.S. offered for Berlin and for Germany following World War II in order to keep the western part of Germany from falling into the hands of the Soviet Union and communist East Germany. So that is something that is very close to the Germans' heart, but it marks kind of a reversal for Olaf Scholz, the chancellor, who was noted and widely criticized in the opening days and days before the conflict for not really stepping up in the same way that other NATO leaders were in providing weapons and political support for Ukraine. So he's here now, and he's kind of recrafting his image as a champion of Kyiv. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Coming up, preparing for a fall COVID surge.
Yeah, with new variants popping up worldwide, the White House is taking new steps to get more Americans boosted. But we're learning about the plan up next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you have each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's get to some more international headlines now. At least 60 people are dead in Myanmar after an airstrike targeted a concert.
NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, hundreds of people were attending a concert that was organized by the Kachin, an ethnic minority group in Myanmar, when military aircrafts dropped bombs on them, killing at least 60 people, including the musicians who were performing, at least according to rescue workers and organizers. Now, the concert was marking the 62nd anniversary of the founding of the Kachin Independence Organization and was held at a base also used for military training by its armed wing. Let's go to Nablus in the occupied West Bank, where Israeli forces raided a stronghold of the so-called Lion's Den, a Palestinian armed group that Israel considers responsible for the recent fatal shooting of an Israeli soldier and several attempted attacks. 5 Palestinians were killed and 20 others were injured in the raid. Now let's get into Halloween mode by taking a look at this very special regatta in Belgium. On Sunday, brave Belgians hopped into giant pumpkins and took part in a relay race across a pond. Organizers say the event is meant to make good use of oversized pumpkins grown for competitions, but that's definitely a good trick and a treat for our eyes, guys.
Good multiple use of those giant pumpkins.
Yeah, really. I wonder what it's like in there. They must have to really like scoop it out.
Or they don't.
Yeah. Thanks, Claudio.
Today, President Biden is set to receive the updated COVID vaccine booster shot.
Yeah, according to the White House, the president will get the jab after announcing a series of new efforts to encourage Americans to take that updated shot. The move comes more than 3 months after the president tested positive for COVID, which is how long doctors recommend you wait to be boosted once you have had COVID.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now with more. So, Mike, what are you expecting to hear from the president today about this?
Well, Joe Savannah, if you're probably like me, when you got your booster, you just went down to your local pharmacy. You did this in private. The president, once again, for the 4th time, rolling up his sleeve before television cameras, before the entire country. Obviously, he's trying to lead by example and give sort of messaging around this important moment to really encourage Americans to do the same. Now, we know that the president had COVID just about 3 months ago. So it's interesting the timing of this. This is exactly really where the CDC guidance falls for people who do get COVID to wait to get that shot. But it comes at really the right time. The administration says 20 million people have gotten this booster so far, but they really want to see those numbers go up. And they say now, about a month before we start gathering for Thanksgiving, is the perfect time to get that vaccination, to have the maximum protection to keep you and your family safe around the holidays.
So, Mike, we know things got off to a slow start with the latest round of booster shots, and for a while it was only advised for people, with underlying conditions or of a certain age. I think now, as messaging is coming around, no, anybody should go get this. We are seeing this increase in people getting the shot. How does the White House plan to keep momentum on that and keep that messaging going that this is meant for everyone now?
Yeah, well, the president's going to be making some announcements along with getting the shot today. He's going to be announcing really a ramped up campaign by the Department of Health and Human Services to encourage Americans to get vaccinated. You're going to see that in the form of TV, radio, print ads targeting Black and Latino audiences, football and country music themed radio ads targeting rural populations. You're going to see other outreach across social media, but there's especially a focus on those vulnerable communities, seniors, people 65 and older. And so that's why you're also going to hear the president talk about campaigns, including pop-up vaccination clinics at places like nursing homes, community centers, to try to bring vaccines to where people are. The president and the White House making a statement saying it's really up to everybody to do their part, talking to their family and friends to ensure the country is as protected as possible. The message is simple: do not wait to get your updated vaccine. You're also going to hear some private businesses, pharmacies like CVS, Sam's Club, Walgreens, taking part in partnerships as well with discounts, other incentives to try to bring people into their stores to get shots as well.
Mike, we've seen several new COVID variants popping up globally that health experts are keeping an eye on right now. What plans does the White House have to address a potential winter surge, especially if a new variant comes in like Omicron did last year?
Yeah, the White House says they are monitoring these very closely. And also, I think what you're going to hear from the president today is an ask of Congress. Remember, the president requested an additional $20 billion in funding to deal with potentially future pandemics, to trace and track future variants of this. And Congress didn't give him that money. So we're heading into an election. The president's going to make the argument that we're in a much better place in terms of battling COVID than we were when he took office, but that he needs Congress to do more. And so this is going to be a big fight in the lame duck session of Congress to come.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike. Mike on doctor duty for us today.
Speaking of doctor duty, time for our weekly mental health check-in. This morning, we're taking a closer look at the impact of a nationwide Adderall shortage.
Yeah, that's right. Plus, you've also heard of that quiet quitting trend. Well, now employers are responding to a shift in workplace culture with what's being called quiet firing. We have tips on what you can do if you think it's happening to you. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more. She's the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, thanks so much for being with us. We love this segment. We appreciate your time. So the FDA recently announced this nationwide shortage of Adderall as manufacturers are struggling to keep up with demand. Tell us what happens when someone who needs Adderall is unable to get it. Is there anything that somebody can do to cope in the meantime?
Good morning, Savannah. So the issue with the ADHD medication shortage, Adderall, is that this has been going on for a few months now. The FDA announced ongoing limited shortages. This is because of manufacturing issues, labor shortages, and just increased demand. The important things to remember if this is affecting you are that there are options. Number one, consider a different pharmacy. The shortage may not be universal in your area. Number two, identify other interventions that work for you, cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, or other coping mechanisms. But most importantly, reach out to your doctor, talk about other options, certainly before stopping the medication, but also they may be able to prescribe a different dose that may be available. They may be able to prescribe a combination of medications. So very important to talk with your provider.
So, Doctor, we have talked about the Great Resignation, this trend of quiet quitting, and now we have this new term, quiet firing. So what is that? What are some of the signs of it? And how can employees and bosses work together to create a healthier environment at work?
Good morning, Joe. So quiet firing. The pandemic has created a lot of job uncertainty, both on the end of employers, but employees as well. So the answer, so to speak, for quiet quitting is the quiet firing, which is when your manager stops giving you certain assignments. They start to phase you out. You're not fired, but you're left off of important emails, for example. You're not invited to important meetings. Maybe sometimes you're put on a performance improvement plan. What do you do if this is happening to you? Well, number one, you can certainly speak to management and try to figure out what's happening, what can be changed. Number two, understand the new confines of these new assignments and see if you're willing or able to fit into those boundaries. And number three, remember there is always the option to pursue other interests. It can be demoralizing for not only the person it's happening to, for other workers. So it's important to address these issues immediately.
Absolutely. All right, doctor. Also, this is when we teased right at the top of the show. A new study shows smiling can make us feel happier, even if it's just a posed smile, even if you're forcing it, faking it. Walk us through this study. Why does a simple little smile lift our spirits?
Well, first of all, everybody just try it right now. You'll have part of the answer right there. But the process is known as facial feedback hypothesis. This idea that facial expressions may influence our emotional experience is an important concept. Researchers did a global study where they included over 3,800 participants that saw when the mouth moves in the direction of a smile. So they weren't told to smile, but to move their mouth in the direction of smile, they felt happier. Now, we're unsure about that mechanism. The belief is that the smile triggers neurons to signal the brain that we're happy, and then the hormones, the neurons start to catch up so that you actually do feel happy. It's not the answer to treatment for depression. It doesn't take the place of therapy, but just something that we can all implement on a daily basis that may really make a big difference in our lives.
Brighten the day of those around you, too.
Yeah, like also just move your mouth in the direction of a smile. We're not going to tell you to smile. Dr. Erica Edwards, thank you so much.
Dr. Erica Richards, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning News Now, carrying on a legacy and saving lives in the process.
Up next, we'll introduce you to a family who lost their son to cancer and have now channeled their loss into a lifelong mission to help others. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was
you
trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Let's get to financial headlines now, starting with yet another hiring freeze by a tech giant following recession concerns.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, Amazon is freezing hiring in parts of its web services division as it steps up cost-cutting efforts. The New York Post reports AWS has started telling some job candidates the positions they're seeking have been frozen. AWS is a highly profitable business, generating more than $60 billion in revenue last year. The move comes days after Amazon founder Jeff Bezos warned of a looming recession. Earlier this month, the New York Times reported Amazon would stop hiring new corporate employees in its retail and logistics operations. A group of Twitter employees have posted an open letter directed at Elon Musk and the board. Time magazine says they warned mass layoffs would be reckless. It comes on the heels of a report by the Washington Post that Musk wants to cut as much as 75% of Twitter's workforce. The letter also includes demands for management, such as fair severance policies and keeping existing benefits like remote work in place, which Musk has criticized. Musk could potentially close his deal to buy Twitter this week. The McRib is returning to McDonald's for what could be the last time. Now, the fast food giant says the sandwich will be available for a limited time for delivery or pickup on the app through November 20th. McDonald's website says get one while you can because this is the McRib farewell tour. The McRib last appeared on the menu in 2020 after an 8-year absence, guys.
A farewell tour. What does it think it is?
Farewell.
Share?
Apparently. I think some people feel similarly about the McRib as they do to Share, which I do not understand because that cannot be a real rib, but it's a story for later.
You got it.
Our next story honors one super little boy and his incredible legacy. Top story anchor Tom Yamas has been following his story for the last decade.
Yeah, through countless rounds of surgeries and cancer treatments, and even after his passing, Ty Campbell's bright spirit continues to shine and change lives.
Ty, that's great.
When I first met the Campbell family more than a decade ago, they knew the road for their son Ty would be hard.
Imagining that he wouldn't be there someday, you just don't know how you're going to go on. How are you going to live for your other child?
In 2010, when Ty was just 2 years old, doctors discovered a tumor on his brainstem.
I've been crying for what feels like an eternity. But in between my tears, I have an overwhelming sense of freedom.
Ty's mom, Cindy, starting a blog, sharing the family's roller coaster ride of treatments and therapies. What kept the family going? Ty's smile and words of support from families all over the world.
We read the comments to Ty because it makes him happy.
But after 20 surgeries and more than 200 nights in the hospital,
today we were told that there are no more treatment options for Ty, that his MRI Saturday night shows progressive leptomeningeal disease in 3 different areas.
The family celebrating Ty Lewis Campbell's life through a foundation in his name.
It was just a simple question one day that I asked him when he was really not doing well. I asked him, what do you want to do when you get all better? And he just said, I'm going to jump in a muddy puddle. And it was just the simplest thing, and it stuck with me forever because I thought as a grown-up, that'd be the last thing on our minds.
The result of that question? The Muddy Puddles Project, one of several ways the Campbells have raised money for pediatric cancer research, along with celebrating Ty's legacy.
Let's celebrate the idea that these kids can have fun and do these great activities in honor of those that can't.
Over the last 10 years, the Ty Lewis Campbell Foundation has raised more than $2 million for cancer research projects. The Campbell family working to help fill a critical funding gap for childhood cancer.
Even though he's not here to witness it, I feel that he is watching and loving this year after year, every moment of it.
Wants to jump in a muddy puddle. That's just incredible. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report. And if you're interested in donating to the Ty Lewis Campbell Foundation, you can go to the tlcfoundation.org.
Great legacy. Coming up, from the war zone to the open fields.
Yeah, nearly a dozen lions rescued from Ukraine, now given a safe space to roam free in the United States. We'll take a look at the months of work that went into saving them. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning out. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. It's looking more and more like Halloween isn't just for the kids or even nostalgic adults anymore. A whole lot of pet owners are planning to dress up their furry friends this year. In fact, 79% of them. That's according to a recent survey from online pet care company Rover. That number seems very high. 54% say they plan to bring their puppy along for trick-or-treating. The same survey found that the most popular pooch costumes are inspired by trending pop culture, including movie characters and performers. Naturally, the pups won't be alone in their spooky stylings. A little more than half of dog owners say they plan to wear a matching or complementary costume, which I think is the only way you can actually make that work. I want to know if someone's trying to dress up their cat at all.
Yeah. Can I tell you something? Not this dog owner.
Oh, come on.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
And what a nice excuse for all those cute pictures. All right, finally this hour, these kings of the jungle are a long way from home. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa takes a look at how a pride of lions from war-torn Ukraine have found their new home in Colorado.
Nestled in the rolling fields of southern Colorado, protective pens house the pride of Ukraine, these kings of the jungle, traumatized by the worst of what humans inflict on each other.
We're saving these animals from war.
Oh, absolutely. Everything to the right is all theirs.
Wild animal sanctuary owner Pat Craig coordinated the May mission into Ukraine to rescue 11 lions from an Odessa zoo and the Russian bombs falling around it.
You realize that there's a life in there that's probably suffering greatly.
Escorted by armed ex-military, a team loaded the lions into crates and escaped the country. 600 miles, first to Moldova, then Romania, through Qatar. Finally, a flight to Dallas and a caravan to Colorado. Months of work for this moment, releasing the big cats into their new home.
How are they doing?
They're doing amazingly well.
A key reason why this place is such a haven for these lions, the room to roam. At close to 10,000 acres, staff say this is the largest carnivore sanctuary in the world. Their recovering confidence clear at mealtime.
What does that say about kind of the strength of their spirit?
That's the most endearing part of dealing with large carnivores. Their core ability and tenacity to stick it out gives us inspiration to want to do the same thing.
The pride of Ukraine, rescued and roaming free. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Springfield, Colorado.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, triple threat. A combination of flu, COVID cases, and a respiratory virus are already putting a strain on hospitals this fall. It's causing concern among doctors who worry the situation could get worse in the winter.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
We're surging, meaning we're bringing patients into areas of the hospital that we never used before.
What you need to know to stay safe this winter and what public officials are doing to try and stop the spread. A new era. The United Kingdom has a new prime minister this morning. Rishi Sunak has become the next leader of Britain, ending weeks of political turmoil that led to the resignation of Liz Truss. We'll break down what Sunak's ascension means for the UK, and how he plans to tackle the challenges facing the country. Under fire, Adidas ends its relationship with Kanye West after a string of anti-Semitic comments. We'll have the latest on the pressure the sportswear giant was facing because of its deal with the polarizing artist. And we'll take a look at the growing concern over anti-Semitism across the U.S. And strength in numbers. The issues affecting Latino voters are gaining more importance with each election. This morning, we'll take you to Florida, where the minority vote could have a major impact on the crucial midterm races there. Talking plenty about the election here in the coming weeks, including later this hour.
Yeah, exactly. 2 weeks from today, but people voting across the country already.
Exactly. Millions already. We're going to begin, though, first with the growing concern this morning over that triple-demic that could affect children this winter.
Yeah, we're already seeing a spike in flu cases and a surge in a respiratory virus impacting children. Now we're being warned about a potential new wave of COVID cases. Pediatric hospitals in some states are reporting they just don't have enough hospital beds to keep up. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Rhode Island, where they've been hard hit. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. This children's hospital in Rhode Island is operating at 125% capacity. It's using parts of the facility that it's never used before. And half of the young patients in its ICU have the respiratory illness, RSV.
This morning, concerns of a potential triple-demic are growing. The flu, RSV, and COVID ramping up earlier than expected.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
Rhode Island, Delaware, Maine, and Washington, D.C. now reporting more than 90% of their pediatric hospital beds are full. Several other states between 80 and 90%. Many patients battling RSV, the common respiratory illness that's usually like a simple cold, but can be very serious in children under 2.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
In Providence, Hasbro Children's Hospital is now at 125% capacity. Extra patients staying in the emergency department while they wait for available beds to be admitted.
It's unprecedented, and because of that, it's sort of in a whole new world right now. We are trying to manage the sickest of the patients right now and let people know that if they're coming in with more minor complaints, that they might have to wait for a while.
As for the flu, pharmacy giant Walgreens now says activity at its clinics is more than 10 times higher than it was last season, and that it's doubled in just the past 2 weeks.
We're seeing it in the cities in the South, and we're seeing it move a lot faster than we have in the past.
All of it weighing on parents across the country.
He was having a hard time breathing.
In South Carolina, Corey Robertson's newborn son had RSV and was on a ventilator to help him breathe.
I was very scared. You know, he's 7 weeks old, so I definitely had fear that I haven't really felt before, just the unknown.
Today, President Biden is set to get his Omicron COVID booster shot as public health officials urge Americans to make sure that their COVID and flu shots are up to date to potentially ease the strain on hospitals like this one in the coming months. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Earlier on the Today Show, White House COVID response coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha joined Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. He discussed all these health concerns and how public health officials are responding.
Looking at these overflowing hospitals, we're calling it a triple-demic. How concerned are you about the moment that we're in right now?
Yeah, so, it is concerning. We have 3 respiratory viruses that are circulating and all of them going up. We have RSV, we have flu, we have SARS-CoV-2 or COVID. The good news here is that we've got terrific vaccines against 2 of them, both influenza vaccines as well as new updated COVID shots. If people got those 2, they can really keep them out of the hospital, prevent them from getting seriously ill. That will make an enormous difference in keeping healthcare capacity under control and really helping people get through the winter ahead. So I'm actually pretty confident our vaccines are going to hold up really well. The brand new COVID vaccines are going to hold up well. If you're relying on your old vaccine from 9 months ago or an infection from a year ago, that's probably not going to be good enough. That's where we are with COVID for a vast majority of people. For most people, this is now a once-a-year shot. So what I've been encouraging people is you go get your flu shot, you go get your COVID shot. It's going to make a big difference as you go into the holiday season.
And because there's no vaccine for RSV, Dr. Jha recommends that parents and caregivers take proper precautions, like avoid having your children around other sick kids and avoid play dates if another child is showing symptoms or feeling sick.
Turning overseas now, Britain has a new prime minister this morning. It's third in just 7 weeks. Rishi Sunak was invited to form a government after meeting with King Charles. Earlier, Sunak now faces the daunting task of uniting a fractured Conservative Party and tackling the country's ongoing economic crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London with more on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in his first speech as Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak called this country's economic problems profound. He's going to have to make spending cuts in government. He promised to make those difficult decisions with compassion, but also admitted that he has a lot of work to do to earn back the public's trust after what has been months, really, of chaos.
Rishi Sunak is therefore elected as leader of the Conservative Party.
A history-making moment amid the chaos of British politics. The country's first British Indian Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, meeting with King Charles this morning. Britain's new leader is the third Prime Minister this year and facing a massive challenge. The pound sharply down against the dollar, inflation surging, and borrowing costs through the roof.
There is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity.
At 42, Sunak is the youngest British leader in more than 200 years and the country's first leader of color. A former finance minister, he's won praise for his economic policies.
Borrowing your way out of inflation isn't a plan, it's a fairy tale.
But he's expected to oversee huge spending cuts to balance the books, an unpopular move, especially given his wealthy background. The son of Indian immigrants, Sunak was educated at Oxford, then Stanford, going on to earn millions as a banker and marrying the daughter of a billionaire Indian tech giant.
It's always going to be a problem for the Conservative Party being seen as the party of the rich.
Sunak's predecessor, Liz Truss, lasted only 44 days in office, pushed out after her economic plans blew up Britain's finances. Her predecessor, Boris Johnson, forced to quit after a series of scandals. The British public totally fed up.
I think we're all laughing stock now.
What an absolute farce all this stuff is.
But with no election until January 2025, many voters just hope Sunak won't be as bad as his predecessors.
Richie is not an angel, not by any stretch of imagination, but is the best of the lot.
And along with all of those domestic issues, there is, of course, the war in Ukraine. The UK is the second largest military donor after the United States. But the question now is, will this fiscally conservative prime minister keep that money flowing? Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
We're learning new details this morning about a deadly mass shooting at a high school in St. Louis. Investigators now say the 19-year-old gunman was a former student at the Performing Arts School where he opened fire yesterday morning. 3 people were killed, including the gunman, who died after a shootout with police. NBC News correspondent Emily Teta joined us now from St. Louis. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Central Visual and Performing Arts High School remains closed this morning, as well as another school neighboring building, after 2 people were gunned down here and several others hospitalized with injuries. This behind me, an all too familiar picture. Balloons, notes, and flowers lining this school building turned crime scene.
This morning, another community traumatized and heartbroken by a school shooting that killed a teacher and sophomore. A local news chopper capturing the terrifying scene as hundreds of students and staff scrambled to safety.
We're going to report that the shots being fired from room 309.
The chaos unfolding just as the school day was getting underway at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis, Missouri.
We started hearing glass breaking from the outside and gunshots outside the door.
Freshman Adrian Bolden, like many desperate students, barricaded doors and eventually escaped through a classroom window.
Are you hurt?
Frightened parents on the other end of phone calls, helpless.
Just to hear my baby cry like that and I can't be there to help her, that like really hurt me.
Some students coming face to face with the 19-year-old gunman who police have identified as Orlando Harris, a recent graduate of the school with no criminal history. He died in the hospital after a shootout with officers.
Me and him made eye contact, and I'm glad I made it out because his gun got jammed.
Among the victims, 61-year-old Jean Kuska, a longtime health and gym teacher who wrote on the school's website, "I cannot imagine myself in any other career but teaching." Also, teenage sophomore Alexandria Bell, her family, including 8 siblings, saying she loved to dance.
She was everything to me. No matter how I felt, I can talk to her, and it was all right. That was my baby.
Police say the toll could have been much worse if officers had not arrived within minutes and confronted the suspect, who was armed with a long gun and loads of ammunition.
This could have been much worse. The individual had almost a dozen 30-round high-capacity magazines on him.
At this point, do we know how the shooter got into the school?
Hey there, Joe. I think I lost you there, but I will tell you this. According to authorities, the school had metal detectors, security guards, and locked doors, which police say did help slow the gunman down, but they would not reveal how he still managed to get inside. Investigators did collect evidence from the suspect's car and are looking into whether he suffered from some kind of mental illness. Joe, I'll add the ATF and the FBI are on the ground here assisting with the investigation.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Now, there are just 2 weeks left until the midterm elections, and millions of Americans have already cast their ballots in early voting. Meanwhile, candidates are stepping up their campaigns, making those last-minute arguments to win over voters. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a closer look at where some of those campaigns stand.
Good morning. Officially now 2 weeks to go until Election Day, and we're looking at key races across the country, including in Pennsylvania in that race for Senate. And tonight, what could be a make-or-break moment in a debate, the first and only one set there, as people in critical states are starting to vote early, and our new polling shows polarization is off the charts.
Call it a keystone clash today in Pennsylvania in a race that could tip the balance of power in the Senate. Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz face-to-face in the first and only debate against Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who's downplaying expectations after a stroke 5 months ago that affected his speech, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer, "I fully expect that we're going to miss some words and at times maybe looking for the right word." That debate set for tonight, coming after another overnight in Florida, where the firebrand Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, is widely speculated to be looking past November to 2024 and a possible White House run. His opponent, former Governor Charlie Crist, trailing in the polls.
Yes or no, Ron? Will you serve a full 4-year term if you're reelected governor of Florida? It's not a tough question.
The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
2 weeks out from Election Day, and across the country, people are interested, really interested, with a new NBC News poll showing 70% of registered voters raring to cast their ballots, the highest number of any midterm campaign in the history of our poll. Republicans more enthusiastic than Democrats, 78 to 69%. But right now, stunning polarization. 80% of voters think the other side poses an existential threat to the country. President Biden, in a kind of pep talk from party headquarters, laying out the stakes.
Everybody wants to make it a referendum, but it's a choice between two vastly different visions for America.
Those competing visions on display in the critical state of Nevada, where the closely watched Senate race could help determine which party controls that chamber next year.
I know what this fight is about.
Incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto narrowly trailing Republican Adam Laxalt, who's arguing the country's off track with Democrats in charge.
Every single area of regular life for working class Nevadans is heading the wrong direction.
The economy and cost of living, the biggest motivating factor for a third of voters.
Can I get a job? Can I pay for my home? Can I pay my rent?
As for the top issues that matter right now, about a third of Democrats say it's threats to democracy, with dozens of Republican election deniers on ballots. And about a third of Republicans say their top issue, jobs and the economy, with 2 weeks to go now in the countdown until Election Day. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Yeah, which means Michelle Grossman is back with us to tell us more about how it feels like winter already. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, really cold out west. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s to 50s. Certainly cold enough to snow in some spots into the 30s. We're at the freezing mark in some spots. So we're going to see snow in the Cascades and northern Rockies. This is back behind a really powerful cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. Ahead of this front, we're so above normal in terms of temperature. So feeling like spring in portions of the Ohio Valley, the east, with temperatures in the 70s and some spots close to 80 degrees in the Ohio Valley. So this is where the front is located. Easy to see on radar. radar, stretching from Chicago through the Mississippi Valley into the south. We're seeing heavy rain where you see those brighter colors is where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and even seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder on the tail end of this cold front. And that's going to be a concern as we go throughout this Tuesday, because we have a lot of Gulf moisture that it's interacting with, and we're going to see the potential for some severe weather. We had severe weather last night in portions of eastern Texas, also Oklahoma. We had wind reports, also hail reports, and that's what we're expecting again today, but could see a tornado or two. So the setup for today, we're looking at snow showers in portions of the Rockies. We could see higher elevation snow, more than that in terms of 8 inches or more. And then we're looking at that severe storm, the severe storms in portions of the south, feeling like spring in the Northeast, and also looking at kind of a cloudy, drizzly day in portions of the Northeast. We have fog this morning, so not the brightest of days. That's really not going to clear out until Thursday. But if you're in portions of the south, in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, we're looking at in Alabama, we're looking at the potential for some strong to severe storms, 8 million people at risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could certainly cause damage on its own. A chance for a few tornadoes, so we'll watch that very closely this afternoon. And also the chance of some hail, like we saw yesterday, that could cause damage as well. Now, heavy rainfall is falling along this front. It will continue to do that as it moves east. And where you see the yellows and the oranges, that's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. Chicago, you could see heavy rain. Peoria, St. Louis, Springfield, you need the umbrellas as you head out on this Tuesday. This is good news, though, for many. We are in a drought situation, the second driest October on record in Indianapolis. We've only had 0.09 inches of rain. Same story in Cincinnati, the fourth driest. So they will take any rain they can get as we head throughout this Tuesday. It's windy, too, along this front. Ahead of this front, 29 million people impacted by a wind advisory. We could see winds gusting up to 45, 50 miles per hour, even up to 60 within some storms. So leaves are still on the trees. The ground will be wet. That could bring down some power lines as we go throughout today. Weather whiplash in terms of temperatures. These are the highs yesterday. International Falls, 70 degrees. Minneapolis, 70. That was 16 degrees above normal, 74 in Cedar Rapids. But look what happens as we go throughout that day. That cold front's going to sweep away those warm temperatures. We're looking at temperatures so much cooler today. 53 only in Minneapolis, just 41 in International Falls. Cedar Rapids dropping 24 degrees to 50 degrees, 57 in Kansas City. So we'll be warm today in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, portions of the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. Temperatures climbing into the 70s, 77 degrees in Cincinnati. That's 15 degrees above normal. 78 in Toledo, 77 in London. And then we're going to kind of sweep through, too, as we head throughout tomorrow. And we're looking at temperatures only in the 60s in Pittsburgh. Back to you guys.
All right, lots of ups and downs coming. Yeah, thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
And coming up on Morning News Now, new developments this morning.
Adidas is now severing ties with Kanye West after the rapper's string of anti-Semitic remarks. We'll have reaction to that and a look at the rise of anti-Semitism across the U.S. when we come back.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility.
Like this one.
And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. A series of anti-Semitic remarks made by Kanye West is sparking widespread backlash against the rapper turned business mogul.
Yeah, the artist's recent controversies have called into question his relationship with Adidas, but now they too are cutting ties. This morning, the sports company announced they're ending their partnership with Ye. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now on set with the latest. This just broke this morning. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. You know, Kanye West is one of the most successful musicians of all time, but it's what he has been saying offstage that has him in hot water again. Over the past few weeks, he's repeatedly made anti-Semitic comments in interviews and on social media, and companies and celebrities are cutting ties.
Breaking news this morning. Adidas confirming it is ending its lucrative partnership with Kanye West, now known as Ye. The company saying in a statement, Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. The rap star made a series of anti-Semitic comments. The brand has been under fire for its association with West. West doubling down on his anti-Semitic messages overnight.
It's genocide and population control that Black people are in today in America that is promoted by the music and the media that Black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off.
This past weekend, a group of neo-Nazi demonstrators hung a banner from an overpass in L.A. showing their support for West's comments. His ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, tweeting, "I stand together with the Jewish community and call on the terrible violence and hateful rhetoric towards them to come to an immediate end." The company has not released specific sales numbers from its Yeezy line, but industry analysts estimate it brings in up to $2 billion a year, around 10% of Adidas' total sales. Amid all the controversy, the company released its latest Yeezy Boost sneaker over the weekend. Kanye's partnerships with legendary fashion house Balenciaga and The Gap both ending in recent weeks. On Monday, the talent agency CAA said it dropped West as a client, and a production company is shelving a new documentary about him. But the musician and designer refusing to back down, even taunting Adidas in a recent podcast.
I could say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? Now what?
Business analysts suspect, guys, that because of the financial impact this is going to have, that slowed down this decision. They're going to lose upwards of $240 million by just the end of this year. And also Adidas has seen its stock price dip. They've got stock piling up around the world because demand has dropped in China and here in the U.S.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate that report.
Welcome unfolding this morning. Thank you.
And let's keep the conversation going now with Oren Siegel. He is the vice president of the Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism. Oren, thank you so much for joining us. So we know Adidas just cut ties with Kanye West this morning. This is after several days of silence. In a tweet yesterday, the ADL wrote, "The longer Adidas is silent on Ye's anti-Semitism, the more his racist rhetoric becomes normalized." Why do you think it took so long for Adidas to act, and what's your reaction to them finally taking this step?
So it's unclear what took them so long, but what we do feel is that this is a positive outcome. It illustrates that there are consequences to anti-Semitism. And frankly, we're heartened by the fact that so many celebrities, influencers, other brands joined us in the call for Adidas to take action. So it took a little longer than we had expected, but we need to understand that this is ultimately a positive outcome and that anti-Semitism was responded to.
What kind of message does this send? What impact does it have? What does it really mean when these brands, these businesses, these companies break ties? What does that say when they refuse to work with him?
You know, we're in a moment in time in this country and frankly around the world where anti-Semitism and all forms of hate seem to be on, the front of the news every single day. And so it requires a whole of society approach to push back against that hatred. History will remember what people did in the face of hatred, how they responded, and not simply the hatred itself. So it's important for companies and people to use their voice to stop the normalization of anti-Semitism and hate.
I mean, Oren, do you see any path forward for Kanye West moving forward from this? Is there any way he could come back? Is there any way he could make things right?
I mean, right now it's difficult to see that pathway since he continues to double down on his anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He doesn't seem to want to be accountable or even understand the impact of his words. But maybe with time, maybe with some education, with some reflection, maybe this person can turn it around. But right now, I think it's important to, amplify those who are speaking out against anti-Semitism, against Kanye West, and not allow his words to sort of win the day.
All right, Oren Siegel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate having you on this morning.
Yeah, important conversation. Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, up for grabs. The Latino vote is in play for both parties in the midterm elections.
When we come back, we're going to take you to Florida, where Latino voters hold more sway than the tightest races than ever before.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Welcome back. Pennsylvania Senate candidates Dr. Mehmet Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman are gearing up for a debate showdown 2 weeks before the midterms.
Yeah, the two will square off tonight in their first and only debate, and many voters will be watching the highly anticipated contest, including suburban women who say they're waiting for the debate to make their decision. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania with more. Hey, Dasha, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Look, in this high stakes and very tight race, any number of factors could tip the scales. And there are a few key voting blocks that both of these candidates have really been targeting. One of those, suburban women, as you mentioned there. We spent some time in a blue county and in a red county talking to suburban women. We spent some time at a dance studio and a gymnastics studio. And here's what we learned. As election season tumbles toward the finish line in suburban Philadelphia, the kids at Upper Merion Dance and Gymnastics Center are flying and falling with abandon. But their moms worry about what happens when no one's there to catch them.
Inflation, it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids.
Philadelphia suburbs like Montgomery County are the new battleground. Once Republican strongholds, they helped put Biden in the White House in 2020. But now they're up for grabs again, with issues like the economy and crime top of mind.
Safety in not only education, but regular life. Huge concern with little kids.
Both Senate candidates targeting their messaging towards women here. Republican Dr. Oz stoking those fears about crime.
Deal with the crime and drugs that are creating lawlessness in the southeast of Pennsylvania.
And Democrat John Fetterman hanging his hopes on abortion access.
Woman, that is a choice that belongs to you and that should have always belonged to you.
How big of a factor is abortion in terms of what you do with your vote?
I'm certainly more pro-choice. I don't know if it's the top issue, but it is one of the more important issues for me.
What do you look for in a candidate?
For me, it's mostly the social issues, and having someone that's a true leader isn't pandering to their base.
Cindy is leaning Democratic, but hasn't made up her mind yet on the Senate race. Many we talked to were still undecided, like Montea.
I just want to make my best decision. Because I didn't make the best decision years ago. So
what do you mean by that?
I feel like I voted for the wrong person.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump, one reason why Democrats need to win big in places like Montgomery County to balance out losses among rural voters and former Union Democrats in places like Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Amy Janoski, a mom of two we met at Joan Harris Dance Studio, is part of that shift.
But you were registered as a Democrat.
I am a registered Democrat.
You're registered as a Democrat now.
Mm-hmm.
But you're more interested in sort of more conservative candidates at this point.
Yes, I am.
It's similar issues that have parents' heads spinning here. But Luzerne County could land on a different result. Take Ariane, mom to a ballerina who's worried about safety.
I honestly believe Fetterman would be more of the same. I don't think he's going to be a tough on crime politician, which is what we need right now.
For these women, the outcome of this election is personal.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah.
What's your message to people in Washington right now on both sides of the aisle about what that experience is like? What do you want them to know about what life is like right now?
Don't forget about us.
Guys, these women are going to be watching this debate tonight very closely. Several of them still undecided. And on the eve of the debate yesterday, the Fetterman campaign sent out a memo about what to expect at tonight's debate. And they seem to be seeking to lower expectations for their candidate. They said, quote, "We'll admit this isn't John's format," saying if we're all being honest, Oz clearly comes into Tuesday night with a built-in advantage. They also called the circumstances of the debate unprecedented, referencing the closed captioning that Fetterman will need to use because of his lingering auditory processing challenges. And they closed the memo saying that, quote, "John will win this race even if he doesn't win the debate." Guys, Joe, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, we know you'll be watching. Thank you so much. Now, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is looking to the Latino community to support him in this year's midterm election.
Governor DeSantis is in a closely watched race with former Governor Charlie Crist. The two debated over key issues last night, including immigration, abortion, and the economy. Now, Telemundo and NBC LX polling shows DeSantis could have a majority of Latino support.
And we have NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky joining us here in studio for a look at these numbers. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. So let's talk about that poll. Why are we seeing more Latinos support DeSantis? Do the numbers look to you like a general shift to the right, or what does this mean?
Republicans have made gains kind of across the entire spectrum. But in particular, the DeSantis gains really were built during COVID, and he's built on that since then. He's got buy-in from Hispanic voters in Florida. Right now, specifically, we're looking at numbers here. I mean, even his issue of moving migrants from Texas to Massachusetts, he has buy-in on that issue as well. But on the top ticket item, who are you going to vote for this fall? DeSantis has a 7-point lead on his Democratic opponent, Charlie Crist, and his approvals are even higher than that, meaning even some people who plan to vote for Charlie Crist support what DeSantis is doing in office.
It's important to know Latinos are not a homogenous voting group, and the Telemundo polling shows that different heritage groups vote in different ways. So what are some of the differences you're seeing in that polling?
Yeah, I mean, you say not a monolith, especially in Florida. You look at Arizona, California, Texas, largely dominated by Mexican Americans. But in Florida, you've got about a third of them from Cuba, about a third of them from Puerto Rico, and about a third from other countries, largely in Central and South America. And really, these breaks show that, I mean, Cubans are all in on DeSantis. They are ride or die plus 50 points. But you look at everyone else, the rest of the state, and they do break to the left. But that Cuban advantage is so strong. And Republican gains, especially in, again, a lot of a growing base from Venezuela, Nicaragua, other countries that were dominated by socialist or communist countries, he is making gains largely, it looks like right now, more than Democrats can overcome.
Wow. No, I know also this morning we have new numbers on the Senate race between Marco Rubio and Val Demings, potentially a change in Miami-Dade. Tell us what those numbers are showing.
Yeah, so again, this almost mirrors what we see for the election for the governor's race. Marco Rubio +7 likely Hispanic voters in Florida. And what's interesting here is that those numbers are actually identical to what we're seeing in South Florida specifically. Miami-Dade hasn't gone for a Republican in 20 years. Rubio and DeSantis and Republicans are pledging to win Miami-Dade for the first time, and that would be a really big blow to Democrats in Florida.
And you're also getting some numbers that deal with some of these social issues that are getting so much attention in Florida, especially because Governor DeSantis has been pushing some of these issues.
Yeah, we talked about those controversial migrant flights, but we also polled on the issue of the Parental Rights Act, teaching about sexual issues in elementary schools, dubbed by critics the Don't Say Gay bill. This was also popular among Florida Hispanic voters, +13 on this one. 54% say they approve it. So what does it tell us? It either tells us that there is a major shift happening in the southeast part of the country, or it may just tell us that Ron DeSantis is building a brand and people are following him.
That's certainly something to watch for now and in the future. Noah Pransky, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming by.
Coming up, is the risk of a recession mounting for the economy? We'll tell you what Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen thinks is ahead next.
Plus, when we come back, we'll talk with one of this year's winners about how her work is making an impact on the stories surrounding climate change after the break.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Out.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an exclusive interview with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yeah, the former Fed chair sat down with NBC News senior business analyst and host of the 11th Hour on MSNBC, Stephanie Ruhle, to discuss the state of our economy ahead of next month's midterms. And we are pleased to say that Stephanie Ruhle is here with us in studio now. Steph, great to be here. Thanks for coming by. Congrats on this interview. Of course, we're all wondering, we would love to hear from the former Fed chair on inflation. When does she think this could cool? What happened in this interview?
Well, I mean, listen, she's in a situation right now where the Biden administration needs to be walking the walk and talking the talk. You and I both know the economy is, for many voters, the #1 issue, and inflation is on everyone's minds. So I asked her, where are we headed? She believes we are on the path for inflation to go down, but let's be honest, it's definitely not the fast track. Here's what she said.
I have confidence that inflation will come down over the next year or two. So I believe that what they're doing will work.
Do you believe it's peaked?
So I'm not positive. I don't want to forecast month by month inflation numbers. The most recent data suggests we still have inflation that's unacceptably high, but there are good indications earlier in the pipeline that inflation will come down.
It seems like we are on that trail, but for people who are going to vote in 2 weeks from today, you heard it in your last segment, right? People are struggling to pay their bills, and while she can remind us, remember where we were 2 years ago in the middle of a pandemic, a much worse place, and we've done significantly better. It's tough for people to remember that because they're having a hard time.
And then the other issue people are thinking of is, can we fight inflation without sending us into a recession? Is that what's on the horizon? What did she have to say about it?
Listen, she certainly hopes it's not, but every day we hear from another business leader warning that could be the case. She reminds us, though, while inflation is very high, unemployment is very low, and that could save us. Watch this.
When you have a 3.5% unemployment rate and have had over 300,000 jobs a month for the last 3 or 4 months or longer, that is not what most people think of as a recession. I think inflation will come down. People will feel better about the economy as that occurs. And I have
so no recession.
I can't rule out the risk of one, but as I said, I believe there is a path toward bringing inflation down in the context of a strong labor market.
So there you have it. I mean, she's on a high wire right now because this could be the thing that sinks Democrats in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Well, that's exactly what I want to ask about is that a top concern for them right now? And also, any indication on what she's feeling for herself 2 weeks from now?
Well, listen, there has been a lot of buzz out there. Could she step down after the midterms? It's a possibility. And if Democrats do lose 2 weeks from now, many people are asking, will the president's economic team have to shoulder some of that blame? Remember, Janet Yellen herself, as well as the majority of the administration a year ago, said, oh, inflation is short term. It won't be here that long.
Right.
So we have to wonder, did they make the best decisions given that they miscalculated what was to come? She says they're going to keep it slow and steady. The administration has done a lot to address inflation. And, you know, just last week, the president announced releasing oil reserves to try to lower the price of gas. That Inflation Reduction Act, which just got signed, is going to lower energy prices, healthcare costs, which are huge positives. Here's the problem. They're going to take a while to happen. And they don't have time.
Yeah, not 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, not 14 days. That's
Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great interview.
Thank you. And let's stay on financial headlines now and start with comments from Intel's CEO about the new U.S. ban on chip exports to China.
CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe Savannah, Intel CEO says it was only a matter of time before the U.S. government tightened technology restrictions on China. Earlier this month, the Commerce Department announced new curbs on exports of semiconductors and the equipment to make those chips in the interest of national security. Speaking at a Wall Street Journal conference, Pat Gelsinger says the rebalancing of supply chains is critical. Gelsinger was a leader backer of the CHIPS Act, which passed Congress this summer. It provides more than $50 billion in subsidies to build or expand chip plants here in the U.S. Jamie Dimon says world politics are more concerning to him than the possibility of a recession in this country. The J.P. Morgan CEO making the comments at an investment conference in Saudi Arabia. Dimon citing the war in Ukraine and tensions between the U.S. and China. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon says it will be difficult to get out of embedded inflation without an economic slowdown. Apple is raising the subscription price for Apple TV Plus and Apple Music and the Apple One bundle package. It's the first time the company has raised prices for those services in the U.S. Apple Music will increase by $1 to $10.99 a month or by $10 to $109 a year. Apple TV is going up by $2 a month to $6.99 or $20 to $69 a year. Apple says the change to Apple Music is due to rising costs to license songs.
All right. Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tonight, some of the world's top climate journalists will showcase the most pressing stories impacting our environment during a special presentation hosted by today's Al Roker and our own Savannah Sellers.
By me, that's right. The show Burning Questions, covering climate now, highlights the work of 23 journalists who are recognized for their reporting on climate change across various mediums, including television, internet, newspapers, you name it. This morning, we're joined by Shannon Osaka. She's a reporter with the Washington Post who won the Emerging Journalist Award. Shannon, good morning. First off, congratulations. This is my second year getting to talk with the emerging journalists, which is very exciting for me. So I appreciate you coming on with us this morning. So talk to us about what you feel has been your most important or consequential story to date when it comes to climate change.
Oh, that's a great question. I think one of my most consequential stories is a piece that I did on France and something that they call the Citizens Climate Convention. So basically what they did is they invited 150 random citizens to come to the French government and to help them figure out how to make decisions about climate change. And it was very interesting because it got to a lot of questions about how do we decarbonize the economy? How do we do it in a democratic way? And in sort of a quintessentially French fashion, all of those 150 French citizens got in a lot of fights with Macron, the president, about what they wanted to do for climate change. So that was a pretty interesting story I got to do.
So, Shannon, I mean, it could be argued in general the issue of climate change is underreported. But within that, in your opinion, what's the most underreported climate issue impacting us right now?
I mean, I think that what is underreported is climate solutions. I think that we've gotten to a point where a lot of people are covering all of the extreme weather events that we're suffering, the floods, et cetera, the droughts, the heat waves, but we still need to explain to people that we do have climate solutions. They are available. And the question is whether we're implementing them, whether we're building clean energy, whether we're shifting over to electric cars. Those stories, I think, are still underreported at a lot of the major outlets. And, you know, we're shifting in that direction. Journalism is changing, but it needs to change much faster.
Shannon, also, I want to, if we can also look at the big picture here, and I know that this is sort of what we're trying to tackle with this special, is that a lot of times climate-related stories can sometimes seem too big or too depressing maybe, or too far away from home for somebody to really understand the impact that it could have in your own backyard. But I know you have a different outlook when it comes to your reporting in terms of it being too tough to tackle. What is it that, how is it that you see this and that you think that your reporting stands out in that way for something that readers can take away?
Well, I think one of the really important things that we've learned just about the psychology of climate change is that people, when you tell people this really scary information, what they want to know is, okay, what can I do? What can I personally do to make a difference? How can I get involved? And so what I try to do in my reporting is to say, okay, here are all the different pathways that you personally can take, whether that's installing a heat pump in your house so that you're connected to heat and cooling by electricity, whether that's getting an electric vehicle, whether that's participating in climate protests. All of these individual actions, and you know, we know that individual action is not going to save us from climate change, right? We need systemic change. But I think for readers, it's very important for them to be able to say, okay, here's what I can do personally. Here's something that will help me, so that it doesn't just feel like it's all despairing, there's no hope whatsoever.
Yeah, that solutions-oriented coverage is so important. Shannon, thank you so much. So excited. Last year, I was very proud to dub these the Oscars of climate change, and so I'm very excited to see them again. And congratulations to one of our winners. And you can watch Burning Questions covering climate now, hosted by, again, myself and our friend Al Roker. It's at 8 o'clock tonight on the World YouTube channel, it's called, as well as on the World channel on TV.
Coming up, remembering an icon.
Yeah, actor Leslie Jordan died yesterday at the age of 67. This morning, we're taking a look back at the life and legacy of the Emmy Award-winning actor whose life off the screen was just as full as the one on it. That's up next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're back with some news that Swifties are sure to celebrate. Taylor Swift's new album is already smashing all sorts of records, some of which were her own, by the way, just days after it came out. Midnights is now the only album in the past 5 years to sell more than 1 million copies, and it reached that record in just 3 days. Interestingly, nearly half of the total sales were in vinyl. After just a single day, Midnights had the biggest week for a vinyl album since at least 1991. Now, critics say some of those numbers can be traced to people buying multiple editions, but in case you're wondering, the last album to reach 1 million sales was A Reputation, which also was by Taylor Swift back in 2017, and that whole critics multiple,
How many editions did you buy?
Well, yeah, we don't have to get personal about it, but my point is, yeah, people love it so much they're willing to collect. Also, that speaks to her marketing genius, that there are the different versions.
Got it.
Go on.
I think she deflected there. All right.
Yeah, because there's different colors. You need them all. All right. This morning, friends and family are mourning the loss of Leslie Jordan.
The Emmy Award-winning actor died Monday after his car crashed into a tree in Hollywood. Jordan was best known for playing the conniving Beverly Leslie on Will and Grace, but he became a social media sensation, posting videos during the pandemic. His agent says he likely suffered, quote, some sort of medical emergency, which caused him to lose control of his vehicle. Jordan was 67 years old. For more on his legacy, we are joined by NBC Out reporter Alexander Casala. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, like, obviously we know him from Will and Grace, but he had such a wide range of roles. Murphy Brown, Star Trek, American Horror Story. Looking at social media yesterday, I think every single person I know had a picture with him because he just was everywhere all the time. I mean, what's his legacy and how is he being remembered?
I kind of like to call stars like him in Hollywood. His Wikipedia page reads like a CVS receipt because it just goes on and on forever. Like you were saying, Ally McBeal, Murphy Brown, Boston Public, Boston Legal. He really was in everything almost. And even from all the tributes I poured out this week, Dolly Parton calling him a friend. I mean, there were stars that I don't think we even knew were associated with him that wanted to, you know, share their thoughts and everything on him. I really feel like his legacy is so much tied into his queerness and being this visible, feminine, flamboyant person in Hollywood since the early mid-90s. And I think that really is one of the things that from the beginning set him apart from so many other people, just that flair of authenticity and individuality.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something he's remembered for and celebrated for. Prior to his passing, he was declared a national treasure by the Society of LGBTQ Entertainment Critics last year, receiving their coveted Timeless Star Award. We were talking this morning about, you know, some of the things that he said about his family and their embracing of him since he was young and how it formed him into who he was. Just talk through the impact of him, of course, when he was alive on that community, but also the legacy now that he's passed.
He articulated it when I interviewed him. We actually at Today's Show covered him in March 2020, just as he was taking off. I think he had 400,000 followers when I interviewed him. A couple weeks later, he had 5 million. And during that time, he said to me that even though his dad was the most like masculine kind of archetype of a colonel or a sergeant in the war or something like that, he still loved his son and still embraced him. And I think the other really amazing thing about seeing him was he had this amazing intersectionality of being like the gayest person alive and also being like the most Southern person alive, which you don't really see a lot. But that just goes all back to him being true to who he was.
I mean, I've been following him since, you know, his Will and Grace days when he told Karen Walker, I knew I smelled gin and regret, which is one of the most legendary lines. But really, it's young people who really got to know him during the pandemic. He has, I think, now nearly 6 million Instagram followers. What was his appeal to the younger generation?
I think a lot of us have kind of lost that gay grandfather figure in a lot of ways because of the AIDS epidemic. That whole kind of generation was really kind of wiped out by that. And I feel that like that is really something that he can be for all of us, you know? And I also just think it goes back to him being exactly like who he is on his own terms. And I feel that like all of his life, he was doing all this incredible work, but it took, you know, just his iPhone and, you know, these selfie videos with a couch cushion for him to really kind of reach people. But I think it just shows that, you know, that is what the power, and nobody says it better than Leslie Jordan.
Yeah, we were, he wrote a book recently and we were listening to it. And if you're going to read the book, listen to the audio book because it's him reading it and you can't top his voice reading something like that. I highly recommend it. I mean, it's charming and it just makes you feel his energy.
Yeah,
So,
I saw so many people yesterday talking about how it felt like he got them through the pandemic with those videos, you know?
Oh, I mean, like, even for me in the interview in itself, you know, it was the first few weeks and finding that silver lining was so incredibly hard. But I think we did, and we found it in him.
All right.
Cool, you spoke with him also.
Alexander Casala, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. A great look back. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, getting out the vote. 2 weeks away from Election Day, and early voting is already underway in several states. From key state races to ones that could shake up Congress, candidates are getting their final debates in. As polls narrow, we're tracking the latest numbers and the messages candidates are sending to voters in these final 2 weeks. Deadly school shooting, this time in St. Louis. Police say a former student killed a teacher and another student and injured several others. The shooting sending students running and some jumping off a roof to escape. What we're learning this morning about the investigation and what police say likely saved many lives. Fighting for freedom, WNBA star Brittany Griner back in a Russian courtroom. A Russian appeals court hearing her appeal of her 9-year prison sentence. We'll have the latest this morning on the efforts to bring her home. Plus, fake it till you make it. More research shows the physical act of smiling does a lot more for your mental health, even if you don't feel very happy. Why experts say it can make a difference in your well-being. And we're smiling for real this morning because we're back together.
This is genuine. We're not faking it.
We've had these bizarro schedules all over the place, but we're finally here.
Good to be here together.
And hopefully for a while.
I think for a while.
Yeah, I know. Back to the usual. We still do this together. We begin, though, this morning with record-breaking turnout for early voting just 2 weeks ahead of the midterm elections.
More than 8 million people have already cast their ballots nationally, with several states surpassing early numbers seen during the 2020 presidential election. In key states like Georgia, voter turnout saw a 159% increase compared to early voting in the last midterm election 4 years ago. And for those who have not yet cast their ballots, well, perhaps they'll be swayed by debates taking place in key states like the one last night in Florida, which saw some heated exchanges. We have full coverage this morning. Jack Brewster is in Battleground, Wisconsin, where early voting begins today. We're going to talk to him in a minute, but first, let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray to break down several high-stake debates. Mark, good morning to you. So let's start in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis faced off against former governor and Democratic nominee Charlie Crist. It is their only debate. So what were some of the takeaways from the debate? And do you see this one moving the needle for any undecided voters?
Yeah, Joe, this was a very combative debate, as we've seen across the country in all the debates between Democrats and Republicans this general election season. We saw them clash on issues like abortion, on President Biden's policies. But maybe the biggest kind of clash or moment ended up coming when Charlie Crist, the Democratic nominee for governor, ended up asking incumbent Republican Governor Ron DeSantis if he would serve out his full term as governor if reelected, kind of almost hinting that maybe DeSantis might run for president. So that was a big moment. And take a listen to at the entire reaction.
You're running for governor. Why don't you look in the eyes of the people of the state of Florida and say to them, if you're reelected, you will serve a full 4-year term as governor? Yes or no? Yes or no, Ron?
Well, listen, I know that Charlie's interested in talking about 2024 and Joe Biden, but I just want to make things very, very clear. The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
DeSantis's refusal to answer that question really did stand out. But whether or not it actually moves the needle, I'm not necessarily sure in a state like Florida, which has been trending the Republicans' direction over the past decade, Joe.
Okay, we've got a huge debate tonight. That's between Dr. Mehmet Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. The two are in this competitive race for Senate in Pennsylvania, which could really determine control of the entire Senate. So lay it out for us. What is at stake tonight for each candidate?
Joe, this might be the most consequential debate of the entire debate season we've seen so far this general election. John Fetterman, the Democratic nominee, has a lead, but it's small, and it's actually been smaller than what we've seen over past months. And of course, this is the debate that he's had after his stroke. And as our own Dasha Burns ended up revealing, you're going to end up seeing Fetterman end up using a kind of transcription service to be able to process the dialogue that he's had troubles with auditory processing. So that is going to be interesting to watch that for the health issue. It's going to be interesting on Oz to be able to dodge a lot of the questions about being a carpetbagger and his own ties to the state of Pennsylvania. Really big, high stakes in, Joe, maybe the most consequential state of all on what would end up determining Senate control.
We've also got debates tonight in two high-profile governor races that maybe weren't getting that much attention until now. One's in Michigan, one's in New York. Both incumbents are Democrats. So we've got Gretchen Whitmer and Kathy Hochul. Both are holding on now to shrinking leads. So walk us through what's happening in these states and what both those incumbents need to do tonight to try to hold the lead.
Yeah, first in Michigan, Michigan's always going to be a close race in our polarized politics. Whitmer, the Democratic governor, has been ahead, which has been notable that we've seen from other Democrats across the country. She's received a whole bunch of breaks, including her nominee. There were some other Republicans who were unable to get on the ballot, and Whitmer has been able to kind of get breaks in what has been a very challenging political environment for Democrats overall. In New York State, do remember that Hochul did not end up winning a first full term. She ended up becoming governor after Andrew Cuomo ended up resigning from office. And sometimes that makes things a little bit challenging. It is worth noting that the polls have kind of been all over the place in New York State. Some have shown Kathy Hochul with a lead in the high single digits. Others have shown a smaller lead. And so, again, I think what ends up happening at both debates will be important, but maybe not as important as what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight.
And finally, Mark, early voting has started in Louisiana. So tell us what's on the ballot for voters there.
So, Joe, in Louisiana, it's a different kind of, they end up having a jungle primary in their November elections. That is that all political parties end up running, and if no one ends up getting more than 50% of the vote, you go to the general election. And so early voting is beginning, but it's beginning for this primary process. And if you don't have one candidate who gets more than 50% of the vote, then we end up having a general election runoff weeks later.
A jungle primary. That feels like all politics right now. All right, Mark Murray, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster in Wisconsin, where early voting gets underway today. Hey, Shaq, good to see you. So we're 2 weeks out from Election Day, as we've been talking about. As we just heard, a lot of people choosing to vote early. Tell us, in the state you're in Wisconsin, what are some of the key issues getting voters out?
Yeah, millions across the country already deciding to vote early. Here in the state of Wisconsin, where voters have only been able to vote by mail up to this point, you've seen about 230,000 people already cast the ballot, but we're expecting that number to grow significantly with the start of early in-person voting throughout the state of Wisconsin. And when you ask voters what they care about, what are the issues most important to them, you hear a lot of the same issues you hear across the country. In polling, inflation tops as the #1 issue for voters here in Wisconsin, inflation, and you combine that with the economy. But right behind it, you have education. You also have public safety, gun violence, and then you have abortion. And, you know, one thing that we're also seeing is that although abortion might not be one of the top issues for most voters here, it is one of the top issues for Democratic voters, and it is potentially one of the more animating issues in this election. So that's something that candidates are definitely aware of. You notice it when you watch the television ads in this state, but now now that it's time for people to vote, we'll see what are the issues that actually drive more people to the polls.
Shaq, you've got a big Senate race you're watching there. Republican Senator Ron Johnson facing Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. Now, Wisconsin's one of those states. Obviously, there are many, but that could be crucial in determining the balance of the Senate. What have their messages been in those campaigns?
Yeah, and you know, with this Senate race, this is one of those races that Democrats see as their key pickup opportunity. Ron Johnson is not a popular senator in the state of Wisconsin. You see some of the polling right now. He is ahead and has been leading in the polls for the past couple of months, undoing the lead that you saw his opponent, the Democratic challenger Mandela Barnes, have at the start of this general election. What you hear the two sides talking about are really a lot of the national issues again. You're hearing Ron Johnson attack Mandela Barnes on the issue of inflation, on the issue of crime, suggesting that Mandela Barnes is weak on that issue or that he supports defunding the police. Barnes denies that. What you hear from the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes is attacks at Ron Johnson, saying that that Barnes will be a fighter for working class Americans, that he wants to push a middle class tax cut, and he says that Senator Ron Johnson is out of touch with the everyday Wisconsin voter. So you're hearing a lot of those attacks flying, and you know the stakes are high because in a 50-50 Senate, every race matters, and this is certainly the case here in Wisconsin.
Shaq, before I let you go, let's talk governor. Also, according to the latest CNN poll, Democratic Governor Tony Evers and his Republican challenger Tim Michels are essentially tied. I mean, look at this, 50-48. What's at stake here?
Yeah, this is one of the closest governor's races in the country. The average of polling just about a week ago, it was actually tied dead on down to the 10th of a decimal point. But what is at stake in this election is not just it does not just have implications for Wisconsin voters, but there are also plenty of national implications here. We're talking about voting rules and certification of elections. Wisconsin is a crucial battleground state when we look ahead to 2024. The Republican legislature in this state that almost has a veto-proof majority, they haven't been able to pass some of the voting restrictions and limitations that have, or they haven't been able to pass into law some of the restrictions and limitations that have been passed through the legislature. Part of the reason for that, the Democratic governor vetoing many of those pieces of legislation. The governor, the Republican gubernatorial candidate in this state says he is willing to sign many of those pieces of legislation early on in the campaign. He's someone who didn't answer directly when asked if he would certify the election. He now says that he would certify the election because he would change voting laws. But voting laws is one of those things that you can see come up and be a direct result of who wins that race for governor here in the state of Wisconsin.
All right, Shaq Brewster, lots to watch for there. Thank you so much.
A hearing is underway this morning in Russia. The defense team for WNBA star Brittany Griner is appealing her 9-year prison sentence. The two-time Olympic gold medalist was convicted back in August after Russian authorities found vaping canisters containing cannabis oil in her luggage. For more, we're joined by NBC News reporter Matt Bodner. Matt, good morning to you. So take us through this morning's appeal and hearing, and what exactly is Griner's defense team arguing?
Joe, good morning. Well, the hearing started about an hour ago. We are not seeing Griner physically appear in court today, but she is appearing by video link. So it's pretty similar to some of the past hearings that we've seen. Today, media cameras are allowed into the room. We're seeing a feed from the proceedings as they go on. And one thing that's really clear from what we're seeing is that Griner herself looks sad. She looks exhausted. This is clearly taking a toll on her. So today we're looking at the appeal. Her team is really honing in on what they're calling an excessively harsh sentence. They're pointing to the fact that Russian citizens who have been charged with similar crimes don't receive a full 9 years all the time. They're pointing out irregularities in the investigation, and so they're really hoping to see some kind of reduced sentence. We've also heard them ask that the judge actually throw the sentence out altogether and issue a new one. And at this stage in the hearing today, they're kind of going back and forth with the prosecution, trying to work out some numbers on what a more appropriate sentence may be. But everything's very much up in the air on this hearing at the moment. And Griner's defense teams themselves have cautioned that there's really not much reason to be optimistic for a miracle. And they even said that Griner herself is not holding out too much hope for that.
I mean, so Matt, so I understand we're not really expecting a decision on this appeal until the end of the day. What are the possible outcomes here, and then what happens after that?
Sure. Well, obviously one of the possible outcomes is that the court accepts this appeal and we see some kind of reduced sentence or a different sentence issued. They could, of course, also just reject this appeal outright and carry on the charges, the sentence, as they've already been issued. But again, we're just going to have to wait for the end of the day to see how this goes.
And Matt, this is all happening as Washington and Moscow continue to discuss a possible prisoner swap involving Griner, something we've been discussing for a while. What's the latest with that?
Sure. Well, we're hearing about this kind of all the time from various parties on both sides. Let's actually take a listen to the latest from the State Department spokesman, Ned Price.
There have been active discussions, including in recent days, but our imperative is to see Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner returned home. We are not going to do anything, to say anything publicly that could impair that ability. These conversations, we know from past experience, including in the case of Trevor Reed, are best conducted privately in the appropriate channels.
So obviously these things are very much contingent on the general state of U.S.-Russian relations. And, I don't need to say it, they're not very good at the moment. But as Ned Price pointed out, there is still hope because we saw Trevor Reed get traded by the Russians while the war in Ukraine is still going on. So you never know what might happen.
All right, Matt Bodner, we know you'll be watching this throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Now back here at home, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is temporarily blocking Senator Lindsey Graham from having to testify in Georgia's election interference probe.
The decision by Thomas, who handles emergency requests from Georgia, freezes the litigation while the justices weigh Graham's plea to quash the subpoena.
And if we're talking Supreme Court, of course, that means we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here on set with us. Danny, always great to have you with us. So walk us through this ruling by Justice Thomas and then tell us, what does this mean for the investigation?
There's nothing to walk through. This is one of those very short opinion orders that the court issues. And the reason is that this is really a luck of the draw. Lindsey Graham this case happens to come up in Georgia. The Supreme Court justices get the country divided into different judicial circuits. This is the 11th Circuit, and it happens to be Justice Thomas's. Good for Lindsey Graham. In another circuit, he might get another justice who is more liberal or left-leaning or Democratic. So in this case, Justice Thomas issued a short order. So we look to the 11th Circuit decision for some guidance. And really the argument that Graham made is that the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, which protects senators from being held to answer in any other place for a speech that they might give in Congress, he's saying that that clause of the Constitution protects him from having to come and give testimony or speak to anyone in this Georgia investigation. It's a bit of an extension. He was hardly on the floor of the Senate debating anything. He was making a phone call. But the courts have held that it could theoretically extend to that. So this is something that needs to get resolved. But oh, what a difference that Justice Thomas has effectively halted that while this wends its way through the courts.
So let's talk about what happens next and when is it that the whole court could try and weigh in here?
That really depends on Supreme Court scheduling, but the effect right now is that because Lindsey Graham drew Justice Thomas, the case is paused in that Graham can't be compelled to testify. Once it gets before the full court, folks might predict, well, this is a right-leaning court. They're maybe inclined to side with Lindsey Graham. But, as it exists, if the 11th Circuit, if they decline to ultimately hear it at all, if the 11th Circuit decision somehow stands, then Graham needs to appear and answer questions about the non-investigatory conduct, whatever the heck that was, and however you divide that from what he called about. I don't know how you parse out what was investigatory and what was just wanting to know things for his own Republican agenda.
Danny, part of the reason that this is sort of making headlines, having us have this conversation, is because of the fact that Justice Thomas has faced these calls in the past to recuse himself from anything that has to do with the 2020 election. And that's in part because his wife, Ginny, has publicly questioned the validity of the election, testified before the House January 6th committee. Is there any sort of precedent for a Supreme Court justice who, as you said, I like the way you put it, luck of the draw, just happens to be presiding over this particular area, but then also has this connection to a case like this? I mean, have we ever seen something like this before? Not
only is there precedent, there's federal law. The problem with this federal law that requires federal judges to recuse themselves, including the Supreme Court, is once you get to the Supreme Court, who are you going to appeal to? That's the end of the line. So if Justice Thomas says, you know what, I've looked at this recusal issue as a Supreme Court justice about me, myself, and I've concluded that I'm handling it just fine. What do? You don't really have any recourse. It may be a flaw in the system or a feature of the system. I don't know. You'd have to talk to the framers. But the point is that this is not, good luck, right. The point is that this is really an unappealable, it's almost a right without a remedy. You know, there is this rule about recusal, but if a Supreme Court justice says, nah, I'm not doing it, what do you do?
And ultimately, Thomas doesn't have the final say here because the whole court will weigh in, I guess, right? So,
yes, on this issue, yes, the whole court will weigh in. This is just a temporary measure. Eventually, the whole court will weigh in.
Got it. All right, Danny Sabalos, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the deadly mass shooting at a high school in St. Louis. Police say the 19-year-old gunman killed at least 2 people before he was shot and killed by officers. Several people were hurt in the chaos. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has new details.
I have never seen anything like this.
A local news helicopter captured the fear and chaos in St. Louis as high school students leapt from a rooftop to escape a young shooter with a long gun.
I was trying to run and I couldn't run. And me and him made eye contact, and I'm glad I made it out because his gun got jammed.
It happened at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School on the 3rd floor. Parents racing to school.
She's like, Mom, hurry up. They're shooting. She doesn't know she didn't know how many people it was. So I just left work and I just ran here to get her.
After the shooter quickly killed 2, authorities say police ran towards the gunfire and struck the suspect, Orlando Harris, who attended the school last year and died as officers returned fire.
The officers arrived quickly, made entry with no hesitation, went directly to the sound of gunfire, which is the expectation not only of the department but of the community as well.
7 injured were taken to hospital suffering from gunshot and shrapnel wounds. Among the dead, a beloved teacher, Jean Kuska, and a teenage girl. Survivors recounting the gunman's chilling words.
When the intruder broke into her room, then the intruder said, "Get ready to die."
Police not yet releasing a motive for the mass shooting, which happened just after 9 a.m. and was broadcast over the school's PA system.
We all thought it's a drill at first, like, okay, it's just a surprise drill, okay, we're all good. No, it's a real thing. She said over the comm, yes, this is real, there's an intruder. Please be careful. And all hell just kind of breaks loose.
Quick response from police comes in stark contrast to the massacre in Uvalde, where officers were blamed for systemic failures, including their slow response to engage the shooter. Parents in St. Louis grateful.
I'm glad that they went in because I was going to go in too with them.
We're still learning new details about the suspected gunman. Police say Orlando Harris may have been suffering from mental health problems. A big question remains motive. Survivors say that shooter was dressed all in black, and the police chief points out the school doors were locked, which likely slowed down the gunman. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer, thank you.
And now let's get your morning news now. Weather and winter has arrived early for much of the country.
To their dismay. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, feeling like winter in the west. We have snow in the forecast in the Cascades, in the Rockies. But we have a cold front in the middle of the nation. So ahead of this cold front, we're really warm in the east. We're feeling like spring with temperatures into the 70s. We are also tracking some showers, some storms. You can see this long cold front stretching from the Great Lakes all the way down to the south. And along that cold front, we're looking at heavy rain. Where you see those brighter colors, that's where the heaviest rain is falling. And at the tail end of this cold front is where we're seeing some thunderstorms. And we do expect the chance for severe weather as we go throughout this afternoon and evening hours. So even seeing some thunderstorms early this morning in portions of Oklahoma and also Louisiana, and also some really heavy rainfall. So here's a setup: that strong, powerful cold front moving to the east. It's bringing rain from Louisiana to Wisconsin, also bringing that severe risk to portions of the central Gulf Coast. And then it's going to move off to the east and to the north as we go throughout tomorrow. It's going to weaken, but still bring some rain to the Great Lakes. And then we have a secondary low pressure that's going to bring some heavy rain to portions of Maine, especially where you see those brighter colors once again. Here's a severe threat: 8 million people at risk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a tornado or two, also some hail. So Memphis, Tupelo, Jackson, Montgomery, you are likely to see some strong storms, if not severe storms, later on this afternoon. But here is that dividing line. Cold air to the west. Temperatures in the 40s, the 50s. It's cold enough for some snow. And then ahead of that front, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s, 77 degrees today in Cincinnati. That's 14 degrees above normal. It's 20 degrees above normal in Buffalo, 75, 77 in Atlanta. And we'll keep it warm tomorrow. Temperatures into the 70s, the 60s. 69 degrees tomorrow in New York City, 9 degrees above normal for this time of year, 71 in Burlington, and 73 in Baltimore. So some of us a little luckier if we like warm weather, guys. We're looking at temperatures really warm in the east for the next 2 days.
We'll take it.
Oh.
Oh, you're not. I'm sorry. We're about to have an argument.
Only fitting since we haven't been together in a while. No, I'm just ready for the October crisp, as Michelle has called it.
You'll get it. You'll get
it. No, but it's like
it'll be
fall
here.
time.
And then the winter chill.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, a new era begins in the UK.
Britain sees its third prime minister in 7 weeks, with Rishi Sunak taking the helm. The history he's making at Downing Street and how his leadership could impact global economic concerns. Next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back this morning. Britain is ushering in its third prime minister in just 7 weeks. Earlier today, Rishi Sunak was invited to form a government following a meeting with King Charles at Buckingham Palace. He becomes the UK's first leader of colour and first Hindu prime minister. In his first address as PM, Sunak acknowledged the challenges ahead and the problems faced by his predecessor.
Some mistakes were made, not born of ill will or bad intentions. Quite the opposite, in fact. But mistakes nonetheless. And I have been elected as leader of my party and your Prime Minister, in part, to fix them. And that work begins immediately. I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This will mean difficult decisions to come.
NBC News contributor and Sky News anchor Wilfred Frost joins us now from London. Wilfred, thanks for being with us on this big news there for you. So Sunak's rise to Prime Minister, it's a pretty big milestone for British politics. Tell us what else we heard in that speech earlier. What were some of the biggest takeaways?
Yeah, massive milestone, as you mentioned, the first Hindu, the first British Asian Prime Minister, also the youngest Prime Minister for 200 years, aged just 42. Three things stood out for me from that speech, Savannah. The first is it was sober. I don't think he smiled once. He didn't pose for a photo with his wife and two daughters afterwards. And I think that reflects the tough economic environment, but also the fact, of course, he didn't win an election to get this role. He was sort of anointed, so there's nothing so much to celebrate. I think also the way he mentioned tough choices to come. You played that soundbite with the outlook for the economy front and centre. And thirdly, I think it was well constructed and well delivered. He seemed prime ministerial.
As we mentioned, and of course, as you're experiencing there, Sunak is the third prime minister in just 7 weeks. And as you also just mentioned, an unelected one at that. Do you believe he's capable of not only uniting his party, but the whole country, which didn't get a chance to vote for him?
I think both will be tough tasks. The most important in the short term, though, is uniting his party, because without that, he won't have the time in office to try and unite the country, as, of course, his predecessor, Liz Truss, found out. And two lessons to take from her of what not to do when trying to unite the party. The first is to appoint a broad cabinet that brings in all wings of the party. Liz Truss famously did not do that. And also to take your time, go step by step and make sure you bring the party with you. Don't try and fix everything at once. As for trying to unite the country, I mean, the polls say it all. The Conservatives massively behind. And even if he solves this political instability that's played into those polls, to try and solve the economic crisis will be very tricky indeed. And of course, if a recession is looming, very hard to change your position in those polls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably going to be the largest challenge he faces right away, and markets had reacted very poorly to his predecessor's economic policies. Particularly given Sunak's experience, is there much hope he can put things right and restore some stability when it comes to the economy?
Hope rather than confidence immediately, though it's important to note that confidence has in fact already returned to the markets, and that's fairly embarrassing for Liz Truss, of course. It was just news that she would be departing that helped bring a little bit of market stability back to the fold here. As for the underlying economy, there are no easy fixes. We're at the end of a long cycle which has been supported by excess government spending, which we know we can't return to, given the lessons from the Truss government. We've got 10% inflation and we're a net energy importer, unlike the United States. I think his task is to hold on to power for long enough to give it a chance that the economy can bottom and be slightly on the up again, albeit from a low base, to give him any chance of winning a general election in due course.
All right, Wilfred Frost, thank you so much for joining us on this news today.
Russia is doubling down on accusations that Ukraine is preparing to use a so-called dirty bomb on the battlefield. The West has previously and strongly denounced the allegations. Moscow says it will bring the issue to the UN Security Council today. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us from Kyiv with the latest. So, Matt, Russia seems adamant about this claim. Now we're hearing the UN's nuclear watchdog is sending out inspectors over the next few days to investigate, but there is a lot of skepticism from the West, to put it mildly. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Joe, a lot of skepticism, a lot of outrage. It looks as though when we heard from President Zelensky just a couple of days ago, he was saying that if Moscow is saying that there's going to be this dirty bomb by Ukraine, then that's evidence that it's Moscow that is planning some sort of dirty bomb. And for those of us who are here in Ukraine, that's a very, very troubling notion, because that would be the notion behind a dirty bomb is it's a conventional weapon that would be spreading radioactive material around a specific area. So that would almost certainly involve civilian casualties. Now, you mentioned the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency. They said they're going to be visiting at least 2 nuclear facilities here in Ukraine in the next couple of days. That is at the invitation of the government here in Kyiv to try to demonstrate maximum transparency. Moscow's accusation came with no evidence at all. It was simply an accusation that was evidence-free. And now we're seeing some evidence that the Russians are digging into, and this was from satellite imagery, digging into nuclear waste disposal sites around the nuclear plant in Zaporizhia. So that has raised even more suspicion in the government here in Kyiv and observers throughout the world that Russia could be planning something involving nuclear materials here in Ukraine. Joe?
Matt, we're also keeping an eye on the situation in Kherson, where civilians, they're still evacuating ahead of this expected Ukrainian counteroffensive. What's the latest there, and do we know what kind of defense Russian forces are planning to put up?
Yeah, we just heard from the head of the Ukrainian intelligence that even though we're seeing a lot of evacuations from Kherson, he says he believes that that's either a feint, sort of a diversionary tactic, or that it's actually just bringing civilians out of the city before the Russians anticipate a massive battle for Kherson. Kherson is a strategically important city. It is one of the first major urban areas that the Russians were able to take in the opening days of the invasion back in February. It's also a provincial capital of a province, an oblast, that the Russians have since annexed. So it's unclear exactly what's going on in Kherson. I've been speaking with some people who are there. They said that an eerie silence has descended over the city as the Russian soldiers have largely left. They've been replaced by recent conscripts from Russia, and it looks as though both sides are gearing up for a major, blistering battle for that town.
And Matt, you are there in Kyiv. Germany's president's supposed to be there today to meet with President Zelensky. What kind of support is Germany pledging right now?
Well, Olaf Scholz is here in town, and he's talking about a Marshall Plan for Ukraine. He's already looking ahead to rebuilding the country. The Marshall Plan, of course, was what the U.S. offered for Berlin and for Germany following World War II in order to keep the western part of Germany from falling into the hands of the Soviet Union and communist East Germany. So that is something that is very close to the Germans' heart, but it marks kind of a reversal for Olaf Scholz, the chancellor, who was noted and widely criticized in the opening days and days before the conflict for not really stepping up in the same way that other NATO leaders were in providing weapons and political support for Ukraine. So he's here now, and he's kind of recrafting his image as a champion of Kyiv. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Coming up, preparing for a fall COVID surge.
Yeah, with new variants popping up worldwide, the White House is taking new steps to get more Americans boosted. But we're learning about the plan up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's get to some more international headlines now. At least 60 people are dead in Myanmar after an airstrike targeted a concert.
NBC's Claudio Labonga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, hundreds of people were attending a concert that was organized by the Kachin, an ethnic minority group in Myanmar, when military aircrafts dropped bombs on them, killing at least 60 people, including the musicians who were performing, at least according to rescue workers and organizers. Now, the concert was marking the 62nd anniversary of the founding of the Kachin Independence Organization and was held at a base also used for military training by its armed wing. Let's go to Nablus in the occupied West Bank, where Israeli forces raided a stronghold of the so-called Lion's Den, a Palestinian armed group that Israel considers responsible for the recent fatal shooting of an Israeli soldier and several attempted attacks. 5 Palestinians were killed and 20 others were injured in the raid. Now let's get into Halloween mode by taking a look at this very special regatta in Belgium. On Sunday, brave Belgians hopped into giant pumpkins and took part in a relay race across the pond. Organizers say the event is meant to make good use of oversized pumpkins grown for competitions, but it's definitely a good trick and a treat for our eyes, guys.
Good multiple use of those giant pumpkins.
Yeah, really. I wonder what it's like in there. They must have to really like scoop it out.
Or they don't.
Yeah. Thanks, Claudio.
Today, President Biden is set to receive the updated COVID vaccine booster shot.
Yeah, according to the White House, the president will get the jab after announcing a series of new efforts to encourage Americans to take that updated shot. The move comes more than 3 months after the president tested positive for COVID, which is how long doctors recommend you wait to be boosted once you have had COVID.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now with more. So, Mike, what are you expecting to hear from the president today about this?
Well, Joe Savannah, if you're probably like me, when you got your booster, you just went down to your local pharmacy. You did this in private. The president, once again, for the 4th time, rolling up his sleeve before television cameras, before the entire country. Obviously, he's trying to lead by example and give sort of messaging around this important moment to really encourage Americans to do the same. Now, we know that the president had COVID just about 3 months ago. So it's interesting the timing of this. This is exactly really where the CDC guidance falls for people who do get COVID to wait to get that shot. But it comes at really the right time. The administration says 20 million people have gotten this booster so far, but they really want to see those numbers go up. And they say now, about a month before we start gathering for Thanksgiving, is the perfect time to get that vaccination, to have the maximum protection to keep you and your family safe around the holidays.
So, Mike, we know things got off to a slow start with the latest round of booster shots, and for a while it was only advised for people, with underlying conditions or of a certain age. I think now, as messaging is coming around, no, anybody should go get this. We are seeing this increase in people getting the shot. How does the White House plan to keep momentum on that and keep that messaging going that this is meant for everyone now?
Yeah, well, the president's going to be making some announcements along with getting the shot today. He's going to be announcing really a ramped up campaign by the Department of Health and Human Services to encourage Americans to get vaccinated. You're going to see that in the form of TV, radio, print ads targeting Black and Latino audiences, football and country music themed radio ads targeting rural populations. You're going to see other outreach across social media, but there's especially a focus on those vulnerable communities, seniors, people 65 and older. And so that's why you're also going to hear the president talk about campaigns, including pop-up vaccination clinics at places like nursing homes, community centers, to try to bring vaccines to people where people are. The president and the White House making a statement saying it's really up to everybody to do their part, talking to their family and friends to ensure the country is as protected as possible. The message is simple. Do not wait to get your updated vaccine. You're also going to hear some private businesses, pharmacies like CVS, Sam's Club, Walgreens, taking part in partnerships as well with discounts, other incentives to try to bring people into their stores to get shots as well.
Mike, we've seen several new COVID variants popping up globally that health experts are keeping an eye on right now. What plans does the White House have to address a potential winter surge, especially if a new variant comes in like Omicron did last year?
Yeah, the White House says they are monitoring these very closely. And also, I think what you're going to hear from the president today is an ask of Congress. Remember, the president requested an additional $20 billion in funding to deal with potentially future pandemics, to trace and track future variants of this. And Congress didn't give him that money. So we're heading into an election. The president's going to make the argument that we're in a much better place in terms of battling COVID than we were when he took office, but that he needs Congress to do more. And so this is going to be a big fight in the lame duck session of Congress to come.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike. Mike on doctor duty for us today.
Speaking of doctor duty, time for our weekly mental health check-in. This morning, we're taking a closer look at the impact of a nationwide Adderall shortage.
Yeah, that's right. Plus, you've also heard of that quiet quitting trend. Well, now employers are responding to a shift in workplace culture with what's being called quiet firing. We have tips on what you can do if you think it's happening to you. Let's bring in Dr. Erica Richards for more. She's the chair of psychiatry at Sibley Memorial Hospital and an assistant professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Dr. Richards, thanks so much for being with us. We love this segment. We appreciate your time. So the FDA recently announced this nationwide shortage of Adderall as manufacturers are struggling to keep up with demand. Tell us what happens when someone who needs Adderall is unable to get it. Is there anything that somebody can do to cope in the meantime?
Good morning, Savannah. So the issue with the ADHD medication shortage, Adderall, is that this has been going on for a few months now. The FDA announced ongoing limited shortages. This is because of manufacturing issues, labor shortages, and just increased demand. The important things to remember if this is affecting you are that there are options. Number one, consider a different pharmacy. The shortage may not be universal in your area. Number two, identify other interventions that work for you, cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, or other coping mechanisms. But most importantly, reach out to your doctor, talk about other options, certainly before stopping the medication, but also they may be able to prescribe a different dose that may be available. They may be able to prescribe a combination of medications. So very important to talk with your provider.
So, Doctor, we have talked about the Great Resignation, this trend of quiet quitting, and now we have this new term, quiet firing. So what is that? What are some of the signs of it? And how can employees and bosses work together to create a healthier environment at work?
Good morning, Joe. So quiet firing. The pandemic has created a lot of job uncertainty, both on the end of employers, but employees as well. So the answer, so to speak, for quiet quitting is the quiet firing, which is when your manager stops giving you certain assignments. They start to phase you out. You're not fired, but you're left off of important emails, for example. You're not invited to important meetings. Maybe sometimes you're put on a performance improvement plan. What do you do if this is happening to you? Well, number one, you can certainly speak to management and try to figure out what's happening, what can be changed. Number two, understand the new confines of these new assignments and see if you're willing or able to fit into those boundaries. And number three, remember there is always the option to pursue other interests. It can be demoralizing for not only the person it's happening to, for other workers. So it's important to address these issues immediately.
Absolutely. All right, doctor. Also, this is when we teased right at the top of the show. A new study shows smiling can make us feel happier, even if it's just a posed smile, even if you're forcing it, faking it. Walk us through this study. Why does a simple little smile lift our spirits?
Well, first of all, everybody just try it right now. You'll have part of the answer right there. But the process is known as facial feedback hypothesis. This idea that facial expressions may influence our emotional experience is an important concept. Researchers did a global study where they included over 3,800 participants that saw when the mouth moves in the direction of a smile. So they weren't told to smile, but to move their mouth in the direction of smile, they felt happier. Now, we're unsure about that mechanism. The belief is that the smile triggers neurons to signal the brain that we're happy, and then the hormones, the neurons start to catch up so that you actually do feel happy. It's not the answer to treatment for depression. It doesn't take the place of therapy, but just something that we can all implement on a daily basis that may really make a big difference in our lives.
Brighten the day of those around you, too.
Yeah, like also just move your mouth in the direction of a smile. We're not going to tell you to smile. Dr. Erica Richards, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, carrying on a legacy and saving lives in the process.
Up next, we'll introduce you to a family who lost their son to cancer and have now channeled their loss into a lifelong mission to help others. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Welcome back. Let's get to financial headlines now, starting with yet another hiring freeze by a tech giant following recession concerns.
CNBC's Savannah Hanau joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, Amazon is freezing hiring in parts of its web services division as it steps up cost-cutting efforts. The New York Post reports AWS has started telling some job candidates the positions they're seeking have been frozen. AWS is a highly profitable business, generating more than $60 billion in revenue last year. The move comes days after Amazon founder Jeff Bezos warned of a looming recession. Earlier this month, the New York Times reported Amazon would stop hiring new corporate employees in its retail and logistics operations. A group of Twitter employees have posted an open letter directed at Elon Musk and the board. Time magazine says they warned mass layoffs would be reckless. It comes on the heels of a report by the Washington Post that Musk wants to cut as much as 75% of Twitter's workforce. The letter also includes demands for management, such as fair severance policies and keeping existing benefits like remote work in place, which Musk has criticized. Musk could potentially close his deal to buy Twitter this week. The McRib is returning to McDonald's for what could be the last time. Now, the fast food giant says the sandwich will be available for a limited time for delivery or pickup on the app through November 20th. McDonald's website says get one while you can because this is the McRib farewell tour. The McRib last appeared on the menu in 2020 after an 8-year absence, guys.
A farewell tour. What does it think it is?
Farewell.
Share?
Apparently, I think some people.
feel similarly about the McRib as they do to Cher, which I do not understand because that cannot be a real rib, but it's a story for later.
Thanks.
You got it.
Our next story honors one super little boy and his incredible legacy. Top Story anchor Tom Yamas has been following his story for the last decade.
Yeah, through countless rounds of surgeries and cancer treatments, and even after his passing, Ty Campbell's bright spirit continues to shine and change lives.
Ty, that's great.
When I first met the Campbell family more than a decade ago, they knew the road for their son Ty would be hard.
Imagining that he wouldn't be there someday, you just don't know how you're going to go on. How are you going to live for your other child?
In 2010, when Ty was just 2 years old, doctors discovered a tumor on his brainstem.
I've been crying for what feels like an eternity. But in between my tears, I have an overwhelming sense of freedom.
Ty's mom, Cindy, starting a blog, sharing the family's roller coaster ride of treatments and therapies. What kept the family going? Ty's smile and words of support from families all over the world.
We read the comments to Ty because it makes him happy.
But after 20 surgeries and more than 200 nights in the hospital,
today we were told that there are no more treatment options for Ty, that his MRI Saturday night shows progressive leptomeningeal disease in 3 different areas.
The family celebrating Ty Lewis Campbell's life through a foundation in his name.
It was just a simple question one day that I asked him when he was really not doing well. I asked him, what do you want to do when you get all better? And he just said, I'm going to jump in a muddy puddle. And it was just the simplest thing, and it stuck with me forever because I thought, as a grown-up, that'd be the last thing on our minds.
The result of that question? The Muddy Puddles Project, one of several ways the Campbells have raised money for pediatric cancer research, along with celebrating Ty's legacy.
Let's celebrate the idea that these kids can have fun and do these great activities in honor of those that can't.
Over the last 10 years, the Ty Lewis Campbell Foundation has raised more than $2 million for cancer research projects. The Campbell family working to help fill a critical funding gap for childhood cancer.
Even though he's not here to witness it, I feel that he is watching and loving this year after year, every moment of it.
Wants to jump in a muddy puddle. That's just incredible. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that report. And if you're interested in donating to the Ty Lewis Campbell Foundation, you can go to the tlcfoundation.org.
Great legacy there. Coming up, from the war zone to the open fields.
Yeah, nearly a dozen lions rescued from Ukraine, now given a safe space to roam free in the United States. We'll take a look at the months of work that went into saving them. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Welcome back. It's looking more and more like Halloween isn't just for the kids or even nostalgic adults anymore. A whole lot of pet owners are planning to dress up their furry friends this year. In fact, 79% of them. That's according to a recent survey from online pet care company Rover. That number seems very high. 54% say they plan to bring their puppy along for trick-or-treating. The same survey found that the most popular pooch costumes are inspired by trending pop culture, including movie characters and performers. Naturally, the pups won't be alone in their spooky stylings. A little more than half of dog owners say they plan to wear a matching or complementary costume, which I think is the only way you can actually make that work. I want to know if someone's trying to dress up their cat at all.
Yeah. Like, can I tell you something? Not this dog owner.
Oh, come on.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
And what a nice excuse for all those cute pictures. All right, finally this hour, these kings of the jungle are a long way from home. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa takes a look at how a pride of lions from war-torn Ukraine have found their new home in Colorado.
Nestled in the rolling fields of southern Colorado, protective pens house the pride of Ukraine, these kings of the jungle, traumatized by the worst of what humans inflict on each other.
We're saving these animals from war.
Oh, absolutely. Everything to the right is all theirs.
Wild animal sanctuary owner Pat Craig coordinated the May mission into Ukraine to rescue 11 lions from an Odessa zoo and the Russian bombs falling around it.
You realize that there's a life in there that's probably suffering greatly.
Escorted by armed ex-military, a team loaded the lions into crates and escaped the country. 600 miles, first to Moldova, then Romania, through Qatar. Finally, a flight to Dallas and a caravan to Colorado. Months of work for this moment, releasing the big cats into their new home.
How are they doing?
They're doing amazingly well.
A key reason why this place is such a haven for these lions, the room to roam. At close to 10,000 acres, staff say this is the largest carnivore sanctuary in the world. Their recovering confidence clear at mealtime.
What does that say about kind of the strength of their spirit?
That's the most endearing part of dealing with large carnivores. Their core ability and tenacity to stick it out gives us inspiration to want to do the same thing.
The pride of Ukraine, rescued and roaming free. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Springfield, Colorado.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, triple threat. A combination of flu, COVID cases, and a respiratory virus are already putting a strain on hospitals this fall. It's causing concern among doctors who worry the situation could get worse in the winter.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
We're surging, meaning we're bringing patients into areas of the hospital that we never used before.
What you need to know to stay safe this winter and what public officials are doing to try and stop the spread. A new era. The United Kingdom has a new prime minister this morning. Rishi Sunak has become the next leader of Britain, ending weeks of political turmoil that led to the resignation of Liz Truss. We'll break down what Sunak's ascension means for the UK, and how he plans to tackle the challenges facing the country. Under fire, Adidas ends its relationship with Kanye West after a string of anti-Semitic comments. We'll have the latest on the pressure the sportswear giant was facing because of its deal with the polarizing artist. And we'll take a look at the growing concern over anti-Semitism across the U.S. And strength in numbers. The issues affecting Latino voters are gaining more importance with each election. This morning, we'll take you to Florida, where the minority vote could have a major impact on the crucial midterm races there. Talking plenty about the election here in the coming weeks, including later this hour.
Yeah, exactly. 2 weeks from today, but people voting across the country already.
Exactly. Millions already. We're going to begin, though, first with the growing concern this morning over that triple-demic that could affect children this winter.
Yeah, we're already seeing a spike in flu cases and a surge in a respiratory virus impacting children. Now we're being warned about a potential new wave of COVID cases. Pediatric hospitals in some states are reporting they just don't have enough hospital beds to keep up. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Rhode Island, where they've been hard hit. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. This children's hospital in Rhode Island is operating at 125% capacity. It's using parts of the facility that it's never used before. And half of the young patients in its ICU have the respiratory illness, RSV.
This morning, concerns of a potential triple-demic are growing. The flu, RSV, and COVID ramping up earlier than expected.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
Rhode Island, Delaware, Maine, and Washington, D.C. now reporting more than 90% of their pediatric hospital beds are full. Several other states between 80 and 90%. Many patients battling RSV, the common respiratory illness that's usually like a simple cold, but can be very serious in children under 2.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
In Providence, Hasbro Children's Hospital is now at 125% capacity. Extra patients staying in the emergency department while they wait for available beds to be admitted.
It's unprecedented, and because of that, we are sort of in a whole new world right now. We are trying to manage the sickest of the patients right now and let people know that if they're coming in with more minor complaints, that they might have to wait for a while.
As for the flu, pharmacy giant Walgreens now says activity at its clinics is more than 10 times higher than it was last season, and that it's doubled in just the past 2 weeks.
We're seeing it in the cities in the South, and we're seeing it move a lot faster than we have in the past.
All of it weighing on parents across the country.
He was having a hard time breathing.
In South Carolina, Corey Robertson's newborn son had RSV and was on a ventilator to help him breathe.
I was very scared. You know, he's 7 weeks old, so I definitely had fear that I haven't really felt before, just the unknown.
Today, President Biden is set to get his Omicron COVID booster shot as public health officials urge Americans to make sure that their COVID and flu shots are up to date to potentially ease the strain on hospitals like this one in the coming months. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Earlier on the Today Show, White House COVID response coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha joined Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. He discussed all these health concerns and how public health officials are responding.
Looking at these overflowing hospitals, we're calling it a triple-demic. How concerned are you about the moment that we're in right now?
Yeah, so, you know, it is concerning. We have 3 respiratory viruses that are circulating and all of them going up. We have RSV, we have flu, we have SARS-CoV-2 or COVID. The good news here is that we've got terrific vaccines against 2 of them, both influenza vaccines as well as new updated COVID shots. If people got those 2, they can really keep them out of the hospital, prevent them from getting seriously ill. That will make an enormous difference in keeping healthcare capacity under control and really helping people get through the winter ahead. So I'm actually pretty confident our vaccines are going to hold up really well. The brand new COVID vaccines are going to hold up well. If you're relying on your old vaccine from 9 months ago or an infection from a year ago, that's probably not going to be good enough. That's where we are with COVID for a vast majority of people. For most people, this is now a once-a-year shot. So what I've been encouraging people is like, you go get your flu shot, you go get your COVID shot. It's going to make a big difference as you go into the holiday season.
And because there's no vaccine for RSV, Dr. Jha recommends that parents and caregivers take proper precautions, like avoid having your children around other sick kids and avoid play dates if another child is showing symptoms or feeling sick.
Turning overseas now, Britain has a new prime minister this morning. It's third in just 7 weeks. Rishi Sunak was invited to form a government after meeting with King Charles. Earlier, Sunak now faces the daunting task of uniting a fractured Conservative Party and tackling the country's ongoing economic crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London with more on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in his first speech as Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak called this country's economic problems profound. He's going to have to make spending cuts in government. He promised to make those difficult decisions with compassion, but also admitted that he has a lot of work to do to earn back the public's trust after what has been months, really, of chaos.
Rishi Sunak is therefore elected as leader of the Conservative Party.
A history-making moment amid the chaos of British politics. The country's first British Indian Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, meeting with King Charles this morning. Britain's new leader is the third Prime Minister this year and facing a massive challenge. The pound sharply down against the dollar, inflation surging, and borrowing costs through the roof.
There is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity.
At 42, Sunak is the youngest British leader in more than 200 years and the country's first leader of color. A former finance minister, he's won praise for his economic policies.
Borrowing your way out of inflation isn't a plan, it's a fairy tale.
But he's expected to oversee huge spending cuts to balance the books, an unpopular move, especially given his wealthy background. The son of Indian immigrants, Sunak was educated at Oxford, then Stanford, going on to earn millions as a banker and marrying the daughter of a billionaire Indian tech giant.
It's always going to be a problem for the Conservative Party being seen as the party of the rich.
Sunak's predecessor, Liz Truss, lasted only 44 days in office, pushed out after her economic plans blew up Britain's finances. Her predecessor, Boris Johnson, forced to quit after a series of scandals. The British public totally fed up.
I think we're a laughing stock now.
What an absolute farce all this stuff is.
But with no election until January 2025, many voters just hope Sunak won't be as bad as his predecessors.
Richie is not an angel, not by any stretch of imagination, but is the best of the lot.
And along with all of those domestic issues, there is, of course, the war in Ukraine. The UK is the second largest military donor after the United States. But the question now is, will this fiscally conservative prime minister keep that money flowing? Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
We're learning new details this morning about a deadly mass shooting at a high school in St. Louis. Investigators now say the 19-year-old gunman was a former student at the performing arts school where he opened fire yesterday morning. 3 people were killed, including the gunman, who died after a shootout with police. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joined us now from St. Louis. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Central Visual and Performing Arts High School remains closed this morning, as well as another school neighboring building, after 2 people were gunned down here and several others hospitalized with injuries. This behind me, an all too familiar picture. Balloons, notes, and flowers lining this school building turned crime scene.
This morning, another community traumatized and heartbroken by a school shooting that killed a teacher and sophomore. A local news chopper capturing the terrifying scene as hundreds of students and staff scrambled to safety.
We're going to report that the shots being fired from room 309.
The chaos unfolding just as the school day was getting underway at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis, Missouri.
We started hearing glass breaking from the outside and gunshots outside the door.
Freshman Adrian Bolden, like many desperate students, barricaded doors and eventually escaped through a classroom window.
Are you hurt? I love you.
Frightened parents on the other end of phone calls, helpless.
Just to hear my baby cry like that and I can't be there to help her, that like really hurt me.
Some students coming face to face with the 19-year-old gunman who police have identified as Orlando Harris, a recent graduate of the school with no criminal history. He died in the hospital after a shootout with officers.
Me and him made eye contact, and I'm glad I made it out because his gun got jammed.
Among the victims, 61-year-old Jean Kuska, a longtime health and gym teacher who wrote on the school's website, "I cannot imagine myself in any other career but teaching." Also, teenage sophomore Alexandria Bell, her family, including 8 siblings, saying she loved to dance.
She was everything to me. No matter how I felt, I can talk to her, and it was all right. That was my baby.
Police say the toll could have been much worse if officers had not arrived within minutes and confronted the suspect, who was armed with a long gun and loads of ammunition.
This could have been much worse. The individual had almost a dozen 30-round high-capacity magazines on him.
At this point, do we know how the shooter got into the school?
Hey there, Joe. I think I lost you there, but I will tell you this. According to authorities, the school had metal detectors, security guards, and locked doors, which police say did help slow the gunman down, but they would not reveal how he still managed to get inside. Investigators did collect evidence from the suspect's car and are looking into whether he suffered from some kind of mental illness. Joe, I'll add the ATF and the FBI are on the ground here assisting with the investigation.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Now, there are just 2 weeks left until the midterm elections, and millions of Americans have already cast their ballots in early voting. Meanwhile, candidates are stepping up their campaigns, making those last-minute arguments to win over voters. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a closer look at where some of those campaigns stand.
Good morning. Officially now 2 weeks to go until Election Day, and we're looking at key races across the country, including in Pennsylvania in that race for Senate. And tonight, what could be a make-or-break moment in a debate, the first and only one set there, as people in critical states are starting to vote early, and our new polling shows polarization is off the charts.
Call it a keystone clash today in Pennsylvania in a race that could tip the balance of power in the Senate. Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz face-to-face in the first and only debate against Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who's downplaying expectations after a stroke 5 months ago that affected his speech, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer, "I fully expect that we're going to miss some words and at times maybe looking for the right word." That debate set for tonight, coming after another overnight in Florida, where the firebrand Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, is widely speculated to be looking past November to 2024 and a possible White House run. His opponent, former Governor Charlie Crist, trailing in the polls.
Yes or no, Ron? Will you serve a full 4-year term if you're reelected governor of Florida? It's not a tough question.
The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
2 weeks out from Election Day, and across the country, people are interested, really interested, with a new NBC News poll showing 70% of registered voters raring to cast their ballots, the highest number of any midterm campaign in the history of our poll. Republicans more enthusiastic than Democrats, 78 to 69%. But right now, stunning polarization. 80% of voters think the other side poses an existential threat to the country. President Biden, in a kind of pep talk from party headquarters, laying out the stakes.
Everybody wants to make it a referendum, but it's a choice between two vastly different visions for America.
Those competing visions on display in the critical state of Nevada, where the closely watched Senate race could help determine which party controls that chamber next year.
I know what this fight is about.
Incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto narrowly trailing Republican Adam Laxalt, who's arguing the country's off track with Democrats in charge.
Every single area of regular life for working class Nevadans is heading the wrong direction.
The economy and cost of living, the biggest motivating factor for a third of voters.
Can I get a job? Can I pay for my home? Can I pay my rent?
As for the top issues that matter right now, about a third of Democrats say it's threats to democracy, with dozens of Republican election deniers on ballots. And about a third of Republicans say their top issue, jobs and the economy, with 2 weeks to go now in the countdown until Election Day. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Yeah, which means Michelle Grossman is back with us to tell us more about how it feels like winter already. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, really cold out west. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s to 50s. Certainly cold enough to snow in some spots into the 30s. We're at the freezing mark in some spots. So we're going to see snow in the Cascades and northern Rockies. This is back behind a really powerful cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. Ahead of this front, we're so above normal in terms of temperature. So feeling like spring in portions of the Ohio Valley, the east, with temperatures in the 70s and some spots close to 80 degrees in the Ohio Valley. So this is where the front is located, easy to see on radar, stretching from Chicago through the Mississippi Valley into the south. We're seeing heavy rain where you see those brighter colors is where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and even seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder on the tail end of this cold front. And that's going to be a concern as we go throughout this Tuesday, because we have a lot of Gulf moisture that it's interacting with, and we're going to see the potential for some severe weather. We had severe weather last night in portions of eastern Texas, also Oklahoma. We had wind reports, also hail reports, and that's what we're expecting again today, but could see a tornado or two. So the setup for today, we're looking at snow showers in portions of the Rockies. We could see higher elevation snow, more than that in terms of 8 inches or more. And then we're looking at that severe storm, the severe storms in portions of the south, feeling like spring in the northeast, and also looking at kind of a cloudy, drizzly day in portions of the northeast. We have fog this morning, so not the brightest of days. That's really not going to clear out until Thursday. But if you're in portions of the south, in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, we're looking at in Alabama, we're looking at the potential for some strong to severe storms, 8 million people at risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could certainly cause damage on its own. A chance for a few tornadoes, so we'll watch that very closely this afternoon. And also the chance of some hail, like we saw yesterday, that could cause damage as well. Now, heavy rainfall is falling along this front. It will continue to do that as it moves east. And where you see the yellows and the oranges, that's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. Chicago, you could see heavy rain. Peoria, St. Louis, Springfield, you need the umbrellas as you head out on this Tuesday. This is good news, though, for many. We are in a drought situation, the second driest October on record in Indianapolis. We've only had 0.09 inches of rain. Same story in Cincinnati, the fourth driest. So they will take any rain they can get as we head throughout this Tuesday. It's windy, too, along this front. Ahead of this front, 29 million people impacted by a wind advisory. We could see winds gusting up to 45, 50 miles per hour, even up to 60 within some storms. So leaves are still on the trees. The ground will be wet. That could bring down some power lines as we go throughout today. Weather whiplash in terms of temperatures. These are the highs yesterday. International Falls, 70 degrees. Minneapolis, 70. That was 16 degrees above normal, 74 in Cedar Rapids. But look what happens as we go throughout that day. That cold front's going to sweep away those warm temperatures. We're looking at temperatures so much cooler today. 53 only in Minneapolis, just 41 in International Falls. Cedar Rapids dropping 24 degrees to 50 degrees, 57 in Kansas City. So we'll be warm today in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, portions of the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. Temperatures climbing into the 70s, 77 degrees in Cincinnati. That's 15 degrees above normal. 78 in Toledo, 77 in London. And then we're going to kind of sweep through, too, as we head throughout tomorrow. And we're looking at temperatures only in the 60s in Pittsburgh. Back to you guys.
All right, lots of ups and downs coming. Yeah, thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
And coming up on Morning News Now, new developments this morning.
Adidas is now severing ties with Kanye West after the rapper's string of anti-Semitic remarks. We'll have a reaction to that and a look at the rise of anti-Semitism across the U.S. when we come back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day. To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table. We feel like we're right there with you. Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to... Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. A series of anti-Semitic remarks made by Kanye West is sparking widespread backlash against the rapper turned business mogul.
Yeah, the artist's recent controversies have called into question his relationship with Adidas, but now they too are cutting ties. This morning, the sports company announced they're ending their partnership with Ye. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now on set with the latest. This just broke this morning. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. You know, Kanye West is one of the most successful musicians of all time, but it's what he has been saying offstage that has him in hot water again. Over the past few weeks, he's repeatedly made anti-Semitic comments in interviews and on social media, and companies and celebrities are cutting ties.
Breaking news this morning. Adidas confirming it is ending its lucrative partnership with Kanye West, now known as Ye. The company saying in a statement, Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. The rap star made a series of anti-Semitic comments. The brand has been under fire for its association with West. West doubling down on his anti-Semitic messages overnight.
It's genocide and population control that Black people are in today in America that is promoted by the music and the media that Black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off.
This past weekend, a group of neo-Nazi demonstrators hung a banner from an overpass in L.A. showing their support for West's comments. His ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, tweeting, "I stand together with the Jewish community and call on the terrible violence and hateful rhetoric towards them to come to an immediate end." The company has not released specific sales numbers from its Yeezy line, but industry analysts estimate it brings in up to $2 billion a year, around 10% of Adidas's total sales. Amid all the controversy, the company released its latest Yeezy Boost sneaker over the weekend. Kanye's partnerships with legendary fashion house Balenciaga and The Gap both ending in recent weeks. On Monday, the talent agency CAA said it dropped West as a client, and a production company is shelving a new documentary about him. But the musician and designer refusing to back down, even taunting Adidas in a recent podcast.
I could say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? Now what?
Business analysts suspect, guys, that because of the financial impact this is going to have, that slowed down this decision. They're going to lose upwards of $240 million by just the end of this year. And also Adidas has seen its stock price dip. They've got stock piling up around the world because demand has dropped in China and here in the U.S.
Wow.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate that report.
Welcome unfolding this morning. Thank you.
And let's keep the conversation going now with Oren Siegel. He is the vice president of the Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism. Oren, thank you so much for joining us. So we know Adidas just cut ties with Kanye West this morning. This is after several days of silence. In a tweet yesterday, the ADL wrote, "The longer Adidas is silent on Ye's anti-Semitism, the more his racist rhetoric becomes normalized." Why do you think it took so long for Adidas to act, and what's your reaction to them finally taking this step?
So it's unclear what took them so long, but what we do feel is that this is a positive outcome. It illustrates that there are consequences to anti-Semitism. And frankly, we're heartened by the fact that so many celebrities, influencers, other brands joined us in the call for Adidas to take action. So it took a little longer than we had expected, but we need to understand that this is ultimately a positive outcome and that anti-Semitism was responded to.
What kind of message does this send? What impact does it have? What does it really mean when these brands, these businesses, these companies break ties? What does that say when they refuse to work with him?
You know, we're in a moment in time in this country and frankly around the world where anti-Semitism and all forms of hate seem to be on, the front of the news every single day. And so it requires a whole of society approach to push back against that hatred. History will remember what people did in the face of hatred, how they responded, and not simply the hatred itself. So it's important for companies and people to use their voice to stop the normalization of anti-Semitism and hate.
I mean, Oren, do you see any path forward for Kanye West moving forward from this? Is there any way he could come back? Is there any way he could make things right?
I mean, right now it's difficult to see that pathway since he continues to double down on his anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He doesn't seem to want to be accountable or even understand the impact of his words. But maybe with time, maybe with some education, with some reflection, maybe this person can turn it around. But right now, I think it's important to, amplify those who are speaking out against anti-Semitism, against Kanye West, and not allow his words to sort of win the day.
All right, Oren Siegel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate having you on this morning.
Yeah, important conversation. Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, up for grabs. The Latino vote is in play for both parties in the midterm elections.
When we come back, we're going to take you to Florida, where Latino voters hold more sway than the tightest races than ever before.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. Pennsylvania Senate candidates Dr. Mehmet Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman are gearing up for a debate showdown 2 weeks before the midterms.
Yeah, the two will square off tonight in their first and only debate, and many voters will be watching the highly anticipated contest, including suburban women who say they're waiting for the debate to make their decision. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania with more. Hey, Dasha, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Look, in this high stakes and very tight race, any number of factors could tip the scales. And there are a few key voting blocks that both of these candidates have really been targeting. One of those, suburban women, as you mentioned there. We spent some time in a blue county and in a red county talking to suburban women. We spent some time at a dance studio and a gymnastics studio. And here's what we learned.
As election season tumbles toward the finish line in suburban Philadelphia, the kids at Upper Marion Dance and Gymnastics Center are flying and falling with abandon. But their moms worry about what happens when no one's there to catch them.
Inflation, like it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids.
Philadelphia suburbs like Montgomery County are the new battleground. Once Republican strongholds, they helped put Biden in the White House in 2020. But now they're up for grabs again, with issues like the economy and crime top of mind.
I mean, safety in not only education, but regular life. Huge concern with little kids.
Both Senate candidates targeting their messaging towards women here. Republican Dr. Oz stoking those fears about crime.
Deal with the crime and drugs that are creating lawlessness in the southeast of Pennsylvania.
And Democrat John Fetterman hanging his hopes on abortion access.
Woman, that is a choice that belongs to you and that should have always belonged to you.
How big of a factor is abortion in terms of what you do with your vote?
I'm certainly more pro-choice. I don't know if it's the top issue, but it is one of the more important issues for me.
What do you look for in a candidate?
For me, it's mostly the social issues, and having someone that's a true leader isn't pandering to their base.
Cindy is leaning Democratic, but hasn't made up her mind yet on the Senate race. Many we talked to were still undecided, like Montea.
And, I just want to make my best decision. Because I didn't make the best decision years ago. So
what do you mean by that?
I feel like I voted for the wrong person.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump, one reason why Democrats need to win big in places like Montgomery County to balance out losses among rural voters and former Union Democrats in places like Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Amy Janoski, a mom of two we met at Joan Harris Dance Studio, is part of that shift.
But you were registered as a Democrat.
I am a registered Democrat.
You're registered as a Democrat now, but you're more interested in sort of more conservative candidates at this point.
Yes, I am.
It's similar issues that have parents' heads spinning here, but Luzerne County could land on a different result. Take Ariane, mom to a ballerina who's worried about safety.
I honestly believe Fetterman would be more of the same. I don't think he's going to be a tough on crime politician, which is what we need right now.
For these women, the outcome of this election is personal.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah.
What's your message to people in Washington right now on both sides of the aisle about what that experience is like? What do you want them to know about what life is like right now?
Don't forget about us.
Guys, these women are going to be watching this debate tonight very closely. Several of them still undecided. And on the eve of the debate yesterday, the Fetterman campaign sent out a memo about what to expect at tonight's debate. And they seem to be seeking to lower expectations for their candidate. They said, quote, "We'll admit this isn't John's format," saying if we're all being honest, Oz clearly comes into Tuesday night with a built-in advantage. They also called the circumstances of the debate unprecedented, referencing the closed captioning that Fetterman will need to use because of his lingering auditory processing challenges. And they closed the memo saying that, quote, "John will win this race even if he doesn't win the debate." Guys, Joe, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, we know you'll be watching. Thank you so much. Now, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is looking to the Latino community to support him in this year's midterm election.
Governor DeSantis is in a closely watched race with former Governor Charlie Crist. The two debated over key issues last night, including immigration, abortion, and the economy. Now, Telemundo and NBCLX polling shows DeSantis could have a majority of Latino support.
And we have NBCLX national political editor Noah Pransky joining us here in studio for a look at these numbers. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. So let's talk about that poll. Why are we seeing more Latinos support DeSantis? Do the numbers look to you like a general shift to the right, or what does this mean?
Republicans have made gains kind of across the entire spectrum. But in particular, the DeSantis gains really were built during COVID, and he's built on that since then. He's got buy-in from Hispanic voters in Florida. Right now, specifically, we're looking at numbers here. I mean, even his issue of moving migrants from Texas to Massachusetts, he has buy-in on that issue as well. But on the top ticket item, who are you going to vote for this fall? DeSantis has a 7-point lead on his Democratic opponent, Charlie Crist, and his approvals are even higher than that, meaning even some people who plan to vote for Charlie Crist support what DeSantis is doing in office.
It's important to know Latinos are not a homogenous voting group, and the Telemundo polling shows that different heritage groups vote in different ways. So what are some of the differences you're seeing in that polling?
Yeah, I mean, you say not a monolith, especially in Florida. You look at Arizona, California, Texas, largely dominated by Mexican Americans. But in Florida, you've got about a third of them from Cuba, about a third of them from Puerto Rico, and about a third from other countries, largely in Central and South America. And really, these breaks show that, I mean, Cubans are all in on DeSantis. They are ride or die plus 50 points. But you look at everyone else, the rest of the state, and they do break to the left. But that Cuban advantage is so strong. And Republican gains, especially in, again, a lot of a growing base from Venezuela, Nicaragua, other countries that were dominated by socialist or communist countries, he is making gains largely, it looks like right now, more than Democrats can overcome.
Wow. Now, I know also this morning we have new numbers on the Senate race between Marco Rubio and Val Demings, potentially a change in Miami-Dade. Tell us what those numbers are showing.
Yeah, so again, this almost mirrors what we see for the election for the governor's race. Marco Rubio +7 likely Hispanic voters in Florida. And what's interesting here is that those numbers are actually identical to what we're seeing in South Florida specifically. Miami-Dade hasn't gone for a Republican in 20 years. Rubio and DeSantis and Republicans are pledging to win Miami-Dade for the first time, and that would be a really big blow to Democrats in Florida.
And you're also getting some numbers that deal with some of these social issues that are getting so much attention in Florida, especially because Governor DeSantis has been pushing some of these issues.
Yeah, we talked about those controversial migrant flights, but we also polled on the issue of the Parental Rights Act, teaching about sexual issues in elementary schools, dubbed by critics the Don't Say Gay bill. This was also popular among Florida Hispanic voters, +13 on this one. 54% say they approve it. So what does it tell us? It either tells us that there is a major shift happening in the southeast part of the country, or it may just tell us that Ron DeSantis is building a brand and people are following him.
That's certainly something to watch for now and in the future. Noah Pransky, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming by.
Coming up, is the risk of a recession mounting for the economy? We'll tell you what Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen thinks is ahead next.
Plus, when we come back, we'll talk with one of this year's winners about how her work is making an impact on the stories surrounding climate change after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with an exclusive interview with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yeah, the former Fed chair sat down with NBC News senior business analyst and host of the 11th Hour on MSNBC, Stephanie Ruhle, to discuss the state of our economy ahead of next month's midterms. And we are pleased to say that Stephanie Ruhle is here with us in studio now. Steph, great to be here. Thanks for coming by. Congrats on this interview. Of course, we're all wondering, we would love to hear from the former Fed chair on inflation. When does she think this could cool? What happened in this interview?
Well, I mean, listen, she's in a situation right now where the Biden administration needs to be walking the walk and talking the talk. You and I both know the economy is, for many voters, the #1 issue, and inflation is on everyone's minds. So I asked her, where are we headed? She believes we are on the path for inflation to go down, but let's be honest, it's definitely not the fast track. Here's what she said.
I have confidence that inflation will come down over the next year or two. So I believe that what they're doing will work.
Do you believe it's peaked?
So I'm not positive. I don't want to forecast month by month inflation numbers. The most recent data suggests we still have inflation that's unacceptably high, but there are good indications earlier in the pipeline that inflation will come down.
It seems like we are on that trail, but for people who are going to vote in 2 weeks from today, you heard it in your last segment, right? People are struggling to pay their bills, and while she can remind us, remember where we were 2 years ago in the middle of the pandemic, a much worse place, and we've done significantly better. It's tough for people to remember that because they're having a hard time.
And then the other issue people are thinking of is, can we fight inflation without sending us into a recession? Is that what's on the horizon? What did she have to say about it?
Listen, she certainly hopes it's not, but every day we hear from another business leader warning that could be the case. She reminds us, though, while inflation is very high, unemployment is very low, and that could save us. Watch this.
When you have a 3.5% unemployment rate and have had over 300,000 jobs a month for the last 3 or 4 months or longer, that is not what most people think of as a recession. I think inflation will come down. People will feel better about the economy as that occurs. And I have
no recession.
I can't rule out the risk of one, but as I said, I believe there is a path toward bringing inflation down in the context of a strong labor market.
So there you have it. I mean, she's on a high wire right now because this could be the thing that sinks Democrats in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Well, that's exactly what I want to ask about is that a top concern for them right now? And also, any indication on what she's feeling for herself 2 weeks from now?
Well, listen, there has been a lot of buzz out there. Could she step down after the midterms? It's a possibility. And if Democrats do lose 2 weeks from now, many people are asking, will the president's economic team have to shoulder some of that blame? Remember, Janet Yellen herself, as well as the majority of the administration a year ago, said, oh, inflation is short term. It won't be here that long. Right. So we have to wonder, did they make the best decisions given that they miscalculated what was to come? She says they're going to keep it slow and steady. The administration has done a lot to address inflation. And, you know, just last week, the president announced releasing oil reserves to try to lower the price of gas. That Inflation Reduction Act, which just got signed, is going to lower energy prices, healthcare costs, which are huge positives. Here's the problem. They're going to take a while to happen. And they don't have time.
Yeah, not 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, not 14 days. That's
Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great interview.
Thank you. And let's stay on financial headlines now and start with comments from Intel's CEO about the new U.S. ban on chip exports to China.
CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe Savannah, Intel CEO, says it was only a matter of time before the U.S. government tightened technology restrictions on China. Earlier this month, the Commerce Department announced new curbs on exports of semiconductors and the equipment to make those chips in the interest of national security. Speaking at a Wall Street Journal conference, Pat Gelsinger says the rebalancing of supply chains is critical. Gelsinger was a leader backer of the CHIPS Act, which passed Congress this summer. It provides more than $50 billion in subsidies to build or expand chip plants here in the U.S. Jamie Dimon says world politics are more concerning to him than the possibility of a recession in this country. The J.P. Morgan CEO making the comments at an investment conference in Saudi Arabia. Dimon citing the war in Ukraine and tensions between the U.S. and China. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon says it will be difficult to get out of embedded inflation without an economic slowdown. Apple is raising the subscription price for Apple TV Plus and Apple Music and the Apple One bundle package. It's the first time the company has raised prices for those services in the U.S. Apple Music will increase by $1 to $10.99 a month or by $10 to $109 a year. Apple TV is going up by $2 a month to $6.99 or $20 to $69 a year. Apple says the change to Apple Music is due to rising costs to license songs.
All right. Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tonight, some of the world's top climate journalists will showcase the most pressing stories impacting our environment during a special presentation hosted by today's Al Roker and our own Savannah Sellers.
By me, that's right. The show Burning Questions, covering climate now, highlights the work of 23 journalists who are recognized for their reporting on climate change across various mediums, including television, internet, newspapers, you name it. This morning, we're joined by Shannon Osaka. She's a reporter with the Washington Post who won the Emerging Journalist Award. Shannon, good morning. First off, congratulations. This is my second year getting to talk with the emerging journalists, which is very exciting for me. So I appreciate you coming on with us this morning. So talk to us about what you feel has been your most important or consequential story to date when it comes to climate change.
Oh, that's a great question. I think one of my most consequential stories is a piece that I did on France and something that they call the Citizens Climate Convention. So basically what they did is they invited 150 random citizens to come to the French government and to help them figure out how to make decisions about climate change. And it was very interesting because it got to a lot of questions about how do we decarbonize the economy? How do we do it in a democratic way? And in sort of a quintessentially French fashion, all of those 150 French citizens got in a lot of fights with Macron, the president, about what they wanted to do for climate change. So that was a pretty interesting story I got to do.
So, Shannon, I mean, it could be argued in general the issue of climate change is underreported. But within that, in your opinion, what's the most underreported climate issue impacting us right now?
I mean, I think that what is underreported is climate solutions. I think that we've gotten to a point where a lot of people are covering all of the extreme weather events that we're suffering, the floods, et cetera, the droughts, the heat waves, but we still need to explain to people that we do have climate solutions. They are available. And the question is whether we're implementing them, whether we're building clean energy, whether we're shifting over to electric cars. Those stories, I think, are still underreported at a lot of the major outlets. And, you know, we're shifting in that direction. Journalism is changing, but it needs to change much faster.
Shannon, also, I want to, if we can also look at the big picture here, and I know that this is sort of what we're trying to tackle with this special, is that a lot of times climate-related stories can sometimes seem too big or too depressing maybe, or too far away from home for somebody to really understand the impact that it could have in your own backyard. But I know you have a different outlook when it comes to your reporting in terms of it being too tough to tackle. What is it that, how is it that you see this and that you think that your reporting stands out in that way for something that readers can take away?
Well, I think one of the really important things that we've learned just about the psychology of climate change is that people, when you tell people this really scary information, what they want to know is, okay, what can I do? What can I personally do to make a difference? How can I get involved? And so what I try to do in my reporting is to say, okay, here are all the different pathways that you personally can take, whether that's installing a heat pump in your house so that you're connected to heat and cooling by electricity, whether that's getting an electric vehicle, whether that's participating in climate protests. all of these individual actions, and we know that individual action is not going to save us from climate change, right? We need systemic change. But I think for readers, it's very important for them to be able to say, okay, here's what I can do personally. Here's something that will help me, so that it doesn't just feel like it's all despairing, there's no hope whatsoever.
Yeah, that solutions-oriented coverage is so important. Shannon, thank you so much. So excited. Last year, I was very proud to dub these the Oscars of climate change, and so I'm very excited to see them again. And congratulations to one of our winners. And you can watch Burning Questions covering climate now, hosted by, again, myself and our friend Al Roker. It's at 8 o'clock tonight on the World YouTube channel. It's called, as well as on the World channel on TV.
Coming up, remembering an icon.
Yeah, actor Leslie Jordan died yesterday at the age of 67. This morning, we're taking a look back at the life and legacy of the Emmy Award-winning actor whose life off the screen was just as full as the one on it. That's up next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like. Our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us. We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay. We're back with some news that Swifties are sure to celebrate. Taylor Swift's new album is already smashing all sorts of records, some of which were her own, by the way, just days after it came out. Midnights is now the only album in the past 5 years to sell more than 1 million copies, and it reached that record in just 3 days. Interestingly, nearly half of the total sales were in vinyl. After just a single day, Midnights had the biggest week for a vinyl album since at least 1991. Now, critics say some of those numbers can be traced to people buying multiple editions, but in case you're wondering, the last album to reach 1 million sales was A Reputation, which also was by Taylor Swift.
Back in 2017, and that whole critics multiple,
How many editions did you buy?
Well, yeah, we don't have to get personal about it. But my point is, yeah, people love it so much they're willing to collect. Also, that speaks to her marketing genius that there are the different versions.
Got it.
Go on.
I think she deflected there. All right.
Yeah, because there's different colors. You need them all. All right. This morning, friends and family are mourning the loss of Leslie Jordan.
The Emmy Award-winning actor died Monday after his car crashed into a tree in Hollywood. Jordan was best known for playing the conniving Beverly Leslie on Will and Grace, but he became a social media sensation, posting videos during the pandemic. His agent says he likely suffered, quote, some sort of medical emergency, which caused him to lose control of his vehicle. Jordan was 67 years old. For more on his legacy, we are joined by NBC Out reporter Alexander Casala. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, like, obviously we know him from Will and Grace, but he had such a wide range of roles. Murphy Brown, Star Trek, American Horror Story. Looking at social media yesterday, I think every single person I know had a picture with him because he just was everywhere all the time. I mean, what's his legacy and how is he being remembered?
I kind of like to call stars like him in Hollywood. His Wikipedia page reads like a CVS receipt because it just goes on and on forever. Like you were saying, Ally McBeal, Murphy Brown, Boston Public, Boston Legal. He really was in everything almost. And even from all the tributes I poured out this week, Dolly Parton calling him a friend. I mean, there were stars that I don't think we even knew were associated with him that wanted to, you know, share their thoughts and everything on him. I really feel like his legacy is so much tied into his queerness and being this visible, feminine, flamboyant person in Hollywood since the early mid-90s. And I think that really is one of the things that from the beginning set him apart from so many other people, just that flair of authenticity and individuality.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something he's remembered for and celebrated for. Prior to his passing, he was declared a national treasure by the Society of LGBTQ Entertainment Critics last year, receiving their coveted Timeless Star Award. We were talking this morning about, you know, some of the things that he said about his family and their embracing of him since he was young and how it formed him into who he was. Just talk through the impact of him, of course, when he was alive on that community, but also the legacy now that he's passed.
He articulated it when I interviewed him. We actually at Today's Show covered him in March 2020, just as he was taking off. I think he had 400,000 followers when I interviewed him. A couple weeks later, he had 5 million. And during that time, he said to me that even though his dad was the most like masculine kind of archetype of a colonel or a sergeant in the war or something like that, he still loved his son and still embraced him. And I think the other really amazing thing about seeing him was he had this amazing intersectionality of being like the gayest person alive and also being like the most Southern person alive, which you don't really see a lot. But that just goes all back to him being true to who he was.
I mean, I've been following him since, you know, his Will and Grace days when he told Karen Walker, I knew I smelled gin and regret, which is one of his most legendary lines. But really, it's young people who really got to know him during the pandemic. He has, I think, now nearly 6 million Instagram followers. What was his appeal to the younger generation?
I think a lot of us have kind of lost that gay grandfather figure in a lot of ways because of the AIDS epidemic. That whole kind of generation was really kind of wiped out by that. And I feel that like that is really something that he can be for all of us, you know? And I also just think it goes back to him being exactly like who he is on his own terms. And I feel that like all of his life, he was doing all this incredible work, but it took, you know, just his iPhone and, you know, these selfie videos with a couch cushion for him to really kind of reach people. But I think it just shows that, you know, that is what the power, and nobody says it better than Leslie Jordan.
Yeah, we were, he wrote a book recently and we were listening to it. And if you're going to read the book, listen to the audio book because it's him reading it and you can't top his voice reading something like that. I highly recommend it. I mean, it's charming and it just makes you feel his energy.
Yeah,
so.
I saw so many people yesterday talking about how it felt like he got them through the pandemic with those videos, you know?
Oh, I mean, like, even for me in the interview in itself, you know, it was the first few weeks and finding that silver lining was so incredibly hard. But I think we did and we found it in him.
All right.
So cool, you spoke with him also.
Alexander Casala, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. A great look back. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, triple threat. A combination of flu, COVID cases, and a respiratory virus are already putting a strain on hospitals this fall. It's causing concern among doctors who worry the situation could get worse in the winter.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
We're surging, meaning we're bringing patients into areas of the hospital that we never used before.
What you need to know to stay safe this winter and what public officials are doing to try and stop the spread. A new era. The United Kingdom has a new prime minister this morning. Rishi Sunak has become the next leader of Britain, ending weeks of political turmoil that led to the resignation of Liz Truss. We'll break down what Sunak's ascension means for the UK. Now he plans to tackle the challenges facing the country. Under fire, Adidas ends its relationship with Kanye West after a string of anti-Semitic comments. We'll have the latest on the pressure the sportswear giant was facing because of its deal with the polarizing artist. And we'll take a look at the growing concern over anti-Semitism across the U.S. And strength in numbers. The issues affecting Latino voters are gaining more importance with each election. This morning, we'll take you to Florida, where the minority vote could have a major impact on the crucial midterm races there. Talking plenty about the election here in the coming weeks, including later this hour.
Yeah, exactly. 2 weeks from today, but people voting across the country already.
Exactly. Millions already. We're going to begin, though, first with the growing concern this morning over that triple-demic that could affect children this winter.
Yeah, we're already seeing a spike in flu cases and a surge in a respiratory virus impacting children. Now we're being warned about a potential new wave of COVID cases. Pediatric hospitals in some states are reporting they just don't have enough hospital beds to keep up. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Rhode Island, where they've been hard hit. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. This children's hospital in Rhode Island is operating at 125% capacity. It's using parts of the facility that it's never used before. And half of the young patients in its ICU have the respiratory illness, RSV.
This morning, concerns of a potential triple-demic are growing. The flu, RSV, and COVID ramping up earlier than expected.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
Rhode Island, Delaware, Maine, and Washington, D.C. now reporting more than 90% of their pediatric hospital beds are full. Several other states between 80 and 90%. Many patients battling RSV, the common respiratory illness that's usually like a simple cold, but can be very serious in children under 2.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
In Providence, Hasbro Children's Hospital is now at 125% capacity. Extra patients staying in the emergency department while they wait for available beds to be admitted.
It's unprecedented, and because of that, we are sort of in a whole new world right now. We are trying to manage the sickest of the patients right now and let people know that if they're coming in with more minor complaints, that they might have to wait for a while.
As for the flu, pharmacy giant Walgreens now says activity at its clinics is more than 10 times higher than it was last season, and that it's doubled in just the past 2 weeks.
We're seeing it in the cities in the South, and we're seeing it move a lot faster than we have in the past.
All of it weighing on parents across the country.
He was having a hard time breathing.
In South Carolina, Corey Robertson's newborn son had RSV and was on a ventilator to help him breathe.
I was very scared. You know, he's 7 weeks old, so I definitely had fear that I haven't really felt before, just the unknown.
Today, President Biden is set to get his Omicron COVID booster shot as public health officials urge Americans to make sure that their COVID and flu shots are up to date to potentially ease the strain on hospitals like this one in the coming months. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Earlier on the Today Show, White House COVID response coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha joined Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. He discussed all these health concerns and how public health officials are responding.
Looking at these overflowing hospitals, we're calling it a triple-demic. How concerned are you about the moment that we're in right now?
Yeah, so, it is concerning. We have 3 respiratory viruses that are circulating and all of them going up. We have RSV, we have flu, we have SARS-CoV-2 or COVID. The good news here is that we've got terrific vaccines against two of them, both influenza vaccines as well as new updated COVID shots. If people got those two, they can really keep them out of the hospital, prevent them from getting seriously ill. That will make an enormous difference in keeping healthcare capacity under control and really helping people get through the winter ahead. So I'm actually pretty confident our vaccines are going to hold up really well. The brand new COVID vaccines are going to hold up well. If you're relying on your old vaccine from 9 months ago or an infection from a year ago, that's probably not going to be good enough. That's where we are with COVID for a vast majority of people. For most people, this is now a once-a-year shot. So what I've been encouraging people is like, you go get your flu shot, you go get your COVID shot. It's going to make a big difference as you go into the holiday season.
And because there's no vaccine for RSV, Dr. Jha recommends that parents and caregivers take proper precautions, like avoid having your children around other sick kids and avoid play dates if another child is showing symptoms or feeling sick.
Turning overseas now, Britain has a new prime minister this morning. It's third in just 7 weeks. Rishi Sunak was invited to form a government after meeting with King Charles. Earlier, Sunak now faces the daunting task of uniting a fractured Conservative Party and tackling the country's ongoing economic crisis. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London with more on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, in his first speech as Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak called this country's economic problems profound. He's going to have to make spending cuts in government. He promised to make those difficult decisions with compassion, but also admitted that he has a lot of work to do to earn back the public's trust after what has been months, really, of chaos.
Rishi Sunak is therefore elected as leader of the Conservative Party.
A history-making moment amid the chaos of British politics. The country's first British Indian Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, meeting with King Charles this morning. Britain's new leader is the third Prime Minister this year and facing a massive challenge. The pound sharply down against the dollar, inflation surging, and borrowing costs through the roof.
There is no doubt we face a profound economic challenge. We now need stability and unity.
At 42, Sunak is the youngest British leader in more than 200 years and the country's first leader of color. A former finance minister, he's won praise for his economic policies.
Borrowing your way out of inflation isn't a plan, it's a fairy tale.
But he's expected to oversee huge spending cuts to balance the books, an unpopular move, especially given his wealthy background. The son of Indian immigrants, Sunak was educated at Oxford, then Stanford, going on to earn millions as a banker and marrying the daughter of a billionaire Indian tech giant.
It's always going to be a problem for the Conservative Party being seen as the party of the rich.
Sunak's predecessor, Liz Truss, lasted only 44 days in office, pushed out after her economic plans blew up Britain's finances. Her predecessor, Boris Johnson, forced to quit after a series of scandals. The British public totally fed up.
I think we're all laughing stock now.
What an absolute farce all this stuff is.
But with no election until January 2025, many voters just hope Sunak won't be as bad as his predecessors.
Richie is not an angel, not by any stretch of imagination, but is the best of the lot.
And along with all of those domestic issues, there is, of course, the war in Ukraine. The UK is the second largest military donor after the United States. But the question now is, will this fiscally conservative prime minister keep that money flowing? Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
We're learning new details this morning about a deadly mass shooting at a high school in St. Louis. Investigators now say the 19-year-old gunman was a former student at the Performing Arts School where he opened fire yesterday morning. 3 people were killed, including the gunman, who died after a shootout with police. NBC News correspondent Emily Teta joined us now from St. Louis. Emily, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Central Visual and Performing Arts High School remains closed this morning, as well as another school neighboring building, after 2 people were gunned down here and several others hospitalized with injuries. This behind me, an all too familiar picture. Balloons, notes, and flowers lining this school building turned crime scene.
This morning, another community traumatized and heartbroken by a school shooting that killed a teacher and sophomore. A local news chopper capturing the terrifying scene as hundreds of students and staff scrambled to safety.
We're going to report that the shots are being fired from room 309.
The chaos unfolding just as the school day was getting underway at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis, Missouri.
We started hearing glass breaking from the outside and gunshots outside the door.
Freshman Adrian Bolden, like many desperate students, barricaded doors and eventually escaped through a classroom window.
Are you hurt?
Frightened parents on the other end of phone calls, helpless.
Just to hear my baby cry like that and I can't be there to help her, that like really hurt me.
Some students coming face to face with the 19-year-old gunman who police have identified as Orlando Harris, a recent graduate of the school with no criminal history. He died in the hospital after a shootout with officers.
Me and him made eye contact, and I'm glad I made it out because his gun got jammed.
Among the victims, 61-year-old Jean Kuska, a longtime health and gym teacher who wrote on the school's website, "I cannot imagine myself in any other career but teaching." Also, teenage sophomore Alexandria Bell, her family, including 8 siblings, saying she loved to dance.
She was everything to me. No matter how I felt, I can talk to her, and it was all right. That was my baby.
Police say the toll could have been much worse if officers had not arrived within minutes and confronted the suspect, who was armed with a long gun and loads of ammunition.
This could have been much worse. The individual had almost a dozen 30-round high-capacity magazines on him.
At this point, do we know how the shooter got into the school?
Hey there, Joe. I think I lost you there, but I will tell you this. According to authorities, the school had metal detectors, security guards, and locked doors, which police say did help slow the gunman down, but they would not reveal how he still managed to get inside. Investigators did collect evidence from the suspect's car and are looking into whether he suffered from some kind of mental illness. Joe, I'll add the ATF and the FBI are on the ground here assisting with the investigation.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Now, there are just 2 weeks left until the midterm elections, and millions of Americans have already cast their ballots in early voting. Meanwhile, candidates are stepping up their campaigns, making those last-minute arguments to win over voters. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a closer look at where some of those campaigns stand.
Good morning. Officially now 2 weeks to go until Election Day, and we're looking at key races across the country, including in Pennsylvania in that race for Senate. And tonight, what could be a make-or-break moment in a debate, the first and only one set there, as people in critical states are starting to vote early, and our new polling shows polarization is off the charts.
Call it a keystone clash today in Pennsylvania in a race that could tip the balance of power in the Senate. Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz face-to-face in the first and only debate against Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who's downplaying expectations after a stroke 5 months ago that affected his speech, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer, "I fully expect that we're going to miss some words and at times maybe looking for the right word." That debate set for tonight, coming after another overnight in Florida, where the firebrand Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, is widely speculated to be looking past November to 2024 and a possible White House run. His opponent, former Governor Charlie Crist, trailing in the polls.
Yes or no, Ron? Will you serve a full 4-year term if you're reelected governor of Florida? It's not a tough question.
The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
2 weeks out from Election Day, and across the country, people are interested, really interested, with a new NBC News poll showing 70% of registered voters raring to cast their ballots, the highest number of any midterm campaign in the history of our poll. Republicans more enthusiastic than Democrats, 78 to 69%. But right now, stunning polarization. 80% of voters think the other side poses an existential threat to the country. President Biden, in a kind of pep talk from party headquarters, laying out the stakes.
Everybody wants to make it a referendum, but it's a choice between two vastly different visions for America.
Those competing visions on display in the critical state of Nevada, where the closely watched Senate race could help determine which party controls that chamber next year.
I know what this fight is about.
Incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto narrowly trailing Republican Adam Laxalt, who's arguing the country's off track with Democrats in charge.
Every single area of regular life
for working-class Nevadans is heading the wrong direction.
The economy and cost of living, the biggest motivating factor for a third of voters.
Can I get a job? Can I pay for my home? Can I pay my rent?
As for the top issues that matter right now, about a third of Democrats say it's threats to democracy, with dozens of Republican election deniers on ballots. And about a third of Republicans say their top issue, jobs and the economy, with 2 weeks to go now in the countdown until Election Day. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you.
Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather?
Yeah, which means Michelle Grossman is back with us to tell us more about how it feels like winter already. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, really cold out west. We're looking at temperatures in the 40s to 50s, certainly cold enough to snow in some spots into the 30s. We're at the freezing mark in some spots, so we're going to see snow in the Cascades, the northern Rockies. This is back behind a really powerful cold front that's moving through the middle of the nation. Ahead of this front, we're so above normal in terms of temperature, so feeling like spring in portions of the Ohio Valley, the east, with temperatures in the 70s and some spots close to 80 degrees in the Ohio Valley. So this is where the front is located, easy to see on radar, stretching from Chicago through the Mississippi Valley into the south. We're seeing heavy rain where you see those brighter colors is where we're seeing the heaviest rain, and even seeing some lightning, hearing some thunder on the tail end of this cold front. And that's going to be a concern as we go throughout this Tuesday, because we have a lot of Gulf moisture that it's interacting with, and we're going to see the potential for some severe weather. We had severe weather last night in portions of eastern Texas, also Oklahoma. We had wind reports, also hail reports, and that's what we're expecting again today, but could see a tornado or two. So the setup for today, we're looking at snow showers in portions of the Rockies. We could see higher elevation snow, more than that in terms of 8 inches or more. And then we're looking at that severe storm, the severe storms in portions of the south, feeling like spring in the northeast, and also looking at kind of a cloudy, drizzly day in portions of the northeast. We have fog this morning, so not the brightest of days. That's really not going to clear out until Thursday. But if you're in portions of the south, in Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, we're looking at in Alabama, we're looking at the potential for some strong to severe storms, 8 million people at risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That could certainly cause damage on its own. A chance for a few tornadoes, so we'll watch that very closely this afternoon. And also the chance of some hail, like we saw yesterday, that could cause damage as well. Now, heavy rainfall is falling along this front. It will continue to do that as it moves east. And where you see the yellows and the oranges, that's where we're going to see the heaviest rain. Chicago, you could see heavy rain. Peoria, St. Louis, Springfield, you need the umbrellas as you head out on this Tuesday. And this is good news, though, for many. We are in a drought situation, the second driest October on record in Indianapolis. We've only had 0.09 inches of rain. Same story in Cincinnati, the fourth driest. So they will take any rain they can get as we head throughout this Tuesday. It's windy, too, along this front. Ahead of this front, 29 million people impacted by a wind advisory. We could see winds gusting up to 45, 50 miles per hour, even up to 60 within some storms. So leaves are still on the trees. The ground will be wet. That could bring down some power lines as we go throughout today. Weather whiplash in terms of temperatures. These are the highs yesterday. International Falls, 70 degrees. Minneapolis, 70. That was 16 degrees above normal, 74 in Cedar Rapids. But look what happens as we go throughout that day. That cold front's going to sweep away those warm temperatures. We're looking at temperatures so much cooler today. 53 only in Minneapolis, just 41 in International Falls. Cedar Rapids dropping 24 degrees to 50 degrees, 57 in Kansas City. So we'll be warm today in the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, portions of the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. Temperatures climbing into the 70s, 77 degrees in Cincinnati. That's 15 degrees above normal. 78 in Toledo, 77 in London. And then we're going to kind of sweep through, too, as we head throughout tomorrow. And we're looking at temperatures only in the 60s in Pittsburgh. Back to you guys.
All right, lots of ups and downs coming. Yeah, thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
And coming up on Morning News Now, new developments this morning.
Adidas is now severing ties with Kanye West after the rapper's string of anti-Semitic remarks. We'll have a reaction to that and a look at the rise of anti-Semitism across the U.S. when we come back.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. A series of anti-Semitic remarks made by Kanye West is sparking widespread backlash against the rapper turned business mogul.
Yeah, the artist's recent controversies have called into question his relationship with Adidas, but now they too are cutting ties. This morning, the sports company announced they're ending their partnership with Ye. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now on set with the latest. This just broke this morning. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. You know, Kanye West is one of the most successful musicians of all time, but it's what he has been saying offstage that has him in hot water again. Over the past few weeks, he's repeatedly made anti-Semitic comments in interviews and on social media, and companies and celebrities are cutting ties.
Breaking news this morning. Adidas confirming it is ending its lucrative partnership with Kanye West, now known as Ye. The company saying in a statement, Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. The rap star made a series of anti-Semitic comments. The brand has been under fire for its association with West. West doubling down on his anti-Semitic messages overnight.
It's genocide and population control that Black people are in today in America that is promoted by the music and the media that Black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off.
This past weekend, a group of neo-Nazi demonstrators hung a banner from an overpass in L.A. showing their support for West's comments. His ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, tweeting, "I stand together with the Jewish community and call on the terrible violence and hateful rhetoric towards them to come to an immediate end." The company has not released specific sales numbers from its Yeezy line, but industry analysts estimate it brings in up to $2 billion a year, around 10% of Adidas' total sales. Amid all the controversy, the company released its latest Yeezy Boost sneaker over the weekend. Kanye's partnerships with legendary fashion house Balenciaga and The Gap both ending in recent weeks. On Monday, the talent agency CAA said it dropped West as a client, and a production company is shelving a new documentary about him. But the musician and designer refusing to back down, even taunting Adidas in a recent podcast.
I could say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? Now what?
Business analysts suspect, guys, that because of the financial impact this is going to have, that slowed down this decision. They're going to lose upwards of $240 million by just the end of this year. And also Adidas has seen its stock price dip. They've got stock piling up around the world because demand has dropped in China and here in the U.S.
Wow.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate that report.
Welcome to Unfolding this morning. Thank you.
And let's keep the conversation going now with Oren Siegel. He is the vice president of the Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism. Oren, thank you so much for joining us. So we know Adidas just cut ties with Kanye West this morning. This is after several days of silence. In a tweet yesterday, the ADL wrote, "The longer Adidas is silent on Ye's anti-Semitism, the more his racist rhetoric becomes normalized." Why do you think it took so long for Adidas to act, and what's your reaction to them finally taking this step?
So it's unclear what took them so long, but what we do feel is that this is a positive outcome. It illustrates that there are consequences to anti-Semitism. And frankly, we're heartened by the fact that so many celebrities, influencers, other brands joined us in the call for Adidas to take action. So it took a little longer than we had expected, but we need to understand that this is ultimately a positive outcome and that anti-Semitism was responded to.
What kind of message does this send? What impact does it have? What does it really mean when these brands, these businesses, these companies break ties? What does that say when they refuse to work with him?
You know, we're in a moment in time in this country and frankly around the world where anti-Semitism and all forms of hate seem to be on, the front of the news every single day. And so it requires a whole of society approach to push back against that hatred. History will remember what people did in the face of hatred, how they responded, and not simply the hatred itself. So it's important for companies and people to use their voice to stop the normalization of anti-Semitism and hate.
I mean, Oren, do you see any path forward for Kanye West moving forward from this? Is there any way he could come back? Is there any way he could make things right?
I mean, right now it's difficult to see that pathway since he continues to double down on his anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He doesn't seem to want to be accountable or even understand the impact of his words. But maybe with time, maybe with some education, with some reflection, maybe this person can turn it around. But right now, I think it's important to, amplify those who are speaking out against anti-Semitism, against Kanye West, and not allow his words to sort of win the day.
All right, Oren Siegel, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate having you on this morning.
Yeah, important conversation. Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, up for grabs. The Latino vote is in play for both parties in the midterm elections.
When we come back, we're going to take you to Florida, where Latino voters hold more sway than over the tightest races than ever before.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah, you were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Pennsylvania Senate candidates Dr. Mehmet Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman are gearing up for a debate showdown 2 weeks before the midterms.
Yeah, the two will square off tonight in their first and only debate, and many voters will be watching the highly anticipated contest, including suburban women who say they're waiting for the debate to make their decision. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania with more. Hey, Dasha, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Look, in this high stakes and very tight race, any number of factors could tip the scales. And there are a few key voting blocks that both of these candidates have really been targeting. One of those, suburban women, as you mentioned there. We spent some time in a blue county and in a red county talking to suburban women. We spent some time at a dance studio and a gymnastics studio. And here's what we learned. As election season tumbles toward the finish line in suburban Philadelphia, the kids at Upper Merion Dance and Gymnastics Center are flying and falling with abandon. But their moms worry about what happens when no one's there to catch them.
Inflation, it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids.
Philadelphia suburbs like Montgomery County are the new battleground. Once Republican strongholds, they helped put Biden in the White House in 2020. But now they're up for grabs again, with issues like the economy and crime top of mind.
Safety in not only education, but regular life. Huge concern with little kids.
Both Senate candidates targeting their messaging towards women here. Republican Dr. Oz stoking those fears about crime.
Deal with the crime and drugs that are creating lawlessness in the southeast of Pennsylvania.
And Democrat John Fetterman hanging his hopes on abortion access.
Woman, that is a choice that belongs to you and that should have always belonged to you.
How big of a factor is abortion in terms of what you do with your vote?
I'm certainly more pro-choice. I don't know if it's the top issue, but it is one of the more important issues for me.
What do you look for in a candidate?
For me, it's mostly the social issues, and having someone that's a true leader isn't pandering to their base.
Cindy is leaning Democratic, but hasn't made up her mind yet on the Senate race. Many we talked to were still undecided, like Montea.
And, I just want to make my best decision. Because I didn't make the best decision years ago. So
what do you mean by that?
I feel like I voted for the wrong person.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump, one reason why Democrats need to win big in places like Montgomery County to balance out losses among rural voters and former Union Democrats in places like Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Amy Janoski, a mom of two we met at Joan Harris Dance Studio, is part of that shift. But you were registered as a Democrat.
I am a registered Democrat.
You're registered as a Democrat now, but you're more interested in sort of more conservative candidates at this point.
Yes, I am.
It's similar issues that have parents' heads spinning here, but Luzerne County could land on a different result. Take Ariane, mom to a ballerina who's worried about safety.
I honestly believe Fetterman would be more of the same. I don't think he's going to be a tough-on-crime politician, which is what we need right now.
For these women, the outcome of this election is personal.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah.
What's your message to people in Washington right now on both sides of the aisle about what that experience is like? What do you want them to know about what life is like right now?
Don't forget about us.
Guys, these women are going to be watching this debate tonight very closely. Several of them still undecided. And on the eve of the debate yesterday, the Fetterman campaign sent out a memo about what to expect at tonight's debate. And they seem to be seeking to lower expectations for their candidate. They said, quote, "We'll admit this isn't John's format," saying if we're all being honest, Oz clearly comes into Tuesday night with a built-in advantage. They also called the circumstances of the debate unprecedented, referencing the closed captioning that Fetterman will need to use because of his lingering auditory processing challenges. And they closed the memo saying that, quote, "John will win this race even if he doesn't win the debate." Guys, Joe, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns, we know you'll be watching. Thank you so much. Now, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is looking to the Latino community to support him in this year's midterm election.
Governor DeSantis is in a closely watched race with former Governor Charlie Crist. The two debated over key issues last night, including immigration, abortion, and the economy. Now, Telemundo and NBC LX polling shows DeSantis could have a majority of Latino support.
And we have NBC LX national political editor Noah Pransky joining us here in studio for a look at these numbers. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. So let's talk about that poll. Why are we seeing more Latinos support DeSantis? Do the numbers look to you like a general shift to the right, or what does this mean?
Republicans have made gains kind of across the entire spectrum. But in particular, the DeSantis gains really were built during COVID, and he's built on that since then. He's got buy-in from Hispanic voters in Florida. Right now, specifically, we're looking at numbers here. I mean, even his issue of moving migrants from Texas to Massachusetts, he has buy-in on that issue as well. But on the top ticket item, who are you going to vote for this fall? DeSantis has a 7-point lead on his Democratic opponent, Charlie Crist, and his approvals are even higher than that, meaning even some people who plan to vote for Charlie Crist support what DeSantis is doing in office.
It's important to know Latinos are not a homogenous voting group, and the Telemundo polling shows that different heritage groups vote in different ways. So what are some of the differences you're seeing in that polling?
Yeah, I mean, you say not a monolith, especially in Florida. You look at Arizona, California, Texas, largely dominated by Mexican Americans. But in Florida, you've got about a third of them from Cuba, about a third of them from Puerto Rico, and about a third from other countries, largely in Central and South America. And really, these breaks show that, I mean, Cubans are all in on DeSantis. They are ride or die plus 50 points. But you look at everyone else, the rest of the state, and they do break to the left. But that Cuban advantage is so strong. And Republican gains, especially in, again, a lot of a growing base from Venezuela, Nicaragua, other countries that were dominated by socialist or communist countries, he is making gains largely, it looks like right now, more than Democrats can overcome.
Wow. No, I know also this morning we have new numbers on the Senate race between Marco Rubio and Val Demings, potentially a change in Miami-Dade. Tell us what those numbers are showing.
Yeah, so again, this almost mirrors what we see for the election for the governor's race. Marco Rubio +7 likely Hispanic voters in Florida. And what's interesting here is that those numbers are actually identical to what we're seeing in South Florida specifically. Miami-Dade hasn't gone for a Republican in 20 years. Rubio and DeSantis and Republicans are pledging to win Miami-Dade for the first time, and that would be a really big blow to Democrats in Florida.
And you're also getting some numbers that deal with some of these social issues that are getting so much attention in Florida, especially because Governor DeSantis has been pushing some of these issues.
Yeah, we talked about those controversial migrant flights, but we also polled on the issue of the Parental Rights Act, teaching about sexual issues in elementary schools, dubbed by critics the Don't Say Gay bill. This was also popular among Florida Hispanic voters, +13 on this one. 54% say they approve it. So what does it tell us? It either tells us that there is a major shift happening in the southeast part of the country, or it may just tell us that Ron DeSantis is building a brand and people are following him.
That's certainly something to watch for now and in the future. Noah Pransky, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming by.
Coming up, is the risk of a recession mounting for the economy? We'll tell you what Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen thinks is ahead next.
Plus, when we come back, we'll talk with one of this year's winners about how her work is making an impact on the stories surrounding climate change after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're back now with an exclusive interview with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yeah, the former Fed chair sat down with NBC News senior business analyst and host of the 11th Hour on MSNBC, Stephanie Ruhle, to discuss the state of our economy ahead of next month's midterms. And we are pleased to say that Stephanie Ruhle is here with us in studio now. Steph, great to be here. You. Thanks for coming by. Congrats on this interview. Of course, we're all wondering, we would love to hear from the former Fed chair on inflation. When does she think this could cool? What happened in this interview?
Well, I mean, listen, she's in a situation right now where the Biden administration needs to be walking the walk and talking the talk. You and I both know the economy is, for many voters, the #1 issue, and inflation is on everyone's minds. So I asked her, where are we headed? She believes we are on the path for inflation to go down, but let's be honest, it's definitely not the fast track. Here's what she said.
I have confidence that inflation will come down over the next year or two. So I believe that what they're doing will work.
Do you believe it's peaked?
So I'm not positive. I don't want to forecast month by month inflation numbers. The most recent data suggests we still have inflation that's unacceptably high, but there are good indications earlier in the pipeline that inflation will come down.
It seems like we are on that trail, but for people who are going to vote in 2 weeks from today, you heard it in your last segment, right? People are struggling to pay their bills, and while she can remind us, remember where we were 2 years ago in the middle of a pandemic, a much worse place, and we've done significantly better. It's tough for people to remember that because they're having a hard time.
And then the other issue people are thinking of is, can we fight inflation without sending us into a recession? Is that what's on the horizon? What did she have to say about it?
Listen, she certainly hopes it's not, but every day we hear from another business leader warning that could be the case. She reminds us, though, while inflation is very high, unemployment is very low, and that could save us. Watch this.
When you have a 3.5% unemployment rate and have had over 300,000 jobs a month for the last 3 or 4 months or longer, that is not what most people think of as a recession. I think inflation will come down. People will feel better about the economy as that occurs. And I have
no recession.
I can't rule out the risk of one, but as I said, I believe there is a path toward bringing inflation down in the context of a strong labor market.
So there you have it. I mean, she's on a high wire right now because this could be the thing that sinks Democrats in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Well, that's exactly what I want to ask about is that a top concern for them right now? And also, any indication on what she's feeling for herself 2 weeks from now?
Well, listen, there has been a lot of buzz out there. Could she step down after the midterms? It's a possibility. And if Democrats do lose 2 weeks from now, many people are asking, will the president's economic team have to shoulder some of that blame? Remember, Janet Yellen herself, as well as the majority of the administration a year ago, said, oh, inflation is short term. It won't be here that long.
Right.
So we have to wonder, did they make the best decisions given that they miscalculated what was to come? She says they're going to keep it slow and steady. The administration has done a lot to address inflation. And, you know, just last week, the president announced releasing oil reserves to try to lower the price of gas. That Inflation Reduction Act, which just got signed, is going to lower energy prices, healthcare costs, which are huge positives. Here's the problem. They're going to take a while to happen. And they don't have time.
Yeah, not 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, not 14 days. That's
Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great interview.
Thank you. And let's stay on financial headlines now and start with comments from Intel's CEO about the new U.S. ban on chip exports to China.
CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, Joe Savannah, Intel CEO says it was only a matter of time before the U.S. government tightened technology restrictions on China. Earlier this month, the Commerce Department announced new curbs on exports of semiconductors and the equipment to make those chips in the interest of national security. Speaking at a Wall Street Journal conference, Pat Gelsinger says the rebalancing of supply chains is critical. Gelsinger was a leader backer of the CHIPS Act, which passed Congress this summer. It provides more than $50 billion in subsidies to build or expand chip plants here in the U.S. Jamie Dimon says world politics are more concerning to him than the possibility of a recession in this country. The J.P. Morgan CEO making the comments at an investment conference in Saudi Arabia. Dimon citing the war in Ukraine and tensions between the U.S. and China. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon says it will be difficult to get out of embedded inflation without an economic slowdown. Apple is raising the subscription price for Apple TV Plus and Apple Music and the Apple One bundle package. It's the first time the company has raised prices for those services in the U.S. Apple Music will increase by $1 to $10.99 a month or by $10 to $109 a year. Apple TV is going up by $2 a month to $6.99 or $20 to $69 a year. Apple says the change to Apple Music is due to rising costs to license songs.
All right. Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tonight, some of the world's top climate journalists will showcase the most pressing stories impacting our environment during a special presentation hosted by today's Al Roker and our own Savannah Sellers.
By me, that's right. The show Burning Questions, covering climate now, highlights the work of 23 journalists who are recognized for their reporting on climate change across various mediums, including television, internet, newspapers, you name it. This morning, we're joined by Shannon Osaka. She's a reporter with the Washington Post who won the Emerging Journalist Award. Shannon, good morning. First off, congratulations. This is my second year getting to talk with the emerging journalists, which is very exciting for me. So I appreciate you coming on with us this morning. So talk to us about what you feel has been your most important or consequential story to date when it comes to climate change.
Oh, that's a great question. I think one of my most consequential stories is a piece that I did on France and something that they called the Citizens Climate Convention. So basically what they did is they invited 150 random citizens to come to the French government and to help them figure out how to make decisions about climate change. And it was very interesting because it got to a lot of questions about how do we decarbonize the economy? How do we do it in a democratic way? And in sort of a quintessentially French fashion, all of those 150 French citizens got in a lot of fights with Macron, the president, about what they wanted to do for climate change. So that was a pretty interesting story I got to do.
So Shannon, I mean, it could be argued in general the issue of climate change is underreported. But within that, in your opinion, what's the most underreported climate issue impacting us right now?
I mean, I think that what is underreported is climate solutions. I think that we've gotten to a point where a lot of people are covering all of the extreme weather events that we're suffering, the floods, et cetera, the droughts, the heat waves, but we still need to explain to people that we do have climate solutions. They are available. And the question is whether we're implementing them, whether we're building clean energy, whether we're shifting over to electric cars. Those stories, I think, are still underreported at a lot of the major outlets. And, you know, we're shifting in that direction. Journalism is changing, but it needs to change much faster.
Shannon, also, I want to, if we can also look at the big picture here, and I know that this is sort of what we're trying to tackle with this special, is that a lot of times climate-related stories can sometimes seem too big or too depressing maybe, or too far away from home for somebody to really understand the impact that it could have in your own backyard. But I know you have a different outlook when it comes to your reporting in terms of it being too tough to tackle. What is it that, how is it that you see this and that you think that your reporting stands out in that way for something that readers can take away?
Well, I think one of the really important things that we've learned just about the psychology of climate change is that people, when you tell people this really scary information, what they want to know is, okay, what can I do? What can I personally do to make a difference? How can I get involved? And so what I try to do in my reporting is to say, okay, here are all the different pathways that you personally can take, whether that's installing a heat pump in your house so that you're connected to heat and cooling by electricity, whether that's getting an electric vehicle, whether that's participating in climate protests. All of these individual actions, and you know, we know that individual action is not going to save us from climate change, right? We need systemic change. But I think for readers, it's very important for them to be able to say, okay, here's what I can do personally. Here's something that will help me, so that it doesn't just feel like it's all despairing, there's no hope whatsoever.
Yeah, that solutions-oriented coverage is so important. Shannon, thank you so much. So excited. Last year, I was very proud to dub these the Oscars of climate change, and so I'm very excited to see them again. And congratulations to one of our winners. And you can watch Burning Questions covering climate now, hosted by, again, myself and our friend Al Roker. It's at 8 o'clock tonight on the World YouTube channel. It's called, as well as on the World channel on TV.
Coming up, remembering an icon.
Yeah, actor Leslie Jordan died yesterday at the age of 67. This morning, we're taking a look back at the life and legacy of the Emmy Award-winning actor whose life off the screen was just as full as the one on it. That's up next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're back with some news that Swifties are sure to celebrate. Taylor Swift's new album is already smashing all sorts of records, some of which were her own, by the way, just days after it came out. Midnights is now the only album in the past 5 years to sell more than 1 million copies, and it reached that record in just 3 days. Interestingly, nearly half of the total sales were in vinyl. After just a single day, Midnights had the biggest week for a vinyl album since at least 1991. Now, critics say some of those numbers can be traced to people buying multiple editions, but in case you're wondering, the last album to reach 1 million sales was A Reputation, which also was by Taylor Swift back in 2017, and that whole critics multiple,
How many editions did you buy?
Well, yeah, we don't have to get personal about it, but my point is, yeah, people love it so much they're willing to collect. Also, that speaks to her marketing genius, that there are the different versions.
Got it.
Go on.
I think she deflected there. All right.
Yeah, because there's different colors. You need them all. All right. This morning, friends and family are mourning the loss of Leslie Jordan.
The Emmy Award-winning actor died Monday after his car crashed into a tree in Hollywood. Jordan was best known for playing the conniving Beverly Leslie on Will and Grace, but he became a social media sensation, posting videos during the pandemic. His agent says he likely suffered, quote, some sort of medical emergency, which caused him to lose control of his vehicle. Jordan was 67 years old. For more on his legacy, we are joined by NBC Out reporter Alexander Casala. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, like, obviously we know him from Will and Grace, but he had such a wide range of roles. Murphy Brown, Star Trek, American Horror Story. Looking at social media yesterday, I think every single person I know had a picture with him because he just was everywhere all the time. I mean, what's his legacy and how is he being remembered?
I kind of like to call stars like him in Hollywood. His Wikipedia page reads like a CVS receipt because it just goes on and on forever. Like you were saying, Ally McBeal, Murphy Brown, Boston Public, Boston Legal. He really was in everything almost. And even from all the tributes that poured out this week, Dolly Parton calling him a friend. I mean, there were stars that I don't think we even knew were associated with him that wanted to, you know, share their thoughts and everything on him. I really feel like his legacy is so much tied into his queerness and being this visible, feminine, flamboyant person in Hollywood since the early mid-90s. And I think that really is one of the things that from the beginning set him apart from so many other people, just that flair of authenticity and individuality.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something he's remembered for and celebrated for. Prior to his passing, he was declared a national treasure by the Society of LGBTQ Entertainment Critics last year, receiving their coveted Timeless Star Award. We were talking this morning about, you know, what some of the things that he said about his family and their embracing of him since he was young and how it formed him into who he was. Just talk through the impact of him, of course, when he was alive on that community, but also the legacy now that he's passed.
He articulated it when I interviewed him. We actually at Today's Show covered him in March 2020, just as he was taking off. I think he had 400,000 followers when I interviewed him. A couple weeks later, he had 5 million. And during that time, he said to me that even though his dad was the most like masculine kind of archetype of a a colonel or a sergeant in the war or something like that, he still loved his son and still embraced him. And I think the other really amazing thing about seeing him was he had this amazing intersectionality of being like the gayest person alive and also being like the most Southern person alive, which you don't really see a lot. But that just goes all back to him being true to who he was.
I mean, I've been following him since, his Will and Grace days when he told Karen Walker, I knew I smelled gin and regret, which is one of the most legendary lines. But really, it's young people who really got to know him during the pandemic. He has, I think, now nearly 6 million Instagram followers. What was his appeal to the younger generation?
I think a lot of us have kind of lost that gay grandfather figure in a lot of ways because of the AIDS epidemic. That whole kind of generation was really kind of wiped out by that. And I feel that like that is really something that he can be for all of us, And I also just think it goes back to him being exactly like who he is on his own terms. And I feel that like all of his life, he was doing all this incredible work, but it took, just his iPhone and, these selfie videos with a couch cushion for him to really kind of reach people. But I think it just shows that, that is what the power, and nobody says it better than Leslie Jordan.
Yeah, we were, he wrote a book recently and we were listening to it. And if you're going to read the book, listen to the audio book because it's him reading it and you can't top his voice reading something like that. I highly recommend it. I mean, it's charming and it just makes you feel his energy.
Yeah,
so.
I saw so many people yesterday talking about how it felt like he got them through the pandemic with those videos,
Exactly.
Oh, I mean, like, even for me in the interview in itself, it was the first few weeks and finding that silver lining was so incredibly hard. But I think we did, and we found it in him.
All right.
So cool. You spoke with him also.
Alexandra Casala, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. A great look back. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hello there, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 25th. Rapid response, a quick confrontation by police with a gunman who stormed a St. Louis school credited with saving lives. This as a community struggles to recover from a shooting that has left 2 dead.
Appeal rejected. WNBA star Brittany Griner's bid to have her sentence on drug smuggling charges thrown out is denied. She now faces 8 years in a Russian jail. Can the U.S. government make a deal to get her out?
State of the economy. We're going to bring you NBC News' exclusive interview with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She'll talk about the fight to tame inflation and the growing anxiety around a possible recession.
Triple threat. Children infected with respiratory viruses are starting to overwhelm hospitals in several states. Cold and flu season is just starting.
We're so glad you're with us today, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with the latest out of St. Louis, where we now know it took police 14 minutes to kill a gunman after he entered a high school yesterday and shot 6 people.
2 of those victims, a teacher and a sophomore student, were killed by the gunman. Officials say the suspect was a 19-year-old graduate of the school armed with a long gun and multiple high-capacity magazines.
NBC News correspondent Emily Queta joins us now from St. Louis. Emily, there's so much to unpack in this situation. Officials said that this really could have been much, much worse. What can you tell us about that police response specifically?
Morgan and Vicki, good to be with you. That's right. The police are saying that the death toll could have been even higher. You mentioned 2 people killed, another 7 people hospitalized with injuries. Police happen to be in this area already covering a funeral, which allowed for that extremely rapid response. Within 4 minutes of the 911 call, they were on scene here at the high school. Within another 8 minutes, they confronted the gunman, and he died with a shootout. We heard from students who described the moments as they heard the sirens and the gunfire getting closer and closer to them. Some initially thought it was just a drill until that was just undeniable. Take a listen here.
We started hearing glass breaking from the outside and gunshots outside the door. And then we tried to move out the window. When we opened it, the teacher said to come on, and we all had to jump out the window.
And just stunning images showing the frantic nature of yesterday morning. You could see students jumping from the rooftop building, climbing over fence, jumping out of windows, all just so desperate to get to safety, guys.
We hate to see those images, Emily. As far as we know right now, the suspect had no criminal history. What do we know about him? And did he leave behind any notes or any social media clues about why he did this?
So limited clues around a possible motive at this point. Police identified him as 19-year-old Orlando Harris. We're told that he lived in the area with his parents. He was a recent graduate of this school, graduating just last year. One school employee described him as being quiet and really into video games. Another student reportedly heard him say he was tired of everybody in the school. But we expect to learn more information in the coming days. We're just one day into this investigation.
Emily, quickly, I only have 20 seconds. Tell us about the victims. How are they being remembered? And what do we know about the folks that were injured?
Well, behind me, this is just an all too familiar picture. Flowers, notes, balloons lining this school turned into a crime scene. We saw vigils happen yesterday and even this morning, despite the rain. We are told that all of the people injured are in stable condition. So some good news there, Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa live for us. Thank you, Emily.
Vicki, let's go overseas for a moment, where a Russian court is denying WNBA star Brittany Griner's appeal just earlier today. Now, Griner has 8 years left on her prison sentence, and that's after being convicted of drug smuggling back in February. NBC News reporter Matthew Bodner joins us now from our London bureau with the latest details. Matt, it's good to see you this Tuesday. First off, did the judge say why Griner's appeal was denied? And frankly, can she appeal again?
Morgan, good to see you as well. Unfortunately, the judge did not give us any reason whatsoever. It was actually, by Russian court standards, a relatively speedy hearing. The defense team, Griner's defense team, entered the room. They made their case. We heard a lot of arguments that we've been hearing from them throughout this process. But we also heard them today make the argument that the punishment given, those 9 years, now 8, was excessively harsh. They were also pointing out that many Russians who are brought up on these charges receive much less strict sentences. So they were kind of going for that angle, but in the end, the judge just didn't go for it. They rejected the appeal. They did, however, as I mentioned, clarify that in terms of her time served, it kind of calculates that she has 8 years remaining from this hearing today. She does have the opportunity to appeal this. Once again, her legal team alluded to that, but they did say, they were speaking to reporters outside of the courtroom after the hearing. They did say that they had not yet had a chance to kind of talk this over with Griner yet, so they don't know if she wants to appeal it, but that option still remains.
Okay, so you're saying her legal team did bring up the issue of appeal, but what about back here at home, Matt? I mean, so many people have been talking about this. So many people have been rooting for her to come home. They've asked the U.S. government to step in. Has the U.S. government said anything on this latest revelation?
Yes, of course. So we saw a reaction from Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, today, saying, of course, that they were aware of the verdict and that the White House continues to try to work to bring Griner home. So I have to say it's very similar language to what we've been hearing about the Griner case from the White House, but also about other Americans who have been detained in Russia, namely Paul Whelan. We've been hearing things like that for about 5 years now from Washington, and they've not really had any luck in securing his release. He remains detained in Russia. The flip side of that, of course, is Trevor Reed, who just earlier this year was traded with the Russian government. So there are discussions going on. We're not really seeing publicly what those look like, but we do continue to hear signals from the White House that there are efforts.
All right, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner for us there live from London. Matt, thank you.
As you know, the pivotal midterm elections are just 2 weeks away. The state of the economy is at the top of a lot of voters' minds. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now says inflation will start to come down over the next 2 years. After earlier, she said inflation was, quote, transitory.
Now, the secretary is defending the Biden administration's policies as this early voting begins, while still trying to calm fears of a recession. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle sat down with Secretary Yellen for an exclusive interview. Steph, thank you so much for sharing this reporting with us. And let's just go ahead and start, because every single voter I talk to in the field says economy, economy, economy. That is top of mind. There's this growing risk of a recession. What did Yellen say about that? Where does she think we are?
She said a lot. And remember, The economy is a top issue for voters, but what Janet Yellen is trying to do is remind people where we came from. You all remember our own reporting 2 years ago. When we were in the depths of COVID, the economy was shut down, and it took Herculean efforts to kick the economy open. We've kicked it open, but it still has quite a lot of problems. I pushed her on this idea that we could be headed to a recession, and she said she's not so sure. Watch this.
When you have a 3.5% unemployment rate and have had over 300,000 jobs a month for the last 3 or 4 months or longer, that is not what most people think of as a recession. I think inflation will come down. People will feel better about the economy as that occurs. And I have
no recession.
I can't rule out the risk of one.
So she's not ruling out the risk of a recession. And if you listen closely, she's really talking about how a recession is defined. And with unemployment so low, it wouldn't necessarily fall in that category. But it doesn't mean people are feeling good about the economy, not by a long stretch.
Steph, for the past 2 years, you've been talking to us about the economy, the ups and downs, a lot of it related to reaction to COVID. But now here we are with inflation sitting near a 40-year high. What did the secretary say about the strategy? How do they tame inflation?
Listen, this is a really tricky one because obviously we have seen the Fed raising rates a lot and quickly, and prices have not gone down as quickly as we thought they would. And she sort of agrees. Watch this.
I have confidence that inflation will come down over the next year or two. So I believe that what they're doing will work.
Do you believe it's peaked?
So I'm not positive. I don't want to forecast month by month inflation.
Listen, she knows it's a problem, and listen to what she's saying closely. She believes inflation will cool down over the next year or two. But let's get political. They don't even have a week or two. The election is in less than 2 weeks. You just said it. Voters care about the economy. It's the #1 issue for them, for many voters. But the other way to look at this is they're not being offered anything different on the other side by Republicans. And Janet Yellen makes the argument that the administration has done a ton. The infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are significant moves. Unfortunately, they take a while to be implemented, and time isn't what they've got on their side.
NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle. Always good to see you, Steph.
Bye, ladies.
Bye, Steph. Well, listen, speaking of the economy, let's talk about your money with CNBC Money Minute. The question is, are you an avid online shopper? Well, good news. Amazon is adding yet another payment option, as if there weren't already quite a few. This time, users are going to be able to actually check out with Venmo.
Here with us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So, Deirdre, how soon can we start using Venmo on our Amazon accounts?
Well, first of all, I am an avid online shopper as well. Guys, you're not alone. Starting today, a small number of Amazon users will be able to add Venmo to their accounts as a form of payment and then select it at checkout. The company says the Venmo option will be available to all U.S. customers by Black Friday on November 25th. Venmo, which is owned by PayPal, is already a payment option for a growing number of online retailers, including Shopify and Lululemon. Also today, Adidas is immediately ending its partnership with Ye, the musician formerly known as Kanye West. The German sportswear maker says it does not tolerate anti-Semitism or any form of hate speech and calls Ye's recent comments and actions unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous. Adidas says the separation will reduce its earnings by $250 million this year, and its stock is down more than 8%, was down more than 8% in European trading. Meanwhile, a parenting expert writes on CNBC.com that perseverance is a stronger predictor of success than IQ. She recommends teaching your children that mistakes are growth opportunities and celebrating small wins to highlight how they are improving. Good advice, guys. Back to you.
That whole let them figure it out, that can be easier said than done when you see them struggling and you want to step in and help.
Good point.
All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa. Thank you, Deirdre, as always.
Well, millions of teens are tied to their screens, how their devices can keep them from getting a good night's rest, and what parents can actually do about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, so teenage years, obviously a monumental transition for kids. They go through many physical, mental, emotional changes. And as a parent, it can be tough to navigate as you really try and hope to make sure that you're doing all the right things to help them.
Yeah, I remember 13 was a rough year.
Yeah.
I have a 13-year-old home. She was nothing like me, thankfully. One key part that often doesn't get a lot of attention is a teenager's sleep patterns. They actually should be getting 8 to 10 hours a night, but just 1 in 5 teens gets fewer than 5 hours. A main reason, they are on their phones and iPads. Here were some tips to help you get your teen better sleep is licensed marriage and family therapist Dr. George James. Dr. James, thank you for being here. First, let's talk about what's actually happening in your teenager's brain when they're sleeping. Why is that so important? And also, then what happens if that sleep gets interrupted?
Hi, Vicki and Morgan. And as an almost parent of a teenager, I have a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old. I'm going to think about this a lot. You know, a lot is happening when our teens are sleeping, when we're all sleeping. You know, it's the time when the brain tries to release these hormones to repair some tissue. It also is the time where the brain organizes things and also gets rid of those toxins, those things that maybe aren't so healthy for us. So sleep is extremely important for our development and especially for our teens.
I'm starting to feel a little bit better because I've said this before. My dad, it was like the one place he was strict when I was growing up. I had to be in bed by 9 p.m., like until I went to college because he kept saying, I mean, it's like, you know, old school, like Caribbean parenting, like you got to get your sleep. You got to, you know, it's the most important thing. But, you know, we hear that it's important that you not have your phone before bed, but 89% of teens do have some form of screens in their bedroom. So what exactly is the link, just even medically, between screens and sleep?
You know, you're talking my language when you say Caribbean parents. That's all me right there, all day, every day. But, you know, there is a link, right, between what happens with screens. One of the things that happens is the release of serotonin, which actually makes us feel good. But when it makes you feel so good, then you don't do other things like be active or engage other people. Also, you know, the blue light that happens, it releases like the sleep hormone that promotes like this feeling of like, oh, I'm good. I don't need to go to sleep. And then also in gaming, there's a stress hormone, right, that is released where you feel like the cortisol is released, where you feel like you're engaging in something. So when you put all that together, it kind of makes teens feel like they shouldn't sleep or they don't need to sleep or it's hard to go to sleep, but they actually need those hours and need to go to bed probably at 9.
It's like tricking your brain that you feel good, but you're not getting the benefits of actually sleeping. And also, on a side note, let's do a segment on Caribbean parenting. So now my interest is totally piqued. Let's talk about the signs. What should you watch out for if you're a parent that may point to your teen not getting enough sleep?
You know, some of the things that you should really pay attention to is really any changes that you see with your teenager. Like, so changing in mood, changing even appetite. Changing, like if they're more fatigued, if you see them even showing signs of increased anxiety or depression. You know, for the most part, teens are going to be a little bit moody, but sometimes they might be more moody. And so you just want to see that. And you will see also performance in school. Are their grades slipping or something else just feels off? That's just a sign to just inquire and check in with them.
And speaking of that, I mean, what are some of the sort of takeaway tips for parents? I mean, how can parents just practically and tactically improve their teens' sleep?
Well, we're going to come back right to your dad, right? The importance of go to bed, right? It is important to say, you know, have a routine, have a set time for your child or children to go to bed, and then help them remove some of those things that might be distractions. Remove the screens out of the room because that can really influence them to say, like, they want to stay up. Also, sometimes it might be as a parent, we're not spending enough time connecting with our children, finding out what they're doing, how they're doing within their day. All of this is under the guidelines of what we call sleep hygiene. So you want to promote good sleep hygiene so your teens can go to sleep and they can be better for the next day.
You know what? It's good for you. It's good for your teen because you put those screens away. You find that time. We stretch at night. and then it gets you into that mood to go to bed.
That's right. Doctor,
Really great tips.
you've got Dad Rad feeling real vindicated right now down in Atlanta. He's like, yeah, doctor, tell her.
Look, shout out to the Jamaican them. Everybody.
Love it. Licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James, thank you so much. All right, well, coming up, it is a triple threat of respiratory viruses causing hospitals to run out of beds. We go inside the children's hospital that is 25% over capacity right now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Clint Hill is best known for being the Secret Service agent that was seen shielding First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy in the moments after President JFK was shot.
Now, Hill is releasing a new book about his time spent with Kennedy and is sharing it with NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. Take a look.
From 1960 to 1964, wherever Jacqueline Kennedy went, Clint Hill was never far behind.
We had a wonderful relationship. She trusted me, I trusted her. She would look out for me if necessary, and she knew I would look out for her.
As a young Secret Service agent, Hill was assigned to the First Lady's detail, an assignment that didn't exactly thrill him.
You get the assignment to protect Mrs. Kennedy, you think to yourself, what?
My whole career is gone.
And it turns out you were in the middle of one of the most consequential moments in American history.
Very true. I didn't think it would be interesting at all, and I was completely wrong.
Hill was by Jackie's side on November 22, 1963, when President John F. Kennedy was shot. He revisited one of America's and his darkest days with Savannah in Dallas in 2013.
And you'll carry this place with you, I guess, the rest of your life.
Yes, I do. It's one thing that I'll never rid myself of.
The images and the memories of that day still haunt him.
It's a lot of sadness, guilt. We let him down, his family down, Mrs. Kennedy down by not protecting him. I've never gotten over that, and I never will.
Hill's revealing for the first time he attempted suicide shortly after Kennedy's assassination, walking into the waters off Palm Beach, Florida one night, writing, "I wanted the water to swallow me up." A police officer intervened, saving his life.
When you're given a responsibility to do something, you do it to the bitter end, no matter what it takes, and I didn't do that.
That harsh memory and gentler ones fill the pages of his latest book, My Travels with Mrs. Kennedy, a collection including some never-before-seen pieces of American history.
Wow. These are the photos that you took with this camera?
Yeah.
How does it feel to look at these?
No, it's emotional. It's memories. It's days gone by.
If not for his wife and co-author Lisa McCubbin Hill, these treasures might have remained hidden in an old trunk in Hill's garage, or worse.
He would find these pictures of Jacqueline Kennedy in Italy and say, well, I don't know, do we keep these or throw them? And I'm like, oh my God, everything that he had was part
American
of history.
Yeah. Hill is sharing the incredible stories behind some of his favorite photos taken by himself and others, like this one, of a grinning and elegant Jackie Kennedy with her husband at a White House state dinner with France's Minister of Culture, Andre Malraux.
That night, she convinced him, when he went back to Paris, is to convince de Gaulle to allow the Mona Lisa to come to the United States.
For people that might not know this, the Mona Lisa, for a time, was in the National Portrait Gallery in the United States.
That's correct.
And it was Jackie Kennedy who convinced the French government to allow it to come to the U.S.
That's exactly right. It was her doing.
And you were there for that?
I was there for that.
And these from a diplomatic mission to India. Mrs. Kennedy surrounded by locals clamoring to meet her. Hill says these shots of Mrs. Kennedy and her sister Lee on top of a camel on a visit to Pakistan most captured her essence.
There was nothing that she wouldn't try or do. She had loved life and wanted to live it to the fullest extent possible. And that was the kind of thing she loved.
Among his most treasured pictures are the candid and intimate images of Mrs. Kennedy, private moments of the woman he knew so well.
How many people got to have that view of her?
Very few. Very few people ever saw her like that. It showed how she really lived.
On his many travels, occasionally the lens caught the Secret Service man himself, who preferred to blend into the landscape.
There you are. Look like you're not having a bad time in Italy.
No, I was relaxing. I'm on a security boat, and Mrs. Kennedy's on a sailboat that is anchored nearby.
Opening that trunk brought back a flood of memories for Hill, many that he had buried for decades. But ultimately, he says it's been a healing journey.
There were a lot of good days when I was assigned to Mrs. Kennedy. There were some of the worst days one can imagine, but there were so many good days. And that's what I remembered was the good days.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
The Biden administration locked in a legal showdown over its student debt forgiveness plan. We'll tell you what this means for millions of Americans. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. The FDA is planning new regulations requiring that mammography providers notify women about their breast density. The updated rules would help women know whether they'll need to get extra screenings. About 40% of women have dense breast tissue, and that is a big risk factor for breast cancer because the tissue makes it harder to see tumors in the breast.
The U.S. Postal Service honoring late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg with a new stamp. The design will feature a painted portrait of her in her black robe and wearing her trademark white collar. The first-class stamp will be available in 2023 and will likely go for about 60 cents.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
And eBay is removing all Jeffrey Dahmer-themed Halloween costumes from its site. The company said in a statement its policies prohibit listings that, quote, promote or glorify violence. Dahmer costume sales have spiked online since the release of Netflix's new hit series on the serial killer.
Well, overseas, King Charles officially appointed Rishi Sunak as Britain's new prime minister just this morning.
Sunak is the country's first British Asian prime minister and its third political leader in 7 weeks. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now from London. Keir, good to see you. So, the new prime minister formally addressed the country from 10 Downing Street earlier this morning. What did he say?
Yeah. Well, he had just come back from meeting with the King, and of course that's the first time that the King has appointed a new Prime Minister, and so he was somber, honestly. Quite often when Prime Ministers take office here in world-famous Downing Street, their family come out, other lawmakers stand in the street and clap and cheer. You didn't see that, and I think there was a reason for that, because there has been, frankly, such chaos here that one leading politician here in the UK said the more boring this government is, the better. And certainly I think Rishi Sunak was hoping in the statement he made here just a few hours ago to turn the page.
And Kieran,
this guy.
Okay. That's okay. Thanks.
And accountability at every level. Trust is earned, and I will earn yours.
And we did hear today also, guys, from President Biden. Clearly, the White House has had to just be on the sidelines watching America's closest ally going through these turbulent times. His statement, President Biden, emphasizing the importance of the relationship over Ukraine, the support that Britain has had for Ukraine. And clearly, the White House very keen that this new Prime Minister, and certainly there's no sign that he's going to do anything different, that this new Prime Minister continues that British policy. I will say this, and I think it is a warning for across Europe during this, what's going to be a very difficult winter. The British people are going to be asked to stomach tax increases, spending cuts, rising prices. There may be a question at some stage, can we still keep spending the money supporting Ukraine? That may be a question in many European countries, but not for now.
All right, that's NBC's Keir Simmons. They're live on the ground in London. Keir, thank you so much.
Well, Morgan, right now, children across the country are under a triple threat of respiratory viruses. You have COVID, the flu, and RSV. It is so bad, some states are reporting a shortage of pediatric hospital beds because of this rise in infections. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has our report.
This children's hospital in Rhode Island is operating at 125% capacity, using parts of the facility that it's never used before. Half of the young patients in its intensive care unit have the respiratory illness, RSV. Concerns of a potential triple-demic are growing. The flu, RSV, and COVID ramping up earlier than expected.
The last few weeks is something that I've never seen before.
Rhode Island, Delaware, Maine, and Washington, D.C. now reporting more than 90% of their pediatric hospital beds are full. Several other states between 80 and 90%. Many patients battling RSV, a common respiratory illness that's usually like a simple cold, but can be very serious in children under 2.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
In Providence, Hasbro Children's Hospital is now at 125% capacity. Extra patients staying in the emergency department while they wait for available beds to be admitted.
It's unprecedented, and because of that, it's sort of in a whole new world right now. We are trying to manage the sickest of the patients right now and let people know that if they're coming in with more minor complaints, that they might have to wait for a while.
As for the flu, pharmacy giant Walgreens now says activity at its clinics is more than 10 times higher than it was last season, and that it's doubled in just the past 2 weeks.
We're seeing it in the cities in the South, and we're seeing it move a lot faster than we have in the past.
All of it weighing on parents across the country.
He was having a hard time breathing.
In South Carolina, Corey Robertson's newborn son had RSV and was on a ventilator to help him breathe.
I was very scared. You know, he's 7 weeks old, so I definitely had fear that I haven't really felt before, just the unknown.
Public health officials across the country urge Americans to make sure their COVID and flu shots are up to date to potentially ease the strain on hospitals like this one in the coming months. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Providence, Rhode Island.
All right, so the White House says its student loan forgiveness program should finally be allowed to take effect after a federal appellate court temporarily stopped it. The Biden administration is firing back at a lawsuit brought by 6 states that argued the president acted beyond his authority. They say their residents will be financially hurt by mass student loan forgiveness. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now live from D.C. Kelly, look, multiple groups have tried to stop this debt relief plan, but this is actually the first one to have any sort of success, and it comes after the White House rolled out their new website for borrowers to apply for this forgiveness. So where does everything stand today?
Well, the White House says 22 million Americans have signed up for that student loan forgiveness, and they say that can continue even as the legal wrangling goes on, and they didn't anticipate there would be legal pushback against this. Those who are bringing the suit say that the president has gone beyond his authority, that it's only Congress that can decide about how money is spent by the federal government in this way, and the president says that this is a step that he believes needs to be taken in order to give some relief to many Americans who would benefit from having, based on their income threshold and based on the type of student loan they have, some help in getting those loans forgiven. For Pell Grants, it's up to $20,000. For other kinds of federal loans, it's $10,000. For some Americans, that could mean it would wipe out the debt they have. For others, it would lower the burden. And it comes at a time when the expectation is in January, repayment of federal student loans will start again after a long break due to COVID. Now, this legal case brings together about a half dozen states that are led by Republicans who say that they believe that is shifting the burden to taxpayers, and that includes people who either paid their debts, never went to college, et cetera, et cetera. And they argue that that hurts them and is unfair to those who did not get the benefit of a college degree or some time in college and are still ending up having to pay for it by that burden of the debt forgiveness going to all taxpayers to cover that cost. And so that's the argument. And the Department of Justice, on behalf of the U.S. government, has countered the claims made by those states, and it has gone back and forth. It may go back to the Supreme Court before it's all over. And the Biden administration has argued that these states are not going to be injured by this, and that is the real threat here. The states disagree and say their taxpayers are, in fact, going to be harmed by this, and that's why the courts settle these things. But so far, studentaid.gov, which is the website, is taking a lot of applications, and as many as 40 million Americans are thought to be eligible for this based on the criteria they set out. Morgan?
I tell you, Kelly, between this and the Supreme Court hearing oral arguments comments on Monday about affirmative action. There's so much discussion in this country right now about what fairness and education and financial access to education means. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell for us there. Kelly, thank you.
We want to turn now to remember Emmy-winning comedic actor Leslie Jordan. He became a household name with his role as Beverly Leslie in Will and Grace, as you may remember, and more recently as a star on Instagram with his hilarious videos and hot takes.
Yeah, real Southern treasure. Jordan's late career breakthrough and his witty social media presence. I mean, it brought a smile to many people, whether they were watching online or over the airwaves. Today's show's Al Roker has more on the actor who always left us in stitches.
Well. With his Southern charm and sharp comedic timing.
If it isn't my dear friend Karen Walker, so nice to see you.
Leslie Jordan's scene-stealing talent became his calling card.
I'm looking for a new business associate.
Jordan dying on Monday in an early morning car crash in Hollywood. A spokesperson telling NBC News he suffered a suspected medical emergency, causing him to lose control of the vehicle. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Leslie Jordan, just 67 years old. A spokesperson for the actor releasing this statement, writing, "The world is definitely a much darker place today without the love and light of Leslie Jordan." In 1982, Jordan boarded a bus from Tennessee to California with nothing more than a dream, a suitcase, and a little money to survive.
I waited tables at a restaurant in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where I'm from, and saved every penny.
In 2006, he went on to win an Emmy for his work on Will and Grace as the conniving Beverly Leslie, who often sparred with Megan Mullally's character, Karen.
I'm not afraid to hit you, you little cup-sized capote.
Well, bring it on, big cheater.
Maid stealer!
Then moving on to other TV appearances, like American Horror Story, The Masked Singer,
The Amazing Leslie Jordan,
and most recently as Phil, the quirky baker on Call Me Kat.
Hey, leave Phil alone. Yeah, leave Phil alone. I have such a crush on him.
His funny on-camera presence even reaching beyond the TV screen, with hilarious Instagram videos going viral at the start of the pandemic.
Well, I'm here making enough chicken salad for an army of one, because I'm in lockdown.
A comfort during a desperate time of need.
I made up a little song that I'm going to sing to cheer everybody up.
Now fans and friends remembering Leslie Jordan. Former Will and Grace co-stars tweeting, "Crushed, and there will never be anyone like him." With Mullally writing of her former on-screen rival, "My heart is breaking."
A lot of our hearts breaking. According to Leslie's Instagram account, a glimpse of a special project that he was really proud of will be released in the coming days. Our special thanks to Al Roker.
Straight ahead, we have seen stormy relationships play out in the headlines and courtrooms. But what about in our own lives? The 4 red flags of a toxic relationship and how you can safely break it off. That's coming up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, new numbers out of the CDC find nearly 114 million women and men have experienced psychological aggression by an intimate partner in their lifetime.
Now, when you break down those numbers, that's 61 million women and 53 million men. So, joining us now to talk about the warning signs of a dangerous or toxic relationship, we have Dr. Robbie Ludwig, psychotherapist and author of Till Death Do Us Part. Dr. Ludwig, first off, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We're so happy you're here. This is a phrase we hear thrown around a lot, a toxic relationship. But what does it actually mean, and what are the warning signs?
Now, a toxic relationship can happen with family, in the workplace, but we most likely hear it with partners. And it's when the relationship brings out the worst in you. Wow. And you tend to feel bad about yourself. It interferes with your mental well-being. So that's basically a toxic relationship. It has a negative impact that's dangerous.
Anytime it makes you feel worse than feeling better when you interact with that person, wherever it may be. Yeah. We want to focus on relationships here. We've seen a lot of the stormy celebrity headlines, right? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard most recently, Kim Kardashian and Ye, that's happening. And also Armie Hammer. And I want to play a clip in a moment, but there's a woman who says that Hammer violently sexually assaulted her back in 2017 during a consensual relationship. And in a news conference, this is what she said. We'll talk on the other side.
I fell in love with him instantly. The relationship progressed rapidly, and the emotions from both sides became really intense. Looking back, it is now clear to me he was employing manipulation tactics in order to exert control over me until I started to lose myself. He would often test my devotion to him, slightly removing and crossing my boundaries as he became increasingly more violent. He abused me mentally, emotionally, and sexually.
So a lot to unpack here, Dr. Robbie. So Hammer, I want to make clear, he's never been charged in any of the investigations into his alleged assaults. But a recurring theme in this House of Hammer docuseries is that his partners would say they felt love bombed by him, right? They lost themselves in him. Talk about what that means and how you can recognize that in yourself and pull yourself out of that being lost in someone else.
So we often hear too good to be true, and it's usually a manipulative facade, kind of a con. So they present themselves as the perfect man. They say what a woman wants to hear. You're beautiful. I want to marry you. You're my soulmate. I want to have children with you. So they suck them in. But really, once they get the relationship or get the girl, then they let the reality out, which is usually, it sounds like in this case, really sadism towards women and objectifying women and luxuriating in the desire to make them feel horrible about themselves, yet maintaining that connection. So this is the worst kind of toxic relationship.
It's manipulative.
Because it's manipulative, but it's also sadistic, that there's joy this person is getting in making the woman feel horrible about herself or worse than she ever has, while isolating her as well.
That isolation is so key, and I think you hear sort of those partners describe, but you know, I saw this good side. I'm not even asking for something I haven't seen before, and that's what's so confusing. I mean, we've all seen Friends, right? Like go through this, and you're like, come on, girl, get out.
It's the cycle of abuse, and women and men can get addicted. And so they keep fighting for that good stuff, which happens less and less. And really the good stuff is not real. It's just done to keep the partner with them, because it's a way of the toxic partner maintaining their self-esteem. They can dump all of their self-hate onto this other person and feel normal.
So tell us, how do we get out of it? How do people get help if they need it?
Great question. Talk to somebody you trust. just tell one person. And that person then can refer you to groups that are there to help. If you see it, you can save yourself. It may take time, but there are people out there who can help you recover yourself and reclaim your life.
And that's the most important thing. Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much
you.
for the tips and the help and the insight. We really appreciate it.
Great to have you.
Now, if you or someone you know is experiencing domestic abuse, there is help. You can call the National Domestic Hotline, and that's the number on your screen. You can just text START to 88788. You're watching NBC
You're watching
News.
it.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Well, nearly 25 years ago, Maureen Kelly started Tarte Cosmetics without any industry experience. But she had maxed out credit cards and friends who helped package her products while getting paid with pizza.
And then a year later, Kelly's product was in stores, capturing the attention of Oprah, and of course, the rest is history. Now, Kelly is helping future female moguls learn the ropes. Here's NBC Today show contributor Jill Martin.
I had so many people tell me no along the way. And don't get me wrong, there were moments when I was definitely on my knees praying, but I made it.
Maureen Kelly is the founder and CEO of the best-selling beauty brand, Tarte. And just like she says, she made it by being creative and scrappy.
You've always been interested in makeup and beauty, right?
Always, always, always. Since I was a little girl, I would take like red chalk into the bathtub and mix it with like shaving cream. And as I got older, I would make lip balms and bath bombs and things like that for friends and gift them.
In 1999, at 23 years old, Maureen turned her one-bedroom New York City apartment into a test kitchen, mixing all natural ingredients for products like her cheek stain.
You have a degree in clinical psychology, no business degree, no beauty school. What gave you the guts and the idea that you could actually do this?
I'm not honestly sure. Even though I was whipping up things in my house, I needed to make many more of them. And so I opened up the good old yellow pages and started looking for labs and chemists. And of course, no one really picked up the phone. So then I drove there. You know, you fake it till you make it. And I convinced a lab to work with me.
So how did you finance this at the beginning?
I put it on credit cards. I had a credit card bill for $50,000 when all was said and done. And, you know, when you don't really have any money in the bank,
that's everything.
That's everything. When I started calling Bergdorf's and Barney's and Bendel's, no one was calling me back. And then I started to really panic.
Once again, Maureen took her fate into her own hands.
I left a message for Henry Bendel's saying that Bergdorf's, a little bit of a white lie, saying that Bergdorf's was going to be signing us, but that I really wanted to launch in Bendel's, and if they would please just let me show them the product, I knew that they would love it. And lo and behold, they called me back that day.
Tarte officially hit shelves in Henry Bendel's in 2000 at a press breakfast.
Magazines were at that press breakfast, and then I got into magazines. TikTok didn't exist, YouTube didn't exist, Facebook didn't exist. Magazines were the influencers of the day. And so it had stores across the country calling me to launch the product.
Soon after, Maureen's mighty little company made Oprah's O-List and launched in Sephora, which has now carried the brand for 2 decades. Maureen credits her customers, who she calls Tartelets, for the strong foundation.
We had a blog on Tarte.com called Tarte Talk because I wanted to hear from them. What are you liking? But also, more importantly, what aren't you liking? I love them. They are how I am sitting here today and how Tarte has grown and become what it is.
In 2014, Tarte was acquired by a parent company, Cosé, allowing them to go global in stores across 23 countries worldwide.
Do you look at what you've achieved and say, wow?
This is a wow moment, right? The Oprah thing was a wow moment. There's lots of times in between, so much time in between. I never stopped and feel like that, but I do feel very blessed. I feel very lucky. So, yeah.
Oh, so with tears in your eyes and now a flourishing bank account, what advice do you have for other entrepreneurs who feel like they have no money, but this big idea and really want to do it?
I say go for it. Follow your dreams. I wasn't a makeup artist. I had no business experience. Tarte almost went out of business 3 separate times because I couldn't make payroll, but I did it. And you can do it too.
Love that story.
Yeah, that was NBC Today's Show contributor Jill Martin. All right, so here is what is trending now. The Bayhive is buzzing over rumors of a Beyonce tour next summer. A picture from inside this weekend's Rarible Art Gala shows a VIP package, the Renaissance 2023 tour, up for auction. Well, Beyonce has not yet announced that tour publicly.
Yep, but the VIP package is said to include 2 first-class plane tickets to any of the tour's national or international stops. All this from the photo there. A 3-night hotel stay and 2 tickets to, quote, one of the most sought-after musical performances of all time.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hi, everyone. Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 25th, a community in shock. St. Louis is in mourning after a school shooting left 2 people dead and 4 others wounded. The gunman was a graduate of the school he attacked, and he was killed after a shootout with police.
It's official. After a quick meeting with King Charles III, Rishi Sunak is now Prime Minister of Britain. In his first statement, he admits that the country is facing a profound economic crisis and also warned that difficult decisions lie ahead.
Dropped. Athletic shoe giant Adidas ends its relationship with Kanye West after a series of anti-Semitic comments. He is now accused of mainstreaming hatred against Jews.
So chew on this. Gummy supplements, as you've seen, they're almost everywhere, and they promise all kinds of benefits. But the question is, do they actually deliver? And are there any drawbacks? We're going to take a deep dive.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin in St. Louis, where 2 victims are dead after a gunman opened fire at a high school. They have since been identified as a health teacher and a sophomore student.
Now, the suspected shooter was also killed during a shootout with police 14 minutes after he stepped foot onto that campus. Officials say he was 19 years old and a recent graduate of that school.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us live now from St. Louis. Emily, I understand the police moments ago released some new information. Tell us, what did they say?
That's right. We're gaining some insight into a possible motive behind this heinous act. The police holding a press conference describing how they recovered handwritten documents from the suspect's car. He has been identified as 19-year-old Orlando Harris. He recently graduated from this high school and was living with family members in the St. Louis area. One of the notes the St. Louis interim police chief read, and he said it read as, "I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I've never had a girlfriend. I've never had a social life. I've been an isolated loner my entire life." Guys?
And Emily, let's walk through specifically what happened here. Officers arrived at the school 4 minutes after the first 911 call, and then it took them 8 minutes to find the gunman, and they took him down after a 2-minute gun battle, and that totals a reign of terror for 14 minutes. Is that sort of considered a rapid response in the large scale of things?
Well, on the ground here, both police and families have applauded the police's rapid response. You mentioned that initial 4 minutes to get to the school, and that quick response really aided by the fact that some of the officers happened to be in the area attending a funeral, working a funeral. And then once they arrived here, another 8 minutes and speaking to students, trying to figure out where the gunfire was coming from. They followed the sound of gunshots, leading them to the gunman, and ultimately a shootout that ended with his death. And police have continued to echo that this could have carried a much steeper death toll than the 2 people who were killed by the suspect. We learned today that he used an assault rifle and that the gunman carried 600 rounds of ammunition on him, on his chest, in a bag and in other bags laid throughout the school. So it's really evident there that this death toll could have been much steeper and really compounded this tragedy even more.
All right, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa for us there. Emily, thank you.
As you know, the pivotal midterm elections are just 2 weeks away. The state of the economy is at the top of a lot of voters' minds. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now says inflation will start to come down over the next 2 years. After earlier, she said inflation was, quote, transitory.
Now, the secretary is defending the Biden administration's policies as this early voting begins, while still trying to calm fears of a recession. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle sat down with Secretary Yellen for an exclusive interview. Steph, thank you so much for sharing this reporting with us. And let's just go ahead and start, because every single voter I talk to in the field says economy, economy, economy. That is top of mind. There's this growing risk of a recession. What did Yellen say about that? Where does she think we are?
She said a lot. And remember, economy is a top issue for voters, but what Janet Yellen is trying to do is remind people where we came from. You all remember our own reporting 2 years ago when we were in the depths of COVID. The economy was shut down, and it took Herculean efforts to kick the economy open. We've kicked it open, but it still has quite a lot of problems. I pushed her on this idea that we could be headed to a recession, and she said she's not so sure. Watch this.
When you have a 3.5% unemployment rate and have had over 300,000 jobs a month for the last 3 or 4 months or longer, that is not what most people think of as a recession. I think inflation will come down. People will feel better about the economy as that occurs. And I have
no recession.
I can't rule out the risk of one.
So she's not ruling out the risk of a recession. And if you listen closely, she's really talking about how a recession is defined. And with unemployment so low, it wouldn't necessarily fall in that category. But it doesn't mean people are feeling good about the economy, not by a long stretch.
Steph, for the past 2 years, you've been talking to us about the economy, the ups and downs, a lot of it related to reaction to COVID. But now here we are with inflation sitting near a 40-year high. What did the secretary say about the strategy? How do they tame inflation?
Listen, this is a really tricky one because obviously we have seen the Fed raising rates a lot and quickly, and prices have not gone down as quickly as we thought they would. And she sort of agrees. Watch this.
I have confidence that inflation will come down over the next year or two. So I believe that what they're doing will work.
Do you believe it's peaked?
So I'm not positive. I don't want to forecast month by month inflation.
Listen, she knows it's a problem, and listen to what she's saying closely. She believes inflation will cool down over the next year or two. But let's get political. They don't even have a week or two. The election is in less than 2 weeks. You just said it. Voters care about the economy. It's the #1 issue for them, for many voters. But the other way to look at this is they're not being offered anything different on the other side by Republicans. And Janet Yellen makes the argument that the administration has done a ton. The infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. These are significant moves. Unfortunately, they take a while to be implemented, and time isn't what they've got on their side.
NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Rule. Always good to see you, Steph. All right, it is a historic day in Great Britain with King Charles officially appointing Rishi Sunak as Britain's new prime minister. Sunak is the country's first British Asian prime minister, and at 42, he is the youngest in more than 200 years. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us live now from London. Keir, good to have you. So the new prime minister formally addressed the country from 10 Downing Street earlier this morning. And as you were saying, it was kind of a somber, solemn occasion. What was his message? What did he want to tell the British people about his leadership?
It was a serious message for serious times because the UK is facing some big economic challenges. The new Prime Minister says that himself. But you know what? It's kind of a split screen here because on the one hand, you have this extraordinary moment in history when a new Prime Minister, the first person of colour to walk through that door, that famous door behind me as Prime Minister, takes up his post, but also, of course, his Indian heritage. Just think about that, a British Prime Minister with that Indian heritage who is now taking the leadership of this country with all of its colonial past and everything that everyone will be thinking of watching right now. So there's that aspect. And then on the other hand, of course, there is the reality of the politics. He is taking charge of a political party, the Conservative Party, that is riven with rifts at an incredibly difficult time. And the basic question here is going to be this. Where do you make cuts? Do you cut benefits? Do you cut the health service? Do you cut the support for Ukraine? Of course, the White House would not want to see that.
Let's add one more layer to this. Sunak mentions the long road ahead to earning back people's trust. How is he going to do that, given his own history with scandals, right? He had allegations of tax fraud. He also held a U.S. green card while he served as chancellor.
Yeah, he went to Stanford as well as Oxford. He is a multi-millionaire along with his wife. His wife is the daughter of an Indian billionaire. So the question is, and it's a good political question, can a man like that really persuade this country that we have to knuckle down and accept tax increases, spending cuts, the rising cost of living, just as you guys are facing over there? These days, when a new Prime Minister walks through that door, tend to be kind of positive, hopeful days, and lots of new members of the British government are being appointed. But of course, the rough seas that Britain has been through are still rough, and this new Prime Minister will find that out pretty quickly, I suspect.
I suspect, too. We will be watching. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Thank you, Keir.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute. Home prices cooled at the fastest pace on record back in August. But if you're a home buyer, you might want to actually just keep waiting a little bit because prices are still higher than they were even a year ago.
CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins us now. I know you don't have a crystal ball, Frank, but let's talk about what's causing the prices to go down right now. And why are some saying this is still a good time to buy, even with high interest rates?
Well, you know, a lot of people are saying it's a good time to buy, but I actually want to talk to you guys about a few other things. In this case, a new thing from Apple, that Apple doesn't have complete control of the process. Any iOS app involving the smart home involves extensive collaboration with third parties like lock makers. It's a much quicker process when Apple is producing software and apps for its own hardware. The new product now in stores is called the Level Lock Plus, and it retails for $329. You can lock and unlock your door or text your key to a friend for their use. And first, it was plant-based burgers, and now it's time for fake steak. Beyond Meat is introducing a new plant-based steak product called, not surprisingly, Beyond Steak, which is available starting today at a number of big grocery chains, including Kroger, Albertsons, and Walmart. A 10-ounce serving will cost you $7.99. Beyond Meat hopes the new product will provide a boost to its sales, which have been sliding. And Facebook parent Meta Platform says Canadian users of the service may no longer be able to share news content. That's because Canadian lawmakers are considering legislation that would force digital platforms like Facebook and Google to pay news outlets for their content. Lawmakers say this ensures that those outlets are paid fairly for their content. Meta contends that the bulk of the benefit of news sharing goes to publishers, not to Facebook. And sorry, we had a little mix-up at the top about the home prices, but we will get to that.
Okay, I look forward to it.
Yes, so do I. All right, CNBC's Frank Holland. Frank, thank you. Straight ahead, Kanye West is out of allies after officially losing his biggest corporate partner, what finally pushed Adidas to cut ties. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Adidas is ending its partnership with Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West.
Now, the company faced intense public pressure to cut ties in response to a series of anti-Semitic comments that the rapper turned business mogul made. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now to break that all down. Let's talk first just about the nature of this relationship that Ye had with Adidas. My notes here say that back in 2020, the Yeezy brand bought in nearly $2 billion in revenue.
Yeah, this is a really big deal. It's a really big business deal worth
but it's ending.
Closer to, and it's ending, and because it's ending, just in this year alone, they stand to lose $240 million, and there's only a few months left in this year. And you can imagine what that will do to their business down the line, potentially 10% of their business. But you now have weeks of Kanye West, now known as Ye.
Weeks.
Yeah, going out and spreading this hate-filled messaging about the Jewish people. You know, these conspiracy theories about the Jewish people in control they don't have, but saying they have in media and the government and these kinds of things. And then doubling down, being called out for it, and then doubling down. You have Gap severing ties with him, Balenciaga severing ties. But this news today by Adidas, clearly the biggest moment for the corporate ties being
people have been waiting for.
Yeah, we're looking at the brands on the screen right there: Balenciaga, Gap, JP Morgan Chase, MRC Entertainment. CAA is his talent agency.
Yes, his agent.
So they have also dropped him as a client after these weeks of anti-Semitic comments. What does this mean? What are people saying about his career in terms of moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the most successful musicians of all time. He has sold more than 160 million albums. He's won dozens of Grammys. He then parlayed that incredible success as a rapper into this mega business. And you really see it falling apart here as he continues to double down and give these interviews and these comments. You also remember that Instagram and Twitter have restricted his accounts.
And he wants to buy Parler as a result.
Yep.
So he can freely speak.
He's incredibly wealthy, right? Yeah, it's unlikely that this is going to get in the way of the substantial amount of wealth that he already has. But certainly his brand and Adidas could be deeply affected.
And his
by
access.
Yeah, and I think fans are really upset over these comments, and he may lose people
more than
over
about money.
Yeah. All right, NBC News' Stephanie Gosk. As always, good to see you. Thank you, friend.
Nice to see you, too. Thanks, guys.
Well, a Russian court is denying WNBA star Brittany Griner's appeal. The U.S. State Department has said she's being wrongfully detained by the Russian government, and Griner currently has 8 years left on her prison sentence for drug smuggling. NBC News reporter Matthew Bodner joins us now from our London bureau with all the latest details. Matthew, first off, look, I mean, it would have been a surprise, frankly, if her appeal was granted today. But what was the reason given for why that appeal was denied? And does she have the option for another appeal?
Thanks, Morgan. Well, we didn't hear very much from the court about why it made its decision, and I have to say, by the standards of a Russian court proceeding, it was pretty open and shut today. We heard the argument from the defense saying essentially that they believed that this was an excessively harsh punishment. They pointed out that there are Russian citizens who are brought up on similar charges who don't receive a full 9-year sentence. So they tried to play that angle. It didn't work. This was rejected. They did, however, kind of clarify that Griner, because of time already served, has 8 more years in Russian prison, and she does also have the ability to appeal to one of Russia's higher courts if she so chooses. We heard from the lawyers after the hearing, and they said that they hadn't yet spoken to her about it, but they definitely left the door open for that.
Speaking of which, I mean, what have we heard from Griner? I mean, if anything, since that ruling?
So she was not physically present in the courtroom today, but she did have an opportunity to speak for herself by video link. We have a clip of that. Let's take a listen.
I really hope that the court will adjust this sentence because it's been a very, very stressful and a very traumatic to my mental and psyche, being away from my family and not being able to communicate.
So clearly this is taking a toll on Griner, but unfortunately we don't really have a sense of how some of the other factors at play here, such as negotiations between the U.S. and Russia, are playing out. We've heard from U.S. officials that those discussions are ongoing, but it's just not anything we're seeing publicly. Morgan?
Yeah, you've done great reporting on it. NBC News reporter Matt Bonner for us there. Matt, thank you.
Well, gummy vitamins are surging in popularity, but they might not be as healthy as you think. Coming up, what to know about the new concerns over gummy vitamins and their effectiveness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
After years of battling the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines, another fight is brewing. But this time it's bringing together a pretty unlikely alliance of Native American organizers and predominantly white farmers.
Here's Carla Holt in a joint report with NBC News Investigations and our KARE 11 NBC affiliate.
Over half the corn grown here in Iowa goes to ethanol plants like this one.
We receive about 100 trucks of corn a day.
The promise of ethanol was a cleaner, more renewable fuel.
It's going to go up these conveyors. We'll run it through some grinders. We'll break that corn up into smaller particles, and then we'll bring it into the ethanol plant, and it will be fermented and into that alcohol. It will make that ethanol molecule.
But it emits concentrated CO2.
You look at that stack there. That's where our CO2 is being emitted.
Now a new company called Summit Carbon Solutions says they can capture it.
We'll be removing or preventing 12 million metric tons of CO2 from being released to the atmosphere. That's like removing 2.6 million vehicles off the road.
Summit plans to spend $4.5 billion to construct over 2,000 miles of pipeline from origin points in Minnesota, Nebraska, Iowa, and the Dakotas.
It's designed to transport that CO2 from the ethanol plants up to a sequestration location or storage location in North Dakota, and will permanently store that CO2 in place underground.
But activist Joy Braun worries construction could disturb Native American graves and artifacts.
I fight pipelines,
and I fight colonialism. And this site kind of represents all of that.
Joy spoke with us at Whitestone Hill in North Dakota, a sacred site to Native peoples for centuries, where in 1863 the U.S. Army killed an estimated 150 to 300 Native American men, women, and children.
The one thing that I know about pipeline companies and those that they contract with is they don't care.
The company is suggesting that the pipeline will run as far as 17 miles away from Whitestone Hill. A, do you agree with that? And B, is that far enough?
Far enough would mean that they don't build it.
Summit says they have asked tribal governments for input and have multiple layers of protection against impacting Native sites.
We've put together an unanticipated discovery plan that we'll train all of our contractors to, that says if you see something that looks like it could be an artifact or something of interest, you stop the job. We get an archaeologist out there, we coordinate with the states, we coordinate with the tribes, we look at it.
Farmer Ed Fishback in South Dakota says Summit approached him about routing the pipeline through his land.
It would be coming in at the far southeast corner and cutting diagonally across where this corn is.
While some local farmers have already signed easement deals with Summit, Fishback is uniting with other farmers who have concerns about the pipeline, like potential CO2 leaks.
It's an asphyxiant, so all of us with livestock or concerned about our families or our own benefit, we just don't trust this to be a safe product to be transporting.
Over the weekend, dozens become sick and even more had to leave their homes after a gas leak and explosion in Yazoo County.
Summit says that pipeline carried a different type of more toxic, naturally occurring CO2 mixed with hydrogen sulfide. But some energy experts say risks remain.
There isn't really enough experience with these pipelines to be able to say they'll be safe going forward for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years.
Our thanks to Carla Holt. Now to an update out of Florida. Agricultural officials there say Hurricane Ian caused over $1 billion in damage. The biggest losses were seen in citrus groves where trees were blown down and battered by flooding.
Now, the state estimates that Ian damaged up to 11% of the trees. And for context, Florida produces about 60% of all the citrus consumed right here in the United States. A terrifying elevator malfunction at the Grand Canyon on Sunday left 5 people trapped in an ancient cave about 200 feet beneath the ground.
Worst nightmare scenario there. Unable to use this steep stairway system to get out, county officials decided that the tourists should go to a hotel suite at the bottom of the caverns until repairs were made to the elevator on Monday. Well, that took a happy turn.
Yeah, I mean, we do like to see that. Here in New York, that's still my worst fear. All right, well, feeling sick after your COVID booster shot, it might actually be a good thing. We're going to tell you what new research suggests about your antibody levels straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what is making news right now. Former Defense Secretary Ashton Carter has passed away. His family confirms that he died yesterday at the age of 68 after a sudden cardiac event. Now, he served as the Secretary of Defense in the Obama administration from 2015 to 2017.
The U.S. is changing the citizenship process, making it more accessible for applicants with disabilities. This is a move that will undo some Trump-era barriers. Immigration Services is shortening and simplifying its disability waiver that is used to exempt qualifying migrants from testing requirements.
And the Powerball jackpot has soared to, get this, $680 million after no ticket matched all 6 numbers yesterday. Well, this is now the 7th largest prize in Powerball history and will be up for grabs at tomorrow night's drawing. As they say, winter is coming, and so is a possible COVID surge. As of right now, numbers across the country remain pretty low. But if you look at places like right here in Manhattan, which was an early center of the pandemic, COVID rates are already above 20%.
Yeah, and in Europe, there has been an uptick in hospitalizations and deaths. So how prepared are we here in the United States for a possible winter wave?
With us now, we have NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Uche Blackstock. Dr. Blackstock, it's great to see you. First off, this is like our third COVID winter we're entering right now, and things look a little bit different. I mean, free tests, they're harder to come by. Just if you look at the rates, the vaccination rates are still pretty low in some parts of the country. The CDC hasn't really issued new or updated guidelines for this coming winter. So where do things stand, and frankly, what should we do?
I know, Morgan, I mean, I'm definitely concerned. You know, we're seeing the writing on the wall. This is the third COVID winter, as you mentioned, and we know that the virus loves the indoor weather. They love the cold air. And, you know, we may see surges. And so I think it's really important for people to educate themselves. If they can get these tests, these rapid tests, it's super important. If they're spending time in indoor crowded area, wear those masks. But most importantly, get vaccinated and boosted if you are eligible. We need to get those numbers up.
Speaking of getting boosted, there's promising news out of this new study. It shows that if you get boosted and then you actually feel crummy afterwards, you feel the side effects of that shot, it's a good sign because it means you have more antibodies to fight off COVID. So talk to us about that.
Yeah.
Walk us through it.
So this is something that people really should know about. So when they get those vaccinations and the boosters, and they just feel horrible, like the fatigue, malaise, even feverish sometimes, people worry, you know, is this vaccine really working? Yes, it's working. What it means is that your body is responding appropriately and increasing those antibodies. Those antibodies are proteins that fight against the virus. And so that's a good sign if you do have those symptoms. If you don't, it doesn't necessarily mean the vaccine isn't working.
Okay, that was the flip side of that coin. Okay.
And Dr. Blackstock, can we talk just about COVID and moms for a minute? Because there's research that shows that just in the first 2 years of the pandemic, COVID actually played a role in 1 in 4 maternal deaths. Why is that so significant?
Right. So these numbers are so incredibly devastating, and I think the public needs to be aware of that. If you are pregnant or about to get pregnant, that is a high-risk condition for being infected with COVID, just like being an elderly person or immunocompromised person. We know from the data that if you're pregnant and you get infected, you're more likely to develop severe disease, be hospitalized, and die. So it's really important that we protect our pregnant people that are around us. Very, very critical.
We're going to put you in a bubble, Morgan.
Hey, I'm ready.
All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you as always for your time.
Well, it's debate night in Pennsylvania. Democrat John Fetterman will face off against Republican Mehmet Oz in what's being considered one of the most crucial Senate races this midterm season. And while our eyes are, of course, on the candidates, we're also really closely watching the voters to see exactly how they respond to the messaging this midterm. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now live from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Dasha, you have been following this race, I mean, really since the beginning, and you spoke with a very specific subset of important Pennsylvania voters, specifically suburban women. What did they say about what's on their minds this time around?
Yeah, Morgan, look, this race is so high stakes and so tight that really any number of factors could tip the scales at this point. And there are a few voter groups that these candidates have really been honing in on. One of those is suburban women. And we went to 2 different counties, one red, one blue. We went to a dance studio and a gymnastics studio and talked to moms there about the issues that they care about and how that might impact their vote. Take a listen to what we learned. As election season tumbles toward the finish line in suburban Philadelphia, the kids at Upper Merion Dance and Gymnastics Center are flying and falling with abandon. But their moms worry about what happens when no one's there to catch them.
Inflation, it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids.
Philadelphia suburbs like Montgomery County are the new battleground. Once Republican strongholds, they helped put Biden in the White House in 2020. But now they're up for grabs again, with issues like the economy and crime top of mind.
Safety in not only education, but regular life. Huge concern with little kids.
Both Senate candidates targeting their messaging towards women here. Republican Dr. Oz stoking those fears about crime.
Deal with the crime and drugs that are creating lawlessness in the southeast of Pennsylvania.
And Democrat John Fetterman hanging his hopes on abortion access.
Woman, that is a choice that belongs to you and that should have always belonged to you.
How big of a factor is abortion in terms of what you do with your vote?
I'm certainly more pro-choice. I don't know if it's the top issue, but it is one of the more important issues for me.
What do you look for in a candidate?
For me, it's mostly the social issues, and having someone that's a true leader isn't pandering to their base.
Cindy is leaning Democratic, but hasn't made up her mind yet on the Senate race. She's waiting for tonight's debate to make a decision. Many we talked to were still undecided, like Montea.
I just want to make my best decision. Because I didn't make the best decision years ago. So
what do you mean by that?
I feel like I voted for the wrong person.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump, one reason why Democrats need to win big in places like Montgomery County to balance out losses among rural voters and former Union Democrats in places like Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Amy Janoski, a mom of 2 we met at Joan Harris Dance Studio, is part of that shift. But you were registered as a Democrat.
I am a registered Democrat.
You're registered as a Democrat now, but you're more interested in sort of more conservative candidates at this point.
Yes, I am.
It's similar issues that have parents' heads spinning here, but Luzerne County could land on a different result. Take Ariane, mom to a ballerina who's worried about safety.
I honestly believe Fetterman would be more of the same. I don't think he's going to be a tough on crime politician, which is what we need right now.
For these women, the outcome of this election is personal.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah.
What's your message to people in Washington right now on both sides of the aisle about what that experience is like? What do you want them to know about what life is like right now?
Don't forget about us.
Morgan, it was so interesting to have these conversations. These 2 counties are very different. I was expecting very different issues to come up, but the same things kept coming up over and over again. Inflation in the economy and crime and public safety. And a number of voters telling me that they still haven't made up their mind and they're going to be watching very closely tonight. Tonight could clinch their vote one way or the other, Morgan.
Always some surprises when it comes to midterm season. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns following every twist and turn in Pennsylvania. Dasha, thank you.
Well, in today's Consumer Confidential, it is all about gummy vitamins. The chewy supplements have saturated the health and wellness scene, but experts are raising concerns about their actual effectiveness. Take a look.
Are you ready for the most scrumptious gummy vitamin?
These days, taking your vitamins can be sweeter than ever. A growing number of stores are stocked with gummy supplements promising to boost everything from women's health to nail strength. And they look and taste a lot like candy.
The taste is just a lot more fun and easy to eat.
Even celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian Barker are getting in the game, launching her own line of gummies, promising to help users sharpen focus, de-bloat, or just relax. And the industry is booming. Global sales for gummy vitamins nearly $7.5 billion this year, and they're predicted to reach over $13 billion in the next 5 years.
Gummies have invaded the supplement area.
But some doctors and nutritionists say buyer beware. Gummy vitamins typically contain anywhere from 2 to 8 grams of sugar, and sugar-free gummies are not a free pass.
This product might contain sugar alcohol, and consuming too much sugar alcohol at one time can cause some unpleasant GI effects for some people.
The watchdog site Consumer Lab has tested hundreds of gummy vitamins.
We find that there are many more quality problems with gummies than there are with tablets or capsules.
The group says ingredients lose potency faster in gummy form. So in order to maintain what's promised on the label, some manufacturers may compensate by adding far more of an ingredient.
When is it too much of a good thing when it comes to gummies?
Any ingredient where you can get too much, like melatonin, like folic acid, like just about every vitamin out there, there's a kind of a curve where, things get better and better getting enough vitamin, and then it goes worse and worse.
Dietitians and doctors we spoke to say eating a variety of whole foods is still the best source of vitamins for most healthy adults. And it doesn't have to be fresh to be healthy.
Canned vegetables and frozen foods are your friends.
But gummy vitamins can be an option for those with nutrient deficiencies or medical conditions or people who have trouble swallowing pills.
How can a consumer figure out which gummy vitamin they can trust?
Well, as for all dietary supplements, consumers should look for trusted brands from reputable retailers.
Experts say look for the USP or MSF label, which is a third-party seal ensuring the product has been vetted. And always consult a doctor before adding vitamins and supplements to your diet. Advice worth chewing on. And one more tip for you. Experts say pay attention to the recommended dose, especially when it comes to kids' gummies. We also reached out to Kourtney Kardashian Barker's brand Lemmy for comment. We have not heard back. Morgan?
Well, straight ahead, how lions rescued from a Ukrainian war zone are now making a new home right here in the USA. More NBC News Daily just after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to the story of a pint-sized subway fanatic. This 3-year-old is obsessed with New York's subway system, and he's actually being honored in a special way. Ida Siegel from our NBC New York station has the story.
3-year-old Mark Lee is a New Yorker through and through. If he's going somewhere, it's on the subway, and he's obsessed.
He just loves it so much, and that's all you need. Like, just go on one subway and is happy as ever.
He likes the colors, he likes the numbers, and over time he just memorizes every number and signs.
Mark knows every line, and he wants to ride them all. His parents are trying to make that happen, so we invited them to take a ride with us. But before we got on the train, he got a surprise from the MTA.
I have the power to make you a conductor for the day of what to make you, so that is your official conductor diploma.
Transit President Richard Davey crowned him conductor for the day and gave us the green light to board Mark's favorite train, the B. Should we get on this train?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should? All right, let's go. With that, we headed down into the Bryant Park station.
Go for it.
And Mark got to meet his fellow conductor.
You want to ride my train? Okay, let's go.
Then we piled on to a rush hour uptown B train.
Okay, let's hold on together.
Ooh, wow.
What number is this? 4, Channel 4 rides the B. Mark has been riding the subway a whole 6 months. Is that right?
6 months?
Yeah, and he's got 3 subway lines left to try out.
We have to take the J and the 5 and the M.
So
which
3
I'm
left.
kind of saving for his birthday.
Mark's parents try to make every subway ride an adventure. They mostly go on the weekends and make sure to check out cool New York City attractions along the way. But for Mark, it's the journey, not the destination.
I think people
along the way. But for Mark, it's the journey, not the destination.
I think people see us and then they're like, okay, like, let us sit and give some fist pumps.
There you go. 2 minutes done.
It was time to say goodbye, but no tears were shed because Mark knows, as all New Yorkers do, there will always be another train coming. And the next stop might be even better than the last.
So cute. A great life attitude there. That was WNBC reporter Ida Siegel.
Well, turning now to the international effort to safely evacuate lions from Russian bombs in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa shares the story of how the pride of Ukraine can now be found roaming free in Colorado.
Nestled in the rolling fields of southern Colorado, protective pens house the pride of Ukraine, these kings of the jungle, traumatized by the worst of what humans inflict on each other.
We're saving these animals from war.
Oh, absolutely. Everything to the right is all theirs.
Wild animal sanctuary owner Pat Craig coordinated the May mission into Ukraine to rescue 11 lions from an Odessa zoo and the Russian bombs falling around it.
You realize that there's a life in there that's probably suffering greatly.
Escorted by armed ex-military, a team loaded the lions into crates and escaped the country. 600 miles, first to Moldova, then Romania, through Qatar. Finally, a flight to Dallas and a caravan to Colorado. Months of work for this moment, releasing the big cats into their new home.
How are they doing?
They're doing amazingly well.
A key reason why this place is such a haven for these lions, the room to roam. At close to 10,000 acres, staff say this is the largest carnivore sanctuary in the world.
Their recovering confidence clear at mealtime.
What does that say about kind of the strength of their spirit?
That's the most endearing part of dealing with large carnivores. Their core ability and tenacity to stick it out gives us inspiration to want to do the same thing.
The pride of Ukraine, rescued and roaming free. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Springfield, Colorado.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
An Arkansas father thanking the Good Samaritan who pulled his son out from a burning car. But all he knows about the hero is his name, and that is from Texas. Hayden Savage from our NBC affiliate KAIT has more on the search for the man named Steve.
He busted the window out. He got all the glass out and all of that, and he literally pulled my son from a burning car.
Randy Seal's son was involved in a major 3-car accident on Highway 167 north of Batesville last Monday. The car his son was in started smoking and eventually caught fire. Randy said that morning began as any other day.
I got up Monday morning and I'm scrolling through news feeds like I normally do, just a regular Monday morning, and all of a sudden I get a notification from Live 360. And it said that my son had a sudden stop. And you know, you pray that it's, you know, okay, he dropped his phone. You don't really want to think the worst, but sometimes that happens.
And just a few minutes later, after the Live 360 notification, Randy's wife, Summer, received a call from their son.
My wife gets a phone call from my son's phone, and it's a gentleman. We can hear Dylan in the background. My son's name is Dylan. She puts him on speaker and she can hear him in the background. She's not necessarily talking to him. She's talking to a gentleman named Steve, and he's asking us questions about who we are and letting us know what happened.
Randy says had it have not been for a man named Steve, things could have ended much worse.
If it wasn't for this man named Steve, I don't necessarily think I would have my son with me today.
Hayden Savage from our NBC affiliate KAIT. Thanks so much, Hayden.
It is a moment we can't stop replaying. Bryce Harper's historic home run boosted the Phillies past the Atlanta Braves and propelled the team into the World Series. Now, that historic ball is in the hands of the New Jersey woman who caught it. Here's Karen Waugh from our NBC Philadelphia affiliate with the story.
Swing and a drive, left field.
The biggest hit of Bryce Harper's career may have been the biggest catch of Tracy Olszewski's career.
It is bedlam at the bank!
A Jersey native and Phillies fan from day one, she caught the ball from Harper's game-winning home run.
And then you just heard the pop from the bat, and we all looked, and we all were cheering, and then the ball was coming right towards us.
It was initially a struggle for her group of 5 girlfriends to even get playoffs tickets. They almost struck out.
We just started dialing the ticket office for an hour straight.
And just their luck, they got seats in Home Run Alley.
You dream of those moments as sports fans growing up, bottom of the 8th.
Harper's 2-run homer allowed the team to bounce back and arguably sent them to the World Series. The ball itself bounced, everyone scrambling before Olszewski picked it up.
She's like, I got it. And then everybody from like all over were like on top of us.
Olszewski's hands shaking today as she rarely let the ball leave its Ziploc bag.
It's been in hiding since, so I haven't really seen much of it. I didn't know what to do with it, to be honest.
Her biggest wish now, to go to a World Series game. And who knows? Luck could always strike twice.
Just to be a part of that history, I'll probably remember for the rest of my life.
Our thanks to Karen Waugh from our NBC Philadelphia affiliate.
All right, so here's what's trending right now. Mariah Carey could be the hottest ticket in town this holiday. The singer performing 2 Christmas reviews, one in Toronto, one here in New York, this December. And Mariah will sing all her Christmas classics, including the one that has reportedly made her $60 million. And get this, that's just from streaming alone. Of course, we're talking about All I Want, I Won't Try It for Christmas. It's you.
I was waiting.
Nah.
Okay, the Beehive buzzing over rumors of Beyonce's return to the stage next summer. Pictures from inside the charitable wearable art gala show a VIP package to the Renaissance 2023 tour up for auction. Beyonce has yet to actually announce that tour publicly, though. But per the photos, the VIP package includes 2 first-class plane tickets, which is exciting, to any of her concerts. These are the national or international stops on the tour, as well as a 3-night stay. Entertainment Weekly reports that the bidding reached $150,000.
And actor Henry Cavill confirms he will suit up as the Man of Steel again. He says he waited to announce his official return as Superman to give people enough time to catch his post-credits cameo in the film Black Adam. That movie stars Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as the anti-hero of the same name. Black Adam opened Friday and has already earned more than $140 million at the box office.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. Breaking news, moments to spare. What we're learning about the fast action by police that may have kept a school shooting in St. Louis from becoming even more deadly.
Triple virus threat. Winter is still several weeks away, but doctors are already expressing alarm. How hospitals are bracing for the potential surges of 3 different contagions.
Leading the kingdom, Rishi Sunak is now officially Prime Minister of the UK, and he has a lot to do. His top priorities as the country reels from political turmoil.
And fashionable exit. The big clothing brands dropping the artist formerly known as Kanye West over his latest comments causing outrage. It is 11 a.m. in San Diego, 1 p.m. in Memphis, and 2 p.m. here in New York City.
We begin with breaking news. A trove of new information just released by police about that deadly school shooting in St. Louis.
That attack on Monday killed a student and a teacher. Officers now say the 19-year-old gunman who was also killed was a former student. He was armed with an AR-15 style rifle and more than 600 rounds of ammunition. Investigators say he also left behind a manifesto.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa in St. Louis for us. Emily, police just held that news conference a short time ago. What did we learn about the response of police, about the victims, and more?
That's right. A lot of new developments within the last hour or two. As you mentioned, armed with an AR-15 and 600 rounds of ammunition. Police say the suspect's shooting rampage at this St. Louis area high school could have been far worse had it not been for the officers' quick response, arriving here to this school within just 4 minutes of that 911 call. Now, investigators are reviewing a trove of evidence, including a handwritten note discovered in the suspect's car that police say discussed his desire, what motivated him to carry out this mass shooting. Take a listen here.
He wrote, quote, "I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I've never had a girlfriend. I've never had a social life. I've been an isolated loner my entire life. This was the perfect storm for a mass shooter," end quote.
Police say this incident underscores the importance of see something, say something, and speaking up when you notice something isn't right. Guys?
And Emily, what are we learning about the victims here? Do we have an update on those who were hurt?
So at last check, we are hearing that everyone is in stable condition. There really was a variety of injuries sustained, from gunshot wounds to also fractured ankles. In terms of the two people killed, the sophomore and the teacher, their families understandably absolutely heartbroken. The sophomore's father calling this an absolute nightmare. Guys.
Emily Aketa for us in St. Louis. Thank you.
America's hospitals are preparing for a triple virus threat, converging all at once: COVID, the flu, and the dangerous respiratory virus, RSV. The biggest concern right now is for young children. Their small lungs and airways can make them especially vulnerable to RSV. What's also alarming doctors right now is the timing of all this. It's October, and some hospitals are already at or over capacity.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
It's all becoming an issue for the White House as well. So let's bring in NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Erica, I'll start with you. Which parts of the country are seeing the worst of this so-called tridemic?
Yeah, hi, Kate. Well, let's start with the flu. Right now, it's the southeast that's just getting hammered. Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, even New York is also experiencing a surge in flu cases. The CDC told me that about a third of all flu-related hospitalizations right now are in kids. And as you said, it's another typical childhood virus, RSV, that's causing major problems. I've spoken with doctors nationwide from Washington, D.C., Boston, New Orleans, and Chicago. All tell me that they are inundated right now with RSV cases nationwide. 73% of pediatric hospital beds are full. Kate?
And Erica, just to stick to COVID for a second, are doctors confident that the boosters that are out there are going to now be effective against new mutations?
Yeah, so doctors are watching these Omicron subvariants very closely, and for good reason. One researcher described it as watching viral evolution on steroids. Now, there's no data just yet to show how well the boosters are going to be effective against these emerging subvariants. One piece of promising news, however, Kate, is that there's also no evidence that the Omicron subvariants are making people any sicker. Kate?
All right, Erica, thank you. Mike, let me bring you in. President Biden is going to get his updated booster shot for COVID, what we were just talking about, any moment now. We expect him to deliver remarks as well, right? What do we think we're going to hear?
Yeah, Kate, it's interesting to note that the timing of this event today is dictated by CDC guidance. You'll remember the president had COVID-19 in July, and the guidance is that you should wait to get this, as they're calling it, updated vaccine for 3 months. So that puts us right to where we are now. But the timing is also auspicious because we've been hearing from White House officials, and we'll hear from the president shortly, the point that as we look at the holidays coming up, Thanksgiving now a month away, other gatherings in the weeks ahead, now is the best time to really get that updated vaccine, as well as potentially a flu shot, to give you the best protection as you want to gather with your family members, your loved ones in the weeks ahead. You're going to hear the president make that point. You're also going to hear him announce a real public-private partnership here to get the message out about these vaccines. You're going to see HHS announcing a new ad campaign designed at especially older Americans, the most vulnerable populations, and some retailers stepping up with incentives and different promotional campaigns of their own to make these vaccines more accessible.
Mike Memoli at the White House. Erica Edwards with us. Thank you.
The United Kingdom now officially has its third prime minister in less than 2 months. Rishi Sunak was appointed after meeting with King Charles earlier today. The 42-year-old former finance minister is the country's youngest leader in more than 200 years. Sunak is now tasked with building his cabinet and tackling several challenges, including the UK's growing economic crisis. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is joining us now from London. Keir, we know that Sunak spoke to his country earlier today. What did he emphasize in his first address as prime minister?
Well, Aaron, you know, you can still hear that he's making news. You can hear the helicopter above me because he is appointing his cabinet tonight, and they are walking in and out of that famous door behind me in Downing Street. It's kind of a split screen. On the one hand, you have this extraordinary news, this stunning news of a man of Indian heritage walking through that door, that famous door, as prime minister with all of Britain's colonial past. Really historic. And on the other hand, you have the enormous challenges that he faces. A divided party that is likely to have to put up taxes and cut spending, and has a country that is facing rising prices. And some of the, an awful lot of the political turmoil was caused by that party. He had to try and encapsulate all of that in his speech here today.
After the billions of pounds it cost us to combat COVID, after all the dislocation that caused, in the midst of a terrible war that must be seen successfully to its conclusions, I fully appreciate how hard things are. And I understand too that I have work to do to restore trust after all that has happened.
So tough challenges on a momentous day, Aaron. The president of Rishi Sunak's home temple describing this for Britain as an Obama moment.
Certainly historic in European history, world history for that matter. I do want to ask you, Keir, just like his predecessor, Liz Truss, Sunak got this job because the ruling Conservative Party chose him, not that he was chosen by the voters there. What are the British people saying about this new leadership?
Yeah, it's a little like a primary without a general election, right? And many, particularly the opposition here, calling for a general election. The truth is that Rishi Sunak has a mountain to climb. His party is not popular in the polls, very much not popular. He has to try and turn that around with all of the difficult decisions that he himself admits that he has to make. And again, that party is deeply divided. Just to give you one example, will there be people in that party who begin to question the spending on Ukraine? In the White House, they definitely won't want to see that.
Keir Simmons for us in London today. Keir, thank you.
A Russian court has denied WNBA star Brittany Griner's appeal and upheld her 9-year prison sentence. She was detained back in February when Russian authorities found cannabis vape cartridges in her luggage. The basketball star appeared in court via video from prison today. The U.S. has proposed a prisoner swap with Russia to free Griner and another jailed American, Paul Whelan. Griner's Russian lawyer today said they hope that that's possible.
German and European Union leaders say they're working on a plan to rebuild Ukraine, left devastated by the war with Russia. Earlier today, Germany's chancellor said reconstruction will be a generations-long challenge. Right now, Ukraine is calling for shorter-term help from its allies, and the government says new Russian shelling has killed at least 7 civilians in the eastern Donetsk region.
E-cigarette company Juul is looking to avoid bankruptcy, and Amazon is adding a new way to pay for your cart.
Pippa Stevens joins us now with our CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Pippa.
Hey guys, well, let's start here with a new congressional report that says hourly workers without paid time off were much more likely to quit during the pandemic than salaried workers who did have that benefit. Democrats on a House panel say that underlines the need for universal paid leave and other measures to address inequalities in the workplace. Also today, the Wall Street Journal reports Juul Labs is in talks with two of its biggest shareholders, hoping they will provide a cash infusion to cover operations and near-term legal liabilities so the e-cigarette maker can avoid filing for bankruptcy protection. And Amazon says it's adding Venmo as a payment option. It will be available to all its U.S. customers in time for Black Friday. Guys, not sure I needed another way to pay for Amazon purchases.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, oh no, danger, danger.
One more way. Just get a direct link to my bank account. We'll just be done with it, all right?
Yeah, right?
Pippa Stevens. Thank you, Pippa. Well, coming up, inside the multi-billion-dollar divorce between Adidas and the artist formerly known as Kanye West. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, today, Adidas is ending its partnership with the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. The company was facing mounting pressure to do this after he made a series of anti-Semitic remarks.
Adidas says, quote, Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is covering this for us. She joins us now. This partnership, though, it's been in question for weeks now. Angry calls for Adidas to end this. Why'd they wait so long?
So there's been a lot of pressure, and there are a lot of people that are happy that they've taken this step, but also wondering why it took so long. There are a number of financial experts that suspected this had to do with the economics of this deal. This is a really big deal with Adidas, worth upwards of $2 billion. That's billion with a B. They've been in business together for a decade. These sneakers that came out one of them came out over the weekend. And Adidas has been having trouble financially. Their stock price has fallen. They have stock piling up around the world because demand has dropped. They are set to lose $240 million by the end of the year. There's not too much time left in this year. That gives you an idea of just how valuable this deal was, but eventually the pressure just got to be too much.
And this financially will start to build up for Kanye West, too. I mean, talk a little bit about the other companies that have also severed ties and whether he's responding to this reality with business.
Well, he's been responding to all of the criticism by just repeating the same kinds of comments. He's been doubling down over and over again now for weeks. You had Gap, Balenciaga, you had his agent, CAA, drop him. That is continuing, right? And now you've got calls for Spotify that carries his music to stop carrying his music. You have to remember, Kanye West is one of the most successful musicians of all time. He has sold more than 160 million albums. He's won dozens of Grammys. He's been able to parlay that into this incredible brand and business success. But that's beginning to fall apart here in a pretty substantial way.
And he said some of the most offensive things of all time. So I wonder where it goes now. We were talking in the commercial break. You just mentioned Spotify. Are there more things to happen? Like, are we looking at more?
Yeah, I mean, Adidas was the really big deal, right? Whether there are more ramifications for him just on a societal level and for his brand, if he continues to really double down. And, you know, for a lot of people, this has been dramatic from the beginning, but there was one particular image over the weekend where you had a group that's actually being investigated by law enforcement in Los Angeles that hung a banner from the 405 in support of Kanye and these hate-filled comments he's been making about the Jewish people, these conspiracy theories that really what, you know, the Anti-Defamation League says just inflames and allows these other groups to kind of come into the mainstream with their hateful messages.
Stephanie Gosk for us. Steph, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, a former teacher and TV anchor is out of jail today after allegations of sexual misconduct.
He's accused of inappropriately touching girls and making sexually suggestive remarks to students at a school where he taught in New Jersey. Ted Greenberg with our New York station reports.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It's not the kind of on-screen appearance Pete Thompson is known for. At a detention hearing, a judge ordering the former South Jersey sports anchor and teacher to be released from jail following his arrest on allegations of inappropriate sexual conduct involving 5 female students when he worked at Atlantic County Institute of Technology.
I feel like he just thinks that he is untouchable because he's well known in the community, that he could do all this and get away with it.
This woman, who asked not to be publicly identified, is the mother of a girl at the high school in Mays Landing. Her daughter is not listed in the criminal complaint.
I'll follow all the rules and regulations. I'm not going anywhere.
Pete Thompson was arrested last week on charges of criminal sexual contact, child endangerment, and official misconduct. He anchored sports for years on WMGM TV until the station closed its news department at the end of 2014. He became a television and media production teacher at ACIT. Over a 5-month period beginning in September, authorities say he inappropriately touched multiple girls and made sexually suggestive comments. His lawyer says Thompson maintains his innocence.
Does he want to be out and defend himself? Absolutely. These allegations are vehemently denied.
School officials say Thompson was suspended in mid-February, immediately after the first allegations came to light. He was terminated a couple weeks later.
He said almost on a daily basis about not getting him fired. So obviously he knew what his behavior was completely inappropriate.
And that was Ted Greenberg from WNBC reporting there. A Texas teen is still in the hospital after he was shot by police. Still to come, what his family is saying now that the officer involved has been fired. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Amazon and Walmart are vying for your business ahead of the holidays, and they are adding some new perks now to sweeten the deal. Consumer reporter Susan Hogan of our Washington, D.C. station takes a look.
Although Teresa Vorstek has been an Amazon Prime member for about 5 years, there are benefits even she wasn't aware of.
I do use Prime Video, but I'm learning about more perks that I'm excited to use.
In the face-off between Walmart Plus and Amazon Prime, how do you know which one to choose? Well, Walmart Plus cost a bit less, but they both offer free shipping, deals and discounts for members, grocery delivery, and some streaming music and video perks.
Walmart doesn't have a huge array of benefits that Amazon Prime does, but it has some good key deals that can really help regular Walmart shoppers.
Like on gas, something not offered by Amazon. You can save up to 10 cents a gallon at Exxon, Mobil, Walmart, and Murphy stations. Plus, you can get member gas prices at Sam's Club. When it comes to streaming, both offer added perks. A Walmart Plus membership gets you a free subscription to Paramount Plus and 6 free months of Spotify Premium, while Amazon Prime includes Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime Gaming. Additionally, Prime members get unlimited online photo storage and 5 GB of video storage. Recently, Amazon Prime members received access to a free year of Grubhub Plus, which includes unlimited deliveries from participating restaurants with no delivery fee. CR says if you prefer the wider range of benefits, it might be worth it to pay a bit more for Amazon Prime.
Bottom line is if you're a regular Walmart shopper, an annual membership can be worth it. Just make sure that you're realistic about how often you do shop there.
And Amex Platinum cardholders can come out even further ahead because cardholders now get free monthly memberships to Walmart Plus.
Now, Consumer Reports says if you're still not sure, both Walmart Plus and Amazon Prime offer 30-day free trial offers. I'm Susan Hogan, News 4.
So I think that's the idea that, you know, Amazon was such a behemoth in this online space that now the other retailers are saying, you know what? Check us out too, because you can get this and this and this and this, and that's the game.
I guess competition is good for us, right? For the consumer.
Definitely.
That's what's definitely happening.
Yeah. Well, some veterinarians are warning pet owners about flea and tick treatments. They say some over-the-counter meds may not only be ineffective, but also harmful if they're used incorrectly. Sergio Flores of our San Diego station reports.
Is what I'm doing the best thing?
We always want the best for our dogs and cats, but sometimes the products you can buy in stores aren't the best for them.
Nowadays, there's all kinds of medications and stuff you can give them.
And that's what some veterinarians worry about when it comes to over-the-counter flea and tick medication.
Not only are they just not very effective at killing fleas and ticks, they can actually be harmful to pets if they're used incorrectly.
Dr. Megan Gibbons is a veterinarian and co-owner of West Coast Animal Hospital in San Diego. She says pet owners should take great care when buying any medication on their own.
Like a cat that had a dog medication applied to it, and the cat comes in seizuring, and we have to provide emergency care to them, and that's probably the most common adverse side effect.
But even when used correctly, some pets may have a bad reaction to the chemicals. A recent FDA warning says that muscle twitching, seizures, and tremors could all be side effects of these isoxazoline-based medications. But what are the alternatives? Dr. Gibbons says prescription medication tailored to each pet is really the way to go because it can provide much more protection.
Very comprehensive flea, tick, heartworm, and intestinal worm prevention.
You can also use spot treatments as well as some shampoos and sprays, but you should always talk to your vet. They will know what is best for your pet based on their medical history. And this isn't just for the summer. You need to protect your furry friends year-round.
Here in San Diego, we have such beautiful weather. We have problems with fleas and ticks all year round.
And pet owners agree.
I mean, we do check a lot because we go to a dog park pretty frequently, so we don't want to spread fleas around.
Now, to be clear, over-the-counter products can be completely safe if they are administered correctly. Make sure you know the weight of your pet, and it's always a good idea to check in first with your veterinarian. For NBC7, I'm Sergio Flores. Back to you.
Sergio, thank you. With New York subway crimes on the rise, what's being done now to keep commuters and tourists safe? That's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
6 people who were found dead after an apartment fire in Wisconsin last week were shot. Police in Heartland, Wisconsin suspect this was a murder-suicide. The bodies were found Friday after firefighters put out an apartment fire. The dead include a couple and their 4 children. Police say the father shot himself.
An Ohio man convicted of killing 5 family members in 2016 said he, quote, had no choice but to kill the mother of his child. Jake Wagner was in a custody battle with Hannah Roden and said that he was worried his daughter might suffer abuse in Roden's care. Wagner is avoiding the death penalty by testifying against his brother now. He testified that he, his brother, and his father worked together to kill Roden and 7 members of her family.
Okay, how about some good news? Thank goodness TikTok celebrity Emmanuel the emu, he does not have bird flu, Aaron. Emmanuel's caretaker suggested that the animal might have contracted the highly contagious flu after he was feeling sick last week. We did a story last week about this. Caused hysteria on TikTok because people care about him. Well, it turns out that Emmanuel Todd Lopez, his full name, the emu, has since tested negative. So no bird flu, feeling healthy again.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Well, New York City police are stepping up patrols after a surge of crime on the city's subway system.
Violent crime on America's biggest rapid transit system is up more than 40% this year compared to 2021. That's according to police data. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is here with a closer look at the recent uptick. Stephen?
Yeah, guys, we've heard some sort of mixed messaging about the numbers behind this. And I was out talking to New Yorkers who ride the subway every day about this, and they didn't really understand if we were just seeing more of these crimes because of cell phones and surveillance video, or if crime was actually up. So we took a dive into those numbers to find out. Horrifying video shows the moment a 32-year-old man was knocked onto the train tracks in New York. The victim, incredibly, was not physically injured, according to police, but the disturbing violence is just one of the latest examples of rising crime on New York City transit. Another example, a 14-year-old girl stabbed in the subway this weekend after an altercation with two other teen girls.
But if New Yorkers don't feel safe, we are failing.
Mayor Eric Adams now teaming up with New York Governor Kathy Hochul over the weekend, the pair announcing that the state would help pay for an additional 1,200 overtime shifts per day for police officers to patrol the subway.
I say do whatever it takes.
The plan also includes installing more cameras in each subway car and 2 new psychiatric centers to help people with mental illness.
Adding more cops, installing more cameras, and providing more care.
On Friday, Mayor Adams even suggesting in a Fox 5 interview that strap hangers look up from their phones and lose the headphones.
Not having your iPods in, not focusing on our phone. And I say yes to that. I do the same.
Did you guys see officers down there? Did you see security, that type of thing?
Hey, now that you say that, I don't think I did. No.
It can't just be for the police, can't just be the city government. You know, the responsibility's also got to be on us.
But former NYPD Commissioner Ray Kelly says there is more the city can be doing, like reevaluating the Transit Police Bureau.
This is not brain surgery. You go back and look at the things we were doing then, and you re-implement them. But apparently the mayor doesn't want to do this.
Patrick J. Lynch, the head of the city's major police union, has also publicly criticized the plan, saying the increased workload for cops is unsustainable. To date, there's been a 41% spike in transit crime overall compared to last year, with countless frightening examples caught on camera. And there have already been 18 shooting victims this year on mass transit. Last year, 3. Significantly up even after the 10 people that were shot on that one April morning in Sunset Park. And all this while subway ridership has remained suppressed since the pandemic. Over the weekend, Adams hitting the subway, listening to New Yorkers as the city strives for a safer commute.
I've lived in the city 20 years. I don't feel as safe.
Now, as for that Brooklyn incident, we do know that yesterday a 41-year-old suspect, LaMayo McCray, was arrested and charged with several things, including attempted murder and harassment on the subway. Just one of many incidents that people are watching out for right now, guys.
All right, Stephen Romo for us today. Stephen, thanks.
We are now hearing for the first time publicly from the family of Eric Cantu. The 17-year-old was shot by a San Antonio police officer 23 days ago. You might remember this while he was sitting in a car in a McDonald's parking lot. The officer involved in that shooting has since been fired. Cantu remains hospitalized. NBC's Morgan Chesky is following this story, joins us now. Morgan, Eric Cantu's family spoke today with you alongside their attorney, Ben Crump. What did they say?
Yeah, Kate, it was an emotional but forceful message from the family of Eric Cantu. They say that every day, every week that he remains alive is a miracle, considering what happened in early October when a police officer opened fire, shooting 5 rounds into the vehicle and then 5 more rounds as Cantu drove away. I want you to hear from his mother and father who spoke out just a short time ago regarding his progress and their plan to move forward. Take a listen.
Are healing, but the wounds that he's endured are great. There's a lot of them.
I'd like to see former officer Brennan behind bars right now. Yes. It's not safe with him out there.
And Brennan, that is the former San Antonio police officer referenced by Eric Cantu's mother, and they are pursuing legal charges, legal action, both against Brennan and potentially the city of San Antonio here. Kate?
Morgan, when you see that video, it's just so stunning. I wonder, has the officer made any explanation at all? I know he's charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault. Where does that case stand?
Yeah, as of right now, he has not made any public statement regarding this incident. Kate, we do know that he did turn himself in regarding those multiple counts of aggravated assault. That's a first-degree felony. He then later posted a $200,000 bond. You heard the tail end of Eric Cantu's mother remarking that she still doesn't feel it is safe with that individual out on the streets, even though he is no longer a police officer. His next court date is set for November 23rd. Regarding that charge. Kate.
All right, Morgan Chesky with that. Thank you, Morgan. The midterm elections are 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, with key races coming down to the wire.
In Florida last night, the two candidates for governor squared off in a pretty heated debate in a race with national implications. And tonight, the two candidates in the crucial Pennsylvania Senate race will face off in their first and only debate of the campaign. We're going to talk to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Pennsylvania in just a moment here. Let's start, though, with Ali Vitale in Florida and senior political editor Mark Murray joining us from D.C. Ali, we know that immigration is a top issue in Florida. It is across the country, really. The Republican governor there, Ron DeSantis, has been facing a lot of controversy over flying migrants to sanctuary cities. How did he address that issue last night?
He doubled down, Aaron, and it comes as, you're right, polling shows that here in Florida and across the country, immigration is one of the key issues. It's an issue that DeSantis regularly ties to the larger theme of crime that we're seeing from Republicans, not just here in Florida, but across the country. But specifically as it pertains to his decision to send migrants from Florida to Martha's Vineyard, he also defended that, even as his opponent attacked him as using people as political pawns. Listen to that exchange.
You say you're for the secure border, but this is all happening under the Biden administration and the policies that Charlie Crist supports. It's only when they go to D.C., New York, or, of course, Martha's Vineyard, then all of a sudden this is, you know why? Because we have elites in this country that want to impose policies on you, but they don't want to have to suffer the same consequences that you may have to in your community.
At another point in that response, Aaron, DeSantis said that he wanted to see the Remain in Mexico policy reinstated, as well as continued to say that the border needed to be secured. But interestingly enough, in our sister company Telemundo's new poll, Hispanics actually backed DeSantis' decision to send migrants from Florida to Martha's Vineyard, and they do give him wide-ranging approval ratings here for the job he's done so far as governor.
Yeah, we've been looking at that here lately, too. Mark, let me bring you in here. Democrat Charlie Crist was eager to try to focus on the issues in that debate. Ron DeSantis seemed to be more focused on the president last night. What's your read on those strategies and how effective they were?
Yeah, Aaron, it's kind of politics 101. You ended up having DeSantis wanting to really tie Joe Biden and his relatively low approval ratings, and also in a state in which Biden was not able to win in 2020, to Charlie Crist. Meanwhile, Charlie Crist wants to be able to hammer at Ron DeSantis's record, going after him, as Ali was talking about the migrant situation, as well as on abortion, Aaron.
All right, Mark Murray with us, Ali Vitale in Florida for us today. Thank you both.
Let's move over to Pennsylvania. The two candidates locked in a tight Senate race will face off in their first and only debate of the campaign tonight. Both Democrat John Fetterman and Republican Mehmet Oz are targeting their message toward women, who've become a crucial voting bloc in this race in particular. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns sat down with some women planning to vote in the midterm. She joins us now from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Dasha?
Hey, Kate, we talked to women in two different counties, Luzerne County, which is recently red, Montgomery County, which is blue, and wanted to look at what different issues they care about. Watch.
As election season tumbles toward the finish line in suburban Philadelphia, the kids at Upper Merion Dance and Gymnastics Center are flying and falling with abandon. But their moms worry about what happens when no one's there to catch them.
Inflation, it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids.
Philadelphia suburbs like Montgomery County are the new battleground. Once Republican strongholds, they helped put Biden in the White House in 2020. But now they're up for grabs again, with issues like the economy and crime top of mind.
Safety in not only education, but regular life. Huge concern with little kids.
Both Senate candidates targeting their messaging towards women here. Republican Dr. Oz stoking those fears about crime.
Deal with the crime and drugs that are creating lawlessness in the southeast of Pennsylvania.
And Democrat John Fetterman hanging his hopes on abortion access.
Woman, that is a choice that belongs to you and that should have always belonged to you.
How big of a factor is abortion in terms of what you do with your vote?
I'm certainly more pro-choice. I don't know if it's the top issue, but it is one of the more important issues for me.
What do you look for in a candidate?
For me, it's mostly the social issues and having someone that's a true leader isn't pandering to their base.
Cindy is leaning Democratic, but hasn't made up her mind yet on the Senate race. She's waiting for tonight's debate to make a decision. Many we talked to were still undecided, like Montea.
I just want to make my best decision. Because I didn't make the best decision years ago. So
what do you mean by that?
I feel like I voted for the wrong person.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump, one reason why Democrats need to win big in places like Montgomery County to balance out losses among rural voters and former Union Democrats in places like Luzerne County in northeastern Pennsylvania. Amy Janoski, a mom of two we met at Joan Harris Dance Studio, is part of that shift.
But you were registered as a Democrat.
I am a registered Democrat.
You're registered as a Democrat now, but you're more interested in sort of more conservative candidates at this point.
Yes, I am.
It's similar issues that have parents' heads spinning here, but Luzerne County could land on a different result. Take Ariane, mom to a ballerina who's worried about safety.
I honestly believe Fetterman would be more of the same. I don't think he's going to be a tough on crime politician, which is what we need right now.
For these women, the outcome of this election is personal.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah.
What's your message to people in Washington right now on both sides of the aisle about what that experience is like? What do you want them to know about what life is like right now?
Don't forget about us.
Yeah, Kate, this election is personal for folks. And ahead of the debate, the Fetterman campaign put out a memo about what to expect. They said, quote, "We'll admit this isn't John's format," saying if we're all being honest, Oz clearly comes into Tuesday night with a huge built-in advantage. The celebrity TV doctor, of course, did push for more than one debate, but I'll tell you, voters are going to be watching this very closely, Kate.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you.
Texas schools have a new plan to help identify missing children. Why not all parents are happy about it? More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In Texas, public schools are now sending home DNA and fingerprint test kits designed to help their parents identify their kids in case of an emergency. Texas lawmakers passed a bill last year requiring the state's education agency to provide those kits. It was passed after the shooting in Santa Fe, Texas, that killed 8 students and 2 teachers. Parents don't have to use the kits, and some are saying they don't want to have that conversation with their kids. Reporter Danielle Campamore wrote the story for Today Parents. She joins me now. Danielle, this is so interesting. So lawmakers have said that they wanted to do this to help in case a child was in some kind of an emergency situation, maybe, abducted or kidnapped, maybe a school shooting, lots of different reasons. Parents might see this as added protection, I could imagine, but how does it work? Like, what are you supposed to do with that kit when you get it?
Right. So I think it's important to put this in context. This was passed, as you said, in 2021, and in the legislation it says it is to help identify a child if they are kidnapped or sex trafficked. But now, in the wake of Uvalde,
it doesn't mention shootings at all.
At all, not in the legislation. But schools now, in the wake of Uvalde, are using the more vague term of emergency, which can mean a wide variety of things, including, obviously and unfortunately, school shootings.
And what do parents do? I mean, what is this kit? It helps you take the fingerprints and collect a sample of DNA?
Correct. So it's a 3-fold paper kit. If parents choose to use them, and again, they're not required, it's inkless fingerprints and then swabs of DNA. They can even write down their child's hair color, height, eye color, and it's just all used to identify them.
And you send it back to the school, or you send it to the police?
You would keep it in your home, and if there was an instance with your child was either missing or there is a school shooting, you then would turn it over to law enforcement.
Understood. So there's been backlash in Texas from parents. You spoke to some parents there about their frustration with this, or their concern, I guess.
Yes, I spoke to parents in Texas who are saying that this is twofold an issue. One, it could be a privacy issue. They just don't feel comfortable giving any law enforcement their child's DNA, especially those who are from marginalized communities, Black and brown, LGBTQ, in the wake of the abortion laws. Perhaps maybe their child might need an abortion. So that makes them scared. They're also saying that this is a reminder of all the things that they claim the government is willing to do other than pass common sense gun laws. I also spoke to some Uvalde parents who gave me permission to share for them, this is just exhausting. It's one thing, in a long line of things as they're seeing are counterintuitive and not actually protecting children.
To play devil's advocate, I remember as a kid being fingerprinted, right, at school events. Is it possible that this is similar to that?
It is possible. And look, these aren't new. These kits have existed for a long time. They were some things, that parents could even, if they wanted to, purchase without the government giving it to them.
All right, Danielle Campamore, an interesting conversation. Thank you. There's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From 1960 to 1964, wherever Jacqueline Kennedy went, Clint Hill was never far behind.
We had a wonderful relationship. She trusted me, I trusted her. She would look out for me if necessary, and she knew I would look out for her.
As a young Secret Service agent, Hill was assigned to the First Lady's detail, an assignment that didn't exactly thrill him.
You get the assignment to protect Mrs. Kennedy, you think to yourself, what?
My whole career is gone.
And it turns out you were in the middle of one of the most consequential moments in American history.
Very true. I didn't think it would be interesting at all, and I was completely wrong.
Hill was by Jackie's side on November 22, 1963, when President John F. Kennedy was shot. He revisited one of America's and his darkest days with Savannah in Dallas in 2013.
And you'll carry this place with you, I guess, the rest of your life.
Yes, I do. It's one thing that I'll never rid myself of.
The images and the memories of that day still haunt him.
It's a lot of sadness, guilt. We let him down, his family down, Mrs. Kennedy down by not protecting him. I've never gotten over that, and I never will.
Hill's revealing for the first time he attempted suicide shortly after Kennedy's assassination, walking into the waters off Palm Beach, Florida one night, writing, "I wanted the water to swallow me up." A police officer intervened, saving his life.
When you're given a responsibility to do something, you do it to the bitter end, no matter what it takes, and I didn't do that.
That harsh memory and gentler ones fill the pages of his latest book, My Travels with Mrs. Kennedy, a collection including some never-before-seen pieces of American history.
Wow. These are the photos that you took with this camera?
Yeah.
How does it feel to look at these?
No, it's emotional. It's memories. It's days gone by.
If not for his wife and co-author Lisa McCubbin Hill, these treasures might have remained hidden in an old trunk in Hill's garage, or worse.
He would find these pictures of Jacqueline Kennedy in Italy and say, well, I don't know, do we keep these or throw them? And I'm like, oh my God, everything that he had was part
American
of history.
Yeah.
Hill is sharing the incredible stories behind some of his favorite photos taken by himself and others, like this one, of a grinning and elegant Jackie Kennedy with her husband at a White House state dinner with France's Minister of Culture, André Malraux.
That night, she convinced him, when he went back to Paris, is to convince de Gaulle to allow the Mona Lisa to come to the United States.
For people that might not know this, the Mona Lisa, for a time, was in the National Portrait Gallery in the United States.
That's correct.
And it was Jackie Kennedy who convinced the French government to allow it to come to the U.S.
That's exactly right. It was her doing.
And you were there for that?
I was there for that.
And these from a diplomatic mission to India, Mrs. Kennedy surrounded by locals clamoring to meet her. Hill says these shots of Mrs. Kennedy and her sister Lee on top of a camel on a visit to Pakistan most captured her essence.
There was nothing that she wouldn't try or do. She loved life and wanted to live it to the fullest extent possible. And that was the kind of thing she loved.
Among his most treasured pictures are the candid and intimate images of Mrs. Kennedy, private moments of the woman he knew so well.
How many people got to have that view of her?
Very few. Very few people ever saw her like that. It showed how she really lived.
On his many travels, occasionally the lens caught the Secret Service man himself, who preferred to blend into the landscape.
There you are. Look like you're not having a bad time in Italy.
No, I was relaxing. I'm on a security boat, and Mrs. Kennedy's on a sailboat that is anchored nearby.
Opening that trunk brought back a flood of memories for Hill, many that he had buried for decades. But ultimately, he says it's been a healing journey.
There were a lot of good days when I was assigned to Mrs. Kennedy. There were some of the worst days one can imagine, but there were so many good days. And that's what I remembered was the good days.
My Travels with Mrs. Kennedy is the book, and I think, you know, these personal accounts that inform history and what we know about people and our leaders, and it's a great read, I would imagine.
It adds so much perspective, and thanks to Jacob Soboroff for that piece.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. Getting a boost. President Biden rolls up his sleeve for his COVID vaccine booster. His message to all Americans as hospitals brace for a surge of COVID as well as 2 other illnesses.
Appeal denied. A Russian court upholds WNBA star Brittany Griner's 9-year sentence. The growing pressure on the U.S. to negotiate her release.
Cutting ties. Adidas breaks up with Kanye West over his offensive anti-Semitic remarks. What it means for the rapper and his multi-million-dollar deals.
And chew on this, why those popular multivitamin gummies may not be as healthy as you think. We begin this hour with the growing alarm about the so-called tridemic, COVID, the flu, and the respiratory virus RSV.
President Biden, for his part, is trying to shore up his defenses against one of those 3. He rolled up his sleeve this afternoon to get his updated COVID vaccine booster.
As winter approaches, hospitals are now rushing to get ready for a possible surge in patients. Some are already reaching capacity, leaving them scrambling to draw up contingency plans.
It's very worrisome because we're not even in winter. It's still only fall. So as the winter hits, as flu starts coming, where are we going to put these kids?
Leading us off this hour, NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, I'll start with you. We just saw the president roll up his sleeve. What did we hear from him there?
Well, Kate, we really heard the president walking a fine line because a month before the holidays and with case counts on the rise, he wants to have a sense of urgency to encourage Americans to take the risk of COVID still seriously. But he's also 2 weeks before an election trying to make the argument that his administration has done the work to make sure we're prepared for this moment. Take a listen.
Let me be as plain as I can. We still have hundreds of people dying each day from COVID in this country, hundreds. That number is likely to rise this winter. But this year is different from the past. This year, nearly every death is preventable.
Now, you see the officials behind the president there. You have the HHS secretary. His agency is doing everything they can to target vulnerable and at-risk populations with more accessibility to the vaccine. You also have some major retailers who are stepping up with incentives, discounts, all to try to bring people into the stores and get those vaccines as well.
Erica, let me bring you in here. What do we know about the state of these viruses right now? How bad do doctors expect this situation to get?
Yeah, hey, Aaron, good question. So right now, it's really the flu that's hitting the southeast hard right now. We've got several states where they're just inundated with flu cases. Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, New York, too, is experiencing a surge in flu cases. Right now, the CDC tells me that about a third of flu-related hospitalizations are in children. Of course, it's another typical childhood virus that's causing a lot of problems. I've spoken with doctors around the country who say that they are, in fact, overwhelmed with RSV cases. Aaron, Kate.
Erica Edwards, Mike Memoli, thank you both.
We are staying on top of breaking news involving the school shooting in St. Louis, Missouri. Police now say the 19-year-old gunman who killed a student and teacher on Monday was a former student himself. Investigators say he left behind a note talking about his plan to carry out the attack. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda in St. Louis.
Hi there, guys. Well, armed with an AR-15 and 600 rounds of ammunition, police say the 19-year-old shooting rampage that was carried out at this high school behind me could have been far worse had it not been for the officers' quick and rapid response, arriving to this school within 4 minutes of the 911 call and confronting the suspect within another 8 minutes. Now investigators are reviewing a trove of evidence that includes a handwritten note discovered in the suspect's car. One of the quotes that police shared was, "I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I've never had a girlfriend. I've never had a social life. I've been an isolated loner my entire life. This was the perfect storm for a mass shooter." Here's more from the interim chief of police.
So in reading this, we could see, some of what's going on inside his mind. He feels isolated, he feels alone, quite possibly angry and resentful of others.
Let me be absolutely clear. The scourge of gun violence that continues to claim the lives of our children and families in their communities is a national emergency. It's a public health crisis that requires federal action.
This picture here, all too familiar, with balloons, flowers, and notes lining this school-turned-crime scene. So many hearts are heavy here today after losing two very important members of the community, a sophomore that attended this school and a beloved teacher. The sophomore's father calling this an absolute nightmare. Back to you.
The Rishi Sunak era is officially underway in the United Kingdom today. Sunak met with officially with King Charles this morning. He's now the country's third prime minister in less than 2 months. In Sunak's first address as prime minister, he laid out his priorities, starting with the National Health Service.
A stronger NHS, better schools, safer streets, control of our borders, protecting our environment, supporting our armed forces, levelling up and building an economy that embraces the opportunities of Brexit, where businesses invest, innovate and create jobs.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, you heard him list a lot of things there. How does he carry out this agenda, and how are the British people responding?
Well, Kate, it's really a split screen here. So first you have the historic moment of the first person of colour to walk through that world-famous door as Prime Minister. In particular, he is of Indian heritage. The Indian community here delighted. One person in that community who knows him describing it as Britain's Obama moment. And then you have the enormous challenge that he now faces to try to turn around the British economy after the turmoil of the past few months caused by his own party. party, a party, Kate, that remains divided. The question is, can he make the difficult choices on things like tax and spending and still carry that party along with him? And another point about Rishi Sunak, Kate, he is very, very, very rich. According to one report, he and his wife even own a penthouse in Santa Monica, which I think is a pretty impressive thing to own. And that
it is.
leads to questions about whether, yeah, I've heard that. So that leads to questions about whether he's the man to push through these difficult economic choices. Kate?
All right, Keir Simmons for us in London. Keir, thank you.
A Russian court has denied WNBA star Brittany Griner's appeal and upheld her 9-year prison sentence. She was detained back in February when Russian authorities found cannabis vape cartridges in her luggage. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is following that story from our London newsroom today. So, Matt, do we know why Griner's appeal was denied today?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, we didn't get very much in the way of an explanation from the Russian court, but one thing that we really heard from Griner's legal team today was kind of leaning into this idea of an excessively harsh punishment. This, if they do move forward from here, is probably how they're going to continue to play this. Let's actually, though, stop for a moment and take a listen to what Brittany Griner had to say about her own detention today.
This has been a very traumatic experience, waiting for this day, waiting for the first court, and getting 9 years for a crime that I was barely over the significant amount.
So one thing that we also heard from the defense was kind of pointing out that Russian citizens who are at least some Russian citizens who've been brought up on very similar charges often receive much fewer years in their sentence. So we'll see if they're able to continue that in the Russian court system, but today, no luck.
And Matt, there's also this diplomatic avenue that we've reported on. What do we know about the progress on this idea of a prisoner swap and the effort to get Brittany back to the U.S.?
Sure. Well, this is an ongoing thing. We've been hearing a lot about it since she was detained back in February. And by the way, it's something we've been hearing about all of the American detainees in Russia going back to Paul Whelan in 2017. But of course, there were reactions from the White House today. President Biden, for example, having this to say.
We're in constant contact with Russian authorities to get Brittany and others out. And so far, we've not been meeting with much positive response.
Unfortunately, these kinds of things very much are dependent on the state of the relationship between the United States and Russia. Obviously, as we all know, those are not very good at the moment. But if there is some hope for Griner and for Whelan as well, the third American detainee, Trevor Reed, who had been in Russian custody, has recently in the past few months been traded. So we'll see where it goes from here, Aaron.
All right, Matt Bodner for us in our London bureau today. Matt, thank you.
As the death toll grows in the war in Ukraine, German and European Union leaders say they're starting to work on a plan to rebuild the country. Earlier today, Germany's chancellor said reconstruction will be a generations-long challenge. Right now, Ukraine is calling for shorter-term help from its allies. The government there saying that new Russian shelling has killed at least 7 civilians in the eastern Donetsk region.
Well, outdoor dining has been a real game changer in New York, and Apple is tightening its rules on crypto.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. So I actually want to start with some politics. And some Democrats in Congress calling for America's largest employers to provide paid time off to all of their workers. A House panel is out with a report showing hourly workers without that benefit were more likely to quit during the pandemic. And it says they're generally more likely to be fired and less likely to be promoted than employees getting a salary. Speaking of the pandemic, New York City allowed many restaurants to set up outdoor dining spaces on the city streets. It also closed some streets to cars entirely, making them pedestrian-free zones, or pedestrian-only zones, I should say. Now the city is releasing a report showing restaurants on streets without cars did much better than similar establishments on streets with traffic. And CNBC is reporting that equity investors providing some of the money for Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter have finally received paperwork from his lawyers as part of a preparation to finalize the troubled deal. That's pretty much another sign it's on track to close on Friday, allowing both Musk and the company to avoid a big, massive trial next month. So he's finally going to be buying Twitter.
Yeah, I think the restaurant thing makes sense. you sit out in the street, and if you just have a rope separating you from some cars, that's scary versus a closed street.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
and
I like
some
the
of
closed street.
Yeah, the smaller restaurants that maybe only had 15 to 20 seats capacity can literally double that amount with outdoor dining.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CNBC's Christina Bartzanevelos, always good to have you. Thanks.
Cutting ties, the major retailer joining the growing list of brands to drop the rapper formerly known as Kanye West. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Another business cutting ties with the artist formerly known as Kanye West today.
After a lot of pressure, Adidas says it is ending its nearly 10-year partnership following his recent anti-Semitic comments. NBC's Stephanie Goss joins us now. She's been following this. Adidas took a while to come to this decision. Why now?
They did take a while. This is a big business deal. It really is. And financial experts suspect that's probably behind the delay. It is worth an estimated $2 billion or so. They will, because they've severed ties, lose $240 million before the end of this fiscal year. And this is a company that was watching its stock price drop. They have stocks building up around the world because demand has fallen in places like China and here in the U.S. So it's a big deal. They believe that that is why it has been a slow burn. I spoke to the Anti-Defamation League. They said they had been talking to them about steps they could take over the weekend. And then finally that pressure ramped up and the decision was made and announced today.
And so much, I mean, the public outcry on this issue if you look at social media and all the other places where people talk, this was something that Adidas could not have avoided, it seems, or these other companies that have also taken a step back. I think one of the images that we saw that really spoke to people was that banner that we saw out in California that really had people thinking, wow, this is not...
Absolutely it was, and it was hanging over an overpass on the 405. People were tweeting about it, talking about this is what we woke up to today in Los Angeles, and it was an anti-Semitic group that flew that banner in support of Kanye West's comments. And we have spoken to a number of law enforcement officials in Hollywood and the Beverly Hills area. It says they know who this group is. This is a known anti-Semitic group. They've been spreading flyers around the area. And then when you speak to the ADL, this is their concern, that because it's someone like Kanye West, and he has such a huge following that it brings these groups that should be and are mostly on the fringes of our society into the center of the conversation, and that is the concern, and that is why you see companies cutting and running, even Adidas that has so much at stake.
Stephanie Goss, good to have you with us. You'll have more on Nightly News tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it. A California teenager who vanished more than 2 years ago is back home with his family today, and now a second-grade teacher is facing charges. Melanie Wingo with our Sacramento affiliate reports.
2.5 years ago, this missing person flyer circulated through Greater Sacramento.
Any parent out there that has a missing child, you think the worst. You think the absolute worst.
The family of 15-year-old Michael Ramirez, stricken with profound anxiety and concern after he disappeared.
My husband had a real hard time emotionally, feeling like he was a failure. This is his biological nephew.
One of 6 children in his home, Michael's family says he took off following a heated disagreement and never came back.
There were some restrictions on him because he broke some rules and he wasn't happy about that. And for him, you know, he ran away. He felt like that, you know, the grass was greener on the other side.
Since Michael was still a minor, they reported him missing to law enforcement. Rancho Cordova police and sheriff's deputies searched and interviewed his family and friends. But for nearly 2 years, Michael was gone.
We felt so robbed of all this time with him.
Then one night in March of this year, Michael, now 17 years old, showed up at their doorstep and asked to come home.
We just had this kind of dog pile on him and lots of happy tears and just shock and awe.
He explained to his family he'd been staying at the home of his former childhood girlfriend, a friend whose mother was questioned throughout the time he was missing.
You can't just hide someone's kid and think that's okay.
Now that mother, a Sacramento teacher, is facing criminal charges in connection to Michael's disappearance. 61-year-old Olga Olivares is now accused of felony and misdemeanor level crimes. We went to her home, but no one there would talk to us on camera.
Well, we don't have a comment on any of that.
As for Michael's family, this day couldn't have come soon enough.
When we heard that she'd been arrested, we were floored.
Knowing this may help their family on their journey toward healing.
We're getting justice, you know, in seeing that someone is being held accountable for doing the wrong thing.
We're also following some breaking news right now out of California. A magnitude 5.0 earthquake was just recorded right outside San Jose. Now, the U.S. Geological Survey says this happened about 4 miles underground. The agency also warning that aftershocks are a possibility. We are working to gather more information and we'll bring you updates as we have them.
Still ahead, a Florida girl escapes not 1 but 2 abduction attempts, who police say they're searching for. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
An NBC News investigation finding an unlikely alliance forming between two groups in the Dakotas.
Native American organizers and white farmers are teaming up in an effort to block a proposed carbon pipeline. The project would be the largest of its type, spanning 5 states. It's expected to cost nearly $5 billion. Carla Holt from our Minneapolis affiliate explains.
Over half the corn grown here in Iowa goes to ethanol plants like this one.
We receive about 100 trucks of corn a day.
The promise of ethanol was a cleaner, more renewable fuel.
It's going to go up these conveyors. We'll run it through some grinders. We'll break that corn up into smaller particles, and then we'll bring it into the ethanol plant, and it will be fermented and into that alcohol. It will make that ethanol molecule.
But it emits concentrated CO2.
You look at that stack there. That's where our CO2 is being emitted.
Now a new company called Summit Carbon Solutions says they can capture it.
We'll be removing or preventing 12 million metric tons of CO2 from being released to the atmosphere. That's like removing 2.6 million vehicles off the road.
Summit plans to spend $4.5 billion to construct over 2,000 miles of pipeline from origin points in Minnesota, Nebraska, Iowa, and the Dakotas.
It's designed to transport that CO2 from the ethanol plants up to a sequestration location or storage location in North Dakota, and will permanently store that CO2 in place underground.
But activist Joy Braun worries construction could disturb Native American graves and artifacts.
I fight pipelines and I fight colonialism, and this site kind of represents all of that.
Joy spoke with us at Whitestone Hill in North Dakota, a sacred site to Native peoples for centuries, where in 1863 the U.S. Army killed an estimated 150 to 300 Native American men, women, and children.
The one thing that I know about pipeline companies and those that they contract with is they don't care.
The company is suggesting that the pipeline will run as far as 17 miles away from Whitestone Hill. A, do you agree with that? And B, is that far enough?
Far enough would mean that they don't build it.
Summit says they have asked tribal governments for input and have multiple layers of protection against impacting Native sites.
We've put together an unanticipated discovery plan that we'll train all of our contractors to, that says if you see something that looks like it could be an artifact or something of interest, you stop the job. We get an archaeologist out there, we coordinate with the states, we coordinate with the tribes, we look at it.
Farmer Ed Fishback in South Dakota says Summit approached him about routing the pipeline through his land.
It would be coming in at the far southeast corner and cutting diagonally across where this corn is.
While some local farmers have already signed easement deals with Summit, Fishback is uniting with other farmers who have concerns about the pipeline, like potential CO2 leaks.
It's an asphyxiant, so all of us with livestock or concerned about our families or our own benefit, we just don't trust this to be a safe product to be transporting.
Over the weekend, dozens become sick and even more had to leave their homes after a gas leak and explosion in Yazoo County.
Summit says that pipeline carried a different type of more toxic, naturally occurring CO2 mixed with hydrogen sulfide. But some energy experts say risks remain.
There isn't really enough experience with these pipelines to be able to say they'll be safe going forward for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years.
It's Carla Holt reporting there. Now to an update out of Florida. Agriculture officials say Hurricane Ian caused more than $1 billion in damage. The biggest losses were seen in citrus groves where trees were blown down and battered by flooding. The state estimates that Ian damaged up to 11% of the trees. Now, for context, Florida produces about 60% of all the citrus consumed in this country.
A terrifying elevator malfunction at the Grand Canyon on Sunday left 5 people trapped in an ancient cave about 200 feet underground, unable to use the steep stairway system as an exit. County officials decided to house the tourists in a hotel suite at the bottom of the caverns until repairs were made to that elevator on Monday. Waiting for forgiveness, what's next for tens of millions of Americans as the president's popular student loan plan is put on hold? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An 8-year-old boy in Texas is dead. He was accidentally shot by his 10-year-old brother with a shotgun. The two boys were home alone with their 13-year-old brother when this happened Monday afternoon. Police are investigating that shooting.
Newly released surveillance video shows a 10-year-old girl escaping what police believe to be a kidnapping attempt. The girl is seen running down the street before pausing a moment to catch her breath. A man dressed all in black then walks toward her before disappearing around the corner. Police say it was the second time a man had tried to kidnap the girl in 2 days. Officers are now trying to hunt down that suspect.
And former Defense Secretary Ash Carter has died after what his family calls a sudden cardiac event. Carter served as Defense Secretary during the Obama administration. He was behind the campaign to defeat ISIS during his tenure. He also directed the department to open all combat positions to women, and he created the policy that allowed transgender people to join the military. Ashton Carter was 68 years old.
The midterm elections are 2 weeks from today, and some of the country's closest races are taking unexpected turns. The environment is growing more and more optimistic for the GOP. In New York, the Republican challenger for governor is gaining some ground in a race that has become surprisingly close. The candidates will face off in New York in their first debate tonight. And in Wisconsin, the incumbent Republican senator is holding on to a slight lead as voters there start heading to the polls. We'll talk to LX News senior political editor Noah Pransky in a moment, but let's start with Shaquille Brewster in Wisconsin and Ron Allen in New York. Shaq, I'll start with you. What messages are candidates in Wisconsin sending to voters as they begin heading to the polls already?
Well, the big message that you're hearing on this first day of early voting is come out and vote. You can now do it in person throughout the state of Wisconsin. And we saw on the Democratic side, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes show up at a polling location in Milwaukee at 9 a.m. That is the exact time when polls open. You're looking at video of him right now casting his ballot. But you're also seeing this on the Republican side. I just left an event where Ron Johnson was saying that this year they're asking Republicans to also participate in early voting. And his campaign just last week released a website directing his supporters and voters to report any voting violations. He was asked about that a little bit earlier today, and so was Barnes. I want you to hear what those two candidates had to say about that.
Now, I don't care if you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican. You need to have the confidence that your legitimate vote is not being canceled by a fraudulent vote.
This is the same person that tried to overturn the 2020 election because he didn't like the result. So we can assume that Ron Johnson's not running any sort of factual operation on that website.
Here in Wisconsin, before any polling location opened today, more than 260,000 people returned that absentee ballot. So people are voting here in Wisconsin.
All right, Chuck, thank you. Ron, let me bring you in here. The race between New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul and Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, it's all over the airwaves here in New York. It's gotten closer than anyone really expected. Why is it tightening?
Well, remember, Kathy Hochul is running for the office of governor for the first time. She inherited the job when Andrew Cuomo resigned amid scandal. So there's that. Lee Zeldin, the Republican, has come on strong because of some of the favorable winds that are blowing for Republicans nationwide. He has been emphasizing crime and quality of life issues. Here's a bit of a recent ad that he's been running. Take a listen.
You're looking at actual violent crimes caught on camera in Kathy Hochul's New York. On November 8th, vote like your life depends on it.
Hochul has been portraying Zeldin as an extremist, as an acolyte, a colleague, an ally of Donald Trump and his MAGA agenda, as she would put it. They debate tonight for the first and only time at 7 p.m. Zeldin had been pushing for debates. Hochul had been resisting that, but they'll come face to face for the first time for voters to get a look at both of them tonight.
Shaquille Brewster, Ron Allen, thank you both. Appreciate it.
A new poll by Telemundo and LX News finding Hispanic voters in Florida are turning away from Democrats and toward the Republican Party. And that could have serious implications for the national political picture as well. Noah Pransky from our sister network LX News tells us why.
People often mischaracterize the Hispanic voting bloc. There is no Hispanic voting bloc. After polling 625 likely Hispanic voters in Florida, it's clear that Colombian Americans and Mexican Americans and Cuban Americans all have really different views of politics. But one party seems to be adapting to that better than the other. Let's dig deeper. 51. That's the percent of likely Hispanic voters in Florida who say the Republican Party better reflects their views today, as opposed to just 40% who say the Democratic Party. You never would have seen those numbers 10 years ago. But the pandemic changed things.
In the Hispanic community, the bedrock are small businesses. So you had the corner convenience store struggling or being forced to shut down, but Target staying open. And Democrats allowed themselves in 2020 to be the poster child of that.
Republican Governor Ron DeSantis pushed to open the state up fast. And 2 out of 3 likely Hispanic voters today tell us they approve of the job he did handling the pandemic.
We're in kind of a place of a revolution. You know, people are fed up with big government, get vaccinated, wear a mask, don't do this, don't go outside. They're sick of it.
The DeSantis calls for freedom resonate loudest with Americans whose roots go back to communist or socialist countries. And in those Cuban American and Venezuelan American communities, for example, Republicans have weaponized Democrats' own words like democratic socialist and progressive against them.
The word progresista has been used for decades by leftist dictators like Chavez, like Maduro. Some have been taking advantage of that to really manipulate our communities with fear-mongering.
That strategy is working, and DeSantis has buy-in from the Hispanic community. Our poll found 50% of Hispanic voters in Florida approved of his migrant flights to Martha's Vineyard. Question is, can Democrats learn from their missteps in Florida and beyond?
It's not rocket science. You need to get engaged with the communities. You need to address every community differently, the subcultures of the cultures, and you need to go with a message that makes them feel that they are respected.
And Noah Pransky joins us now. So, Noah, how have Republicans been able to reach these Hispanic voters while the Democrats haven't been able to?
One big thing is they are speaking to the concerns and the fears of this community. They've been winning a war when it comes to information, and they've also been winning the hearts and the minds when they speak directly to the issue of government and government's role in your life. But also Democrats are kind of losing the battle when it comes to the Spanish airwaves. Republicans are just more present. They're talking directly to these communities in Florida in a way that Democrats have not been able to master in recent years.
All right, Noah Pransky for us today. Noah, thanks. Sure. President Biden's student loan forgiveness program is stuck in a legal tug of war.
The administration's initiative is designed to cut debt, as you probably know, for millions of borrowers. It was supposed to start this past Sunday, but a last-minute appeals court ruling has temporarily blocked it. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now here in the studio. So this loan forgiveness program, so widely popular among a lot of people who have big student loans, is totally on hold right now.
It is, Kate. Good to be with you guys. It's on hold because 6 Republican-led states sued to block it, and a district judge ruled that they lacked standing. They didn't have the ability to sue, but the appeals court has put that on hold. It's decided to block the implementation while it hears the case. And one of the big issues here is whether these states actually have this legal thing called standing, whether they can show that they were harmed by this decision. They claim they're going to lose a lot of money and that people who didn't go to college are going to subsidize those who did, but that's very much up in the air whether they can actually go forward with this suit.
So in the meantime, the Biden administration says 22 million people have signed up for loan forgiveness. What should they know as they wait for this legal battle to play out?
They should know that they can continue applying. People can continue to apply for this relief, and that this may take a while. It could end up in the Supreme Court, and that while most legal experts think that this policy will survive a court challenge, there are no guarantees, so don't spend that money.
Yeah, all right.
Ken Delanian, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the housing market may be hitting the brakes. New data out today showing the price of homes cooling off in the month of August and at a record pace. Here to help us break down the numbers is CNBC's Diana Olick. Diana, we're just getting this data, obviously, but it's from 2 months ago. So talk to us about why this is still important to understand as an indicator of the market.
Well, Aaron, this is the Case-Shiller Home Price Report, and it's the one everyone watches every month because it's really the best data we get, but it does take them 2 months to get it all together. So this is the one to see. But what's really important here is not just that it was August, but it's the trend we're seeing from July and August, and that is that we're seeing home prices cool at the fastest rate in the history of the index. Now, they're still up 13% from a year ago because, remember, last year, mortgage rates were around 3% compared to where they are now, which is over 7%. So then we actually saw the prices come down from July to August at the fastest pace ever. So what this really says is that the housing market is cooling off at a rate we just haven't seen before.
So can you walk us through this in terms of what is actually slowing down the market, the housing market?
Easy. Mortgage rates.
Yeah.
Again, we started this year at 3% on the 30-year fixed. We're now over 7%. So what that means is if you're buying a $400,000 home and you're putting 20% down, you're paying $900 a month more today for the same house than you would have in January. And that really hurts in a lot of the more pricey markets. And so that's why we're seeing home prices pull back. We're also seeing still not a lot of supply on the market. Why? Because if you're a homeowner and you're thinking about selling and you have a 2.75% rate or a 3% rate, do you want to buy another house and trade up to a 7% rate? I don't think so. Instead, you might say, maybe I'll just renovate the kitchen.
Easy math and easy solution on that, right? You mentioned pricey markets. Where are we seeing the housing prices increase the most?
Well, we're still seeing them increase in the South, in markets like Miami and Tampa and even Charlotte. And that's where everyone really flocked to during the pandemic, those warmer markets. And it was the kind of the work from anywhere situation. People wanted to go to Florida, and they still seem to want to do that. And that's why prices there are still holding up. On the flip side, though, you're seeing prices come down the most in markets that were the most expensive, even pre-pandemic. That's areas like Seattle, San Francisco, and San Diego. And a lot of people moved out of those regions during the pandemic. They moved to, say, Idaho or Montana because they could work from anywhere and they wanted to stay in the West, but they moved out of those cities. And that's why you're seeing the prices there come down faster.
All right, CNBC's Diana Olick for us today. Diana, thanks.
Fascinating conversation there. Changing the standard coming up. What's behind the decision to adjust decades-old weight loss surgery guidelines? More NBC News Daily right after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For the first time in 30 years, there are new guidelines when it comes to weight loss surgery.
Yeah, the new standards mean more Americans will qualify for that procedure, including some children and teenagers. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here now to help us understand what's happening. So explain the thinking behind the changes that we're seeing and who now qualifies possibly.
The major thinking is, like you said, the last time they had guidelines, and this is the society that does the metabolic and bariatric surgeries, the weight loss surgeries, was in 1991, over 30 years ago. This is before I went to medical school.
Yeah.
They came out with these guidelines. A lot has changed in 30 years. The techniques have changed, the types of surgeries have changed, the success results have changed. And so they said, you know, it's time we update these. In the interim, other agencies, American Diabetic Association has updated some guidelines and things. So they said, let's get on board, let's update these guidelines. And so we have an understanding of who can benefit from these and how they can benefit from these types of surgeries.
And so these are the new guidelines on the screen right now. Tell us what's changed.
So these are the new guidelines. Before, you had to have a BMI of 40 and you had to have some kind of metabolic issue, high blood pressure, heart disease, those types of things. They did not address diabetes at all earlier. Now they're saying, okay, 35 and above, regardless of if you have any health problems, or 30 and above, if you have health problems, including type 2 diabetes, then you should be eligible for this. They also said, depending on what ancestry you have, if you're of Asian descent, they dropped that down to 27.5% because we know their body habitus, we call it, is a bit different than other people.
And you said that's the BMI you're talking about.
That's the BMI, right, body mass
There's
index.
another study out right now, too, about teens and obesity, right, which finds that concerns over their weight for teenagers peak around 14, 15 years old, especially with girls. Is this kind of surgery available to that population, to teens?
It is, and that's what they addressed in this as well. And we're talking two different studies. One is, yes, they said, you know, the teens, that's when they get most concerned about their weight at that age group, which I think a lot of people, if you've had a teenager, especially teenage daughter, you know, you understand that. At the same time, before, again, over 30 years ago, they didn't address teenagers, adolescents at all. They didn't even talk about it. Now they're saying, okay, adolescents and teenagers, they should be on an individual basis, talk to their doctor, and see if this is a surgery that can benefit them, because potentially it could benefit them as well. And so they're including everybody in this group and saying, you know, let's move forward with this because the surgery is much better, the techniques are much better, the recovery is much better, and it can be a life-saving surgery.
Dr. John Torres, always good to have you. Thank you.
Well, you know those popular gummy vitamins? Well, some experts warn they might be too sweet of a deal.
I was worried about that. Researchers say that some pack as much sugar as candy and can even contain ingredients not listed on the bottle. NBC's Vicki Nguyen reports.
Are you ready for the most scrumptious gummy vitamin?
These days, taking your vitamins can be sweeter than ever. A growing number of stores are stocked with gummy supplements promising to boost everything from women's health to nail strength. And they look and taste a lot like candy.
The taste was just like a lot more fun and easy to eat.
Even celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian Barker are getting in the game, launching her own line of gummies, promising to help users sharpen focus, de-bloat, or just relax. And the industry is booming. Global sales for gummy vitamins nearly $7.5 billion this year, and they're predicted to reach over $13 billion in the next 5 years.
Gummies have invaded the supplement area.
But some doctors and nutritionists say buyer beware. Gummy vitamins typically contain anywhere from 2 to 8 grams of sugar, and sugar-free gummies are not a free pass.
This product might contain sugar alcohol, and consuming too much sugar alcohol at one time can cause some unpleasant GI effects for some people.
The watchdog site Consumer Lab has tested hundreds of gummy vitamins.
We find that there are many more quality problems with gummies than there are with tablets or capsules.
The group says ingredients lose potency faster in gummy form. So in order to maintain what's promised on the label, some manufacturers may compensate by adding far more of an ingredient.
When is it too much of a good thing when it comes to gummies?
Any ingredient where you can get too much, like melatonin, like folic acid, like just about every vitamin out there, there's a kind of a curve where, things get better and better getting enough vitamin, and then it goes worse and worse.
Dietitians and doctors we spoke to say eating a variety of whole foods is still the best source of vitamins for most healthy adults. And it doesn't have to be fresh to be healthy.
Canned vegetables and frozen foods are your friends.
But gummy vitamins can be an option for those with nutrient deficiencies or medical conditions or people who have trouble swallowing pills.
How can a consumer figure out which gummy vitamin they can trust?
Well, as for all dietary supplements, consumers should look for trusted brands from reputable retailers.
Experts say look for the USP or MSF label, which is a third-party seal ensuring the product has been vetted. And always consult a doctor before adding vitamins and supplements to your diet. Advice worth chewing on.
One more tip, experts say pay attention to the recommended dose, especially when it comes to kids' gummies. Stick to what's on the label. We also did reach out to Kourtney Kardashian Barker's brand Lemmy for comment, but we have not heard back. Back to you.
But Vicky, I like the gummy vitamin. No, I
That's
get
the problem.
it. That is the problem.
Got to read the label, know what you're getting.
Yeah, totally. There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
At the U.S.-Mexico border, rather than bringing kids to school, there's a converted bus bringing school to kids.
Yeah, this California nonprofit provides bilingual classes and other essential support to children seeking asylum. Here's Moon Mandel from our sister network, LX News.
Good morning.
Our mission at Yes We Can is to provide full-time bilingual education to migrant children regardless of their location, their legal status, or their economic background. I truly got involved with just the the want to help. In the fall of 2018, that's when the caravans started coming up to the U.S.-Mexico border. I live in Los Angeles, which is only 2 hours away. With a group of volunteers and organizations, we said, well, let's go out there and take some donations and go help. We brought down thousands of clothes, hygiene kits, and donations. And when I started walking around the camp and helping out, I noticed that there wasn't a space for the kids. And I really wondered why there was nobody doing a school. I thought, well, kids, where are kids? Kids are in schools, right? So that's what we did. Just with our savings, with $1,000 of our own personal money, Kyle and I came down to the camp and set up our pilot program for Yes We Can, which ended up becoming overnight, literally the space where you would find most of the kids in the camp. So this is the San Ysidro Port of Entry. This is the largest port of entry in the United States. It sees very large amounts of cars crossing every single day. Today we're bringing over 1,100 notebooks and about, I think, 150 backpacks for our students. Yes, let's take this in there. We're going to be taking a few of these as well. This is our second mobile school location. It used to be a 55-passenger bus that we've completely renovated and converted into a mobile classroom. We're here every single day of the year, not just during the school year, but also during the summers and holidays. We cover math, language arts, English classes as a second language for all of our students. And we also have exclusive classes and curriculum that we have developed with our team, such as the migrant process paired with our emotional intelligence class. Our kids are able to process emotionally all the circumstances that they're going through.
We're hopefully changing that perception of what people think about migration, why people are migrating, and also what we can do as a community to just better humanity and see migrants and the migrant community as just people. Everything that's happening politically has a big effect on the work we're doing, and we just continue to adapt and do the best we can.
What inspires me the most about working with migrant children and refugee children is the extremely grand potential that they have in themselves. There's no doubt in my mind that these are bright, happy children who have so much to offer the world. I myself was a refugee child. I came to the United States through political asylum when I was 10 years old. Unfortunately, my family received death threats, and that forced my family to flee my home country of Colombia. When that happens to you as a child, I find it to be extremely unfair because it's a situation that is out of your control and it's happening to you. I would say one of the greatest misconceptions about asylum seekers is that they want to come. Asylum seekers don't want to make that decision. They are forced to make that decision. Nobody leaves their home unless they have to.
So interesting how she just saw an opportunity.
And a need, yeah.
And a need and just did it. I mean, we need more people like that.
Exactly.
Well, finally this hour, TikTok celebrity Emmanuel the Emu. He does not have bird flu.
There he is. Look at that guy. Emmanuel's caretaker suggested that he might have contracted that highly contagious flu after he was feeling kind of sick last week. It caused a lot of hysteria on TikTok, but Emmanuel Todd Lopez has since tested negative for the bird flu. He's feeling fine, and we can all rest well.
Excellent. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, the key midterm races are tightening, and time is running out for both parties to clarify their closing messages and get out the vote. Plus, anti-Semitism in America, new fallout for Kanye West after his recent incendiary comments as concerns over racist rhetoric on the campaign trail heats up in the final days ahead of the midterms. And President Biden gets boosted amid new data showing the true cost of COVID for kids in classrooms and looming fears of a triple-demic. We will explain. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. Election Day is just 2 weeks from today, and that means the campaigns are sharpening their closing messages, focusing on what and who will get voters to the polls. According to a source familiar with the matter, plans are coming together for President Biden and former President Obama to head to Pennsylvania to campaign for Senate candidate John Fetterman and gubernatorial candidate Josh Shapiro in the coming days. The details have not been finalized, but that is a big show of force in a state Democrats really want and frankly need to win. Right now, early voting is underway in 36 states, so there's a very good chance if you're watching this, you may now be able to vote. And our partners at Target Smart say that more than 9.5 million Americans have already cast their ballot, with tens of millions more expected to pull the lever over the next 14 days. Now, polls showing the economy and inflation as a top concern for voters. Some Democrats are shifting their messaging in these final days, adding an economic angle to their focus on abortion rights. Democratic groups are airing ads like this one in a Minnesota toss-up district. Take a look.
Angie Craig is getting things done. Angie Craig helped pass the law letting Medicare negotiate lower prescription drug prices and is leading the fight to cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. Tyler Kistner's priority? Taking away women's rights. Tyler Kistner says he's 100% pro-life and supports letting states ban abortion with no exceptions for rape, incest, or to save a woman's life.
Now, the question of closing messages is especially key in two pivotal Senate races. We're talking about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where progressives, Mandela Barnes and John Fetterman, are trying to prove that they are electable, even as they both get hit hard over their past positions on issues like crime and law enforcement. As my NBC News colleagues report, progressive candidates have struggled for years to win primaries in battleground states, facing criticism that they were too far left to win a general election. And all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight for the first and only debate between Fetterman and Republican Senate nominee Mehmet Oz. The Fetterman campaign put out a memo last night seriously lowering expectations as their candidate is still struggling with some speech and auditory processing issues following that stroke in May. He will be using closed captioning system to debate with Oz. Now, the candidate talked about his challenges, his recovery, and what it means for his campaign at an event over the weekend.
Understand everything in terms of on words, on paper, and understand what I hear. But when we're talking about very specific and having things like this, we're going to need I need captioning. Some people, it might be, they were maybe critical about it or like, wow, what's going on here? And I would remind people that, you know, half of Americans use captioning when they watch television. Without a doubt, we do have issues. And I've been able to connect with people just stopping on the way on the Turnpike Plaza. I had two people stop me, and they shared their own issues and understanding.
Well, the stage is set. Joining me now ahead of tonight's Pennsylvania Senate debate is NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Harrisburg, and in battleground Wisconsin is NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, where early voting begins today. Dasha, I have to start with you. We are just hours away from this high-stakes race between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, and Fetterman's camp sent out that really extraordinary memo trying to lower expectations. Let me read a little bit more of that. It says, quote, John is going to win this race even if he doesn't win the debate. Dasha, look, there's lowering expectations, and then there's this memo. Talk a little bit more about the strategy inside the campaign and what you'll be watching for tonight.
Yeah, Kristen, look, this might be the most consequential, most anticipated moment of the midterms. Look, these are candidates that have been battling it out on the airwaves here in Pennsylvania and on the internet, which we've all seen. And voters I've been talking to all across the Commonwealth say they have been eagerly waiting to see them face to face on the debate stage, talking about the issues they care about. But what to expect? Well, you read some of it there. The Fetterman campaign putting out that memo, also saying in that memo, we'll admit this isn't John's format, saying if we're all being honest, Oz clearly comes into Tuesday night with a huge built-in advantage. And Oz, as you may remember, has pushed for more than one debate here. This is a TV doctor. This is definitely much more his forte than it is Fetterman's. You know, he struggled in primary debates as well. The campaign also pointed to the circumstances of the debate, calling them unprecedented, talking about the closed captioning you mentioned there that Fetterman will be using because of those lingering auditory processing issues, Kristen. So you'll see monitors behind the moderators. There will be live human transcription going on throughout the debate. It is going to be very interesting to see how Oz handles Fetterman's health, how Fetterman does, considering the challenges he's been facing, and really the issues that these candidates drill down on, Kristen.
Dasha, I'm curious, is the campaign concerned about those optics that you've talked about? And of course, you were the first reporter to reveal that he does still use closed captioning.
Well, they had spoken about needing closed captioning for the debate. Those were in the terms that Oz and the Fetterman team had agreed upon before finalizing this date and this debate. But look, this is clearly something that the campaign is concerned about. They've put out this memo, but they also are sort of saying, look, the debates aren't where Fetterman shines. He's an on-the-ground kind of politician that spends time with voters in Pennsylvania and does appeal to voters that a lot of Democrats have a hard time reaching. So it's going to be interesting to see. And on the transparency front, you know, you talk to different voters and they have very different expectations about that. And I'll be excited to talk to and follow up with some of the undecided voters that I've been speaking with after the debate tonight.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to your coverage and those interviews, Dasha, for sure. Look, we are just learning that plans are coming together for President Biden and former President Obama to be campaigning together in Pennsylvania in the closing days of this race. It comes as Politico reports that Republicans are pouring money into the Oz race. Bottom line here, Dasha, you are at ground zero, right? Both sides are laser focused on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Kristen, I think both sides believe that if they win Pennsylvania, they win the Senate. So this is a critical time to step up funding, step up spending on both sides here. You're seeing this last-minute rush to really help boost those candidates. For Republicans, I think they're seeing, you know, those numbers tightening here, and they want to give Oz a boost. And Democrats, they're bringing in the big guns with Biden and with Obama, really focusing on this final stretch that's going to be so critical. A lot of voters we've talked to are just now really starting to pay attention here. So these next couple of weeks could make a big difference, Kristen.
All right, Dasha Burns, late night for you tonight, but we look forward to your coverage. Thank you so much for that. Shaq, I have to turn to you because you are at another hot spot, Wisconsin, early voting beginning today. What are candidates saying in their closing messages? And of course, they're just off of the heels of a big fiery debate there in Wisconsin.
Exactly, and this is the first day of early voting. Before 9 a.m. when polls actually opened, you had 250,000 people already cast a ballot by mail, but this is the time when candidates and voters can come out and vote in person. And I mentioned candidates there because we saw Mandela Barnes, the Democratic candidate for Senate here in the state of Wisconsin. We saw at 9 a.m. as soon as polls opened, he went out and cast his ballot in Milwaukee. But you're also seeing Republicans push the message of voting early as well. I just left an event with Senator Ron Johnson, who was also telling his supporters to get out and vote early, despite the fact that he says he likes going on Election Day, so he's going to wait a little bit for that. But I want you to listen to a little bit of what we're hearing about how the candidates are shaping this message in terms of turnout, because so many people say it's turnout that's going to be the difference here. 2020, they were able to use drop boxes. This time, they're not allowed to use that. What kind of impact do you think they'll have?
Well, like I said, they were used in 2020. They weren't used in previous cycles. And the enthusiasm that people have, we'll be able to overcome it. People can return the ballots in the mail. They can show up places just like this to get their votes counted.
We really do want to encourage everybody to get out and vote early, get your vote in, and then not only do we not have to keep bugging you, we won't be on your back, but that will also allow you to maybe even volunteer as an observer.
You heard me ask there about drop boxes. In Wisconsin, the election administration is different than what we saw just 2 years ago. Those drop boxes that were placed in libraries and parks throughout the state that the Milwaukee Elections Commissioner told me was used by more than half the people who voted by mail. Well, this conservative Supreme Court here struck that down. Those are no longer allowed. There are also limitations to what clerks can do if someone does an incomplete address, for example. So the big message that you're hearing from folks is follow the rules as they are now. If that means voting early in person, do that. And if you're voting by mail, have those ballots returned early.
Yeah, and Shaq, a new CNN poll of likely voters shows that Johnson has a 1-point lead over Barnes. This is a very close race. What are both sides saying about their chances here?
It's an extremely close race, and that's something you're hearing from both sides in this race. You know, there's reasons to distrust the polling here in the state of Wisconsin, especially. It was back in 2016 when Johnson was running for his second term in office. He was behind in nearly every single poll before Election Day, with the exception of one. He ended up winning by about 3.5 percentage points. So there's a reason to not look at the polls and automatically draw a conclusion from that. And that's why you're hearing the focus on turnout. And Kristen, that's also why you're seeing some big dogs come to the state of Wisconsin as well. Tomorrow, it'll be Elizabeth Warren and Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. We'll see Pete Buttigieg come on Friday, and then former President Obama here on Saturday. A lot of people are taking this state very seriously.
Yeah, it shows just how critical it is. A big test for Democrats, also a big test for progressives. One of the reasons why you're going to see Elizabeth Warren there. Shaq Brewster, thanks so much for your great reporting. Really appreciate it. We want to change gears now to the fight for control of the House. Joining me now is Josh Riley. He's the Democratic nominee in New York's 19th congressional district, one of the races we will be watching very closely on election night as a bellwether race. Thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Riley. Really appreciate it.
Of course, happy to be here with you, Kristen.
So let's just talk about the climate right now across the country. Our latest poll shows that Republicans seem to have the momentum right now, seem to have the edge. Even President Biden seemed to acknowledge that, saying he thinks ultimately it's going to shift back to Democrat side. But I wonder why you think that is. Do you think it's due to a failure of messaging or policy on the part of Democrats? And how do you turn it around?
Yeah, well, I'd have to object to the premise of the question, at least based on what we're seeing here in our district. We have a lot of enthusiasm behind our campaign, and we have all along. And, you know, I think one thing that's been consistent with this race, I can't speak to others, but at least with ours, this is a campaign about justice and jobs. People often ask me, usually reporters, is this race about the economy or abortion? And my answer is always yes. It's about justice and jobs. Justice because we've seen fundamental rights ripped away. We've seen democracy hanging by a thread. And at the same time, we have seen working families in this district and across the country really struggling to get by. In my district here in upstate New York, we've lost tons of good manufacturing jobs over the years. Those jobs have been shipped overseas. And so this race is about jobs and justice. And that's what we've been focused on and will continue to focus on.
Well, and we're going to talk about all of those issues. Let's start with the issue of crime. This has been a central issue in your race. Your Republican opponent, Republican groups have been running attack ads against you, saying you'll be soft on crime. How do you respond to voters who may have those concerns that you won't be tough enough on some of the crime issues?
Yeah, look, this is, I'm running against a 30-year career politician who is doing what career politicians do best, which is lie and take a whole bunch of money from dark money super PACs to spread those lies. And voters here are smart and they see through it. I'm running a campaign that's hopeful and optimistic. I'm not taking any corporate PAC money.
What have you done, though, and what can you point to say you're going to be tough on this issue?
Yeah, let me tell you 3 things. Number one, I come from a law enforcement family. My mom served in law enforcement for nearly 2 decades. Mom, if you're watching, I'm not going to defund you. Number 2, I have a 2-year-old son. I want nothing more in this world than for him to be safe and secure. And the idea that I'm going to put families at risk is frankly so absurd and offensive when I myself am a dad. And third, I have a proven track record on these issues. I served as counsel in the United States Senate on the Judiciary Committee, where I brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass legislation to provide more funding, more support for law enforcement. Things like the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program, crisis intervention training, legislation that was supported by the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Sheriff's Association. Let me say this too, I'm endorsed by law enforcement. So if this is the fight that my opponent wants to pick, if he thinks he can take a $4 million check from some dark money super PACs and spread lies about me and my record, he's in for a rude awakening.
Let me follow up with you. You raised the defund movement. Do you think some of the Democrats who touted that and called for defunding the police made a mistake in messaging, and one that, frankly, candidates like yourself may still be paying for?
Yes. It was one of the stupidest things to have ever come out of anybody's mouth, Democrat or Republican.
Okay. Well, look, let me talk bigger picture here, or statewide, I should say. And crime is obviously one of the top issues in the gubernatorial race next month. And the current governor, Kathy Hochul, and Lee Zeldin have a debate tonight, as you know. Do you think Governor Hochul has done a good enough job as governor on this issue of crime?
I can't necessarily speak to everything that's going on at the state level. I think improvements need to be made, clearly. We have a lot of state policies that are not working and they need to be improved. That's true with respect to criminal justice issues. That's true with respect to cost of living. It's true with respect to a whole bunch of things. What I can tell you, because I'm running for Congress at the federal level, is that I will continue to do what I did in the past, which is support legislation to make sure that our law enforcement have the support they need. Things like the Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program and other things. I have a proven track record on this, and I'll continue that fight in Congress.
Let me ask you, because we're running out of time, and I do have a couple more questions I want to get to on the issue of abortion. What limits do you believe should exist on abortion rights, if any?
Yeah, great question. This is really important because it's a big contrast with my opponent, who is anti-choice and who insists that politicians in the states should make these decisions. Let me be very clear on this. Women's healthcare decisions are women's healthcare decisions. I trust women to make those decisions. I do not trust politicians. We should get politicians the hell out of the OBGYN's office and trust women to make their own healthcare decisions.
And what limits do you think there should be, though?
It's not for me to draw the lines and do this. I'm a man, and I'm running for Congress. Women get to decide that. I don't get to decide that.
Okay.
Women do.
Okay, let me ask you, as you know, January will mark 20 years for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi leading the House Democratic Caucus. If you do make it to Congress, would you back her staying in control of the House?
I'm going to approach that question the exact same way I'm going to approach every single question that comes before me when I'm in Congress, which is what is going to be best for working folks across upstate New York. And so my plan is with every vote, every leadership vote, look at all the options, have all the conversations I need to have. And at the end of the day, whatever is going to create jobs in upstate New York, whatever is going to strengthen the middle class in upstate New York, that's how I'm going to make that decision.
Let me try one more time. If you had to make the vote today, because the election's in just 2 weeks and voters might want to know, will you back House Speaker Nancy Pelosi staying in a leadership position, whether Democrats still control the House or whether she becomes minority leader?
I'll need to have conversations with everybody who's considering running, and those conversations are going to start and end with me saying, what are you going to do to help me deliver for upstate New York? And I don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. I don't care whether you're a career politician or a newcomer like me. My question is, regardless of where you come from, what are you going to do to help me help upstate New York?
Okay, Josh Riley, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to do it. Thanks so much for having me.
And we do want to note that we also reached out to the Republican candidate for New York's 19th District, Mark Molinaro, to join us on Meet the Press Now, but did not hear back. Coming up, we are just hours away from what is probably the most closely watched debate. The panel will be here with much more on that. And speaking of Pennsylvania, Meet the Press Now is hitting the road again. Chuck will be talking to voters, candidates, and officials tomorrow on a special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Pittsburgh. You do not want to miss that. That's tomorrow, right here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We are just a few hours from tonight's high-stakes Senate debate in battleground Pennsylvania. As we mentioned earlier, Democrat John Fetterman's team is trying to lower expectations, and Republicans are funneling more than $6 million to Oz, going all in on the state they see as key to winning control of the Senate. Joining me now is our panel, Washington Post congressional reporter Mariana Sotomayor, Naveen Nayak, president and executive director of the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Republican strategist Jim Dornan. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. And we have a hefty plate to get through, so let's dive in. Let's talk about the stakes tonight. What does each candidate need to do? Mariana, what are you going to be watching for?
I mean, all eyes are going to be on Fetterman, right? Mm-hmm. He has already set expectations pretty low, kind of putting out a statement saying, listen, I have gone through a lot. There are things that, you know, you're going to likely see. I might trip up, essentially. We've had that conversation. But you know what? I'm still going to win this race. But you don't want to find yourself in a position where you have to set expectations pretty low for viewers. Yeah. So he's already coming in at a time where you just don't want to be. So it'll be interesting to see also how Oz kind of plays that game as well. Does he, like we were talking a little bit earlier, does he mention health? What is he going to talk about? How hard does he go against Fetterman on those things?
Strategy is going to be a real challenge. I think you're absolutely right, Mariana, for Dr. Oz. Jim, weigh in here, because we saw, for example, Herschel Walker set expectations heading into his debate. He really lowered them. He said, this guy's a great talker. You're going to hear all sorts of fancy words. I'm going to show up and do my best. And then when he came out of the debate, by all accounts, a lot of people felt as though he'd held his own or won. What does Oz need to do, and what does Fetterman need to do?
So if I'm Oz, I stay away from the health issue.
Stay away from it altogether.
It's baked in. Everybody knows what's going on with it. And I would be talking to suburban women in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia about crime and inflation. That's all I would be talking to, who I would be talking to during the entire debate. And because those are going to be the key voters in that state. I mean, he's got rural voters, he's got the Trump voters. He doesn't have suburban women yet, and that's going to be the key.
Naveen, what does Fetterman need to do in order to get those?
Well,
first,
I actually think in terms of Dr. Oz, I actually don't think he has another card to play but the health one.
So you think he's going to bring it up?
I think he had this whole race for the last few weeks has pivoted around Fetterman's health, and because Oz doesn't have a substantive case to make, and if this is a substantive debate about abortion, even about crime, actually Fetterman has been really effective. You know, he carries on his arm tattooed the murders that happened in Braddock. He's not going to take a back seat to Dr. Oz on the issue of who's going to keep his community safe. And so I actually think that if this stays to substance and really we focus on how extreme, Oz has been pivoting to try and be the moderate. His policy positions are incredibly extreme. He's embraced denying the election. He's embraced a ban on abortion. And so I actually think that's where Fetterman has to take the conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what they both do. Let's take a look at what happened at last night's big debate in Florida. Of course, I'm talking about the one between DeSantis and Charlie Crist. And what you saw was this extraordinary moment where Charlie Crist really pressed DeSantis. Will you commit to 4 years in office? Let's take a look at that.
Ron, you talk about Joe Biden
Melissa,
a lot. I understand. You think you're going to be running against him. I can see how you might get confused. But you're running for governor. You're running for governor, and I have a question for you. You're running for governor. Why don't you look in the eyes of the people of the state of Florida and say to them, if you're reelected, you will serve a full 4-year term as governor? Yes or no? Yes or no, Ron? Will you serve a full 4-year term if you're reelected governor of Florida? It's not a tough question. It's a fair question. He won't tell you.
We did not agree on the candidates asking each other questions.
Well, listen, I know that Charlie's interested in talking about 2024 and Joe Biden, but I just want to make things very, very clear. The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
It was really the moment of the debate. Jim, what did you make of it? Was it a smart response by DeSantis? He still didn't answer that question.
No, he didn't, and he probably shouldn't. It's the only thing Charlie's got right now, with all due respect. I mean, it's slipping away from him. Even the national folks know that. So I think that's the one issue he can nail the governor on, and he did. He did a very good job of it, but it's not going to make any difference ultimately.
Naveen, what did you make of this moment where you have Crist pressing him basically on his presidential ambitions in 2024? Does it speak to the fact, this broader idea that the race is slipping away, as Jim says, that Florida is increasingly becoming less of a purple state and more of a red state?
I think it actually kind of unveiled just how dishonest DeSantis is, right? He's tried to portray himself as a straight talker. He's going to be, direct. It was a really simple question, and he could have answered it in an honest way. I don't know. It's something I'll consider. But I'm right now focused on being governor of Florida and winning again. It could have been a moment to just show he's a different kind of politician. Instead, he just reminded, I think, voters that he's actually pretty dishonest.
Mariana, what did you make of the moment? And to some extent, are voters' opinions baked in the cake at this point, particularly where you have a race like this, which is not as close as some of the others that we're watching?
Yeah, it was an awkward moment. He could have said, here's my focus, or, I'm the one on the ballot this year. I know he did try and say, it's 2022. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I'm a Florida girl, born and raised, and a lot of people, including independents, lean Democrats, they like DeSantis. They're saying, you know what, if he runs in 24, I actually prefer him more than Trump. He's similar to Trump. He kind of has those conservative values, but he is not Trump. That's something that a lot of voters in Florida like about him. So it is pretty baked in the cake. It's Charlie Crist. A lot of Floridians talk about how he's not that great of a candidate. He's switched a number of parties, right? So
that's one of his biggest challenges.
Very, allegiant to him.
Yeah.
So,
and he's run for a ton of offices, too.
Exactly. Yes, he has. He has been governor. That's for sure. One of the things I think that's fascinating about this moment, when you're thinking about some of these key battleground states in Pennsylvania, for example, and Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes, is it's not just a test of will Democrats or Republicans win control of Congress. It's also a real test for some of these progressive candidates, Naveen, because we've seen in past races, and of course the criticism that progressives are always dealing with from their own party is, are they electable in a general election. What happens with Fetterman and Mandela Barnes, I think, may tell us a lot.
Yeah, I actually think, and the fact that both of these candidates are, either leading or neck and neck in states that are 50-50 states, right? These are not states that a progressive or Democrat should absolutely be running away with. It's a tough year for Democrats. And the fact that both of them have a real shot at winning in tough Midwestern states, I think it also underscores that I think the place where a lot of progressive candidates have an advantage is on a populist economic message. And you've seen both Mandela Barnes and John Fetterman lean into that. And I think it'll really, pave a way forward for Democrats in these kinds of states.
Jim, if we see one of these progressive candidates, either Fetterman or Mandela Barnes, pull out a win, what does that say to Democrats and to Republicans more broadly?
Well, I think that midterms are traditionally about turnout. So, it means that the Democrats did a really good job of turning out their vote. And it also means that we had some challenged candidates, and we do. Mitch was right. There were... I could go through the whole list of them, and I'll probably drum myself out of my party if I do that on television. But what I'm saying is that we have some weak guys, and Fetterman and Barnes are good candidates.
Yeah. Let me read something that progressive Democrats sent this letter yesterday to the president, calling for U.S. negotiation with Russia to end the war in Ukraine. And today, Mariana, they actually withdrew it. What's the impact of that? Does it make progressives look unprepared, not tuned into this moment and where the broader kind of U.S. policy is on this critical issue?
I was texting with House Democrats and aides all this morning, and they were angry. And progressives were angry at Jayapal for putting out that letter. A lot of the blame, I know the statement that came out said this was a staffer mistake. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are blaming her, and she has ambitions to run for leadership and also potentially run again for progressive chair. And I've had some people tell me she just blew her chances because she didn't go back and check in with the people who signed over the summer to say, hey, I'm putting this out. So there's that internal politics. But even the bigger picture, since I've been covering these House races, is the class of 2018 was the majority makers for the Democrats. You saw the squad come in. You saw the liberal wing, a lot of attention to them because they really were able to gin up the base and turn out a lot of Democrats in historic margins. But the real majority makers were those moderate frontline Democrats who right now are fighting the tough fight, trying to stay in the races. And I think that Democrats, regardless of what the results will be, will have to have a moment of reflection and say, what is a takeaway for our party? And what's the pathway for keeping the majority longer than just 2 terms?
Well, Mariana's reporting is fantastic on this, Naveen. What are the potential implications for these progressive candidates? They weren't a part of sending that letter out and then pulling it back, which is almost worse. But does it cast a cloud?
My hope, again, I think the hope is that this is a one-day story. I think the Congresswoman has done the right thing, I think, in retracting it and trying to move forward, recognizing, and of all of the issues going on right now, I think Ukraine is low on the list of what's actually going to drive the election turnout. So in the short term, it just doesn't feel like it'll be that consequential 14 days from now.
Jim, final question to you quickly. President Biden has said that Republicans do have the momentum right now, but he thinks it's going to shift back. As you watch these final 14 days, what's the X factor that you think could happen to actually make that happen?
If Trump gets involved, I think that's going to be a problem. And right now he's being quiet, thank God. But I think that I think the Republicans right now, their messaging is going well. They see they have their eyes on the prize, and they're moving in the direction they need to be moving in. And they're concentrating on the issues that need to be concentrated on. But there's always that X factor, and these polls are crazy too. Sorry.
No, that's good. No, that's great.
I just heard in my ear, gotta go.
Thank you all. What a great conversation. Thank you. We covered a lot of ground. Mariana, Naveen, and Jim, thank you. And up next, a really serious conversation, anti-Semitism in America. We will examine the disturbing trend in pop culture and politics and what it means more broadly. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Adidas announced today that the company is cutting ties with Ye, the rapper and business mogul formerly known as Kanye West, after his recent series of anti-Semitic comments. The company released the following statement: Adidas does not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other sort of hate speech. Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. The move comes after the company faced increased pressure to respond to Ye's conduct, especially after other businesses cut ties with him. And it comes as anti-Semitism is becoming increasingly prevalent nationwide. There were more than 2,700 anti-Semitic incidents last year alone. That's according to the Anti-Defamation League. That's a 34% increase over the previous year. And most incidents the ADL has reported in a single year since it began keeping track in the 1970s. And hate speech has also become increasingly frequent on the campaign trail, with multiple candidates and officials using anti-Semitic tropes and racist language at rallies and online. Joining me now is my colleague Joshua Johnson, host of Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson here on NBC News Now. Joshua, so good to see you. Thank you for joining us for this important discussion.
My pleasure, Kristen. Good to see you.
So just set the table for us, if you will. Here we are talking about Kanye West and these anti-Semitic comments, and obviously you have businesses cutting ties with him. But why does this moment matter?
Well, I think it might matter for a different reason because it's Kanye. And forgive me for making him exceptional, but I think, excuse me, I think he brings something unique to this. Remember back in 2005 when NBC Universal held a benefit for Hurricane Katrina, and he was standing next to Mike Myers and made headlines by saying, George Bush doesn't care about black people? Remember that? Mm-hmm. Or 2009 at the MTV Video Music Awards when Taylor Swift won the Best Female Video of the Year and Kanye rushed the stage, took the mic from her and said it should have been Beyonce who was nominated for Single Ladies Put a Ring on It. I think Kanye West is one of those people who, quite frankly, could only exist when he came up. Because I think he came up in an era where consumers and companies had a very different relationship. And being that kind of a provocateur didn't have social media and the kind of two-way conversation where the public could say, oh, hell no, you can't do that and keep getting our dollars. So now it's made it very easy for two companies who already had frayed relationships with Kanye, Gap and Adidas, to let him go. Remember, the Gap deal was already being unwound a month ago before it decided to drop him with today's announcement. Adidas had already been reviewing the deal. They announced a few weeks ago that they were going to review their relationship with Kanye after he had been publicly criticizing its CEO, Casper Rohrstedt, including on social media. So I think anti-Semitism is one issue. This might be more of a business story. And I think it's easier than ever now for businesses to say, we've had enough. We're done with you. please say whatever you have to say with someone else's brand on your shirt.
Yeah, and I think it does raise questions about how quickly those businesses respond, and it does make you think about kind of the intersection of where celebrity talk versus language that you hear from politicians comes into play. Let me just let you listen to something. This is Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, and he explained to Kara Swisher yesterday why he thinks that the language from Kanye West is so dangerous. Take a listen.
An environment where we were just saying anti-Semitism is empirically on the rise, where Jews already feel a degree of anxiety about what's happening on college campuses and workplaces, just in public spaces. He is adding a kind of fuel to the fire that should have everyone alarmed.
Right.
It's not normal. It's not okay.
And, you know, Joshua, because of who Kanye West is, we started to see, for example, this display in Los Angeles saying Kanye was right, people echoing it. You hear the concern there about the potential ripple effects of that kind of language.
Yeah, officials in Los Angeles are still investigating that. I'm not sure what they can actually do, but there was that banner that was hung over the 405 expressway that said Kanye was right about the Jews. This is after a number of communities in LA and Miami Beach had been seeing more anti-Semitic literature. I think another piece of this is that intersection between celebrity and politics. Remember, our last president was a celebrity who became a politician. Dwayne Johnson, who just released his new movie Black Adam, again had to answer questions. You sure you're not running for president? And he said, no, the job I really want is a dad. But I think today, the veil has been kind of torn between professional public servants and people who are famous just because they got on NBC. And the power of someone like Kanye to influence politics, who, again, a few weeks ago was hanging out with Candace Owens, a conservative commentator, who was at a fashion show with hoodies that said White Lives Matter. That intersection is so tight right now in ways that go way beyond sort of the Charles Foster Kane imaginations of pop culture in the past. And so the line has to be drawn more carefully. I don't know that organizations like the ADL or political parties or even we as a society have quite figured out how to draw that line with social media and everything else, but we're going to have to figure it out quickly.
One of the things, and you talk about the intersection of celebrity and politics, you think about some of the anti-Semitic, some of the language that has been called racist, language that we have heard from politicians, and I'm not going to get into specific names, but sometimes they are presented in the form of dog whistles. In other words, not overt. And so it allows the person to kind of say, well, I didn't mean what you think I said. In some ways, Joshua, can that be more dangerous? I mean, is it not giving a green light to some of these hate groups?
Oh, yeah. Because that's the power of a dog whistle, right? Is, you know, someone else says it's obvious what we heard, and the person says, I didn't hear anything. You're just making this up. They didn't actually say that. They didn't actually mean that. Maybe you're being too sensitive. That's the power of a dog whistle. And I think it kind of opens the door for all kinds of other dehumanizing conversations to happen. I would think, though, going back to the panel you just had and the conversation about Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist, I think that the midterms will show us a lot about how the Republican Party in particular views some of the values of its candidates, because there have been a number of dog whistles among GOP candidates in this midterm, and I have a feeling that Republicans would much rather retake control of Congress by any means necessary with whoever goes in the chair. And if that's the case, we're going to have a very different political story to tell in 2023.
We sure will. A lot to watch in just 2 weeks. Joshua Johnson, thank you so much for your insights, as always. And, of course, you can always catch Joshua Johnson on his show Now Tonight. That's weekdays at 8 p.m. on NBC News Now. After the break, falling behind, new NBC reporting on the challenges facing America's military. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New figures from the U.S. Army show a serious recruitment problem. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby takes a look.
In the fight to win recruits, the U.S. Army fell short this year, something leaders like Army Secretary Christine Wormuth have warned about for months.
I would say we're about 12 to 15,000 recruits short this year.
According to new figures, the Army missed its target by 25%. Following the terror attacks on 9/11, a flood of Americans raised their right hand to serve. But after 2 decades of American troops in war zones, this year has been what Wormuth deemed the most challenging recruiting year since the end of the draft.
What are some of the biggest concerns that recruits have when they come in and talk to you about potentially enlisting?
The biggest concern really is deploying. They're afraid of deploying, you know, like, am I going to go to Russia to deploy and stuff like that?
A lot of people are still thinking about 20 years of being at war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And obviously, a lot of parents had concerns about the idea of sending their child off to war. We've got to do a better job of telling the Army story so that we can change some of those outdated perceptions.
Now a pilot program at Fort Drum is doing just that.
So I'm on Twitter. I get a note from a teacher down in Wallenpaupack, Pennsylvania, and she was like, well, can you help us with a class, you know, for leader development?
General Beagle did more than that, inviting Sarah Rosenkrantz and her students to visit the base.
Got it.
Small groups of students, teachers, and can learn about the Army. For many, this is their first exposure to military life beyond what they know from pop culture.
There's a lot of perceived notions, you know, from what they see on TV.
And they come in and see that you have over 150 job specialties they're blown away anywhere from veterinarian to lawyer.
And their brainchild is growing, with other bases around the country creating their own mentor programs. Another recruiting challenge, only 23% of Americans are even eligible to serve. At Fort Jackson, the Future Soldier Prep Course is helping struggling recruits.
We have some young men and women that want to serve, that are having some challenges on the academic and physical side, and what we want to do is give them that opportunity.
This 90-day mini boot camp helps potential recruits meet Army standards. About 3/4 of these students eventually qualify to ship to boot camp. But the Army chief says over time, today's recruiting shortfalls will impact readiness.
We have the soldiers that we need to do to protect the nation. What I'm concerned is long term. I'm looking over the next 2 to 3 years.
Some members of Congress have questioned the Pentagon's priorities and whether they are hurting recruiting.
We got time to embrace critical race theory at West Point, to embrace socialism at the National Defense University, to do mandatory pronoun training. The Biden administration is trying to destroy our military by force-feeding it wokeism.
Another friction point, the mandatory COVID vaccine. Pentagon leaders insist it's necessary to maintain readiness, but the Army alone has discharged nearly 1,800 soldiers for refusing the vaccine.
What we need to focus on the Army is remaining apolitical and underscoring to Americans that they can have confidence that our Army is loyal to the Constitution of this country, not to a particular political party.
Joining me on set now is Courtney Kube. Courtney, it's such a fantastic report, and you lay out the complexities so well. So big picture here, looking forward, what is the Army doing right now to address these recruitment challenges?
So among the things they're doing is historically high recruiting bonuses. So in some cases, and it's not just the Army, in some cases they're offering over $100,000 to young men and women who are willing to sign up. In addition to that, they are really expanding their marketing and their advertising, and they are targeting the influencers, the parents, the guidance counselors, the kind of people who could influence a young man or a woman to decide to enlist.
Yeah, because the point was made that so often it's the parents who have real concerns about sending their kids off. Is this just an issue that the Army is dealing with, or is this broader?
Not at all. So every service really struggled this year, in this fiscal year, to meet their recruiting goals. A number of them were able to reach into their delayed entry pool. So these are people who've signed up but haven't yet shipped to boot camp. They're able to grab some of those people and to make their recruiting numbers by using those individuals. But the reality is, because it was such a tough recruiting year for all the services, every single one of them is starting off in a tougher position this year than they did last year.
Well, it's such an incredible report, and I know you will stay on top of it, and we will look forward to your update. Courtney, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good to see you. Still to come, the president gets boosted and makes a new push in the fight against COVID-19. We'll have the latest details, plus new insight into COVID's impact on the classroom. That's after a quick break. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. President Biden received his second booster shot earlier this afternoon, urging Americans to get boosted to prevent the spread of Omicron variants as the cold weather arrives. Periodic boosters are one reminder of the lingering impact of the pandemic. The continuing educational fallout is another one. In fact, a new national study done by the Department of Education, known as the Nation's Report Card, reveals what parents and teachers across the country had suspected, that students are now significantly behind in school. This report was last conducted in 2019, right before the pandemic, and since then, student test scores for math and reading declined in a majority of states. The drop is particularly shocking in math. Across the country, math scores saw their largest decline in the history of the report, dropping 8 points among 8th graders in 51 states and jurisdictions. Reading scores were marginally better, but reverted back to levels last seen in the early 90s, down 3 points among 8th graders in 33 states and jurisdictions. To break down what this all means for students and parents and how we can address it moving forward, I'm joined now by Peggy Carr, Commissioner of the National Center for Education Statistics, the branch of the Department of Education in charge of administering this assessment. Thank you so much for joining me. As we said at the top, this is what parents suspected, but what was your reaction when you first saw these numbers?
Well, we knew that we were going to see declines, and they were going to be steeper in math. But quite honestly, I was shocked at the widespread nature and how steep the declines were for students in the 8th grade. That is a key point for students' entry into high school. So it's got us all sort of stumped and worried here.
Well, practically speaking, what does this mean for students and what needs to happen to basically close that education gap? How do teachers and educators and parents make sure that they get up to speed to where they need to be?
Well, it has knocked a whole generation of students off their base. They're not on track like they were before for STEM-related course taking in math, reading, science. This is important for us to be competitive in the world. But you know, the good news is, if there's any good news out of this, is that we know what works. We know the strategies that are effective, that have science behind them, evidence-based strategies, double dose tutoring. We're going to have more time on task after school. Students may not like it, but they're going to have to go to summer school. And parents need to understand that this is serious. This is not a small decline. This is historic.
Do you have a sense of how many years it might take to close that gap for the students? You're talking about students going to summer school for the next year, the next several years. What are you anticipating?
We are anticipating really a long time, not just months. It may take a year, maybe more, but that is assuming that we put all of the resources and the knowledge base that we have with what works with the student who will benefit most. We need to be in it for the long haul, but only if we work together as partners, all levels of government, all levels of the public sector, faith-based organizations. We all have to have a contribution to helping these students get back on track. It can be done. There are some bright spots in what we saw even in these data for reading, for example. And that's because everyone pulled together at a time of severe crisis for the nation.
Look, we also saw proof in this data that the pandemic did in fact exacerbate education disparities in race and learning performance. So how do you factor that in?
Well, you know what? It means we can't return to normal because normal isn't where we want to be for many students who are already struggling and barely keeping afoot prior to the pandemic. students at the 10th and 25th percentile, they were struggling. And what this pandemic has done is widen already unacceptable gaps between these students and their higher performing counterparts.
You know, schools did receive about $122 billion from the American Rescue Plan. That was back in April. Has that money been appropriately used by school districts? Do school districts need more? Was it enough?
Well, you know, we are encouraging school districts to take a look at that minimum 20% that's required. We don't think it's going to be enough. We think school districts need to take a quick assessment of what they're using these funds for and maybe reallocate them. Let's use these funds for what they really were intended to do to help students get back on track. And the focus really should be on more than just academics. We're finding there are social emotional problems with students that we really hadn't anticipated, mental health issues. Students are really having problems with bullying more than they had before, behavioral problems. So all of it together, if we can put all of these strategies together, they're going to do nothing but help the academic part.
Peggy Carr, thank you so much for your insights. We really appreciate it. And thank you. And thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Battleground, Pennsylvania. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello. Right.
Top of the hour, what are you doing tonight? Are you ready for the big matchup? You know, we've seen Ali versus Frazier and Tyson versus Douglas. And now, Fetterman versus Oz. That's the kind of company one strategist is comparing to tonight's huge Senate debate, the one that could decide whether President Biden can get anything done over the next 2 years. We're live in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin with what's at stake with 2 weeks to go until the midterms. Speaking of the president, he's reminding everybody get their COVID booster shots. Given the triple-demic threat out there, how the White House is trying to turn its public health messaging around. Plus new numbers, consumer confidence numbers now at its lowest level in months, with alarms going off on the housing market, why rising prices are cooling down. And a massive recall on dry shampoo, what you need to know about a cancer-causing chemical in these products. Listen up for yourself and for others. And if you think you've got a nightmare vacation story, just wait until you hear about this group in Arizona. Did you hear about this? Trapped below ground for hours under the Grand Canyon. The new details about their rescue later in the show. Good day. I'm Tom Costello. I'm in for Hallie. And with 2 weeks to go until Election Day, it's a big debate day in Michigan, in New York, in Colorado. But the one that we're really keeping our eyes on is the biggest showdown of the midterm elections. In just a couple of hours, John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz will go head-to-head in their only televised debate. Now, this race could really decide control of the Senate, and it's the clearest opportunity for Democrats to expand their majority. It's a race, though, that's tightening up. Just 1 month ago, Fetterman led Oz by 6 points on average. Now, just over 1%, well within the margin of error. The debate will also put Fetterman's stroke recovery in the spotlight. You know, he's still recovering and experiencing auditory processing challenges, which are typical, we're told. He'll be using live captioning to read questions as they're asked. And Fetterman's campaign is trying to frame expectations for tonight, saying that Oz has a huge built-in advantage, given his 2 decades on television, and that he'll win the race even if he doesn't win the debate. Hear that difference? We're also watching Wisconsin, where early voting starts today. Democrats hope to pick up a seat from this guy, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. There he is right there. He is casting his ballot today in Milwaukee. Plus, those hopes, unfortunately, could be slipping away for him. Incumbent Senator Ron Johnson widening his lead now. All that against the context of new numbers from our team at NBC News showing most Americans don't trust any elected officials right now. You see the range here, 44% for governors, down to 32% for state legislatures. As our political unit puts it, it's a sign that no one is safe in this current political environment. So we're going to get to NBC's Shaq Brewster in Wisconsin. In just a moment there, he's getting ready, doing his exercises. But we're starting now with Dasha Burns, who's in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. All right, Dasha, one Democratic strategist told NBC News that tonight's debate is like seeing two undefeated heavyweights step into the ring for a title bout. That's basically what we're expecting, right? Talk to us about what you're expecting. First of all, listen to this.
Tom, look, this might be the most consequential and most anticipated moment of the midterms. Look, we've been talking to voters all across Pennsylvania for months now. They've seen these candidates battling it out on the airwaves, on social media, and they've been very eager to see them actually face to face talking about the issues that they care about. The Fetterman campaign, just before the debate, put out a memo about what to expect on their end of things, sort of lowering expectations for their candidate, saying, look, we'll admit this isn't John's format, saying that Oz is coming into this with an advantage. And Oz, the TV celebrity doctor, did push for more than one debate. But they said, closing in that memo, saying that John will win this race, even if he doesn't win the debate. A pretty extraordinary memo from that team. But look, voters are excited to see what these candidates have to say. And I'll tell you, we've been focused on some specific subsets of voters here in Pennsylvania that both candidates have really been trying to target with their messaging. One of those voter demographics, suburban women. We talked to women in two different counties, Luzerne County, a red county in northeastern Pennsylvania, and Montgomery County, one of the collar counties around Philadelphia, a blue county. It was interesting to see the differences and similarities in opinion from these women. Take a listen to what we heard.
Inflation, like, it really affects how you parent, what you can do with your kids when your taxes are just going up and, you know, your expendable income is just shrinking every day.
Definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
5 other jobs?
Yeah, 5 other little side jobs that I do. So I work all the time.
Thomas, interesting, you know, these are two very different places, but we heard very similar concerns from women in both counties. The economy and inflation, crime and public safety top of mind. Abortion important to some women, but not the biggest issue as they're thinking about their votes. And several of the women we talked to did say that their vote is still up for grabs, that they are still persuadable, and said that tonight's debate could help them make up their mind. Tom?
Nobody's worked that beat, your beat, harder than you during this election. Dasha, thank you very much. We will now go to Shaq Brewster. Are you warmed up there, buddy? I saw you doing the exercises. Are you ready? All right.
Some exercises, and I had to take off that hat.
Okay. You're in Waukesha, and listen, that's the site of the Christmas parade attack, and that's where Ron Johnson held a rally today. You asked him about crime and law enforcement, particularly given his recent comments about the leadership of the FBI, right?
Exactly, Tom. And part of my question was about the idea that this is one of the issues that Republicans and especially Senator Ron Johnson have used against Democrats in the state of Wisconsin. You mentioned some of the polling there. Many people credit the advertisements from Republican groups against Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes as having a factor in that. But we've also heard Senator Johnson criticize members of law enforcement at a federal level. So that's part of the conversation I had with him. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard. You've been critical of law enforcement in terms of the FBI, saying that they are corrupt, saying that they set you up. How is that different from the criticism we've heard before?
I've said certain actors within the FBI, some of the higher-ups, have been partisan and they have been corrupt, and that's true. But I've also said the vast majority of people in federal law enforcement are people of high integrity, and I support their efforts, and I support law enforcement. By the way, I'm supported by law enforcement.
So that's an issue we've seen both of the two candidates go back and forth on. But I'll tell you, the two candidates were singing from the same tune today on this first day of in-person absentee voting. They both encouraged early voting, although Johnson did explain or cast some doubt on the 2020 elections as he's done in the past. He said that he's encouraging early voting in this election because he trusts the process here in Wisconsin more this time.
More this time, he says. Okay. Shaq, we showed that poll earlier, that dead heat from Mandela Barnes starting to slip away. You asked him today where he thinks this race stands with the two of them and 2 weeks to go. What did he say?
Yeah, and if we get a sense of how intensely he's focused on this race and how much he wants his own supporters to come out and vote early, I can tell you that Mandela Barnes arrived at that early voting location before 9 a.m. That was when polls opened. He was there about 5 minutes before, waiting for doors to open to cast his ballot. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he told me when I asked him what's the state of this race right now.
Any vote we take for granted is a vote we'll lose. We're not looking to lose any of them. We're showing up. We're talking to people about the things that matter, holding Ron Johnson accountable for turning his back on the people of Wisconsin for 12 long years. And the buck stops here.
People know that in Wisconsin, every vote matters. This is going to be a turnout game. And just as there's some skepticism of the polling now when people look at it, Mandela Barnes says he doesn't trust the polls. They go up and down. I'll tell you, before 2016, when Senator Johnson was running for his second term in office, he was behind in nearly every single poll before Election Day, all but one in terms of legitimate polls that were out there. And despite that, he won by about 3.5 percentage points. So that is why you have both candidates saying they know it's going to come down to the wire and they're expecting a razor-tight race.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who really trusts the polls anymore. But listen, both sides are also really breaking out the big guns, right, in this election. You've got Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin and Senator Elizabeth Warren. They're both going to Wisconsin tomorrow. Former President Barack Obama, he'll be there Saturday. Why does each side feel it needs to break out the big guns here? Is it because it's just so tight and nobody trusts the polls?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And just this morning, we learned that Rick Scott will also be coming to the state of Wisconsin. I know Ted Cruz also announced a visit, Bernie Sanders next week. It's because they understand it's about turnout. Republicans want to juice their turnout in areas like Waukesha, where I am right now. Democrats need to do the same in areas like Milwaukee and Madison. It's going to be tight, and it's going to be about who turns up to the election day.
I got a feeling you're going to be working this weekend, Shaq. Thanks very much. Shaq Brewster, who's on the ground, as always, on the job in Wisconsin. President Biden today received his updated COVID booster shot on national TV in a push to get more Americans vaccinated again as the country now faces this triple-demic. Cases of COVID, the flu, and RSV in kids all rising at the same time, and it's not even winter yet. The White House push comes as fewer than 10% of eligible Americans have received their second COVID booster shot so far this fall. While flu activity is high in 5 states now, plus D.C., you'll see them all in red right there. The CDC says 1/3 of current hospitalizations for the flu are in children, and 75%, listen to this, 75% of the country's pediatric beds are full, according to HHS. Joining me now, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, the president said that these COVID shots could be necessary for every year, I guess, going forward, just like the flu shot, right? But Americans have not been jumping at the chance to get their second booster this year. So how does the White House try to turn that around and convince them?
Well, in some ways, the president did it with a bit of show and tell by getting his own shot today and showing people that it's quick, it's painless, and it is free. And definitely the administration and the president acknowledges there's some weariness. It's been a long road for everyone with COVID, and at the same time, he's trying to put it into sort of a new context, that just like people have become accustomed to getting the flu shot, that an annual COVID shot is likely going to be needed for most Americans who are generally healthy to protect them from these variants. And we know that viruses do continue to change, and so variants become a part of the picture. And what is different now is this updated shot that is available is dealing with both the original strain of COVID and the variants that we have seen. And one of the big differences we're also experiencing is in the first couple of years, there was a lot of masking, a lot of staying at home. We're in a different place now. People are going to be indoors more. People are going back to their offices. Kids are in school. All of that, where we're seeing more of a potential for the exposure for any of the winter time and autumn viruses and so forth. So the president is saying, get that. He is saying 1 out of 5 seniors have gotten their updated booster. Certainly the administration would like to see the number there higher, because seniors are more likely to have a poor outcome if they do get COVID, Tom.
So that all brings me to my trip today. I was over at Inova Hospital in Northern Virginia in the pediatric ER today. And as you know, we have seen big spikes already in the cases of the flu and RSV in kids. So I spoke right there with Dr. Rick Place. He's the emergency medical director at Inova. And he talked about the fact that he says they have already broken there at that hospital their yearly record for treating patients just so far, and it's only mid-October. Listen to what he told me.
I would say we're beyond busy. And to use the word crisis, I think absolutely is appropriate right now.
This is a crisis, your situation.
It's a crisis. I've been doing this for 30 years. This is a crisis that I have never seen in my career before.
And he says he never uses that kind of language. So talk to us about the urgency here in getting this message out, especially now with the midterms and the holidays. One of the most poignant and I thought to the point moments the president made today was when he said, listen, the previous versions of the vaccine against COVID aren't going to protect you. You got to get the new booster. That's it. End of message on that.
And that's what the president is saying. You've got to look at it with a fresh set of eyes. He said, put a lot of the conversations that we've had across the family dinner table behind you. Look at it as what you need now and going forward. And because people want to be with their families over the holidays, important to get that shot now in this window to get the protection before Thanksgiving and the winter holidays. So they're trying to get the message out, and they're hoping that being reminded that it's free and available will encourage people to do so.
And we're going to be spending more time with each other indoors, around tables. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. All right, President Biden's also saying today that the U.S. is in, quote, constant contact with Russia to get WNBA star Brittany Griner out after a Russian court upheld her 9-year prison sentence this morning. Listen to that.
Constant contact with Russian authorities to get Brittany and others out. And so far, we've not been meeting with much positive response. But we're not stopping.
The president was just getting his shot at that moment. Griner's lawyer said that she had some hope that today she might be going into this hearing and get some good news, but that vanished fast. She appeared in court on a video conference, calling the whole experience traumatic.
This has been a very traumatic experience, waiting for this day, waiting for the first court, and getting 9 years for a crime that I was barely over the significant amount.
Griner was arrested in February after Russian authorities say that they found vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage. Her lawyer said that she only used cannabis medically and that she accidentally packed it because she was in a rush. NBC's Matt Bodner is joining us now. Matt, let's start with what we just heard from President Biden, that they are in constant contact with Russian authorities. Do we know any more about whether Griner's any closer to coming back home through negotiations in the middle of a war, and arguably a Cold War right now with the U.S. and Russia?
Thank you, Tom. Well, unfortunately, this is one of those things that we don't get a very good view on out here on the outside. There's obviously a lot of tension right now between the U.S. and Russia, as you mentioned, and this kind of gets caught in the middle of that. Now, we've seen that Griner is not the only American that has been and still is in Russian custody, and we've been hearing these kinds of things about American citizens currently in Russian prison. I'm thinking now about Paul Whelan, who was arrested back in 2017. The entire time he's been in Russian prison, we've been hearing things from U.S. officials alluding to some kind of behind-the-scenes negotiations for a prisoner swap. But again, 5 years on, Whelan is still there. So it doesn't necessarily paint an overly optimistic picture for Griner. That said, one of those detainees, Trevor Reed, quite suddenly was traded back in April. So you never know which way these things are going to go. We don't really get to see that out in the public, but anything's certainly possible.
You know, she is so tall and she looks so uncomfortable stooped down in those cells. Do we have any better idea of what her conditions are like that she's being held in? And second of all, who really makes the ultimate call in Russia? Is it really a court, or is it Vladimir Putin?
Sure. Well, the condition she's in right now, so she's in a Moscow detention center. So she is awaiting kind of the conclusion of the legal process that she's in. That might continue. But on the other end of this is transfer to a Russian penal colony. Now, the conditions she's in right now are not great, but I would say that prison in most countries is not necessarily a great experience. But we're kind of there's a lot of questions about where she'll be sent, and there's a lot of differing outcomes depending on the type of penal colony she'll be sent to in Russia, if she is sent to one. For example, who's in charge of it? Is it a strict regime? How is it won? And there is, of course, a hugely political element to these decisions, and we're just going to have to see how that plays out.
Okay, but my point was, is it really the court making the decision, or is it the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin? What's your gut tell you?
Gut tells me that this is, at this point, when we're talking about Biden, U.S.-Russia relations, it's, of course, a Kremlin decision at the end of the day.
Matt, thank you. Matt Bodner for us. To the UK now, where today Rishi Sunak officially became the country's new prime minister, and he's already hit the ground running with a cabinet reshuffle, giving the public a glimpse of how he plans to deal with the economy in the UK. Almost a dozen people from Liz Truss's cabinet are out, but some stayed, like her finance minister, Jeremy Hunt, who turned on her. He's credited with bringing back some confidence to the markets after her tax cuts. And speaking at 10 Downing Street for the very first time, Sunak says stability in the UK is now his #1 priority.
I will place economic stability and confidence at the heart of this government's agenda. This government will have integrity, professionalism, and accountability.
It comes as world leaders were quick to congratulate the new prime minister, with President Biden saying he looks forward to cooperating on issues critical to global security, including continuing strong support for Ukraine. NBC's Keir Simmons is still outside number 10 Downing Street. Hi, Keir. Listen, a lot happened today based on what we heard in his speech and what we're seeing from this new cabinet. What are your big takeaways on the kind of prime minister that Sunak wants to be?
Domestic challenges, foreign challenges. I mean, read between the lines from that President Biden statement, and what that really means is, I really, really hope, new Prime Minister of Britain, that you continue to support our support of Ukraine and President Zelensky, because this new Prime Minister is going to be under huge pressure, enormous pressure domestically. There are going to be tax rate rises, there are going to be spending cuts, there's the cost of living crisis here, just the same as there is there. He's coming in with a divided party. I mean, it just goes on just how difficult it is. I suppose, I mean, coming in and saying that he wants to lead a stable government is good, given how unstable the British government has been. I mean, there are lots of good things to say about him, aside from the question of just how difficult his task is, Tom. I mean, I guess, I mean, I love Star Wars. Do you love Star Wars? I feel like you're a Star Wars man.
I was more of a Star Trek guy, but anyway, go ahead with your analogy.
You've got to be a Star Wars man. Oh, okay. Well, no, okay, because I was going to say, well, I'm disappointed because I was going to say you and I both share that with the new Prime Minister, who's a big Star Wars geek, apparently, 42 years old, somebody who's going to hope to be bringing a fresh new face to the leadership of Britain. Of course, his party, though, has been in charge for a long time.
Listen, you made mention of Ukraine, and President Zelensky was also one of the first world leaders to congratulate Sunak. He tweeted that he's ready to continue strengthening the Ukraine-UK strategic partnership. The war started when Boris Johnson was still in charge. Is Sunak just as committed to backing Ukraine, do you think?
Well, this is exactly, it's a great question. I mean, all of those world leaders are leaning in to say, congratulations, and I hope that you do what we want you to do. And that's very much true for Ukraine. And listen, there is no sign, of course, that the UK, the British public, are in any way turning away from the support for Ukraine. But there are enormous pressures. I mean, in the end, the British people are going to be looking at potential cuts to funding for health. They may have to pay more tax. There is that question of, at some point, whether or not they turn around and say, well, can we really afford this? And that, by the way, Tom, is the bigger picture across Europe. I mean, I've said it again and again. This is going to be a long, hard winter in Europe. All of this, and I just have to mention this, I know you have other questions, but, you know, all of this shouldn't get in the way of the fact, by the way, though, that this is the first person of colour to walk through that famous door as Prime Minister. The president of his home Hindu temple describing this as an Obama moment for Britain. I mean, it is historic here for a country with its colonial past.
And he's also the richest, right? So there's a lot to watch there, a lot to keep us interested.
Yeah.
Keir, thank you. Keir Simmons,
right.
outside number 10. All right, buddy, thank you. Former top advisor to former President Trump, Hope Hicks, interviewing with the January 6th committee today. A source familiar with the matter telling NBC News, Hicks left her job as counselor to the president 6 days after January 6th. The committee did not comment or give any additional details, and Hicks did not immediately respond to our request for comment. Hicks' attorney, a rather interview, comes just days after the January 6th committee subpoenaed the former president himself. Joining me now, NBC's Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Ryan, I haven't said welcome to NBC, but we're glad you're with us. And the committee is continuing to go after Mr. Trump's inner circle. Hope Hicks was one of his closest confidants in the White House. What is the committee hoping to hear from her?
Well, Tom, you point out pretty appropriately that there are few people that are as close to the former President Donald Trump than Hope Hicks. She was someone who was one of his earliest advisors when he was considering a run for president back in 2015. She's been with him as a close inner advisor in his inner circle in the White House. She did leave the White House for a short period of time, but was there during this crucial period of time that the January 6th Select Committee is so interested in. And that's the period of time between the 2020 election and January 6th, where they firmly believe that Donald Trump peddling false claims about the election is what led to all the violence and chaos here on January 6th. So much like they've done with many of these other close advisors of the former president, they want to ask very specific questions about what Hope Hicks saw during that period of time as they build this case about what led to what happened on January 6th. Of course, the big question is, Tom, how forthcoming will Hope Hicks be? We've seen in the past when she's been asked tough questions by congressional investigators that she hasn't necessarily been that forthcoming. Tom.
Well, you must be reading my questions, because that was my next one. She did not answer questions when she was asked to back in 2019. So do we think this is going to be any different this time?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. You know, when she spoke in front of the Judiciary Committee, she invoked executive privilege through much of what was a very lengthy question and answer period between members of that committee. Now, the timing was different. She was a member of the administration at that time. She's no longer a member of the administration, but we've seen many of these other Trump advisors still attempt to claim executive privilege long after they no longer hold those positions. And it would stand to reason that Hicks may at least attempt to employ that on some level. The other thing to keep in mind here, Tom, is that she has a lot more bandwidth to try and challenge any attempt by the committee to legally extract information from her, where some of these other individuals who the committee went to very early on had a real risk of a criminal contempt charge against them just because the committee had more time to pursue that. You know, this committee's time as a legislative body could be coming to an end with the pending November election. So Hicks has a lot of room here to try and stonewall the committee if she chooses. But the fact that she's there in front of them answering questions is hopeful for the committee. We'll just have to see if anything amounts to it.
NBC News coverage just got better with Ryan Nobles on the team. Ryan, thanks. Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
Coming up, the gunman in that St. Louis school shooting had a huge amount of ammunition with him. You won't believe the details. That's coming up next. Plus, it's getting more expensive to stream stuff on Apple. How much music and TV subscriptions are going to cost you and me in our 5 things?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like. Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour, and we have new data today showing that inflation and higher interest rates, they're still hitting Americans hard. No surprise. Consumer confidence has now fallen to its lowest point since July. That's worse than expected. Also today, we learned gains in home prices are cooling down at a record rate. Now, listen carefully here. The prices are cooling down, but they're still up. The rate of the increase is going down, and by a lot. In an exclusive interview with NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, says she expects this to be the case for quite a while. Listen to this.
I can't rule out the risk of one, but as I said, I believe there is a path toward bringing inflation down in the context of a strong labor market.
Yeah, when she says the risk of one, she's talking about the risk of a recession. Joining us now is CNBC's real estate correspondent and all-around guru, Diana Oleg. All right, Diana, what stands out to you about today's housing report? Prices are coming down, but interest rates are higher. So both sides of the house purchase agreement are affected here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, what's really standing out in this report, Tom, is the speed at which home prices are really cooling off. Yes, they're 13% higher than they were a year ago, and this is on the S&P Case-Shiller report that everybody watches, but it's 2 months backdated, so we're talking August. But the price declines from July to August are much more than we usually see at this time of year, and also these annual gains that we see each month, comparing it to a year ago, are falling at the fastest pace ever. So what that means is for buyers, maybe you can get in if prices are coming better, but for sellers, you're not going to get what you think you were going to get 2 months ago.
Yeah, but to play devil's advocate with you, and Diana and I do this in the newsroom from time to time, a year ago, we were at exponentially higher. Prices kept going higher and higher and higher, and that was unsustainable as well, right?
Right. It was absolutely unsustainable. I think you and I talked about this many, many times, and that's why it's actually a good thing for the housing market for prices to cool off so first-time buyers can get in. And when I say that sellers might not get what they think they can get, it's not like they're losing money. Remember, home prices are up 40% since the start of the pandemic. So unless you bought your house in the last, 6 or 8 months, you're not going to lose money on it. And maybe if you're a flipper, you would, but that's a whole nother story. But if you bought your house even 5 years ago, you're still coming out with a profit.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what about supply? Where do we stand right now in terms of supply on the market?
Well, you would think that supply would be getting better, but it's really not. Homes are sitting longer, and those are homes that might not be priced very well. But the problem is you'd think more might be coming on the market this time of year because it's not such a hot time of year to sell. Here's the problem. Sellers are saying, okay, if I'm going to sell my house now and then I want to buy another one, I'm trading 2.75% on my 30-year fixed. I'm paying that for a 7% mortgage rate. That's how big the difference is. Why would I want to do that? I'm going to sit with my house. I'm going to wait a little longer, see if rates come down. Maybe I'll do some home renovations. But it just means that those potential sellers are really locked in. And because of this drop in demand, home builders, they are pulling back a lot because they're sitting on more supply.
Yeah, we saw new housing starts drop dramatically last month. Diana reads the Case-Shiller Index for fun on a regular evening. So, Diana, thank you for bringing your expertise to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for making me so boring.
All right, we're going to get you over now to our 5 things that our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, today we learned more about the school shooting in St. Louis, and this is so discouraging and disappointing and distressing. That killed a 15-year-old student and a teacher. Police say that gunman, he graduated from the school last year. He had an AR-15 style rifle. He had more than 600 rounds of ammunition. Authorities credit locking doors and a very quick police response for preventing even more deaths. Number 2, sad news. Former Defense Secretary Ashton Carter died Monday after a sudden cardiac event, according to his family. Carter had served in the Obama administration for 2 years, and he was behind the campaign to defeat ISIS in Iraq and in Syria. He also created the policy that allowed transgender people to join the military and serve openly. He was just 68 years old. Number 3, today Amazon announced it's going to start offering Venmo as a payment option at checkout. Rollout is going to start for some users on the app and on Amazon.com today before launching for all users, U.S. users, by Black Friday. Number 4, speaking of payments, get ready to pay more for Apple's music and TV streaming services. An Apple Music subscription now costs $10.99, up from $9.99. While Apple TV Plus will now cost $6.99, and that's 40% higher than the $4.99 it used to be. In a statement, Apple says increased music licensing costs have led to the higher fees. Number 5, tomorrow's Powerball jackpot has grown to $700 million. No one has been able to win Powerball's top prize since August, so the jackpot has been growing and growing and growing ever since. A sheriff's department officer in Arizona today tells us he has never seen anything like what went down at the Grand Canyon Caverns over the past few days. 5 people found themselves trapped for about 21 stories underground at the caverns in Peach Springs for up to 30 hours. They're all above ground now after a rescue last night. An elevator taking the tourists down stopped working on Sunday. Fortunately, the group was not stuck in the elevator the whole time. They were in the caverns, and there's a hotel suite right there next to them. So that wasn't terrible. The Grand Canyon Caverns is a tourist attraction that lets visitors tour inside an ancient underground cave. Pretty cool. Look at that hotel. And they can eat at a restaurant and stay at the motel down there. NBC's Miguel Almaguer joins me now. I've never been there, but that looks pretty cool. All right, are you hearing anything from the family that was trapped? What are they saying about their ordeal?
Well, Tom, as you might expect, that family is thrilled to be out tonight. This was a 4-hour rescue that unfolded more than 200 feet underground. The family had taken that elevator down to the Grand Canyon cavern floor. They were expecting to be down there about 30 minutes. Instead, they spent nearly 30 hours deep below the Earth's surface. Felicia Jimenez had gone on the excursion with her family when they got word the elevator was malfunctioning. She said they had 2 options: to wait for a rescue or walk up 21 stories. What's really described as more of a fire escape than a staircase. There were 4 members in her family who couldn't physically do it, so she said the situation was terrifying. Here's how she explained it.
I was terrified, definitely, when they hit me with the solution of, you guys either have to stay down here with the babies or you need to take the trip up the stairs. I lost it. I started bawling.
Fortunately, they made it out, Tom, and they're back on the surface.
Did they have food, water, milk for the babies? Any idea if they had anything like that?
They said they didn't have anything except for what they brought down, and they only brought down a few light supplies. Fortunately, though, they said they were able to walk out of there. The mother was able to go with her children and carry them up that kind of stairwell, but they were really out. The folks who were older, sorry about the noise back here, Tom, the family members that were older simply couldn't make it up that stairway, so they were stuck there for all that time.
Yeah, 21 stories. I wouldn't do that either. Is it common for there just to be one way out of a cavern like this? I mean, you know, last month we saw hundreds of visitors trapped at Carlsbad Caverns, which is a beautiful place, by the way. Go there if you have a chance. But apparently, you know, that flooding trapped a lot of people, and one way out there, one way out here. You'd think that there must be more than one way out of these deep caverns.
Yeah, you would think so, especially so deep underground. They say they've never really had significant problems at this cavern before. As you mentioned earlier, one of the deputies said it was the first time in 30 years that he had ever seen anything like this. Of course, with a cave or a cavern, there's going to be some inherent risk, but they seem to be really surprised that this type of rescue was needed.
You know, always bring a power bar with you. I'm telling you, a granola bar in your back pocket. You always have to have a granola bar. Miguel.
It can't hurt.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miguel, in Los Angeles. All right, after the break, an NBC News investigation, and this is serious, how a hospital may have misread dozens of mammograms and potentially missed cancer cases as well. More on that coming up next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back with an NBC News investigation, and we want you to listen up. We're looking into how a radiology group in Arizona is accused of failing to detect breast cancer in dozens of women, something that may have cost one woman her life. Back in 2017, Dr. Beth Dupree relocated to Sedona, Arizona to build a state-of-the-art breast center. What she found, she says, shook her to her core. She says multiple patients came to her with a cancer that had not been caught on previous scans. These misses, she says, were not subtle, including one tumor that she says was about the size of a tangerine. A radiology group review found an additional 25 cancers that were also missed on initial scans. Kristen Dahlgren joins me now. Boy, is this infuriating. Kristen, this is devastating for anybody to find this out, that their cancer might have been caught sooner. How did this happen? How did they miss this?
Right, absolutely. And it's a good question. Look, the hospital in Arizona that Dr. Dupree worked with had an exclusive contract with a radiology group. So Dr. Dupree brought some of these cases to the hospital, who then urged the radiology group to do this review. They looked at more than 6,000 cases, and that's when they found those additional 25 cancers that could have been seen, according to Dr. Dupree, on the previous images. The hospital and the radiology group that we reached out to say that it was actually less than the expected national error rate for reading radiology reports. And so there's a lot going on here. Mammography works, but it does have its limitations. But Dr. Dupree and a specified breast radiologist that was working there who did this review said that these were cancers that were obvious and should have been caught, Tom.
You talked to some of the patients and their families that were affected by this, and what did they tell you?
Right. Well, I spoke with one man who lost his wife of 54 years. He said that she had been a cancer patient before, and so she was very diligent about her scans. She was worried about recurrence or about another cancer in her other breast, and when she started to notice changes, she brought them up, and she went and had imaging done. And I asked him directly, what did they tell her? And they told her, according to her husband, that they couldn't see anything. She was one of Dr. Dupree's first patients, but Dr. Dupree says she certainly was not the last that came to her with a cancer that could have been diagnosed sooner.
And there's no way to fix this, right? But how does this radiology group involved, how do they try to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Right. And so they tell us that all of the mammography is now being read by a dedicated breast imager, someone who has extra training in reading mammography. And so that's one thing that they're doing. But it's important to point out, and we'll get more into this in our nightly news story, but Dr. Dupree and several of the specific breast radiologists who were hired have since left this hospital, they claim, and radiology group, they claim that not enough was done, and that it actually was more than 25 patients who had a delay in their diagnosis.
Oh, boy. All right, Kristen, thank you very much. You can watch Kristen's full report, as she mentioned, on NBC Nightly News tonight, 6:30 Eastern Time, or wherever it airs in your time zone. Coming up, check your cabinet. Some dry shampoos are being recalled over a potential cancer-causing chemical. We're going to get into that and the risks. Plus, a Wyoming man hurt after a grizzly bear attack, but it wasn't the bear that hurt him. He kind of did it to himself. We'll tell you that story in the local.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen to all episodes now, wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Internal Affairs, a podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
So this is true. NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and there's no way to stay on top of every one of them. So our bureau teams have broken it down for all of us. And this is what they tell us is going down in their regions. It's a segment we like to call The Local on News Now. Out of our Southeast Bureau, police in Florida, look at that video right there. They've released new surveillance video showing a 10-year-old escaping what they think is a suspect's second attempt to kidnap her on the way to school. You can see the girl running away and a man following her before turning around and disappearing. Around a corner, police describe the suspect as being 30 to 40 years old, 5'10", 6 feet tall, more or less, with receding short brown hair. From our Midwest Bureau, a fire at an auto shop in Cleveland set off several explosions, collapsing part of the business and causing major damage to a house next door. Firefighters got to the scene quickly, and they rescued a dog from the home. No injuries have been reported so far. Out of our Western Bureau, this Wyoming hunter is recovering. Yeah, he accidentally shot himself while trying to fight off a grizzly bear. It happens. The local sheriff's office says he was hunting with his son on Friday when he fired several rounds at an attacking grizzly, and one of those rounds hit him in the leg. The bear ran off, and the man's son got him to a place where he could be evacuated. Wyoming Fish and Game officers are still looking for the bear. That'll leave a mark. If you have an extensive hair care routine, you might want to double check which products you use. The British giant in this business, Unilever, is recalling dry shampoos in the United States. Here they are right there on your screen. These sprays might contain potentially high levels of a chemical linked to causing cancers and blood disorders. It's called benzene. You've heard of it before. The American Cancer Society says it doesn't always cause cancer, but there is evidence that it can. Joining us now, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Yeah, I mean, benzene, that's one of those chemicals you always think about when it comes to cancer, right? Can you explain what exactly benzene is and why we try to limit our exposure?
And that is true, Tom. That's one of the things that you hear about in different ingredients, that benzene is something we want to avoid because, like you mentioned, it's not necessarily causing cancer, but it is definitely one of those things that we look at as causing cancer. Benzene is a product that comes from petroleum. It's a hydrocarbon, and like you can see there, it's colorless. Sometimes it's the yellow liquid. It can be in gasoline. It can be in heating oil. It can be in wood polishing solutions you have in the house. It's not supposed to be in hairspray or these types of hair solutions there. And so it's one of those things that you might not necessarily understand it's there, you might not necessarily smell it or see it, but if it is there and you do get exposed to it, it can be, if it's a high enough levels and long enough, it can be dangerous.
Hey, guys in the control room, can we put the photograph back up? Because people need to see those products. What happens to people who use these products, and what should they look out for?
So the main thing they want to look out for is they want to go ahead and get rid of these products. Like you mentioned, it's a recall that the company has authorized, has started this recall, so they want to get rid of them. And then just keep an eye on yourself. The thing with benzene, especially in situations like this, it can cause blood disorders, it can cause leukemia, which is the blood cancer. And so kind of just keep an eye on yourself and keep an eye on your health. If you are having health issues or if you're concerned about this, then certainly talk to your doctor about looking into something like this. But first and foremost, the main step is to go ahead and get rid of the product itself. That way you can keep yourself safe. And what they mentioned is these products were made before October 2021, which was a year ago. And so they still might be on your shelf. You definitely want to get rid of them, though.
Hey, Dr. John, just last week there was a report that chemical hair straighteners, a product that a lot of African-American women use, that can cause cancer as well, right? So what should people using these products keep in mind? And is there similarity between these two products?
There's a bit of similarity, but it's different things we're looking at here. With the hair straightener, it's what uses what are called, the chemicals in there are estrogen disruptors. And so these are chemicals that can disrupt the hormones in a woman's body. And like you mentioned, you know, the black community, they tend to use them more, but it is every woman who uses these that could be potentially at risk. And what the study found out is if you use them 4 times in the last year, it doubled your chances of getting uterine cancer. And so you want to be careful there as well. Now, the difference here is with these products, as opposed to being a spray, you put it in your hair, and it can actually burn the skin, which means the ingredient can get even deeper in your skin and into your body. The other ones we talked about, which are the dry shampoos, are sprays that you can either ingest by inhaling it in, it can get through the skin. And so both of these are things to be concerned about, and both of these are things you want to make sure that you take care of.
All right, so call me crazy, but it seems as if the FDA allows products to be used, and then the FDA determines if they're safe. Well, should it be the other way around here?
You know, in a perfect world, it would be the other way around. But by legislation, by law, the FDA does not approve these medications or these cosmetics. They do approve medications, they do approve drugs, but they don't approve cosmetics. They can regulate them, but they can only regulate them after they've already come on the market. And they can't even, as a matter of fact, Tom, they can't even initiate a recall. This has to be a recall that's voluntary through the company. They can do a recall if they need to through the court system, but they can't do it themselves. And so part of it is their hands are tied to a certain extent. Congress is looking at changing those laws, and so hopefully they will, because you're right. It should be looked at before it goes on the market, not after it causes problems.
John, I did not know that. That's interesting information. So if you use these products, they have not been FDA approved. John, thank you. Dr. John Torres, we appreciate it. When we come back, Adidas' partnership with Kanye West is done, and Gap is removing Yeezy items from its stores. What's next for Ye after the break?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Okay, you know everybody's talking about this. The question tonight is what's next for Kanye West, with his corporate partners trying to save face after the rapper's anti-Semitic outbursts, rants. No matter how much it might cost them, they're cutting cords. Gap says it's removing products from its Yeezy Gap partnership from stores and shutting down the Yeezy Gap website over Kanye's inexcusable, their words, behavior. It comes after Adidas broke its silence finally by breaking off its massively successful partnership with Ye. The German company said in a statement that it does not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other sort of hate speech, and that West's comments and actions are unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous. Adidas says the move will likely cost it some $246 million on the 2022 net income in the short term. And it's costing Ye as well. According to a Forbes estimate, without the Adidas deal, the rapper, who now, by the way, just goes by Ye, is no longer a billionaire. These numbers have not been independently verified by NBC News. We have contacted a publicist for Ye for comment, and that publicist isn't calling us back. Danny Cevallos is talking to us now about this whole thing. Cevallos, sorry, Danny.
I'll call you back.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, the Adidas Yeezy partnership is something the company has recognized as one of its most successful collaborations. That would probably be the reason it was dragging its heels on this. Is that why they were so slow on the move here?
This is a major financial decision. It might be easy in principle to say, look, Adidas is a company that has some rather dubious connections in its origins to potentially the Nazi Party. And so they should probably want to act quickly and distance themselves. But it's not as simple as just shutting a door or deleting an email. They have a multi-million-dollar relationship. So you have to call the lawyers, go over the agreement. And I imagine that agreement that they had with Ye was many pages long of German, efficient, organized language protecting Adidas. And not just protecting Adidas, but protecting them against this particular person. This is not a contract with, say, a professional athlete who may lead a boring life. This is someone that the lawyers on Adidas's side could have foreseen might do something wacky. And so that might be in there as a kind of morals clause. They had to line up the lawyers, figure out their options, and then go public. That's why it took so long.
Kanye himself said on camera in the last week or two that even if he made outrageous anti-Semitic comments, Adidas could not back out of the deal. That was before he made these comments, it appears, right? So he knew that he thought that he had an ironclad agreement. You know, we've seen the public backlash, companies cutting ties, Ye getting cut off from social media platforms. Where does this go from here? Is there any coming back for him, or is he essentially persona non grata?
First, just because Ye maybe thought that Adidas wouldn't or couldn't drop him for anti-Semitic comments, it doesn't necessarily mean that he had read the agreement. I imagine this is a partnership-type agreement that runs hundreds of pages and is in pure legalese. So, assuming for the moment that he didn't know it, he must have been surprised when Adidas took the legal position that, yes, indeed, we do not have to stand for this. So the next steps become very interesting. I mean, could Adidas even go after Kanye for indemnification? It all depends on whatever's contained in that legal document that they executed or legal document when they entered into this alliance. What does it say? Can Adidas even go after Kanye or Ye for things that he does that harms Adidas? And there's a pretty good case to be made that Adidas has definitely suffered harm. Obviously, Kanye has as well, but so too has Adidas.
All right, Danny, thank you very much. Anti-Semitic comments from Kanye West. You can make your own decision at home. That's a wrap for this hour. We'll have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place, and the news continues. Top of the hour, what are you doing tonight? Are you ready for the big matchup? You know, we've seen Ali versus Frazier and Tyson versus Douglas, and now Fetterman versus Oz. That's the kind of company one strategist is comparing to tonight's huge Senate debate, the one that could decide whether President Biden can get anything done over the next 2 years. We're live in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin with what's at stake with 2 weeks to go until the midterms. Speaking of the president,